Tribulation of Myriad Clans Chapter 750 to Chapter 766. Today, no one could understand Suyu's joy. Whether it was Baijan, the Primal Chaos Clan, or the Martial Monarchs, the ones who occupied the three realms of heaven and earth were all humans. It was good that they were humans. The shackles were freed, unless one won, there was no need to worry about the humans. No matter what these people were thinking, they wouldn't go so far as to slaughter the ordinary humans. Even the martial monarchs didn't say they would. Ever since he became the human master, he said he didn't care about the humans. How could he not care? Trembling with fear as if walking on thin ice, billions of creatures shouldered heavy responsibilities. Any mistake would result in the extinction of the entire race, but today, they were free. I don't need to worry too much about this. As long as the ordinary humans don't resist their rule, they won't face the danger of extinction. Recreating the human race sounded simple, but it wasn't that simple. With the existing humans, these people wouldn't think about recreating the human race. Old Turtle transformed into a young man and followed behind Suyu, looking confused and doubtful. Today, Suyu was in a miserable state, and yet. It was like he was looking at Suyu from back then, speaking with confidence and composure, insufferably arrogant. I want to be the overlord of this ancient city, to rule it, to occupy a territory, to become the overlord of all worlds. And Suyu did it. He could run amok and kill whenever he wanted. With the support of the 36 guardians, he had no worries and could fight whenever he wanted to. Ever since he became the human master, Suyu gradually changed. He became unfathomable, capricious, trembling with fear. If it was in the past, when he brought so many experts with him to the higher realms, how could he have considered so much? If he encountered one, he would kill one, and then he would run. He didn't care what they did, Suyu could freely travel between the higher realms and the lower realms. He didn't care if the lower realms opened or not. So what if it did? Old Turtle followed Suyu and didn't ask anything. He just pondered. Something must have happened in the higher realms. It allowed Suyu to return to the state of that day. Sovereign Yu, no need to ask. Let's go to the East Rift Valley first. Suyu did not give Tianyu a chance to ask. Very quickly, someone from the human side flew over. Tianyu said in a deep voice, "Greetings, Sovereign Yu." "Welcome back, Sovereign Yu." Suyu turned to Tianyu with a smile. "Tianyu, go and gather all Dao Integration Stage and Eternal Stage cultivators to the Yu Emperor's palace. Remember, everyone, including the Phoenix Realm and the Ape Realm." Tianyu's expression changed slightly. They were not going to stay behind to intimidate the great realms and were not going to launch a sneak attack on the three great races. Although he did not understand, since Suyu said so, he could only do so. "Yes, sir." Tianyu quickly left and gathered everyone for a meeting. In fact, it had only been a few days since the last Dao Integration Assembly. Eastern Rift Valley. The huge Yu Emperor's temporary imperial residence stood there, and this place gradually became a place of faith for the human race. For more than 400 years, the human race had been living in fear. Although they were a powerful race in the heavens, they were still restrained by the fiend gods and immortals. Ever since the outbreak of the war, the human race had been in danger of being wiped out at any time. But not long after, Suyu reached the top. He destroyed the heavenly abyss, broke through 10,000 realms, killed dozens of so-called half-emperors, and intimidated the three powerful races into closing their realms to await their deaths. Suyu's might deterred all realms. Ever since Suyu became the ruler of the human race, he had more Dao Integration Stage subordinates, and the role of Eternal Stage cultivators had decreased. Under normal circumstances, only a few Dao Integration Stage cultivators would participate in the core meetings. Eternal Stage cultivators rarely participated in these meetings. But today, the Eternal Stage meeting was held again. The various palace lords and new Eternal Stage cultivators arrived one after another. Outside the Yu Emperor's palace, Zhu Tiandao rubbed his chin and looked at Marquis Xia. He squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "Second brother Xia, Emperor Yu returned very quickly. Didn't I hear that he brought people to the higher realms? How come he's back in just a few days?" Xiaoyi ignored him, but he couldn't help but want to say a few words. He transmitted his voice. I just heard that he might have been defeated in the upper realm. I heard people say that King Wen's dogtail was broken. Zhu Tiandao transmitted thoughtfully. Our old man and your family haven't come back. Do you know what's going on? I'm not sure. I heard that even Zhou Polong and the others are coming back for a meeting this time. The 36 city lords are all coming back, including the eternal stage cultivators of the iron-eating races. Is that the situation? Yes. Xiaoxiao nodded, and transmitted his voice. Not only that, some major generals and Sun Moon tier elites are coming back for a meeting. I don't know how many people are coming back this time. The invasion of 10,000 realms has been stopped. The two looked at each other and quickly reached an agreement. There was something, and something big, not just eternal stage cultivators, but some Sun Moon tier elites were also summoned back. There were also 36 prefectures, and some eternal stage cultivators were also summoned back. This was probably the largest meeting in history. Before this, Suyu only needed to greet the top elites of the various forces. Just as the two were thinking, they suddenly froze. In the distance, dozens of people arrived. The leader was none other than the floating earth spirit. At this moment, the floating earth spirit wore a solemn expression. Suyu had sent someone to send a message, saying that the five elements race could come or not. A meeting wasn't a good thing, and coming wasn't a good thing either. Suyu promised that if they didn't come, it wouldn't affect anything. The floating earth spirit didn't know what was going on, but after some consideration, it still came. The five elements race hadn't actually participated in the war until now. Because Suyu was waiting for the five elements race to act when the upper realm and lower realm opened. At that time, the elites of the five elements race might be stronger. But now, this tacit understanding was suddenly broken. Before the floating earth spirit had advanced, he had summoned them. The floating earth spirit also saw Zhu Tiandao and the others. With a smile, it clasped its hands, and said, Floating earth of the five elements race greets Prefecture Master Zhu, Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi was a little surprised. You guys are, summoned by Emperor Yu. The floating earth spirit laughed. We have come to see you. Once it finished speaking, it landed on the ground with its people and moved closer with a smile on its face. Lords, may I know why Emperor Yu has summoned all the races? Xiaoyi smiled and said, I'm not sure about that. As for the specifics, we'll talk after the meeting. Who knew? As they spoke, more elites arrived. June came with August and the others. At this moment, they were a little uneasy and didn't say much. After a while, the Guis also arrived, and the ancient dimensional race also arrived. But, the fated kin didn't come. Yes, the fated kin didn't come. Xiaoyi and the others didn't pay attention at first, but when they saw the elites of the various races arrive, the Dao fusing of the human race, and the elites of the guardians all arrived. As one of the powerful races, the fated kin didn't come. In an instant, everyone had a bad feeling. Even if the Fate Emperor couldn't come, the Eternal Realm could, right? Why, didn't the fated kin come? The Fate Emperor came last time, many people came today, but it wasn't as spectacular as last time. Last time, there were dozens of Dao fusing experts. Today, there were some Dao fusing experts, but aside from Hong Meng, there didn't seem to be anyone else who was a top-level Dao fusing expert. Tianyue, many treasures, Yun Xiao, Shan Qi, and the others all arrived, but most of them were new Dao fusing experts. The older ones, like Jun and Yen Emperor, weren't actually that strong. The group of people waited outside the Yu Palace. In the next moment, the door to the palace opened. The person who opened the door was no longer the familiar one Tianxing or the king of Great Zhou. At this moment, the person who opened the door was Lu Wenyan, who everyone was unfamiliar with. That's right, Lu Wenyan. Lu Wenyan opened the door to the palace. The group of people looked at each other and entered the palace one after another. At the top of the palace, Suyu was no longer sitting upright. At this moment, Suyu had taken off the golden robe that everyone had draped over him, and was now wearing his own white robe. He no longer wore the crown, and lazily leaned back in his chair, looking somewhat wanton. This was different from before. No one knew exactly what was different, but some of the Dao integration stage powerful beings had actually sensed that something was different. Today, Suyu was no longer illusory. They seemed to be able to see through Suyu. His physical body was quite powerful, but the nomological power of the great Tao was turbulent. Although he was strong, he didn't have the suffocating feeling from before. "Greetings, Your Majesty Emperor Yu." Everyone shouted in unison, their voices reverberating in all directions. "You're welcome." Suyu had a smile on his face. "Sit down, everyone. I prepared food and drinks for everyone. Just treat this as a gathering. All good things must come to an end. Eat and drink to your heart's content, chat, and then, do what you need to do." Hearing this, some people's expressions changed slightly. Suyu didn't say anything. He looked at the floating earth spirit and said with a smile, "Strange, I told someone to tell you that it might not be a good thing if you come. I won't blame you if you don't come. Your five-element race didn't participate in the battle, so why are you here now? You're a smart person, so why did you do something stupid?" The floating earth spirit hurriedly stood up and said with a smile, "Whether it's good or bad, it's better to come than not to come. It's the five-element race's honor to be summoned by Emperor Yu." "How pretentious." Suyu laughed. "Sit down." The people below looked at each other, then at the tables on both sides of the hall, and they could only sit down. Tao integration was in front, and eternity was in the middle, followed by some suns and moons. At this moment, some of the experts guarding the realms, including the great Han King and the others, had also returned. They were a little confused, but they couldn't find their leader. The four great experts of the Great Zhou, the Great Xia, the Great Qin, and the Great Ming were all absent today. Vaguely, they felt a little uneasy. Suyu raised his wine cup and said with a smile, "It's fate that we meet. Everyone here is also fated with me. Let's raise our cups and drink." As soon as he finished speaking, he drained his cup. Everyone didn't know what to do, so they could only raise their cups and drink. Suyu finished this cup of wine, and the next moment, his smile disappeared. Tao integration should have seen something. "Many treasures, tell us, what did you see?" In the crowd, Many Treasure's expression stiffened. After a while, he stammered, "I didn't see anything." Suyu's eyes turned cold. "Then your Tao integration is useless." "What kind of Tao integration is that? Are you blind?" Many Treasures wanted to cry. "I don't dare to say it." "Speak." Many Treasures trembled and gritted his teeth. After a long time, he lowered his head and said, I saw Emperor Yu, seem to have fallen. He fell from the heavenly king tier to the sun-moon tier." Boom, as soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. They all looked at Many Treasures with disbelief and anger. Many Treasures lowered his head and cursed in his heart. "I said I don't dare to say it, but you insist on making me say it. Bullying an honest person, right?" In the crowd, the other Tao integration cultivators all had solemn expressions and didn't say anything. On the other hand, Lu Yu saw this and smiled naively. "Emperor, you must have encountered some small problems in cultivation. I think it will be resolved soon." Suyu raised his hand and interrupted him. He said calmly, "Senior Lu Yu, you don't need to defend me. This time, let's get straight to the point. My tier fell, and my Tao collapsed. I fell to the sun-moon tier. And my lifespan is probably less than 100 years, or even less. Because my tier fell, I can't say that the lifespan I gained from merging with the Tao is taken back, but the remaining lifespan can live for 10 or 20 years. It can be considered luck. In 10 or 20 years, if I can't step into the master of the laws, there's a high probability that I won't be able to live." Everyone's heart palpitated. So short, it wasn't far from the heavenly king tier to the master of the laws, but, what about the sun-moon tier? Suyu continued, "This time, I brought some elites to the higher realm. A galaxy of talents, experts as common as the clouds. However, I lost." Suyu smiled and said, "I lost miserably. Let's put it this way. Apart from me, Fat Ball, and Marquis Tong Tian, the others, most likely won't be able to return. They're either dead or on the verge of death. Only the Sea of Will is hiding somewhere." Boom, a stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. This time, the entire hall was in an uproar. Xianxia said excitedly, "Tian Mia and Xing Hong." Suyu said calmly, "They died." Xianxia was dumbstruck. Lu Yu was extremely shaken and trembled. Emperor Yu, is this a joke? Su said calmly, no, I'm not joking. There's no need to joke like this. I lost when I was at my peak. No matter how many opponents I killed, no matter who I killed, I still lost. The people I brought, almost all of them were killed. It had only been a few days, everyone was extremely shaken. Even Hongmeng couldn't help but say, many heavenly king elites, Su exhaled. We encountered 2 heavenly venerables, 6 heavenly kings, and 30 Dao integration powerhouses. It was a head-on battle. In addition, the other side had 3 heavenly venerables as reinforcements, and even masters of the laws joined the battle. More than a dozen heavenly venerables gathered in one. What are heavenly venerables? Someone couldn't help but ask. Su said indifferently, it's because of the restrictions of the laws. Those who haven't become masters of the laws are existences that possess the strength of masters of the laws. And masters of the laws are the primordial human kings, the ancient celestial sovereigns. Everyone should understand what I'm saying, right? Hearing this, some powerhouses who didn't know what heavenly venerables were paled. Heavenly venerables, more than a dozen, they encountered heavenly venerables, and masters of the laws. Emperor Yan was also shocked. There are masters of the laws in this world? Of course. Su smiled. After so many years, even if the laws are limited, there are always people who can avoid them. The Space Ancient Emperor couldn't help but ask, Emperor Yu, is this true? Su nodded. I met your Dao partner, Marquis Skysplitting, in the upper realm. It was a good thing that I left Kong Kong there. In the upper realm, I didn't have time to interact with them before I suffered a crushing defeat. In one battle, I lost everything. The great Han King said solemnly, Emperor Yu, then, what about the great Zhou King and the others? They might be dead. Maybe the Sea of Will still has some left. Su said indifferently, they all self-destructed. I don't know the specifics. Then what about the Wanfu prefect and the others? The same. Su sighed. The Wanfu prefect and the others might have died. His self-deprecation quickly turned into a smile. I can't beat them. I have no choice. The upper realm is much stronger than I imagined. I went to the upper realm and killed many people, many experts. However, the more I killed, the more despair I felt. Fortunately, we did something before and unsealed the 100-battle monarch. He's still alive and might come to the lower realm soon. As soon as he said this, someone immediately said, 100 battle is trash. Does Emperor Yu expect him to lead the human race? Everyone in the universe knew about 100 battle. In the past, even Su had done some propaganda to prevent 100 battle from returning to seize power. Of course, now Su smiled. I don't know if 100 battle is trash or not, but I do know that he has many experts under him. Not only that, but he himself has the battle prowess of a master of the laws. Even if he's weak, he's one of the strongest people in the universe. Yunshui, Dark Shadow, South Guard, some of these ancient marquises escaped to protect 100 battle. They know where the passage to the upper realm is and should be able to bring people back. Soon, they might come to the lower realm. Lu Yu's expression changed. Emperor Yu, are you saying that Yunshui and the others betrayed Emperor Yu and chose 100 battle? Great Han King and the others also paled. What was going on? It's not really betrayal. Su smiled. They're just serving their own masters. They're not my people to begin with, and I've never subdued them. It's just that, they used my grand Dao diagram and didn't listen to my orders at a critical moment. That's a sin. But forget about betrayal, there's no need to say it like that. Su smiled. 100 battle is the ruler of the 9th tide flow. They're loyal to him. I am me, and 100 battle is 100 battle. The 9th tide flow and this tide flow are not one. Incomparably heavy, everyone was heavy. Su continued, 100 battle is coming back. I can't beat the upper realm, and my people are all gone, so, I'm going to retreat. Su said lightly, I'm used to being the boss, and not used to being the grandson of others, so. I'm going to find a place to hide, and I'm going to retreat to the dead soul's domain. Boom, as soon as he said this, many people smashed the tables in front of them, and their aura scattered. Retreat, Zhu Tiandao and the others had no time to think or be sad. They were shocked. Of course, besides being shocked, they were also a little suspicious. Father was dead, they felt something. He couldn't sense anything. Could it be that father had changed his bloodline, so they didn't know he was dead? Of course, there was no time to think about this. At this moment, there was only shock. Suyu, who conquered the myriad worlds, was going to retreat and hide. Suyu waited for them to quiet down, and said calmly, "Yes, you heard it right. Once 100 Battle is back, he will definitely unite the human race again. I don't want to be his grandson, so I decided to leave. I'm not someone who is willing to fail, and I will find a way to make a comeback. However, it's true that my path is broken, and it's true that all the powerhouses are gone. I don't know if this day will come. I'm going to the Sunless Dead Soul Domain. That place may be my only chance. There are too many powerhouses in the upper realm, 100 Battle is too strong, and there's a disobedient martial emperor in the Starry Mansion who wanted to kill me." Suyu laughed at himself. "These few years, I don't have many people on my side, but a lot of enemies. Of course, everyone has a way out. Whether you continue to follow 100 Battle or just stay and ignore it, there's actually no danger. But, some of my close friends should retreat with me." Suyu looked at some people, then at Hong Meng, and said with a smile, "Senior Hong Meng, come with me. Now, I've only returned to the past, to the time before I became the human master. Senior Hong Meng, you won't abandon me, right?" Hong Meng was very solemn. After a long time, he said in a deep voice, "I will definitely follow you." Suyu smiled and nodded. "I've already told the Life Emperor. He didn't come this time, so don't worry about it. There's no need to mention the fated kin. We didn't cooperate much in the first place." He looked at Luyu. "You won't have a big problem. Sanue is in the upper realm, and she's very powerful. She has the power of a heavenly venerable. Now that one is facing a powerful enemy, she still needs to rely on Sanue. Even if others find out about what happened between us, it won't be a big problem." He then looked at the Space Ancient Emperor. "Your Dao partner, the Marquis of Skysplitting, is a heavenly king. You helped me kill the enemies before, and you didn't kill anyone. You only resisted a few Dao integration stage cultivators, so it shouldn't be a big problem." He then looked at the Yen Emperor and sighed. "I didn't want to drag you down with me, but your clan is too weak in the upper realm. You only have a second-grade Dao integration stage cultivator, and you don't even have a heavenly king. If you don't mind, you can come with me. If you don't, you can go to the Nightmare Realm and beg for forgiveness. Maybe it won't be a big problem." The Guis were not strong in the upper realm. Suyu then looked at the floating earth spirit. "You guys are fine, and you didn't fight. But you coming this time might cause some trouble, but it doesn't matter. It's not a big problem." Suyu then looked at the humans. "You can follow me to the Dead Souls realm and wait for me to rise again. But when you can see the light of day again, even I don't know. If you stay, when Baijan returns, he won't treat you too badly. Baijan might not be very friendly to other races, but when it comes to humans, even if he doesn't value you as much as the direct descendants, he won't kill you, and he won't deliberately treat you badly." Suyu smiled. "No matter what, he is the leader of a generation. He should have this kind of tolerance. As long as you don't make trouble for him, it'll be fine." He warned them one by one. However, the entire hall was lifeless, and everyone's expressions were extremely dark. Crushing defeat. Suyu had not only suffered a crushing defeat, but he had also lost the foundation of the human race. He was going to abandon the human realm and evacuate to the undead realm, the dark and lifeless undead realm, where no one knew when he would be able to make a comeback. Below, the great Han King said solemnly, "Emperor you said before that the old era has passed, and the new era has begun. Now, are you going to give up?" "I haven't given up." Suyu said calmly, "I have never given up. Going to the Dead Souls realm is also to make a comeback. It's just that the lower realm isn't suitable for me. Baijan will definitely return. You can't make me bow down to him, I'm not willing. The two kings will not meet. When a king meets a king, we are both rulers of the human race. When we meet, we will decide the winner." After Suyu said this, he continued, "I will think of a way to rise again. I have always been alone in this world, and I have nothing else in my hands. Now, it's much better than when I left Xianxia province and went to the battlefield of the heavens alone. At least, I still have some foundation. So you didn't just say that he was finished, he also gave everyone some hope. He was still working hard, still struggling, still fighting. As for whether they believed him or not, it was up to everyone, he still had people under him. It was just that he had suffered a crushing defeat this time. If he suffered a crushing defeat again, everyone wouldn't be able to accept it. In the future, he might suffer another crushing defeat. Those who had to leave would leave sooner or later. At least now, it wasn't a moment of life and death. At this moment, if everyone chose to leave. So you could only say that it was an inevitable result. Wan Tianqing was right. Before he reached his peak, he should suffer a defeat, who could not be defeated, even so you couldn't avoid it, a single defeat would ruin all his foundation. That meant that his foundation was superficial and not popular at all. There was no need to feel sad for those who left. So you said, if anyone has any doubts, you can ask me. Including the strength and influence of Baijian, as well as some of the strength, influence, and intelligence of the various clans in the upper realm, I will tell you all. So you smiled. I won't lie to you, there's no need to. Going to the dead soul's domain. To be honest, can we really kill our way back? I don't know, but I have hope. Maybe it's just wishful thinking, but I, Suyu, won't give up. Suyu smiled. Don't worry, if you choose to stay or leave, I'll be angry and do something to you. I, Suyu, am indeed not a generous person, but as long as everyone speaks openly and doesn't play any tricks, you can leave. That's your freedom. I hate those who plot against me behind my back, but I don't hate those who choose to leave openly because of ideological disagreements or the deterioration of the situation. We've all worked together and fought together. Today, it's your freedom to choose to leave. If you follow me to the dead soul's domain and can't bear the loneliness, darkness, and despair, then it's best not to go. If you go and want to come back, I'll treat you as a traitor. Suyu's face turned cold. Leaving openly is no problem, but traitors. I'll definitely kill them. The whole hall was extremely quiet. After a long time, in the hall, Xiaoyi glanced at Zhu Tiandao, and Zhu Tiandao also looked at him. The next moment, when Xiaoyi was about to speak, Zhu Tiandao quickly said, Emperor Yu, when we go to the dead soul's domain, will there be any changes to the South King and the others? He spoke quickly. Can Marquis Lan Shan and the others still obey us? After all, the crushing defeat in the upper realm has greatly damaged our strength. If Baijian returns, he's also a human. Whether Marquis Lan Shan and the others will obey the human race or Emperor Yu's manner. This matter needs to be discussed. Xiaoyi wanted to continue, but Zhu Tiandao quickly said, also, if Zhou Polong and the others of the 36 guardians want to leave, can we find enough people to replace them? If they can't be replaced and there are no guardians, will something happen? Behind them, Zhou Polong was about to speak, but Zhu Tiandao said again, if we leave, can the lives of ordinary people be protected? How many people can it hold? We'll be responsible for food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Is the dead soul's domain suitable for planting? Of course, we can plunder the heavens. Even if there are hundreds of millions of people, they won't starve to death in 100 years. Also, the dead soul's domain lacks vitality. We can't cultivate death chi, can we? How can we ensure that vitality and death chi don't conflict? Even if we carry a large number of vitality treasures, we have to consider not being corroded. Xiaoyi was about to interrupt, but Zhu Tiandao quickly said, yes. Also, will the dead soul's domain turn people into dead souls? Can it ensure that everyone can have children and continue to pass on the legacy? Xiaoyi opened his mouth, but Zhu Tiandao said again, is it difficult to comprehend the power of the great path there? Xiaoyi continued to open his mouth, but Zhu Tiandao did not stop. It seems that we can't enter the river of time. Can we find a way to guide the river of time into it? Xiaoyi was about to speak, but Zhu Tiandao quickly said, the Ming Constabulary can take care of the supplies, evacuation, and logistics. Of course, some assistance is needed, and it depends on the number of people. Will we evacuate in batches or all at once? will the three races stop us on the way? Oh, by the way, when Baijan comes back, will we take all the resources and let them live a hard life, or will we leave them some food and drink for the sake of the human race so that they won't starve to death? Also, if the Gui race and the other races are willing to evacuate with us, will there be a kind of racial integration when we reach the dead soul's domain? But in this case, there will still be racial segregation. I think we still have to discuss it. Xiaoyi opened his mouth, but chose to shut it in the end. F*CKU, bootlicker Zhu, UB** starred, you've already said it. What else can I say? Zhu Tiandao was still talking very quickly. He continued, also, will there be a gap between our evacuation and Baijan's return? What if the three races attack during this time? What if one resists? Also, should we leave some of the civilization's legacies? Also, how should we deal with King Wen's former residence? It doesn't seem easy to take it away, but if we give it up, won't it be destroyed? Zhu Tiandao said dozens of questions in one breath. They were discussing who should go and who should stay, but in the end, he started to arrange how to evacuate, how to bring people away, and how to survive in the dead soul's domain. He was even thinking about how to have children in the future. Finally, since we have evacuated with the people of other races, I think we can abolish the title of ruler of humanity from now on. Let's just call it Emperor Yu. Emperor Yu's manor, let's call it Emperor Yu's manor from now on. I think ruler of humanity will be Baijan in the future. There's no need to fight with him for the title of ruler of humanity. Therefore, we need to unify the titles to avoid any misunderstandings. So you just looked at him silently. I'm discussing who should go and who should stay. At such a sad time, you're stealing the limelight. Zhu Tiandao acted as if he didn't see it and continued, one more thing. If we evacuate, I hope Marquis Tong Tian can cooperate with me. He'll be in charge of teleportation. I think it'll be very beneficial. He can even teleport the entire city away. I need some experts to help me move things. For example, the Yu Imperial Palace that was just built in the mortal realm, the Daming Constable's Daming Academy, and Emperor Yu's Primordial Spirit Research Institute. These places can all be completely cut off and teleported away. In this way, we can save time on rebuilding. As for Baijan, he'll settle it himself when he comes back. Zhu Tiandao spoke frankly with assurance. Therefore, Emperor Yu, don't worry. Leave all the logistics work to me. I suggest that Emperor Yu's residence establish a logistics headquarters. I think it can be called the security department. Probably no one is willing to do it now, but I can temporarily act as the head of the security department. When Emperor Yu finds a suitable candidate, I'll give up my position. Xiaoyi said faintly, Chief Zhu, if you're done talking, I also want to say something. I think I can do it. What are you two doing? Suyu looked at them silently. This is a very sad time. You two bastards are fighting for power now. Suyu's face darkened a little. I'm F***king evacuating to the dead soul's domain. I'm no longer the overlord of the heavens. What a headache. At this time, the others also had strange looks in their eyes as they looked at the two of them. They were retreating in defeat, giving up on the lower realm and going to the dead soul's domain where there was no daylight. Were they really not worried at all? Also, Dasha of Goguryeo and the great bright lord might all be dead. Aren't you worried? Suyu was also troubled by these two. He quickly said, everyone, think about it. Chief Zhu, you arrange the evacuation work. Xiaoyi will assist you. No matter how many people are willing to go with us, it's up to everyone. Also, before you leave, plunder all the treasures you can find in the Myriad worlds and the Myriad races for me. Take them all. Don't brag outside. A defeat is a defeat. I, Suyu, can accept defeat. I don't need to deceive anyone to go with me. Tell the whole human race, including the Alliance, about what happened. Also, there's no need to belittle Baijan. Suyu said lightly, whether Baijan is a good-for-nothing or an ambitious person, there's no need to belittle him too much. I belittle him, that's my business. You don't need to say these things. Let the human race decide for themselves. Also, I suggest the ordinary human race not to go with me. It's too dangerous. Leaving our homeland for the dead soul's domain, there's no need for that. Also, even if we leave, we must ensure that the order in the realm is not disrupted. Let Baijan take over. It's my last explanation to the human race. Also, leave some basic cultivation resources. Take all the higher level ones, no need to leave. Speaking up to here, Suyu waved his hand, feeling a little dispirited. Go back and think about it. Baijan will come back. I think it'll take about a month. He might know that I'm retreating. A king doesn't see another king. Before I leave, he won't come back too early. Finally, some of the guards guarding the ancient cities don't want to continue. Find Senior Grand Mist to dismiss their posts. There's no need to arrange for people to stay for the time being. Chief Zhu, arrange everything in 1 month. Suyu stood up and raised his cup. Just as I said, all good things must come to an end. Today, my last cup of wine is to all of you. Suyu drained the cup in one gulp. He laughed heartily. A defeat is a defeat. I can bear a defeat. I hope to live in peace with Baijan. What happened between me and him is my business. It has nothing to do with you. Finishing his words, Suyu turned around and left. His figure disappeared. In the hall, everyone drained their cups in one gulp, with indescribable helplessness and melancholy. Why did it suddenly turn out like this? Suyu wanted to leave. The empire that he had just conquered was given away just like that. For a moment, everyone sighed. Where should we go? Would they go or stay? Who would leave and who would stay? Would they choose Baijan or Suyu? On one side was a top expert comparable to an ancient human king, with some ancient marquises following him. On the other side was Suyu, who had just suffered a crushing defeat and was about to retreat to the Dead Souls realm. Both of them were peerless geniuses and leaders of their generation. Everyone had heard of Baijan. The other races might be afraid of him, but it was said that Baijan was very good to the human race. Of course, 6,000 years ago, Baijan had suffered a crushing defeat. But now, hadn't Suyu also lost? In the hall, no one had left. They were all communicating via voice transmission. Old Lu, what do you think? Someone asked the great Han King. The great bright lord and the others were gone. Were they dead, or was it as Suyu had said, that the Sea of Will still existed, but no one knew where he was hiding? It was hard to tell. Zhu Tiandao and Xiahou Yi were quite calm. They felt that they might still be alive. But, who knew if they were singing a duet with Suyu? There was no need for Suyu to fake a crushing defeat, right? The human realm was about to give up. Before the human realm, there were 43 Eternal Realm experts left, 26 of which were palace lords. The rest, like Xiao Longwu, were all late-stage experts. Not counting Xiahou Yi and Zhu Tiandao, there were a total of 45 Eternal Realm experts in the human realm. Now, the great Zhou King and the others were gone. Xiao Longwu, Yun Chen, Nan Wujiang, Silkworm Destruction King, and Zhou Tianyuan were also gone. At this moment, there were 9 less experts, leaving only 36. However, there were a few who had advanced recently. There were still 40 Eternal Realm experts in the human clan. 4 had advanced in the past few days, which was not a small number. Including Zhu Tiandao and the others, there were a total of 6 who had advanced in just a few months. 40 Eternal Realm experts, none of them had reached the Dao Integration Realm. Many people looked at the Great Han King, the Great Tang King, and the Great Shang King. After the Great Bright Lord and the others disappeared, they were the strongest group, and they were also close to the Dao Integration Realm. In addition, the newly advanced expert, the Heavenly Forging King, had too many weapons and was also close to the Dao Integration Realm. At this moment, everyone looked at them. How should he choose, and what about the other races? How should they choose? The Spatial Beast Emperor looked at Yu Yu. Yu Yu remained silent and sat there without saying anything. It was as if she had turned into stone. Someone then turned toward the few Dao integration stage mighty figures of the human race, such as Tian Yu and Chong Ming, who had been left behind by Marquis Dingjun. Marquis Dingjun seemed to have died in battle as well. Then, where should Chong Ming go? Tianyue wasn't a human from this tide. What about him? Previously, because Suyu's influence was too great, many treasures had taken the initiative to join him. Now that Suyu was leaving, what about many treasures? Those guardians would most likely listen to Hong Meng. Would Hong Meng follow them now? Thoughts flashed through everyone's mind. The world of souls was not suitable for living creatures. No matter what Suyu did, it wasn't a long-term solution. Moreover, Suyu didn't seem to have long to live. At this time, Zhu Tiandao stood up and said with a faint smile, "Everyone, you don't have to think too much. If you want to leave, then leave. If you want to stay, then stay. Everyone has their own choices. No one will force the other to die." After guarding the human realm for hundreds of years, it's normal to be reluctant to give up just like that. To us, it doesn't matter who becomes the human master. The Tang Emperor looked at him and suddenly said, "Did your father really die?" Zhu Tiandao shook his head. "I'm not sure. Something happened in the upper realm. My father and I don't cultivate the same path, so I might not be able to feel it. Unless we cultivate the same path and are connected by blood, I might be able to feel it. But now, it's hard to say. The Qin Emperor and the Dasha of Goguryeo have both changed their bloodlines. I don't think Xia Shaoer felt anything at all." Xiaoyu was speechless. After a while, he nodded. "I didn't feel anything." Zhu Tiandao continued, "To be honest, even if he's still alive, the result would be the same. If Emperor Yu wasn't defeated by the upper realm and 100 battles, he wouldn't have chosen to retreat. Who would give up on a territory that they had just conquered? Maybe this time, he won't be able to return. Everyone, think about it. Xia Shaoer, come with me to count the resources. Also, spread the news and recall all the armies. Tell the army that those who want to leave can leave. If not, we'll make arrangements and let those who stay to guard the human realm." Zhu Tiandao said plainly, "100 battles are heartless, but we can't be unjust. After all, it's all for the human race. Handing over the human race to him won't cause any turmoil. Keeping the ruling structure intact will allow him to take over smoothly. Otherwise, we'll all suffer." Xiaoyi nodded, and the two left instantly. In the hall, Emperor Yan sighed. "I have nowhere to go. My race can't be compared to you." "That's fine. Go to the dead soul's world. It's better than staying here. 100 battles. No matter how strong he is, he's not what we can rely on." He left. He returned to prepare for the evacuation and gave up on the Nightmare Realm. The Gue clan was not strong in the upper realm. He helped them a few times. The Iron Eaters had March and Marquis Giant Bamboo. The Space Clan had Marquis Skysplitting. The Fated Clan had Marquis Tianming. What did he have? He had nothing. There was no use in not leaving. Emperor Yan left, taking the eternal beings of the Gue clan with him. He had no other choice. At this moment, Chongming also stood up. He had brought back more than 1,000 subordinates of Marquis Steadfast, and there were many eternal beings among them. He wanted to go there to take a look. Tianyue saw him stand up and quickly followed. He transmitted his voice, "Fellow Taoist Chongming, are you staying?" Marquis Steadfast died in battle. And Marquis Steadfast was a supporter of 100 battles in the previous tide. If Chongming stayed, it would be a good choice. Besides, Chongming was in charge of the Steadfast Guards, and there were still some powerhouses among them. Chongming said as he walked, "I don't know. I'll ask for everyone's opinion. Hou Yi is not here. I'll ask everyone where to go. If everyone thinks we should continue to follow Emperor Yu, I will. If you think we should stay and wait for 100 battles king, then we'll stay." Then, he asked, "Fellow Taoist Tianyue, what about you?" "Me?" Tianyue said softly, "I'll follow Emperor Yu. I'm from King Wen's bloodline." The Hunting Heaven Pavilion was originally the Heaven Supervising Pavilion. Now, the inheritance of King Wen's bloodline is with Emperor Yu. Naturally, I have to follow him. Chongming nodded. Then, he felt a little sad and depressed. "Say, why did everything turn out like this? Did Hou Yi really die? We just saw hope, but it quickly turned into despair. With indescribable helplessness and sorrow." Tianyue was speechless for a while. He also did not know why things suddenly turned out like this. On this day, the news began to spread in the human realm. The invincible Emperor Yu brought a large number of powerhouses to the upper realm. He was defeated in the upper realm and suffered heavy losses. Now, the 9th generation human master, 100 battles, was about to return. Emperor Yu chose to retreat to the Dead Soul's realm and rise again. He and 100 Battles were destined to be unable to cooperate or work together. It was not the first time that Suyu looked down on 100 Battles. Many people knew about it. Now, some of the ancient marquises were still alive and chose to support 100 Battles' restoration. Suyu's strength was greatly damaged, and he did not have much lifespan left. He chose to retreat from the human realm and give up his kingdom. For a while, a huge wave was set off, Ming Prefecture. The storyteller was spreading the news. His tone was excited. Everyone, the prefecture master has ordered that those who are willing to follow Emperor Yu should gather at Mount Starfall in 10 days. Leaving their homeland. Sigh, this time, they might not be able to return to their homeland. I heard that 100 Battles King takes good care of the human race. I wonder if 100 Battles King will treat us well when he returns. Going to the Dead Souls realm. I heard that it's the same as the underworld. You won't be able to see the sun. Eating and drinking will be a problem, let alone enjoying life. I heard that. You can only eat corpses and rotten meat there, it can't be, right? It's true. My neighbor, Old Wang's son, is serving in the army. I heard that he came into contact with the dead souls last time. Oh my god, they all drink blood and eat rotten meat, it's that bad? It's that bad. How could Emperor Yu be defeated? Sigh, this is great. We lost the Myriad realms. We just conquered the Myriad realms. I wanted to take my wife to the other realms for a tour, but it's gone just like that. Do you guys think that the new 100 Battles King is as powerful as Emperor Yu? I heard that a few thousand years ago, he also suffered a great defeat, and many experts died. There was a lot of discussion. Should they leave or stay? This question caused a heated discussion in the human realm. No one was familiar with 100 Battles. They were still familiar with Suyu. At least they knew that this new ruler had led them to the peak of their lives, and the Myriad realms had submitted to him. Of course, they were defeated now. The Dead Souls domain. If they were in the human realm, everyone would still be willing to support Suyu. After all, even if they were defeated, Suyu still had people's support, mainly because they didn't understand 100 Battles. However, to go to the Dead Souls domain, they were really separated by life and death. This made countless people give up on the idea. They couldn't follow him. The people, the army, the major academies, and the major families were all discussing, and making a decision at this moment. And everywhere, Zhu Tiandao and the others were rapidly collecting all the resources, leaving behind food and drink. They didn't care about some basic materials, but some secret realms and some high-level resources that had just been plundered were not left for 100 Battles. It was impossible for 100 Battles to not have anything. After so many years, although he was sealed, he didn't have no subordinates. The entire human realm was in turmoil. But Suyu didn't have time to care about this. At this moment, he had arrived at the Tianyuan realm with a few people. Suyu, Hongmeng, Fat Ball, the Fate Emperor, and Marquis Tongtian. The Fate Emperor stepped into this realm and sighed. Back then, the Tianyuan bloodline rebelled. Just like the human race today, it can't be considered a rebellion. Some ideological differences made us choose to go our separate ways. It was very similar to the current human race. Suyu was a little like the Tianyuan clan in the past, choosing to escape into the Dead Souls domain with some people. Suyu smiled. I don't want to become the Tianyuan clan. After saying that, he looked around. Not only had this place been bombarded by King of the Great Zhou and the others, a large number of dead spirits had also rushed in, causing the rule punishment to break out. The entire Tianyuan realm was almost swept away by the rule punishment. It was really exterminated. At this moment, the huge Tianyuan realm was lifeless, and there were ruins everywhere. In the distant depths, there was a faint death aura seeping over. The Fate Emperor also looked into the distance. Find the realm core of the Tianyuan realm and integrate this realm into the Dead Souls domain. It's equivalent to opening up a small realm in the Dead Souls domain, just like the Myriad realms. Suyu nodded. The Myriad realms were the same. Originally, there were no small realms. Later, someone opened up a small realm, and then there were the Myriad realms. Opening up a realm is not difficult. Suyu nodded. In fact, as long as one has Dao integration stage battle prowess, they can open up a realm. The strength of the realm they open up is just different. The Tianyuan realm is still considered powerful, and we don't need to open up a realm ourselves. The key is how to prevent the death aura from attacking us after we integrate it. This was the difficult part, the Fate Emperor smiled. Then we need the petrification technique. King Gong's petrification technique was quite good at blocking the death aura. Just look at those guards. They haven't been attacked for 100,000 years. Suyu was slightly taken aback. Petrification technique, that's right, Anne. I seem to have mastered a petrification technique, Qi Rong. A pseudo-Dao heavenly king is still a heavenly king. I don't need 100,000 years, but a few hundred years, if not, how about a few dozen years? Outside the realm, the entire realm has a layer of petrification, Suyu murmured. The Fate Emperor shook his head. There's no need. We can just petrify some weak spots. The Tianyuan realm is not weak, and the realm walls also have defensive capabilities. Not everywhere will be invaded by the death aura. Suyu nodded. However, it would be best if they could all be petrified, Qi Rong. Suyu was not proficient in the Tao of petrification. Thinking of this, Suyu instantly summoned Qi Rong. The Fate Emperor's lips twitched. F***CKU, didn't you say that you had defeated all of your subordinates? This is a heavenly king, right? F***CKU, liar, Suyu explained. I picked her up on the road. Qi Rong, Princess Qi. Do you know her? Princess Qi? Wu Ming was slightly taken aback. Looking at Qi Rong, who was getting more and more plump, he vaguely saw some traces of the past. He was a little surprised. Princess Qi is still alive? Wu Ming? Qi Rong also saw Wu Ming. She was a little surprised. Looking around, she felt a little strange. This place is the Heavenly Abyss realm. Suyu smiled. I was defeated in the higher realms. I was thinking of sinking the Heavenly Abyss realm into the Dead Soul's domain to escape. But I'm worried that the aura of death will invade the Heavenly Abyss realm. Princess Qi, you are proficient in the Tao of petrification. Is there a big difference between you and King Gong? Princess Qi's heart was full of doubts, but she didn't ask. She quickly said, let's put it this way. It's the difference between the real and the fake. If King Gong is here, then I can devour him. Wu Ming's mouth twitched again. These words sounded so awkward. Qi Rong didn't care about this. She looked around, then looked into the depths, and nodded. I can petrify, but I'm not the master of the laws. I can't resist for too long. 300 to 500 years later, I have to reinforce it. Suyu smiled. Then there's no problem. Princess Qi, this bone that he picked up was still useful. The Tao of petrification seemed pretty good. Then think of a way to sink this place into the Dead Soul's domain. Merge with it, seal the exit, move the 36 cities here, and rebuild this place. As he said this, Suyu continued, I forgot to mention. If this place sinks into the Dead Soul's domain, will it be cut off from the other realms? It will no longer be affected by the Great Tao, so it won't be suppressed anymore? As he said this, Suyu fell into deep thought. It's still not good to have a suppressive force. After all, it's not just one race that enters. The human race won't be affected, but if the other races are suppressed, it won't be good. Generally speaking, it should be cut off. The suppressive force in the domain was actually related to the master of the domain, which was related to the experts who opened up the domain, sinking into the Dead Soul's domain. The rules created by the experts who opened up the domain should dissipate. Fate Emperor also nodded. It should be cut off. Otherwise, the dead spirits, regardless of race, will not be suppressed in the Dead Soul's domain. Because there is only one great Tao in the entire Dead Soul's domain. As he said this, he was slightly hesitant. Emperor Yu, how to ensure everyone's cultivation is a problem. Below the Eternal Realm, we can use vitality to cultivate, but above the Eternal Realm, we still need to comprehend the Great Tao. Suyu also had a headache. After thinking for a while, his eyes moved slightly. Let's make an opening. Learn from the human emperor, open a small opening in the Tianyuan domain, and guide a part of the Great Tao of time over. It was like listening to a heavenly book. Hong Meng couldn't help but ask, is this possible? Can it be done? Qi Rong was also shocked. Can it be done? Suyu nodded. I found the opening, it should be possible. Of course, the premise is that I can break the river of time. I think it will be difficult. This was equivalent to digging a hole in the river of time. Opening a path was opening a path, and it was opening a tributary channel. Digging a hole was digging a hole, and it was digging a tributary channel. The two were different. Suyu touched his chin and said, moreover, we have to stabilize the opening. Otherwise, if all of it gushes out at once, it will be over, and this place might turn into chaos. That won't do. We have to sort it out, stabilize it, and build a passage that can temporarily accommodate the power of the river of time. This is the difficulty. The few of them sucked in breaths and frowned. This was probably the biggest difficulty in maintaining cultivation after integrating into the dead soul's world. As for Suyu, his eyes flickered slightly. Actually, this is a good way to cultivate and comprehend the great Tao. In a real sense, it is to touch the power of the myriad Tao. Of course, there are dangers too. However, I have the star seal, so I should be able to control it a little. Moreover, I don't have to learn from the human emperor, and I don't have to learn from the Lord of the Dead Souls, and I don't have to learn from the Lord of the Dead Souls, and I don't have to learn from him. The Lord of the Dead Souls had dug a hole the size of a millstone in the river of time, but the human emperor had dug a hole the size of a pond. As for Suyu, he didn't have high requirements. He just had to dig a hole the size of a bowl. For the time being, it was enough for everyone to cultivate, unless there were more late-stage experts, or even the Lord of the Law appeared. At that time, he would be able to fight back, so why would he care about this? The power of the myriad Tao flows, we have to sort it out, integrate it, and stabilize it. This is indeed a good way to comprehend the great Tao. Suyu murmured. So, this time, I may bring some people with me to dig a hole. Everyone was speechless. You are really bold, the Fate Emperor hesitated. Can we dig it out? Everyone has come into contact with the river of time. Even if we can't see it as clearly as Emperor Yu, just diving to the bottom of the river is a difficult problem. Ordinary people can't do it. Moreover, the impact of cutting off the river is not something anyone can resist. Even Tao integration stage experts will be washed to death. Suyu smiled. Using the Book of Time and the Star Universe seal to stabilize it for a short period of time is still possible. I'll think of a way. What you guys have to do is actually very simple. I'll dig a hole inside and let the water in. However, you guys will help me sort out the river water below. Otherwise, it will become the power of chaos. The Fate Emperor suddenly sighed. Are you going to give us some benefits? He was just helping to sort it out below. He suddenly felt that Suyu was really generous and righteous sometimes. He was going to dig a hole and sort out the great Tao for everyone below. The degree of danger was different. Suyu smiled. Don't think too much. It's very difficult. Sorting out the 10,000 Daos isn't such a simple matter. Furthermore, it will definitely require an expert to control the blue sky. As he said that, Suyu tossed and a little girl appeared. Her aura was weak and she looked towards Suyu with a bitter expression. Brother Emperor Yu, I exploded. I'm finished. The Fate Emperor face-bombed, blue sky. As expected, I knew that Suyu's words were bullsh *t, this was called dying, although, it was pitifully weak. This clone might only have the power of the sun and moon, but wasn't it still alive? Suyu smiled. Stop talking nonsense. I'll give you a chance to recover. I'm going to dig a hole in the river of time. You can take some 10,000 Tao power to strengthen your common people's path. That way, you should be able to recover quickly. As he said that, Suyu continued, I'll think of a way to fish old one out. He controls the Tao and has 7 emotions and 6 desires. If he can sort out his own Tao and comprehend the 10,000 Daos, maybe he can recover quickly. Fate Emperor's face was really calm. What he really wanted to ask was, who was the one who had really died? Don't tell me who didn't die. I know that there are definitely a lot of them. I just want to know how many of them died. Suyu touched his chin and said, if I dig a hole and let everyone sort out the 10,000 Tao power, maybe we can all recover a little. Moreover, we can comprehend the Tao. Under the situation of losing our physical bodies, we cannot comprehend the Tao of the physical body. Instead, we can truly comprehend the Tao that belongs to us. That way, it would be a good thing. We can get rid of the Tao of the physical body. That was because the Tao of the physical body had a huge impact. Be it the great Qin King or Daxia of Goguryeo, these people said that they cultivated spear techniques and blade techniques. In the end, they would all return to the Tao of the physical body. Now that they didn't have a physical body, maybe it was a good thing. Of course, normal people wouldn't do such a thing. To better comprehend the Tao, they would destroy their own bodies. How many people had cultivated their bodies for so many years? Who would be willing to destroy them just like that? They were crazy. If they didn't gain anything, wouldn't they spit out blood? Lan Tian giggled and said, dig a hole? It's fun, I want to dig too. Dig my ass. Suyu said snappily, with your current strength, you'll die the moment you get washed away by the river. Suyu was different. He had 2 treasures on him. There was still hope for him to dive down and cut off the river to dig. Others, even Empyreans, did not have these 2 treasures. If they went down, they would probably be washed to death in a short while, Suyu scolded Lan Tian. Very quickly, he said with a smile, in that case, if the sorting goes smoothly this time, everyone's comprehension of the Great Tao should have some qualitative improvement. Then, those who have never entered the Great Tao, if they go and comprehend the Great Tao diagram, they might all have some improvement in the Great Tao. The only thing, Suyu frowned, it's not that the physical body is not easy to recover, but it's not easy to recover to its previous state. No matter how strong an expert is, even if they don't walk the path of the physical body, their bodies won't be weak. This is the carrier of power. But the recovery of the physical body requires the replenishment of the nomological power of the physical body path. Suyu suddenly cursed. That bastard Baijan has taken over the Tao of the fleshly body. As a result, the amount of fleshly body power we can draw from isn't much. In that case, it will be very difficult to repair. Otherwise, the physical body is actually easy to repair. At the side, the Fate Emperor could not help but say in a low voice, from what Emperor you means, only everyone's physical body has fallen, and the Sea of Will is still here. Suyu looked at him, smiled, and said, what do you think? What do I think? I think that there might really be no one dead. F*ck, they're not human, I actually judged that it was so tragic. After killing so many people, some might die. So, none of them died, one, Baijan, and the others were all fooled by you, thoughts appeared in the Fate Emperor's mind. In the next moment, Suyu waved his hand, and balls of light appeared nearby. They were all the Sea of Will. Very quickly, phantoms appeared one after another. They looked at each other with some helplessness and sorrow. We're finished, we've all become the Sea of Will, where are we now? Good heavens, everyone saw familiar people, and they were all still alive. Among these phantoms, Marquis Dingjun was a little depressed, and he said in a heavy voice, Emperor Yu, how are the others? He did not see many people, he did not see Wan Tianxing, nor did he see those ancient marquises and ancient experts. He only saw a few people, such as Ying Wu and Marquis Fire Cloud. But Umbra, Yun Shui, and the last 4 were not there. Suyu said calmly, don't you know it yourself? Marquis Dingjuan's eyes showed a hint of pain, and his phantoms were a little shaky. Suyu said calmly, all right, most of them are still alive, but it seems that someone died. Umbra might have died, but I'm not sure about the details. Baijan might have a chance to save them. Marquis Dingjun was silent. At the side, Blue Sky looked at Suyu in surprise, this guy also knows? He just knew, Suyu smiled, even if he didn't know, after so many years, he wouldn't have guessed it. Marquis Dingjun is a little honest, but that doesn't mean he's a fool. If he was a fool, so many people died, how could he still be alive? Suyu said mockingly, this guy Sky Destroyer looks rash, but he's as smart as a ghost, let alone Marquis Dingjun. On the other side, the Phantom Sky Destroyer looked left and right. What about me? Do you think I'll answer you? Impossible. As for Marquis Dingjun, his phantoms shook, and after a long time, he said dejectedly, I only have some guesses, because Baijan really isn't that easy to trick. Before this, we won every battle. Yes, every battle was won. Even if we didn't win, the ones who died were the experts of the Alliance. In the end, everyone was buried in one go. Also, before this, those experts who had died were all direct descendants of Baijan. There were some things that they could still see through, especially after 6,000 years. During these 6,000 years, they more or less guessed some things, even if they didn't know at the beginning. So you said lightly, so you don't know the plan? Marquis Dingjun said awkwardly, I don't know. Hee hee. This was a mocking laugh, and Marquis Dingjun understood it. Marquis Dingjun said helplessly, back then, I was a little weaker, and I'm a little more honest. Maybe Baijian thought that if you told me, I would leak the secret, or unintentionally expose it. After saying this, he said with some hope, Your Majesty Emperor if you can make us fake our deaths today, then, those fellow Taoists, those colleagues, did they really die or fake their deaths? If Suyu could fake their deaths, then what about Baijian? He wasn't too sure about this. Suyu said calmly, I'm not sure. Dead, a lot of them definitely died. If I were Baijian, I wouldn't care about those who didn't listen or obey me. If they died, they died. Not a single one of them died, that would be too abnormal. By the side, Marquis Fire Cloud's phantom said solemnly, a lot of them should have died. If I remember correctly, a lot of them died in battle later on. Most of them probably died for real, but those who died to give way are likely still alive. Because Baijian was sealed, he didn't have enough time to set up a rescue plan. Of course, there might be people secretly collecting the corpses. Suyu was surprised. You don't know either? Surely not, he felt that Marquis Fire Cloud might know the plan. As for Marquis Fire Cloud, he sighed and shook his head. I'm a direct descendant of King Snow, and I'm loyal to Lord King Snow. I don't walk the path of the physical body, so there might be some estrangement. Nonsense. Suyu laughed. Cloudwater, Dark Shadow, and the rest don't walk the path of the physical body, nor are they direct descendants of King Snow. I can only say that the few of you were not too loyal to Baijian back then. There's nothing I can say about all of you. These people did not know Baijian's plan, so it could only be said that they were not completely loyal to Baijian. Suyu felt that those who were loyal to Baijian should know the situation. Marquis Fire Cloud did not explain. Perhaps, complete loyalty, sometimes, it was not that simple. The more upright one was, the harder it was to shift one's loyalty from their previous benefactor to their next benefactor. Be it Marquis Steadfast or Marquis Fire Cloud, they had their own benefactors, so it was not that easy for them to pledge their loyalty to others. As for Suyu, he glanced at the silent king of Great Zhou and did not say a word. Very quickly, he brought up his plan. It's not that easy to restore the physical body to its previous state, but you can gain some insight into the Great Tao and get closer to it. Even if your physical body cannot be restored to its previous state, it should be able to recover a little. Together with the power of the Great Tao laws, your combat strength might not be lower than before. After that, you can restore your physical bodies. Perhaps your strength will improve a little. In the crowd, the valiant general suddenly said, Cloudwater, she lied to me, right? Suyu said with a smile, what do you mean by lying? It might be true that she admired Qingwen, or that she despised Baijian, but she was subdued by Baijian. How can that be called lying? Besides, what's done is done. What else can you do? The valiant general was extremely depressed and did not say a word. The Great Light Prince said hurriedly, then what about Wan Tianxing? Was he really dead? Commander Wan. I still have to make a trip to the River of Time to take a look. Wan Tianxing's opponent was a heavenly venerable, so it was not that easy for the Sea of Will to escape. Moreover, it was difficult to fake it, because Yu Hao and the others were also watching at that time. The battle had reached the final juncture. Therefore, Wan Tianxing had really been defeated. But Old Wan was prepared and had left some things in his Great Tao, so it should be possible to retrieve them. Suyu did not say anything more and quickly said, I'll go retrieve Commander Wan first, then I'll think of a way to make an opening to integrate the Tianyuan domain into the world of dead souls. Everyone should comprehend the Great Tao and sort out the Great Tao. This is an opportunity. There can be no construction without destruction, and only after destruction can there be construction. Usually, your physical bodies hinder you from comprehending the Great Tao. In the future, I will think of a way to restore your physical bodies. If that doesn't work, kill Baijian and seize his physical body Great Tao. Suyu's smile was bright. At the side, Qi Rong suddenly said in a low voice, Human Lord Su, I'm not the human lord anymore. Suyu smiled faintly and said, "Call me by my name." "Su, forget it, I'll call you whatever they call me." Qi-Rong quickly adjusted her mentality and said, "Sovereign Yu, the recovery of the physical body does not necessarily require the human race's physical body Great Tao. All Great Taos are of the same origin, and the human race's physical body Great Tao is not the only one. I think these two seem to be walking on other Great Taos of the physical body." She pointed at the Great Qin King and Daxia of Goguryeo, her eyes very sharp. After all, these two did not have physical bodies now. "I think this Great Tao can be divided, and everyone can walk together to recover their physical strength. It doesn't necessarily have to be fused with the Great Tao, but to strip away the physical strength within," she suggested. "Actually, I've said before that the Great Tao of the world can eventually be fused." As soon as she said this, the Great Zhou King, who had been silent all this while, suddenly looked at Qi-Rong and said after a while, "Your Princess Qi?" Qi-Rong looked at him and frowned slightly. The Great Zhou King said softly, "Princess Qi is indeed a knowledgeable person. The Great Tao of the same Great Tao can be fused. Sovereign, you should have seen this before. The non-human race's physical body Great Tao is actually the physical body Great Tao, just that it was modified by someone in the past to be more suitable for a certain race. The Great Qin King and the others cultivate the desolate heavenly beast Tao, which is also a type of physical body Great Tao, and can separate out some physical strength. But in this way, this Tao will be weakened, and old Qin and old Xia might have to change their Tao again." So you touched his chin and said with a smile, "Well, it doesn't seem impossible. I think these two are really too slow on the physical body Great Tao. Why don't they walk the saber Tao or the spear Tao? They don't have to walk the same path as Xiao Longwu and the others, they can walk other paths as well. It's the same no matter which path they walk, because the final goal is to fuse with the same Tao." Of course, this was a matter for the future. At this moment, the Great Qin King said gloomily, "All right, I also feel that I'm not too suitable for the physical body Great Tao. Old Xia and I are more suitable for the saber Tao." Not bad, the desolate heavenly beast's Tao was not wasted. At the very least, everyone could share it now. Let's recover our physical bodies together. In this way, everyone's strength would recover faster. As for what they lost, maybe they lost nothing, just some people they didn't trust enough. Suyu said with a smile, "Then let's move. Settle everything quickly, cultivate in peace, and let them fight. All of them want to pretend to be cowards, let's pretend for a while too. When we have enough strength, we will have nothing to worry about, and who will we be afraid of?" As for Suyu, he also had to consider the matter of opening the path. The brush Tao was just SOSO, Suyu actually didn't want to fuse the brush Tao, but of course, if the opportunity was right, he could steal all the power of the brush Tao. "No, there's no need to steal it, it was originally mine, I can just strip away all the power of the brush Tao and fuse it into my civilization will, so what? Can Kingwen bite me? He doesn't want it anymore and passed it to me, so isn't it mine, really?" Thinking of this, Suyu touched his chin. "That makes sense, this Tao should belong to me." From Kingwen's brush Tao, it became Suyu's brush Tao. "Go and get old Wan." Suyu knew where old Wan's Tao was. As long as he could get him out, he would be able to save him. In this way, everyone was here. As for those who had left, so be it. Who cared? Of course, these people were also miserable. They were all floating in the sea of will. When they saw them in the middle of the night, they thought they were ghostly fires. "So be it, Will-o'-the-Wisp," Suyu reminded them one last time, "stay here and don't run around. I'll be right back. Senior Hongmeng, Wuming, stay here and don't let anything happen. If Baijian comes back now and suddenly barges in to kill us all, then we'll be finished." Everyone shuddered. Marquis Tongtian couldn't help saying, "Good things never happen. Sovereign Yu, I'll go with you to save the seed." Only now did he realize that they were all alive. No wonder Suyu was so calm despite being beaten up like a dog. There was no sign of grief at all. Marquis Heavenspan now felt that he couldn't go anywhere safe. The humans were too evil, and it was best to stick with Suyu. "You?" Suyu was stunned. "Why would you follow me?" But after thinking about it, he smiled, "Okay. I was thinking that my Tao was broken, so it might be a little troublesome. It's best if you come." Marquis Tongtian suddenly shuddered. Did I say something wrong? Should I not tell Suyu that I wanted to go with him? Let's go. He could also open the river of time in the Tianyuan realm. It didn't matter. They hadn't sunk into the dead soul's domain yet, so he could open it here. In any case, he had to go all the way to where Old Wan was. The river of time was opened, and Suyu disappeared instantly. When he was gone, a group of ghostly fires floated. And there were still living people in the crowd. Qirong suddenly said, "He's gone. If I leave now, Wuming, Hong Meng, will you stop me?" The two looked at her. Hong Meng frowned slightly. "Princess Qi is leaving?" Hong Meng hesitated for a moment before saying, "Princess Qi, why don't we wait for him to come back and tell him? He probably won't stop us." Qirong was speechless. "I told you, he said I owe him my life. I'll pay him back first, and then I'll leave." There was no other way. Hong Meng coughed lightly and said, "Princess, why do you want to leave? Now, I'm afraid no one else can tolerate Princess Consort. As the Tao companion of the third-generation human master, Baijan might not welcome you. Other than here, it seems that Princess Consort has nowhere else to go." Princess Qi was silent for a while and then said, "It's not that I have to leave, but I want to see if some of the things I left behind are still there." "What is it?" Hong Meng smiled. "If you don't mind, I can help you get it back." Princess Consort Qi looked at Hong Meng. After a while, she said, "Old turtle, when I looked for you back then, I wanted you to help you gang. You rejected me several times, saying that it was an ancient duty and that you couldn't leave your post. Now, you're following him. He's the weakest among the factions. Is Yu Gang weaker than him?" Hong Meng fell into deep thought. After a long time, he nodded slightly. "Probably not. Yu Gang is still a little lacking." "Why do you say that?" Hong Meng smiled. "Yu Gang is quite talented. 9 human masters, no, 10 human masters, none of them were weak. However, Yu Gang is not as ruthless as Su Yu, not as strong as Baijan, and not decisive enough. In the end, he's still domesticated, not wild." Qirong frowned. The old turtle sighed. If it were Su Yu, he would have had many choices in the third tide. When Princess Consort Qi was executed, if it were Su Yu, he might have taken her away, escaped, or even turned against the human race. If it were Baijan, even if he had Princess Consort fake her death like Yu Gang, Baijan would have thought of a way to kill those old fellows instead of fighting to the death with one at the last moment. The old turtle shook his head. Yu Gang is always indecisive at the crucial moment. He misses the best opportunity every time. Yu Gang likes to plan before taking action. Once there's any movement, he will immediately stop all plans. He lacks the spirit of adventure. The old turtle evaluated Yu Gang and finally said, "So, if Princess Consort wants to find Yu Gang or his dead body and help him fight for supremacy in the heavens, forget it." He sighed. With Baijan and Su Yu, to put it bluntly, there are many people to choose from. Why choose Yu Gang? Even if you don't choose these two, choosing the son of a martial king is still better than Yu Gang. So, even if Princess Consort really finds Yu Gang's dead body, I advise Princess Consort to give up on those unrealistic ideas. As for Princess Consort, Emperor Yu needs you now. If he doesn't, if Princess Consort keeps wandering, I'm afraid she will soon be abandoned by Emperor Yu like the Dark Shadow Marquis and the others." Princess Consort Qi's slightly thin face revealed a strange expression. She looked at him, then at the Fate Emperor and the others, and finally sighed. "So, Yu Gang is so unbearable in your eyes?" "No." The old turtle shook his head. "All the mortal lords are outstanding talents of their time. They are the elites of their generation. In a short time, they have all stepped into the heavenly king realm, and even the celestial venerable realm. This is not something those ancient marquises can compare to. How can those who can stand out and become mortal lords be unbearable? However, it is precisely because they are all geniuses that there is a difference. That is why there are more monstrous existences that overshadow their brilliance. All the mortal lords were unbearable. They were all elites among the people." Qirong was speechless and didn't speak for a long time. In the end, she still raised her head and looked at him. "Let me go out for a while. I will come back. I really need to go and get something." Hong Meng frowned. You didn't say this when Suyu was here, and now that you're not here, how can I make a decision, if I let you go, if you go and tell on me, or bring people to kill me? There are a lot of experts here who haven't recovered yet. If they were all killed, Suyu would probably cry until he was blind. He said it was over, and it was really over. What does Princess Consort want to get? Princess Consort Chi was silent for a while. She was a little tired, but she still said, some pseudopaths. Hong Meng frowned. What did she mean? Princess Consort Chi said in a low voice, some pseudopaths that I collected in the past. I want to get them back, lest I lose them. It's hard to say if they are still around. If they are, I can create some pseudo-Dao experts. These pseudo-Daos have been nurtured by me, and they are quite powerful. This was not something that the pseudo-Daos that Suyu collected could compare to. Suyu's pseudo-Daos were in their initial state. They had not been nurtured, so they weren't strong at all. The Great Dao also needed people to nurture them. However, Hong Meng really couldn't make a decision. If Suyu wasn't here, he trusted Wan Tianxing. If Wan Tianxing was here, he could make some decisions. The key was that Wan Tianxing wasn't here either. Hong Meng's eyes turned. Suddenly, he looked at Fat Ball. Fat Ball was pouncing on the bean bun. It was playing with the bean bun happily. Daoist Fat Ball, Princess Consort Chi wants to go out. What do you think? Fat Ball was pressing the bean bun under its paw. It was about to take a bite. Hearing this, it raised its head. Its eyes were blank. After a while, it said, What? Princess Consort Chi wants to go out and get something. Daoist Fat Ball, do you think it's okay? Fat Ball was confused. I don't know. Why are you asking me? Alright, even though it didn't know the situation, Fat Ball thought about it and said, okay, then I'll go with her. Princess Consort Chi looked at Fat Ball, then at Hong Meng. She cursed in her heart, a bunch of bastards. Hong Meng laughed. He transmitted his voice to Fat Ball. Soon, Fat Ball wagged its half-grown tail and left with Princess Consort Chi. After they left, Wu Ming chuckled and said, Did Princess Consort Chi leave behind some backup plan? She said she was looking for a pseudo-Dao, but I think it's more likely that she's looking for her own Dao, or King Gong's Dao? Suyu said that Princess Consort Chi cultivated the petrification technique. And King Gong's true Dao was this Dao. Of course, King Gong's origin returning saber was also top-notch. It was unknown if Princess Consort Chi had made some arrangements. Hong Meng didn't care too much. He said softly, I wonder if Wanfu Prefect can return. If not, then we'll have a big grudge. As for who to have a grudge with, Baijian and the Chaos Clan had a big grudge, the others didn't say anything. They turned into light circles and wandered around. Since the main body hadn't recovered, these people were too lazy to say anything. At the same time, Suyu brought Marquis Tong Tian and quickly walked into the depths of the river of time. Marquis Tong Tian was nagging and seemed a little unhappy. Suyu was too lazy to care about him. Suyu walked for a long time until he reached the path of writing. He glanced at the path of writing. The part that he had fused before had all exploded at this moment. 80% of the path of writing was now in chaos. In fact, Suyu could fuse with the pen path again. The prerequisite was that he had straightened out the chaotic power of laws. It would take some time, but with the star seal, it wasn't too difficult to stabilize the Great Dao first and then sort it out. After all, he had fused with it once. His comprehension of the Great Dao was still here. Perhaps in half a month, I'll be able to straighten it out and become an expert with the combat strength of a quasi-monarch. 80% of the Dao was actually eternal, but the pen path was still very strong. Suyu wasn't a true quasi-monarch. Under normal circumstances, quasi-monarchs could fuse with 95% of the Dao or even 99% of the Dao. He had fused with 80% of the Dao and possessed the combat strength of a quasi-monarch. From this, one could see how strong the pen path was. At 90%, he would definitely possess the combat strength of an Empyrean. At 95% or higher, he might possess the combat strength of people like Baijian, the kind comparable to a weak master of the laws. There were many paths for Suyu, but he wasn't too willing to take them. The pen path, Suyu smiled. This pen path was something he could control. The record of civilization was also lacking a pen path, so you didn't take a second look and continued walking forward. After walking for a while, he finally saw Old Juan's path. The heavenly gate opened. At a glance, Old Juan's path looked like a living person. The other paths were tributaries, but Old Juan's path looked a bit like a gourd hanging on a tree vine. So you arrived quickly. Looking at the tributary, he smiled and turned to the panting Marquis Tongtian. You're useful now. Old Tongtian, come, give me a leg. Lie down, I'll step on you to take a look at Wanfu Prefect's path. Yes, as a bridge, after all, Old Juan's path wasn't his, and so you didn't know much about the human Tao. He might not be able to cross it. With Marquis Tongtian around, he could be a stepping stone. Marquis Tongtian's expression was unsightly. Emperor, you wants to step on my face? This was too much, so you coughed lightly. You can have your butt facing up, then what's the difference between me and a martial monarch? Marquis Tongtian was furious. No, you're humiliating me. Suyu was speechless. Did it count? Was it that embarrassing? Not in the mood to pay attention to him, Suyu took out the Book of Civilization. After thinking for a while, he prepared to use it to build a bridge. Just as he was about to build a bridge, Marquis Tongtian suddenly said angrily, Why aren't you saying anything, Emperor Yu? Aren't you going to name a price? Suyu was stunned. Turning to look at him, Marquis Tongtian was even more stunned. Why aren't you naming a price, Emperor Yu? What price? Marquis Tongtian was tired. Emperor Yu, I opened the door for you. Even if I didn't get any credit, I still worked hard. Now, you want to cross the river by stepping on me. If you name a king, I can consider it. Don't you understand? I'm a marquis now. If you promise me a king, I'll agree to cross the river for you, but you just said one sentence and did it yourself. You didn't even bargain. I feel like I'm at a disadvantage. Marquis Tongtian said earnestly, Emperor Yu's manor will definitely lack a facade in the future, so I'm thinking if Emperor Yu can promise me a heavenly king. This way, I'll have motivation to do anything. Suyu laughed. What do you want a king for? You're the only one in your clan. Is there a difference whether you're a marquis or a king? Of course. Marquis Tongtian was speechless. Emperor Yu, look at me now. I'm a marquis, and a marquis conferred by King Wen. So, my status is very high. Look at me. When I see Marquis Dingjun and the others, do I give them face? Do I give them face? Their status isn't as high as mine. Many years later, if Emperor Yu's manor is destroyed, I'll be an undying and indestructible existence. Maybe there will be another era in the near ancient times. At that time, I'll be a heavenly king. When the later generations see me, I don't have to give them face. I'm the king of the new universe era. Jinx. At that time, I'll say that I'm a king conferred by the Emperor of Wan in the new universe era, and that all of you are low-level existences. Emperor Yu, don't you think that'll give you more face? He said happily, just like now, if I say that I'm a king conferred by the human emperor, won't I give you more face? Suyu thought about it and nodded. What he said made sense. If you're a king, your status is indeed high. The key is, you're even thinking about the destruction of my new universe era. Aren't you thinking too much? Just as Suyu was thinking about this, Marquis Tongtian suddenly sighed. Actually, I want to be like the gate of heaven and the gate of hell, to seal an era each. To become the symbol of that era. Suyu was stunned. Suddenly, he felt like his head was about to explode, his hair stood on end. What the hell? He suddenly looked at Marquis Tongtian, and Marquis Tongtian's expression also changed. He suddenly turned into a door and lay on the tributary. He said hurriedly, Emperor Yu, quickly go over. Suyu's face was livid. He looked at him and said in a low voice, What are you saying? Repeat what you just said. No, Tongtian. Suyu said coldly, I heard it. No, Emperor Yu heard it wrong. He said hurriedly, I really heard it wrong. Suyu's scalp went numb. He looked at him and gritted his teeth. Gate of heaven. Gate of hell. Gate of hell exists, and gate of heaven is cultivated by humans. But you said that gate of heaven sealed an era. What do you mean? Nothing, Emperor, you heard it wrong. Marquis Tong Tian was almost howling in grief. It really doesn't mean anything. Suyu's expression changed again and again. He gritted his teeth and said, if Gate of Hell and Gate of Heaven really exist. Gate of Hell sealed the chaotic era. Then Gate of Heaven, if this Gate of Heaven exists, let me ask you, what era did this Gate of Heaven seal? Suyu sucked in a breath of cold air. If behind the Gate of Hell is a miniature version of the chaotic era, then there was the era of creation, the immemorial age, and the ancient age. The ancient age didn't end. The immemorial age wasn't sealed, but there are still some traces left, such as the immemorial giant clan and the martial emperors. They all belong to the immemorial age. Only the era of creation doesn't exist at all. If the master of the great path of time sealed the chaotic era, then who ended the era of creation? Where is the master of the river of time? Where is the master of the great path of necromancy? Suyu kept sucking in air. Legend has it that the human ancestor ended the era of creation. Then where is the human ancestor? Why is there no legend left about the era of creation? There are only a few traces left. When did the Gate of Heaven appear? Marquis Tongtian's words instantly made Suyu think of countless things. As for Marquis Tongtian, he even wanted to die at this moment. He was incomparably resentful. No, there really isn't. It's a misunderstanding. Sovereign, you heard wrongly. You said that you want to be the third seal, the gate of an era, the symbol and miniature version of an era. Suyu said coldly, I heard it. I'm thinking, many years later, will someone be able to open the Gate of Heaven? It's like I opened the Gate of Heaven, and the Primal Chaos Clan seems to be opening the Gate of Hell. What exactly is the gate that we opened? It's just a simple door? Marquis Tongtian was about to go crazy. He hurriedly said, Sovereign, you can't say any more. Humph. Suyu snorted. Legend has it that when the Gate of Heaven appears, saints and great men appear. This Gate of Heaven, is it the Gate of Heaven that we outlined, or what? The Gate of Hell connects to the primal chaos. Where is the Gate of Heaven? What is it connected to? Suyu's eyes flickered. Wait, where are King Wen and the others? Suyu suddenly thought of something. He said in shock, I know that the human sovereign is in the river of time. Behind the Gate of Hell is the primal chaos ancient beasts. I've guessed this. I was wondering if King Wen and the others are behind the gate. After all, the universe is only so big. But you said the Gate of Heaven. King Wen, King Wu, and the Time Master must have opened the Gate of Heaven. Opening the Gate of Heaven. What did they chase, what did they find, and what enemies did they encounter? The Gate of Heaven. Did they chase after the Gate of Heaven? Marquis Tongtian almost broke down. It was just a sentence. I'm just saying it out of my own feelings. In the end, this human sovereign of this generation went crazy. In an instant, he thought of countless things. Was he crazy? How did his brain work? Marquis Tongtian was extremely resentful. Stop guessing. If you continue guessing, I'm going to be unlucky, very unlucky. Suyu said coldly, why? Why would he be unlucky? Marquis Tongtian broke down. Sovereign, the gate, also has a race. A clan. My position in the clan is not high, and there are big shots above me. I'm talking nonsense, I'm going to be doomed. Unless I can also seal a powerful era and turn this era into the Gate of Heaven, only then will I have the right to be on equal footing with the big shots. Sovereign, don't trick me, I can't say any more. Marquis Tongtian was extremely resentful. I really can't say any more. Suyu took a deep breath, and after a long time, he smiled. Interesting. If my guess is correct, the Gate of Heaven really exists, and it indeed sealed an era, the Gate of Heaven. The Gate of Hell sealed the chaotic era. The immemorial age, the ancient age, and even the current era are actually a whole, and their inheritance has not been severed. At least from the immemorial age until now, there are still races existing. That is to say, your existence, Marquis Tongtian, is actually to seal this era and end this era, right? Marquis Tongtian wanted to cry, and said pitifully, I want to break the bolt. He didn't know how to control his mouth, he just had to encounter a monster like Suyu, and he just said it out of his feelings. Many people easily overlooked it, but Suyu actually deduced countless things in an instant. If King give up. I was wrong. I don't dare to talk nonsense anymore. Suyu laughed. Cut the crap. I'm only asking you one question, and you just have to answer yes or no. Let me ask you, did King Wen and the others enter the Royal Gate of Heaven, yes or no? Marquis Tong Tian wanted to cry, but he didn't say a word. Fine, not answering is a tacit agreement, I got it. Suyu nodded, and said again, then, did Hell King enter the Gate of Hell? He still didn't say a word. Suyu nodded. That's not easy to tell, maybe he's with the human sovereign. Marquis Tong Tian is crazy. I also didn't say a word. How did you come to two conclusions? What's the logic behind your guess? Gate. At this moment, Suyu smiled brightly, no longer nervous, but meaningful. Unintentionally, I actually know where King Wen and the others are. I didn't say anything. Marquis Tongtian's heart was like dead ashes. I really didn't say anything. I only said one sentence, and I didn't mention King Wen at all. Suyu looked down at him again, and smiled. You didn't say anything because you were worried that the Gate of Heaven would find trouble with you? Or did King Wen tell you not to say? Strange. Were you arranged by King Wen or by the Elysium? Or are you an accomplice of the Gate of Hell? Marquis Heavenspan's face was a mask of grief. This time, he didn't have his buttocks facing up, but rather, his face on the door. King Wen came to me years ago, and told me to become the symbol of an era. He said that at the end of an era, there is a door, and inside that door are countless stories and legends. He said that he and his companions started a new era, and if this era ended, he could let me seal this era and turn it into a legend. Marquis Tong Tian had a sorrowful expression as he said, however, it still hasn't ended. I'm very dispirited. It seems like I won't be able to become the symbol of this era. I'm thinking that perhaps Emperor you can seal this era and end it, opening a new era, and start all over again. Then, perhaps I can become the gate of the era. Suyu exhaled and smiled. Why are you willing to say it now? Marquis Tong Tian said in distress, I'm afraid that you will break me. You still have some self-awareness. Suyu smiled. Does the end of an era mean that everyone dies? Not necessarily. Marquis Tong Tian said dejectedly, actually, I don't know how to calculate the end of an era. Maybe something big happened, or something else. I only know that the immemorial era hasn't ended until now. Suyu smiled brightly. It's getting more and more interesting. This world is really mysterious. The Gate of Heaven actually exists, and there really is a gate. Maybe I should explore the other uses of the Gate of Heaven. Now, it only seems to be used to observe the Great Tao, and it doesn't seem as powerful as the Gate of Hell. Look at him, he can even seal King Wen's boots. Marquis Tongtian's old face drooped. He couldn't go on like this. I didn't say anything, it's all Suyu's own imagination, and it has nothing to do with me. God, please strike this brain monster to death. Suyu ignored him and stepped on his old face. In reality, the face was just a projection. This guy was a gate, and he had no face to speak of. However, at this moment, Marquis Tongtian's old face was still twisted, as if he was telling Suyu, look, you stepped on my face. I didn't even say anything, and you can step on my face as you wish. Don't trouble me. Suyu laughed. Let's take it slowly. Don't worry, when the immemorial era really ends, I will be the symbol of the immemorial era, and become the Gate of Heaven. In the next era, no one will open the Gate of Heaven or the Gate of Hell, everyone will open the Gate of Heaven. Marquis Tongtian suddenly let his imagination run wild, while Suyu smiled with his eyes squinted. Not on the forehead, but on the buttocks. What do you think? Marquis Tongtian was speechless for a long time. This was very wrong, Suyu snorted and ignored him. The star seal appeared, suppressing the human Tao rule power that was attacking Suyu. The moment he stepped into the human Tao, Suyu seemed to see many things. This was opened by Wan Tiansheng. It had only been opened not long ago, and it was still in use. At this moment, Suyu saw many things in an instant. He saw Wan Tiansheng who was studying, Wan Tiansheng who was teaching, Wan Tiansheng who was doing experiments. Which one was the remnant spirit left by Wan Tiansheng? Suyu looked around. He was just about to shout, when he suddenly froze. he saw an angry Wan Tianxing, a sad Wan Tianxing, a crying Wan Tianxing, and Wan Tianxing who was doing something naughty with a girl. Suyu's eyes widened. What the hell, what the hell? Old Wan was actually not a virgin, bah, Old Wan had actually hooked up with a woman. This guy was hopeless. No wonder he was getting worse. It hurts my eyes. Suyu spat and quickly mumbled, damn, that woman can't be transformed from blue sky, right? Too scary. Shuddering, Suyu hurriedly turned to look at the other Wan Tianxing. Soon, he saw Wan Tianxing with a monstrous demonic aura, and the benevolent-looking Wan Tianxing. Damn it, Old Wan's people were actually like that. People? This word suddenly appeared in Suyu's mind. Blue sky was the common people's path, Old Wan was the people, then I am pretty much the same. If one compared civilization to one's body, then actually, one was the people. Common people's path, all paths were complete. There were demons and saints. As expected, the path is the same, they are all the same. Taking a simple look at the people, Suyu suddenly had a better understanding of the path. People had many faces, there were evil people, kind people, good people, bad people, people were born like that, it was just a matter of whether they were evil or kind. People couldn't be born a saint, even Old Wan had evil in his heart. At this moment, he saw an evil person, Wan Tianxing. In the image of this evil person, Wan Tianxing, Suyu saw a fierce and evil person, Wan Tianxing, killing people and bullying the weak. Very quickly, he saw the kind person, Wan Tianxing, saving people. Then, he saw Wu Fu, Wan Tianxing, charging and killing. What? The more Suyu looked, the more speechless he was. Was this an illusion or did it really happen? Lao Wan had said that his Tao was his comprehension, his experience, and his life. Which meant that Old Wan might have really done all of this. How terrifying. As expected, one couldn't judge a person's heart. Very quickly, Suyu saw a lifeless Wan Tianxing. This seemed to be an evolution of the dead spirit path, the life and death Tao. Wan Tianxing actually didn't comprehend death. And this time, he was truly dead. Suyu looked at the dead spirit Wan Tianxing and suddenly understood something. Maybe this was the true self that Wan Tianxing left behind. He was dead, however, he left behind his dead spirit body and faced death to live again. Suyu rubbed his chin and looked at the lifeless dead spirit body. Suddenly, he roared like a bell, wake up. This roar was mixed with the rhythm of the great Tao. Even though Suyu had severed his great Tao, this roar was still full of Tao. His Tao had never been severed. What he had severed was only the external Tao. His Tao was in the will of civilization. The dead spirit Wan Tianxing suddenly opened his eyes, mixed with the aura of death. At this moment, an angry Wan Tianxing charged at Suyu from the human Tao. A sad Wan Tianxing was looking at Suyu with a sorrowful expression. A happy Wan Tianxing was clapping. A greedy Wan Tianxing was looking at Suyu as if he wanted to eat him. The next moment, the dead spirit Wan Tianxing opened his eyes. All of a sudden, all the Wan Tianxing merged into one and closed in on him. Life began to erupt. Gradually, life replaced the aura of death. The entire human Tao began to tremble, as if it was spreading forward. Gradually, only a single Wan Tianxing was left in the passage, no different from the Wan Tianxing he usually saw. At this moment, Wan Tianxing's eyes were still filled with confusion, but he quickly came to his senses. He looked at Suyu and said indifferently, "Get out." Suyu glanced at him and found him unfamiliar. Soon, he sneered, continue pretending. I saw it all. It's the appearance of all living beings. Not only that, there's also the appearance of sex. Principal, your persona is ruined. There's no turning back. A hint of anger appeared on Wan Tianxing's cold face. He gritted his teeth, no one will think you're mute if you don't speak. Shut up. Will anyone believe you if you tell them? Wan Tianxing could no longer hold it in. F***ck, Suyu actually entered his Tao and peeped into it. Not only that, this bastard. What did he see? He said angrily, do you think everyone is like you, thinking that a woman is the blue sky? The heavens created men and women, and they are separated, so that men and women can be compatible. Of course, you're very sad. Wan Tianxing scolded, go ahead and be jealous. You're traumatized by the blue sky. don't think of me, I'm not afraid. When I was looking for a woman, the blue sky wasn't even born yet. I'm 30 years older than him. Sorry, I'll focus on cultivation after I'm 30. I won't play anymore. You sad guy, I curse that every woman you meet is transformed by the blue sky. There wasn't even a blue sky in my era. Suyu's face turned green. That didn't seem to be wrong. Wan Tianxing flew into a rage out of humiliation. Ha, little guy, you're still fighting with me. I just can't be bothered with you. You dare to provoke me. Come on, who's provoking who? Who's afraid of who? You're destined to be a single dog. Soon, Wan Tianxing flung his robes and said coolly, alright, let's go. It's not good to stay in this place for too long. When we get out, you won't talk about me, and I won't talk about you. It's all a small matter. Forget what happened just now. Suyu was depressed and in a bad mood. He suddenly felt that the gossip he was watching was not good. Principal, are you considered dead or not? Seeing that he was no longer talking about it, Wan Tianxing breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Yes, it's a kind of enlightenment of the Tao of death, living toward death. Last time, when the blue sky opened the path, I realized that the Tao of death was missing. Later, I realized that I'm actually the same. You said that all living beings are like one another. I said that the Tao of love, life and death are emotions. Joy, anger, sorrow, and joy are all emotions. Without death, the Tao is incomplete. He looked at Suyu. The master of the Tao of dead spirits took away the Tao of death. Actually, all Taos have been separated, but I think the river of time still contains the Tao of death. Suyu nodded slightly. Forget it, let's not gossip about old Wan and get straight to business. He quickly asked, then, Principal, are you now, in the state of the Sea of Will? No. Wan Tianxing shook his head and smiled. Right now, I'm in the state of the Deity Eater. I've turned into the Tao, and the Tao is me. I've been preparing to leave my physical body and be reborn from death. It's just that your plan made me realize death one step ahead. Death is a good way to break free from the shackles of the physical body. Of course, the physical body has its advantages. Right now, my state is a little special. So you asked, is it good or bad? It's not easy to judge. Wan Tianxing smiled. I think there are more advantages to having a physical body. In my current state, I'm not weak, but if I encounter a place that targets the Tao, I'll be in trouble. For example, in a place where the Tao is sealed, you have a physical body and you're a top powerhouse, but my Tao is sealed, which means that I'm sealed and have no combat power at all. So, I'd better find a chance to restore my physical body. Suyu nodded. I think the enlightenment of the Tao of death seems to have brought humanity one step closer. Has Principal reached the heavenly venerable stage? That's not true. Wan Tianxing shook his head and smiled. Before, I was only a beginner quasi-king, a weak heavenly king. Now that I've comprehended more and become slightly stronger, it's inevitable that I'm not a heavenly venerable stage. Right now, I might not lose to those veteran heavenly kings. As for heavenly venerable stage, it's not that simple. Suyu smiled. Not bad. It seems that death is also a new life. This also provides some ideas for me to revive some dead spirits. Wan Tianxing nodded. Among the dead spirits, I think the river diagram is the easiest to revive. He has a physical body, so I can use him as a lab rat. I think it's very easy to revive the river diagram. The old tortoise opened a back door for the river diagram to turn into a dead spirit. After killing him, his physical body directly turned into a dead spirit. He too had never been to the dead spirit galaxy, so he went directly to the dead spirit world. Wan Tianxing smiled. In my opinion, he too's state is more like a half-dead person. If he too was successfully resurrected, he would be able to accumulate even more experience. Me, blue sky, and you have actually all embarked on this path of merging life and death. But I suggest that you open the path first before reviving. If you don't open the path, your enlightenment is still a level lower. It's very difficult to revive in such a state. Suyu nodded thoughtfully. That's right, maybe I should open the path. I previously threw the virtual Tao into the various great Taos to nurture. If Baijian returns and he sees it, it won't be good. Maybe I can take it back and prepare to open the path for me. At this point, Suyu suddenly smiled. I've thought of a good idea, steal some of the great Tao's power. Manner head, I'll first repair the Tao of the brush. It'll take some time before I fuse the Tao of the brush. After that, I'll extract all the Tao of the brush's power and stuff it into the records of civilization. That way, one page of my Tao of the brush will be extremely powerful. Yes, let's do that. Wan Tianxing also nodded. Good idea, but I'm worried that you'll destroy the Tao of the brush, the kind that really collapses. That's fine. Since Qingwen doesn't want it anymore, I'll give it a try. Suyu and Wan Tianxing stepped out of the Tao and stepped on Marquis Tongtian's body. Marquis Tongtian looked at Wan Tianxing and then at Suyu in confusion. Holy shit, what's going on? Wasn't he already dead? How could such a big living person hide in the great Taos? What the hell? Marquis Tongtian's worldview was a little shaken today. He really saw and encountered all kinds of strange situations. It was one thing for Suyu to be abnormal, but Wan Tianxing was not normal either. Were there not many normal people in the human race? The next moment, the two of them stepped into the air. Marquis Tongtian hurriedly chased after them, shouting, "Take me with you." Don't go so fast, Suyu ignored him. He wanted to try and see if he could calm the waves of the Tao of the brush and fuse it. Then, he would extract the power of the Tao of the brush and fuse it into the records of civilization. Yes, that's what I'll do. A moment later, they arrived at the Tao of the brush. Then, Suyu used the astral seal to suppress it and sorted out the power of the Tao of the brush. Then, he began to fuse the Tao from the very beginning, at this moment. In the land of endless darkness, the man in white who was fleeing was stunned. How many years had passed? It felt like my successor's Tao was severed just now. Yet, someone else had fused the Tao. Was it the previous one, or was it the beginning of a new era and a newcomer? Strange, he was a little confused. The next moment, his expression changed. Eh? Another severed Tao, what the hell? As for Suyu, he fused the Tao a little bit and controlled a little bit of rule force. Then, he frantically extracted the power of the Tao of the brush and sealed it into the records of civilization. Soon, an arrow appeared inside the page. Suyu was overjoyed. It really worked. Damn, in that case, I can totally extract the power of the Tao of the brush. As for the collapse, what does that have to do with me, in the land of endless darkness? The man in white was stunned again. How many years had passed? Someone had fused the Tao again. After a while, his Tao was severed again. My successor died again, died again, died again. Ah. The man in white suddenly went crazy. F***ck, what the hell was this? Did I sense wrongly? Impossible. One moment, he fused the Tao, the next moment, he severed the Tao. F***ck, your ancestors, what was going on? Could it be that in an instant, tens of millions of years had passed outside? I'm going to collapse. How many of my successors have died? He roared. He was really a little crazy. What was going on? How much was the difference in the flow of time? Had tens of millions of years passed outside? Merging with the Tao, extracting the power of the Tao of brush. Then merging with the Tao. Extracting again, breaking the Tao, and extracting a large amount of it. Suyu was a little addicted to this, only he could do this. The others could not even merge with the Tao of brush. Normal people would not play like this. If they continued to play like this and really destroyed their own Tao, who could bear it? At the side, Wan Tianxing and Marquis Tongtian watched for a while. Soon, Marquis Tongtian could not take it anymore and shouted, "Emperor Yu, let's go back. I can't take it anymore." Only then did Suyu walk out of the Tao of brush with a satisfied smile. Another page appeared in the records of civilization. Arrowhead Tao. He glanced at Marquis Tongtian and said with a smile, "Your strength is average, but the material is really good. Even this didn't kill you. I'm a little curious. What material did you use to forge it, and who forged it? Is it the natural gate, or was it artificially forged?" Previously, he did not pay much attention to this. But today, he was curious. A gate could seal an era. How terrifying. Of course, Marquis Tongtian was very weak now, but his nature should be quite high. Otherwise, Qingwen would not have needed to trick him into sealing an era. Also, sealing that era. Was the person of that era dead or something? there were some things that Suyu was still unclear about. Seeing Suyu mention this again, Marquis Tong Tian had a sorrowful look on his face. I am the Heaven's Gate, not created by anyone. Gates exist between heaven and earth. How can a gate forged by someone compare to the Heaven's Gate? Was that so? That might not be the case. Suyu felt that there would not be a few gates in this world for no reason. This guy was likely to have forged it artificially. He just did not know or did not want to say it. However, these things were indeed far from the present. It was enough to know the general situation. There was no need to delve into it. Whether it was the Heaven Gate or the Hell Gate, Suyu would definitely not be able to come into contact with them in a short time. Let's go back first. They had been here for a long time. Let's go back first. After a while, Suyu and the others returned. Everyone was slightly stunned when they saw Wan Tianxing. As for Bean Bun, he transformed into a ball of light and flew over, revealing a blank look in his eyes. What was going on? Wan Tianxing also looked at Do Bun. Seeing Do Bun staring at him, he smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist Do Bun, why are you looking at me? Also, fellow Daoist, why don't you restore your original body? Why do you maintain this state?" Bean Bun was at a loss and said, "My physical body exploded." Fellow Daoist, you must be joking. Wan Tianxing couldn't help but laugh. Fellow Daoist, you are formed from the rules of the Great Tao, so how can you have a physical body? The physical body is just an impression, an illusion of the will. It makes you feel that you have a physical body, so you have a physical body. In reality, that physical body is just a manifestation of the power of the laws. You just lost a lot of the power of the laws, so you're a little weak. He found it strange. It was one thing for others to lose their physical bodies, but why were you, Bean Bun and Steamed Biscuit, joining in the fun? Why did he also turn into a ball of light? Where did you get your physical bodies from? These two were the nomological Great Tao. Which nomological Great Tao had a physical body? Bean Bun was stunned, and he pondered. He had lived for a long time and knew that he was the nomological Great Tao, but didn't the nomological Great Tao have a physical body? Then, why did I have a furry body? Bean Bun was at a loss. But I feel that I have a physical body, and the physical bodies of our race are the same. They were all furballs. Wan Tianxing laughed. Fellow Taoist Bean Bun, this is the Tao of idealism. In other words, you think, or rather, King Wen thought that you should look like a furball, so he instilled this idea in you. As the nomological Great Tao, you can do whatever you want, so you turned into a furball. You became what I thought you were. After that, this kind of impression was formed. Bean Bun's lineage and the three furballs were actually different Great Taos, so how could they be the same? They were essentially Great Taos, but they were not the same Great Tao. Bean Bun was stunned again. In other words, my physical body. No, I don't actually have a physical body. I was just injured, and the power of the laws dissipated a lot, so I look a little weak? Yes. At this moment, Wan Tianxing was also in a similar state, so he naturally knew about Bean Bun's situation. Bean Bun was stunned for a moment, and then seemed to understand. Gradually, the light sphere turned into a big furball. Just like before, there were no signs of its physical body being broken, but its aura was much weaker. But it still appeared out of thin air. Gradually, people could feel that its physical body seemed to have recovered. In fact, this was not a physical body. Bean Bun, who had recovered his original appearance, glanced at Wan Tianxing with some curiosity. Soon, he looked at the cue ball and shouted, "Wife, you can recover too." How? Just think about it. I have a physical body, I have a physical body. Think about it for a while, and you will have it. Husband, is it that easy? Yes. The couple conversed for a while, and after a while, the cue ball also recovered. Like Bean Bun, it was only a little weak, but its physical body had recovered. The other light spheres were somewhat surprised. They were also deep in thought. The nomological Great Tao, these two were different from everyone else. The God-Eater race was very special. Nomological Tao spirit was actually very rare, but there were 3 of them. Now, even if Wan Tianxing did not recover his physical body, he could barely say that he was also a nomological Tao spirit, only retaining some of his memories. This was the difference between him and Bean Bun. Being Bun and the others might have been powerhouses in the past, merging with the Great Tao and becoming Great Tao spirits. At this moment, Suyu was just watching from the side. It was a good thing that Bean Bun and Steamed Biscuit recovered. They were slightly weaker than before, but with some recovery, their injuries were not as serious as they seemed. Suyu felt a little strange. He looked at Bean Bun, and after a while, he said, "Senior Bean Bun, are you a Tao of devouring?" "Ah?" Suyu frowned. "Are you sure you're not mistaken? If you are a Tao of devouring, why do you feel different from Jiuyue?" Bean Bun said blankly, "I am not a Tao of devouring, don't you know?" Suyu was stunned. Not a Tao of devouring? Bean Bun looked at him with a strange expression, as if he thought Suyu was a big idiot. He explained, "Last time when I fought with Sky Ancient, I borrowed Qingwen to possess me. I am a Tao of time reversal." Bean Bun had never been a great Tao of devouring. It was just that Suyu thought it was. Bean Bun said, "My Tao, time reversal," but Suyu frowned. "Time is irreversible." Bean Bun was stunned. "Irreversible?" Suyu said in a low voice, "Last time you borrowed Qingwen, I saw it. It's not that I didn't see it, but I know that something like time is irreversible. If Senior Bean Bun thinks that time can be reversed, and you cultivate the Tao of time reversal, then after so many years, it is understandable that you haven't become a heavenly king, empyrean, or even master of the laws." Because his comprehension was wrong, just like the old turtle's Tao was not a defensive Tao, but an offensive Tao. Bean Bun actually thought that his Tao could really reverse time. If he continued to work on this, it was already surprising that he could reach the second grade Tao integration pinnacle stage. He had thought that Bean Bun knew his own Great Tao. After all, he had cultivated to this level. But it seemed that Bean Bun still thought that his Tao was the Tao of time reversal. Wan Tianqing nodded and said, "It's impossible to reverse time. Time is the only thing. Humans can't go back in time. No living being can reverse time." He looked at Bean Bun. "Fellow Taoist Bean Bun, do you think that your Tao can reverse time and make people go back in time?" Bean Bun murmured, "That's right, I can even reverse time to a very long time ago, and I've been dreaming all this time. I don't know how many years have passed in my dreams, but I feel like I can go back in time." He knew that he wasn't a great Tao of devouring, but he thought that he could reverse time. Could it be that they were wrong? At this moment, Suyu discovered that Fat Ball and Princess Chi had disappeared. He didn't really care. They had probably left together. At this moment, he was more interested in Bean Bun's Tao. Bean Bun could be considered a veteran Tao integration cultivator. A very old one. He had reached Tao integration during King Wen's era. Now, most of his contemporaries had become heavenly monarchs, heavenly venerables, and even masters of the laws. Logically speaking, Bean Bun himself was a great Tao, so there was no reason for him to be stuck at the second grade Tao integration stage. Suyu had once said that Bean Bun and the others were the favored children of the heavens. In the end, this favored child was a bit of a drag. Suyu hesitated. "When you were with King Wen, didn't he tell you what the essence of your Tao was?" "Of course I ate." Bean Bun was dumbfounded. "At that time I was only responsible for eating. I didn't care about anything else." "Eat," Suyu shook his head. That definitely wasn't the key. These old antiques tended to forget some important information. Suyu felt that King Wen couldn't possibly not tell him. However, as a scholar, King Wen might not have explained it so clearly. King Wen was this kind of person. He liked to make things more mysterious and appear more cultured. For example, he made the Tao of writing extremely complicated. No matter what he did, he liked to make it seem plausible. He probably wanted Bean Bun to comprehend it himself. In any case, he didn't lack a master of the laws. In the end, he left in a hurry and didn't leave anything behind. Time reversal. Suyu opened the heavenly gate and looked at Bean Bun. He could see the great Tao clearly through the heavenly gate. However, there were some Taos that Suyu couldn't comprehend deeply. He could easily be confused and misled. Bean Bun had cultivated for many years, but he still felt that he had mastered the Tao of time reversal. Was that true? In Suyu's opinion, time was mostly related to speed. For example, little Zhou Wang's time acceleration, however, reversing the past wasn't an issue of speed. Suyu looked closely. There were indeed some faintly discernible images on Bean Bun's power of the Great Tao. It seemed like he could really reverse the past. So you suddenly said, Senior Bean Bun, reverse me. Reverse me to the past. Huh? Bean Bun was surprised. You're too young. If I reverse you to the past, you'll die before you're even born. That made sense, Suyu nodded. Reverse Senior Hong Meng. Hong Meng was an old antique, so it didn't matter. At this moment, Hong Meng didn't refuse and smiled. Bean Bun, give it a try. Sometimes, we might not be able to see through the essence of the Great Tao. Previously, I thought that my bloodline should be on the defensive. In the end, his Tao companion's Tao wasn't defense, but a female tortoise that liked to fight. Although Bean Bun was at a loss, he was still willing to give it a try. In an instant, the power of the Great Tao erupted. Hong Meng didn't defend or resist. He allowed Bean Bun's power of the Great Tao to invade him. Hong Meng seemed to be returning to the past at a visible rate. He was reversing time and gradually becoming younger. As for Suyu, he watched carefully. He discovered that Hong Meng really seemed to have become younger. Of course, being younger didn't make a difference to Hong Meng. His strength didn't change either. However, after a while, Hong Meng seemed to have fallen from the strength of a heavenly king to a second-grade Tao integration. Bean Bun was also panting heavily. Look, I told you I could turn back time. Look, even the old turtle's cultivation base has dropped. He panted and quickly retracted the power of the Great Tao. As for Hong Meng, after a while, he expelled the influence of the power of the Great Tao and returned to his peak. At this moment, Suyu looked at Wan Tianxing, and Wan Tianxing also looked at Suyu. Suddenly, Suyu took out the starry seal. Try reversing it. What? Against the starry seal. Bean Bun said in distress, I only target living things, not dead things. The starry seal is a stone, how do I reverse it? Suyu said with a smile, try it. Even a stone has a past. Bean Bun was speechless and could only continue trying. As for the starry seal, it really didn't affect it at all. Suyu fell into deep thought. After a while, he said, try it on me, just add a little bit of nomological power. Alright. Bean Bun threw a little bit of nomological power to Suyu, just a little bit. As for Suyu, he endured some nomological power and silently experienced it. After a while, his body suddenly shrunk a little, and his strength dropped a little. Everyone was shocked, fearing that he would return to his mother's womb. Fortunately, Bean Bun hurriedly retracted the nomological power. As for Suyu, he quickly returned to his original appearance and strength. Bean Bun muttered, see, I said I will reverse you to the past. Suyu silently experienced it. After a while, he suddenly smiled and said, try again. Again? One more time. Alright, seeing his request, Bean Bun didn't stand on ceremony and continued to throw some nomological power similar to before. However, this time, Suyu didn't move at all. There was no reaction at all, just like a stone. Bean Bun was stunned for a moment and continued to increase the influence of the nomological power. As for Suyu, he still maintained his original state. After a while, Bean Bun was extremely annoyed and continued to increase the output of nomological power. Suyu shouted, stop. Bean Bun panted a little, how did you do it? He actually wasn't affected. Suyu didn't seem to use nomological power to resist it. Moreover, he didn't have any nomological power now. Suyu smiled. I understand a little. He looked at Wan Tianxing. He had actually discussed this topic with Wan Tianxing before. Wan Tianxing also looked at Suyu and nodded slightly, willpower interference. Suyu also nodded and said with a smile, it's willpower interference, or rather, illusion. Wan Tianxing nodded again, yes, that's what I guessed too. The path of time isn't the path of speed, so it's most likely an illusion. It's a method similar to self-hypnosis. Seeing everyone looking at him, he explained, back then, I discussed with Emperor Yu that traveling through time and returning to a certain node is actually a method of willpower interference. For example, when Bean Bun borrowed power from King Wen, it was because his willpower was too strong. He passed through some space-time barriers and left behind a strong willpower call at a certain node, causing King Wen to feel a sudden impulse. It can be considered a kind of prediction. He left a force at a certain place, and many years later, Bean Bun borrowed it. And now, Bean Bun's time reversal is actually a kind of illusion interference, a kind of willpower interference, making you feel that you are being interfered with and reversed. It has a strong hypnotic effect. Bean Bun was stunned for a moment. On the other side, the light ball sky destroyer understood and suddenly laughed, saying, "You mean that Bean Bun is actually a hypnotist and not a powerhouse that can reverse time?" Bean Bun was also very depressed. "It couldn't be, right?" Wan Tianxing smiled and said, "You're generally right, but a powerhouse is still a powerhouse. Hypnosis is also a powerhouse. It's not hypnosis that's strong, but the direct effect of willpower, making your willpower believe everything. Therefore, even if Bean Bun dealt with fellow Taoist primordial chaos would feel that he has returned to the past and his realm has fallen." So you concluded, "In conclusion, I think it can still be explained as an illusion. To create an illusion for the enemy, forcing them to believe that I have been reversed to the past, Bean Bun's power of rule has a strong guiding nature. When his power of rule comes into contact with me, I will have a feeling that I am going to return to the past, that I am going to be reversed, that I am going to fall." As for the second time, Suyu wasn't affected. That was because his willpower was strong and he firmly believed in it, so he wasn't affected too much. At this moment, Bean Bun said dejectedly, "Then, am I a hypnotist who creates illusions?" "I am a powerhouse that can reverse time." Suyu smiled and said, "This Tao isn't weak. I think it's very powerful. Any great Tao is very powerful. Whether it's time reversal or illusion hypnosis, I don't think there's much difference in essence." He looked at Bean Bun. "Senior Bean Bun, you can think more about this. The essence of the great Tao is the same. Time reversal is stronger than this Tao?" "That's not necessarily true." Bean Bun was still depressed. So you smiled again and said, "Senior Bean Bun, think more about it. I think this is more powerful than time reversal. My first Shunwen pill also has an illusion effect, which is very helpful to me. Moreover, this isn't a simple illusion, it's also a kind of willpower hypnosis. It's simply a combination of gods." So you smiled and said, "If you don't believe me, change your way of thinking. Don't think about hypnotizing someone to return to the past. Think about it, Xianxia is a dog. If you use the power of rule to deal with him, even if he knows that he's being hypnotized, he might still think that he's a dog." "Really?" Bean Bun was surprised. Xianxia's light ball instantly escaped, however, how could he be faster than Bean Bun? In the blink of an eye, he was blocked by Bean Bun. Bean Bun's power of rule instantly erupted with a strong calling intent, "You're a dog, you're a dog." Xianxia's light ball struggled fiercely, however, it was useless. After a while, within the light ball, Xianxia's shadow seemed to change shape. Gradually, it turned into a puppy shadow similar to a little white dog, with a blank look in his eyes. Soon, Xianxia shook his head as if he was still confused. "Xianxia, what race are you?" Suyu asked. Xianxia turned his head, hesitated for a moment, and said with some struggle, "Dog race, what's wrong? Did Emperor you forget?" Around them, the light balls were shocked, F*ck, what the hell? As for Xianxia, he looked a little uncomfortable, wagging his tail, a little confused. Soon, he looked at Bean Bun. "Bean Bun, what did you do to me just now?" Bean Bun was also stunned. Soon, he withdrew the power of rule. As for Xianxia, he gradually eliminated the influence of the power of rule. The next moment, he suddenly screamed, F*ck, I'm not a dog, I'm not. Everyone's heart palpitated, they all looked at Bean Bun, but Bean Bun's eyes were also blank. This was the first time he tried this. In its mind, it was a master of the Tao of time reversal. Why, wasn't it time reversal? Suyu and Wan Tianxing weren't surprised. When Wan Tianxing taught Suyu the power of rule in ancient city, he had mentioned that time was the only thing. Everything else related to time was actually a kind of willpower interference or an illusion of speed. At this moment, Suyu smiled, "Senior Bean Bun, next, you have to pay more attention to this. Xianxia is seriously injured now, so he's not strong. It's easy to disturb him, but it's difficult to disturb a heavenly king. If you disturb a sun and moon king, even if you say he's your grandson, he'll believe it, The main reason was that Bean Bun was too strong, but it was difficult to disturb existences at the same level. Suyu's eyes changed. Senior Bean Bun, this is good. Bean Bun was a little depressed. Is it good? I feel it's not very useful. Suyu smiled. These old geezers were a little rigid. Senior Bean Bun, you're wrong. In my opinion, your Tao has been developed to the extreme, and it's extremely powerful. For example, during a battle, you can disturb some weak Tao integration stage cultivators and instill a belief in them. You're all my clones or my spies, and it's time to set things right. Perhaps you'll make Tao integration stage cultivators rebel. Suyu's eyes lit up. This is actually a type of control Tao, and it's very powerful. Of course, it might not be the best among those of the same cultivation level, but I feel like it's thousands of times more powerful than the physical body Tao or the warrior Tao. If Senior becomes a heavenly king, perhaps you can control anyone below the heavenly king level. I feel like disturbing them with the great Tao is much more powerful than the endurance Tao. The endurance Tao only allows them to endure. But Senior's Tao can make them betray their original masters. Suyu's eyes became brighter and brighter. Senior Bean Bun, you have to develop more and broaden your thinking. Right now, you're only thinking about reversing them to the past. The past will weaken them, and that's not a good choice. You can make them think about betrayal. Of course, this will cause them to resist violently, but you can also make them misunderstand. For example, you can make the Sky Destroyer think that he's a tree, the kind that won't move. Bean Bun quickly used the power of laws toward the Sky Destroyer. The Sky Destroyer fled frantically. Don't test it on me, use Xinghong. However, how could he escape from Bean Bun when he was severely injured? In the next instant, the Sky Destroyer's ball of light suddenly transformed into a tree. On the tree, there seemed to be a blank face. I'm a tree, and I can't move. Everyone shuddered with fear. Is this even possible? Bean Bun was also dazed. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. In the next instant, the Sky Destroyer transformed into a fish. I'm a fish, and everyone can eat me. Then, he transformed into a small furball. I'm a member of the God-Eater tribe, and I can devour heaven and earth. Bean Bun is my daddy. Everyone looked at Bean Bun. Bean Bun was having a lot of fun. Some were excited, some were happy, and some were excited. This is so fun. It feels much more fun than time reversal. The strong interference of Will-made Sky Destroyer, who was weaker than him, unable to resist at all. In the next moment, Bean Bun threw away the Sky Destroyer. He was extremely excited. Suddenly, he looked at the old tortoise. A powerful law force swept over. The old tortoise hurriedly dodged. Bean Bun shouted, "Let me try, Scram." The old tortoise shuddered. Scram, you motherf asterisk cur, what are you doing? Old tortoise, let's play. Let me see if you can turn into a female tortoise, F asterisk CKU. In the distance, Sky Destroyer woke up. After waking up, without the interference of the great Tao, he actually remembered everything. At this moment, he was filled with grief and indignation. Bastard, this is too much, Bean Bun, sooner or later, I will beat you up. If I can't beat you, I will beat your son. Yes, I will beat that little furball. Meanwhile, Suyu looked at Bean Bun with a smile. He ignored the chase between Bean Bun and the old tortoise and looked at Wan Tianxing with a smile. Palace Chief, Bean Bun. I think he might reach the Heavenly King stage soon. Wan Tianxing nodded and also smiled. Bean Bun's comprehension of the Great Tao is not very strong. Or rather, his understanding of the essence of the Great Tao is not very deep. Relying on brute force and spending so many years, he was still able to reach the top-tier Tao integration stage. Now that he has comprehended the essence of the Great Tao, although he did not comprehend it himself, he should be able to reach the Heavenly King stage very soon. Beside him, the Fate Emperor sighed with emotion. This is talent, there is nothing to be envious of. Take me for example, my comprehension of the Great Tao is not low, but this is talent. Bean Bun, by relying on his wrong understanding of the Great Tao, can actually reach the top-tier Tao integration stage. This can even open up a new Tao. There was nothing to say, there was really nothing to be envious of. This was talent, this was aptitude, the spirit of the Great Tao. Meanwhile, on the other side, Pot Cake looked at Suyu eagerly. Suyu smiled. Senior Pot Cake, I feel that it might really be the Tao of engulfment. It is not a mistake, because Senior's Tao is rather simple. I also have some understanding of the Tao of engulfment, so I feel that Senior's comprehension of the Tao is still correct. Bean Bun's Tao was a little complicated. Pot Cake really was not that complicated. Meanwhile, Pot Cake was extremely dispirited. In that case, I can't play around as I please like the owner? Bean Bun's Tao was too fun, it could turn a person into a dog, a tree, or a fish. How fun, Suyu smiled. The Tao of engulfment is also very powerful. September also cultivates the Tao of engulfment. I feel that the two of you can discuss it more. After resolving the problems of these few people, Suyu looked at the others. At the moment, it seems that everyone should have no problems recovering. Wait for me for a while, I need to make some preparations. Also, I might be preparing to open up a path. Whether I dig a hole before opening up a path or after opening up a path depends on the situation of the civilization. Suyu smiled and said, there is not much difference whether it is before or after opening up a path. However, I will try to dig a hole before opening up a path. The Fate Emperor hesitated and said, Sovereign Yu, it is better to come after opening up a path. It is safer. Suyu shook his head. No, dig a hole first. This way, everyone will strengthen their Tao, increase their strength, and recover their physical bodies. As for me opening up a path, I will open up a path from the primordial chaos, and the primordial chaos will transform into tens of thousands of Taos. At that time I will invite everyone to observe the Tao. Observe the Tao, the Fate Emperor was shocked. Suyu wants to observe the Tao for everyone, observe a heaven opener opening up a path, is Suyu considered a heaven opener? At this moment, countless thoughts appeared in the Fate Emperor's mind. As for the others, some understood, some didn't. Lan Tian also quickly appeared with a serious expression. Do you want to open up a path alone or in the river of time? Open up a path in the primordial chaos alone. Lan Tian frowned. Now, where is the primordial chaos? Suyu smiled and said, where is the primordial chaos? Below the dead soul's domain, above the upper realm, in the chaotic mountain, the endless void. It is all primordial chaos. Outside the river of time, the great Tao of the dead souls, and the human emperor's great Tao, it is all primordial chaos. The primordial chaos transforms into tens of thousands of Taos, tens of thousands of Taos transforms into primordial chaos. Everyone, if you can seize these two opportunities and properly sort out your own great Tao, perhaps, you will all have some gains. Suyu suddenly became a little arrogant. Suyu, even though I am not as good as the Master of Time, the Master of Dead Souls, or the Human Emperor, in this day and age, I, Suyu, might be the only one who is willing to open up the heavens by myself. Open up the heavens, he wanted to open up the heavens, open up another heavens, just like the Human Emperor, even if it wasn't as strong or as big as the Human Emperor, he was still willing to open it up. Back then, the Time Master didn't seem to have chosen to open up the heavens. Instead, he maintained his pseudo-Tao state. Suyu wasn't too sure what the Time Master was thinking. Perhaps, he felt that he would open up the heavens after perfecting the Book of Time, but Suyu felt that he wouldn't have to wait too long. The Time Master's ambitions were great. The Book of Time would first nourish the Tao. Once it was strong enough, he could open up the heavens. But right now, Suyu couldn't wait any longer, open up the heavens first, then think about it later. Even if the Tao he opened was incomparably weak, it was still the Tao of opening up the heavens. In this world, how many people had opened up the heavens? The Master of Time, the Master of Dead Souls, and the Human Emperor. At present, there were only these three. Had Qingwen opened up the heavens? Hard to say. Qingwen had given up on the Tao of the brush. Perhaps he had also chosen to open up the heavens. But where was Qingwen's heavens? He didn't know. How far had he opened them? Suyu wasn't sure either. And then there was the human ancestor. Was the Tao of the fleshly body really his only great Tao? This was hard to say. Perhaps the human ancestor had long since given up on the Tao of the fleshly body and chosen to open up the heavens elsewhere. This wasn't impossible. Perhaps this group of people were all heaven splitters. As for observing the heavens, no matter how weak Suyu's opening was, he was still a heaven splitter. In the past, not even the masters of the laws had the opportunity to observe, but now, Suyu was willing to let others see it. So what if they saw it? Suyu smiled and said, "Everyone, prepare yourselves. Once I'm sure how many people will come from my side, I hope you won't miss out on 2 chances. There's also the great path diagram of the human sovereign. Perhaps, it'll count as 3 chances. I hope some people will seize this opportunity." This kind of opportunity was too hard to come by. Suyu's comprehension of the Great Tao, the human emperor's comprehension of the Great Tao, excavating the river of time, sorting through the myriad Taos, all of this, in any era, might be the dream of the top experts. At this moment, even the Fate Emperor was a bit shaken. Open up the heavens. Suyu wanted to open up the heavens. At this time, he chose to give up on opening a path on the river of time. At this moment, the Fate Emperor sighed. "Emperor Yu, your ambition is boundless." Wu Ming sighs in admiration. However, Suyu shook his head. "It's not ambition. I'm just learning from the predecessors. When I saw the peerless experts choose to open up their own paths, choose to open up another sky, I knew that this was the true path of the Great Tao." Suyu smiled and said, "The Master of Time opened up this new world for us. Those who come later want to surpass their predecessors, not to be stuck in the old ways. Of course, they might fail. Even the human emperor has broken off the path of opening up the heavens. This path is extremely difficult." Suyu looked at him. "You know the meaning of opening up the heavens?" The Fate Emperor nodded and sighed. "I know. Back then, the ancestors of my race said that in this world, there are a few people that we can never surpass. They have left their legends in every corner of this world. You will never forget them. Even after thousands of years, when you forget everyone, when you stand at a certain height, you will see them and look up to them." With some envy and longing, he said, "Those people, even if they die, even if they fall for millions of years, the mediocre do not deserve to know. Only legends can see legends." This was also Suyu's thought that day. That day, he thought of the master of dead spirits, even if he had really fallen and died. As long as the future generations could see the essence of the great path, they would know how great and legendary the master of dead spirits was. If the future generations saw the human emperor's great path, they would understand how regretful it was. Like him, they would be eager to understand the past of these people and their legends. Why did the human emperor fail to open up the path? Now, Suyu and the others knew that after countless years, people might forget about it. However, one day, someone would see the incomplete great path and be filled with curiosity. Why did such a person who opened up the heavens choose to give up halfway? What kind of legendary story would that be? They would definitely be interested. For example, Suyu was actually very interested in the Master of Time, the Master of Dead Spirits, and the others, even if they had never appeared, even if they might have fallen millions of years ago. This was the yearning that Suyu and the others had for legends. Since ancient times, the sages had always been lonely. It was not the sages who were lonely, but the fact that there were no sages after the sages. No one could understand them, and no one could know about them. You are not worthy to know about them, and those sages obviously did not care whether a group of mediocre people like you knew about them. Legends, only legends. Suyu looked up at the sky and looked at the great path of time. Suddenly, he felt a surge of emotions. "I want to open up the path. No matter how strong the way of the pen is, it is not the path that I want to walk. In this era, someone needs to witness legends." Ideals were great, but reality was cruel. The reason why Suyu wanted to dig a hole first was because he had the intention to sort out the myriad Daos. He had comprehended many great Daos, but many of them were superficial. He needed to sort them out systematically. Opening the path wasn't that easy. Or rather, the current Suyu just wanted to feel the stones to cross the river. It was a simple attempt, including the fusion of the myriad Daos. The current Suyu just wanted to make a start. He would perfect it later. As for the Book of Time, it was gradually perfected in its embryonic form. He wanted to finish it in one go. Once he succeeded in opening the path, he might instantly possess the strength of the master of the great Tao of necromancy. This was the difference between Suyu and the Time Master. Of course, the essence of the myriad Daos was still the same. However, if Suyu wanted to perfect it in the later stages, it would probably be a little more difficult. That was because he had already opened the Tao, and it would be very difficult to have a chance to correct mistakes. Time Master, at this moment, Suyu thought of the Book of Time again. Did he want to devour the Book of Time? Was the Time Master dead or not? If not, why didn't the Time Master use the Book of Time to open the path, or was there no chance, no time? This was what Suyu didn't understand at the moment. The more he looked, the more he felt that the Time Master must want to open the sky. But why not take the risk? If it's me, at the critical moment, who cares if it's perfect or not, I will try to open the path first. Maybe there will be a chance to turn the tables? The Book of Time was thrown back to the Myriad worlds. Was it the Time Master's doing? At the last moment, there was no chance to open the path. Or could it be that the Time Master behind the heavenly gate had no way to open the path? Was there a flaw? All kinds of thoughts emerged. Opening the path was definitely not that simple. The fusion of the Myriad Daos was something Suyu might not be able to do. The path he opened might only be an extremely simple Great Dao, but it was enough. Everything was difficult at the beginning. If he didn't start, how could he continue? Blue sky, Suyu shouted and quickly said, Senior Primordial Chaos, please call my master and the others. Also, there are some dead spirits over at the river diagram. They are all King Wen's students, Wanfu Prefect. Suyu called out to them one by one and said in a low voice, in the next few days, everyone should properly sort out what you've learned. As for me, I'm going to study the fusion of the Great Dao. The time limit is half a month. Half a month later, the human realm should be almost done cleaning up. 10 days of digging should be enough. Within a month, the entire Tianyuan domain will sink into the Dead Souls domain and prepare to open the way. At this moment, the group of dots of light looked somewhat solemn. Bean Bun stopped chasing Hong Meng. King of Great Zhou revealed his phantom image and looked at Suyu, sighing. Opening the path now is probably very dangerous, right? Suyu smiled. Danger? A little, I guess. The biggest danger is that the fusion of 10,000 Daos fails, and I won't be able to develop the power of Great Dao from the chaos. At that time, the civilization might be destroyed. I might really become a Sun-Moon tier cultivator. That was probably the biggest loss they had suffered. The path would be broken, everything that Suyu had invested in the civilization would go up in smoke. To Suyu, that would be an incomparably huge loss. For the civilization, he had invested too much. There were many things to carry, a large number of treasures, and countless corpses. Just the Master of the Laws alone, he had fused a complete corpse into it. As for heavenly kings and heavenly venerables, Suyu had fused them all. In these few years, Suyu had obtained countless treasures. In the end, most of them were fused into the civilization. Once the civilization was destroyed, that was the true destruction of the foundation. Once it was destroyed, would Suyu have the chance to do it again? Even if he could do it again, where would he find the corpse of the Master of the Laws? Where could he go to kill so many experts? Hearing Suyu's words, King of Great Zhou sighed. Why not wait? Suyu smiled. Wait for what? That's probably what the Time Master thought back then. Perfect it first, then open the path. More importantly, where would I find so many opportunities and time to wait for you? Everything can happen. Maybe I'll die tomorrow. Time waits for no man. Wait, if he waited for perfection, Suyu would wait for everyone to thoroughly study all the ways to fuse the Great Daos together. Then, he would wait for the Great Daos to strengthen to the Dao integration realm, or even the Master of the Laws realm. At that time, he would already be incomparably powerful. Once he opened the path, he would instantly become an expert on the same level as the Lord of Dead Spirits. This was probably the Time Master's idea. But something unexpected happened to her. What a pity, the human emperor was also waiting to slowly perfect it. Waiting to slowly open it, but something unexpected happened too. Suyu felt that it was normal for accidents to happen. Because this was splitting open the sky, a true creation of heaven and earth. It wouldn't be easy to succeed. Also, what was his core Dao? In fact, even now, Suyu hadn't perfected his own Dao. The human emperor was responsibility, the Lord of Dead Spirits was the Dao of Dead Spirits, then what was his core Dao? This was also what Suyu wanted to sort out. This might be very crucial. It might even be the core of the entire Dao. The fusion of all Daos required a main Dao as a foundation. Without even confirming the foundation, how could he open the path? Suyu's grasping of time left the king of the Great Zhou completely speechless. He didn't know how to persuade Suyu. Suyu's preparation was too simple. The human emperor spent countless years to prepare. Suyu was too sudden, too fast. Now really wasn't the best time. Of course, to others, the earlier they observed the Tao, the better. Everyone could improve. Countless thoughts flashed through the king of Great Zhou's illusory image, which trembled a bit. He turned back into a projection and looked at Suyu. Back then, when the human emperor opened the path, although I didn't personally witness it, Emperor Yu told me a bit about it. Emperor Yu's Tao is the same as the human emperor's, connecting to the river of time and absorbing energy? Did you dig an opening for this? Suyu shook his head. No, I won't connect to the river of time for now. The power of the river of time is too strong. I only want to open a small path. Unlike the human emperor and the others, they need a large amount of energy and the power of laws. Currently, I don't need much energy. It's enough for me to become a heavenly king. It doesn't matter even if I can't become a heavenly venerable. In that case, the external energy will be enough for me to open a path. If the power of the river of time is too strong, it will easily disperse the small path I open. At the later stage, if I want to strengthen my great Tao, I might need to steal a large amount of the power of laws to perfect my great Tao. But now is clearly not the time. The king of the Great Zhou nodded. That was true. Suyu's requirements weren't high. He just wanted to open a path and didn't need too much energy for the time being. That Emperor Yu, what great Tao is his foundation? He asked again. Was Suyu ready? He felt a little complicated. I want to ask one more thing. Did Emperor Yu feel anything in the land of the Tao origin? Did, Suyu glanced at him and sneered, you mean the human emperor's great Tao? You really know a lot. You're an old liar through and through. I suspect that you're here to choose a successor for the human emperor. What flame bearer? You're here to choose a disciple or a successor for the human emperor. However, you're so weak. Are you sure you're qualified? Suyu snorted, old liar, I seriously suspect that you're hiding something. You're hiding a trump card. I said that Baijian has colluded with the primordial giant clan. If the primordial giant clan is the bloodline left behind by the human ancestor, then you, old liar, don't tell me you're hiding the human emperor's bloodline? Suyu sneered, there are many interesting things. This one of the all heavens, may be a war between the human race in essence. All of them are immortals and demon gods from the human race, including the primordial giant clan. Then which expert are the immortals and demon gods descended from? Now that the Hell King's bloodline has appeared, in a few years, these fellows who call themselves the holy race may become one of the races in the all heavens. At that time, others will say that the holy race is also a branch of the human race. Of course, that's just a legend. The later generations will only scoff at it. How is that possible? We're the human race. What does the holy race have to do with us? Suyu sighed, this all heavens is unimaginably complicated. You, King of Great Zhou, have seen and experienced a lot. I think you still have some tricks up your sleeves, but you haven't taken them out yet. Forget it, leave it for the human emperor's successor. Suyu curled his lips, when I went to the human emperor's great Tao, it wanted to merge with me. Sorry, I won't do it. Maybe you know something about that great Tao. Is it something a human can walk? It's a Tao that works like a slave. The human emperor only thinks about the human emperor, not me. The king of Great Zhou's phantom trembled. He was a little shaken and not calm. His voice trembled, you mean, the human emperor's Tao chose you, but you rejected it? That's right. Why? The king of Great Zhou roared. At this moment, he could no longer hold it in. He did not know that Suyu rejected the great Tao. Suyu did not mention it either. The king of Great Zhou was infuriated, why did you make such a choice? His Majesty, the human emperor, opened the Tao. There are no traps. His Majesty is the expert who cares about the human race the most in this world. He is stronger than King Wen and King Wu, and he has a sense of responsibility. He will not be like King Wen and the rest, choosing to abandon the human race and leave for his own benefit. He will choose to let the human emperor bear the calamity of the world. They enjoy the glory of the human race and the mythical status bestowed upon them. In their eyes, their selfishness is far greater than the public's. Whether it's King Wen or King Wu, they care more about themselves. Only His Majesty racked his brains for the human race. He suppressed the internal threat and resolved the external threat. Give him another few tens of thousands of years, and he will be able to completely accommodate the entire Wan and turn the heavens into the human race's territory. At this moment, the king of Great Zhou was no longer as calm as before. Perhaps the destruction of his physical body and the damage to the Great Tao had caused him to lose his cool, perhaps Su Yu's contemptuous and disdainful attitude had driven him mad. Why did you reject it? Is the human emperor's Tao not good? His Majesty is the true human emperor. Everything he did was for the sake of the human race, unlike the current human masters, who all have their own selfish motives and selfish interests. The king of Great Zhou said angrily, since you can inherit it, why don't you? After inheriting it, even if you can't fuse with it quickly, you can quickly become a heavenly king, a heavenly venerable, or even someone who has fought 100 battles or even surpassed 100 battles. You can truly fight the master of the laws. Why did Su Yu reject it? As for Su Yu, he had a calm look on his face. In the surroundings, a group of people were originally about to disperse. At this moment, each and every one of them was trembling with fear, not making a sound at the side and maintaining silence. Su Yu seemed to have a conflict with the king of Great Zhou, or rather, this was the first time the king of Great Zhou took the initiative to find fault with Su Yu. Before this, the king of Great Zhou was the most tolerant. Even if Su Yu deliberately found fault, he could deal with it calmly and easily resolve it. Su Yu looked at him and waited for him to stop roaring before saying calmly, so what? I said, I'm not the human emperor. Do you know what the core of the human emperor's great Tao is? Perhaps you do know. But, do you think that I, Su Yu, am that kind of person? Su Yu looked around and said slowly, therefore, there is only one human emperor. Therefore, King Wen is just King Wen and King Wu is just King Wu. In that era, to be able to suppress King Wen and the rest, to be able to make King Wen and the rest submit to him, the human emperor naturally has his greatness. No one will deny that. It was an era where monsters were born, it was an era where the 4 kings shone brightly, and in that era, there was only one ruler, the human emperor. No one could acknowledge the greatness of the human emperor, no one could acknowledge the achievements of the human emperor. But, not everyone wanted to become the human emperor. Su Yu did not want to. Su Yu stared coldly at the king of Great Zhou and said indifferently, the human emperor shouldered a heavy burden. He thought hard about himself and wanted the happiness of others. He is a saint. Perhaps he has his own selfish motives or perhaps he has his own plans. However, in my eyes, he is indeed a saint. But, King of Great Zhou, not everyone wants to become a saint. Becoming a saint is too tiring, too bitter, too difficult. I would rather be as carefree as King Wen and the rest, coming and going as I please, killing and protecting as I please, than for this human race and this world to become my shackles. Baijian returned and I retreated, unwilling to compete with him. Do you still not understand? Su Yu's loud voice reverberated in all directions. If I really wanted to become the second human emperor, I would not have retreated from the human realm at this moment. I said that I, Su Yu, want to protect and protect. Only those that I want to protect and protect are the ones that I should be responsible for. Su Yu shouted, you want me to protect someone like Baijian? He is not wrong, perhaps he is right, but he abandoned us, so why should I help him now? When he had the ability, he chose to endure for a greater victory, so why should I be responsible for him? Tolerance is also relative. Back then, when Zhou Mingren and the rest made things difficult for me in the academy, you want me to forgive them, tolerate them, and forget the grudge with a smile, is that possible? Heavenly King Jin is also a human. He did not betray the human race, at least he did not betray the human race in your eyes. However, he has wronged teacher Lu Wenyan and the others. Should I forgive them? Marquis Dark Shadow and the others did not do wrong to serve Baijian. When I left, I should not have abandoned them. This is also tolerance because they are humans, but I am not happy. Why should I take them away? Su Yu shouted, so, I am not that kind of person. The human emperor's great Tao, in a moment of soft-heartedness, presented itself once for me to inherit. I gave it up, and then it never appeared again. Do you know why? Because the great Tao also knows that it is only a momentary sense of responsibility, it will not last forever. The great Tao wants me to take responsibility for this human. What a joke. So you said coldly, I am not a saint, I have said it many times. I am only one of the millions of living beings. I have the ability, and I am willing to take responsibility. I am willing to help those who helped me in the past. I am willing to help some pitiful people because of pity, not responsibility. This is not my responsibility, and I am not willing to take this responsibility. I don't need to be forced on me. Zhou Tian, do you understand what I am saying? This was the first time he had called Zhou Tian by his name. I am Suyu. I am not the second human emperor, nor am I the human emperor's heir. I have my own ideas, and I don't want the responsibility that is forced on me. Perhaps one day, I will change, but not now. Suyu regained his composure. If you think it is inappropriate, then get out of here now. You should have some trump cards, so go and fight them yourself. What I need is a group of like-minded people. I want to kill, so kill with me. I want to drink, so drink with me. I want to destroy one, so follow me to conquer the myriad worlds. Do as you please, speak freely, and watch the winds and clouds rise and fall. One day, if I find this human annoying, he can live and die on his own. Why should I care? If one day, the human race doesn't listen to me, do I have to be thick-skinned and please them? I beg them to help me, to be obedient, so that we can work together to revive the human race. Suyu snorted disdainfully. That day, Emperor Wu asked me why I didn't beg him. Beg him for what? Do you know what I said to him? I said, I'm willing to beg the other races, not the human race. Like today, Baijan. Can I submit to him? Maybe I can, but why? Emperor Wu might think that if I beg him, he will vent his anger, and maybe he will be willing to help the human race. But why? Perhaps the human emperor will do it, because in his eyes, the human race is his responsibility. He can beg these people for the human race, but I can't. So you gradually calmed down. Zhou Tian, if you don't want to follow me, then get out of here. Do whatever you want. If you think that Baijan is a suitable partner, then get out of here and submit to Baijan. I won't stop you. Zhou Tian's aura fluctuated. After a long time, he gritted his teeth. That's not what I mean. I just don't understand. The opportunity is right in front of you. His Majesty the Human Emperor thinks highly of you. If you open the Tao yourself, will you be able to surpass him? Why? Why refuse? Is it because you don't want to take responsibility? You can wait until your Tao is complete, then open the Tao and find a successor. Suyu snorted, get out. Do you think I'm an idiot? Although I'm young, I'm not stupid. The human emperor's Tao is only half opened. Once I merge with it, I need to perfect this Tao if I want to continue growing stronger. In the process, my entire being will merge with this Tao. The core of the Tao will gradually merge with me. I can give up the Tao of the brush at any time, but can I withdraw from the Tao of the human emperor at any time? T. I even suspect that the human emperor purposely opened it halfway and left it here, waiting for the next person to take it. Just like the hint of Bean Bun's will, the human emperor is thousands of times stronger than Bean Bun. Do you think with my strength and will, if I merge with it, I still have a chance to escape? Don't think I'm stupid. Zhou Tian's heart was tired, I'm not stupid. Even if he can't give up, His Majesty the human emperor's Tao is 1 in a million. He is destined to become a peerless expert. Suyu smiled, then I'd rather be weaker, as long as I'm happy. I feel that the responsible master of the Tao of Law is not as good as Soar who can do whatever he wants. You have to be convinced because I'm happy. K, he couldn't say anything. If Suyu said he was happy, he didn't want this powerful strength. What could he do? Zhou Tian wanted to die. He broke down, but, in 100,000 years, you are the first person. Why do you have to do this? Maybe there won't be another person who can inherit His Majesty the human emperor's Tao. Suyu chuckled, then just treat me as if I don't exist. You can just wait for the next one. No. I can't wait for that. Zhou Tian was in despair and broke down. He was about to go crazy from anger. If I can wait, do you think I will talk so much nonsense with you? You also know that it's nonsense. Then don't wait anymore. Wait for the human emperor to come back and continue. Ku, if I can wait for the human emperor to come back, do I still need to suffer from you? Zhou Tian's heart was tired and hurt. He let out a sorrowful voice, I really don't understand what's wrong with His Majesty's Tao. Also, if you really don't want to inherit it, then don't say it. You said that you can inherit it, but you don't want it. Aren't you playing with me? If Suyu didn't say it, he wouldn't break down. Now that he said it, he didn't want it. This was what made him break down. After waiting for 100,000 years, he didn't wait for someone to inherit it. The hope of 100,000 years had long turned into despair. He had long given up and actually didn't care too much. Just now, he just wanted to ask if Suyu felt any traces left behind by the human emperor in the path of the human emperor. The old master had left for too long. In the end, Suyu, this bastard, suddenly told him that he could inherit the Tao, but he didn't want to inherit it. Was this something that a human would do? Zhou Tian was about to go crazy from anger. From hope to despair, he was long used to it. However, during this period of 100,000 years, it changed bit by bit. In the previous second, Suyu suddenly gave him hope, unlimited hope. In the next second, Suyu suddenly dealt him a heavy blow and turned it into despair. The instantaneous change caused Zhou Tian's mental state to break down. Suyu wasn't human, not a son, bastard, I should have slapped you to death back then, you bastard. You are too infuriating, he roared somewhat crazily. Around him, Hong Meng and the others hid far away. Zhou Tian's king had gone crazy because of Suyu, how terrifying. To kill, Suyu not only destroyed Zhou Tian's body, but he also destroyed his will. How vicious. Old Zhou Tian and the others shouted and consoled, don't be so angry, speak properly. What's wrong? If you don't want to inherit, then don't inherit, it's not a big deal. Shut up. Zhou Tian raged, shut up, did you hear that? What do you know? You fool, I still King hoped that you would inherit it. In the end, you are an idiot, a piece of trash. If you have the ability, go ahead and inherit it. I've been your little brother for hundreds of years, and I've always wanted you to be more reliable. I've always wanted you to contribute more to the human race. I've always wanted you to be more selfless. I've always wanted you to become the leader of this generation, an existence recognized by the human emperor. But you quit halfway, you bastard. I'll kill you. I'm worried that you'll be like the other mortal masters, hiding your identity and protecting you silently. I won't give you any pressure, I won't give you any orders, I'll just play a supporting role for you. You didn't even become a mortal master. I'll definitely kill you. Rumble, Zhou Tian had gone mad. He turned into a ball of light and attacked Zhou Tian. As for Suyu, he was stunned. He suddenly wanted to laugh. The Great Qin King, yes, the Great Qin King was actually a very special existence. In this era, there were no old antiques who interfered in his affairs. He could be considered a ruler that the Great Zhou King had secretly nurtured. However, the Great Qin King wasn't able to subdue everyone. However, Zhou Tian had indeed contributed a lot to the human race and had a heavy sense of responsibility. He did not get involved in internal conflicts and focused on the external world. He guarded the East Rift Valley for hundreds of years. While others were always scheming against each other, Zhou Tian focused on resisting the major races. He was not interfered with by any old antique. It could be said that Zhou Tian was different from the previous 9 generations of human masters. In the end, he did not become the human master. The king of Great Zhou wholeheartedly wanted the Great Qin King to develop freely. Perhaps the king of Great Zhou knew what the way of the human emperor was, or rather, he was 100% certain that the ideal candidate in his heart might really be the Great Qin King. He had given Great Qin the greatest amount of freedom, and he was subtly influencing Great Qin, telling him not to think too much and just focus on protecting the human race. Now that Suyu did not agree, Zhou Tian could not do anything to Suyu. Zhou Tian suddenly interjected, it would be strange if Zhou Tian did not go crazy. rumble, a great battle broke out. Zhou Tian was furious. Enough, if you continue, I will retaliate. Come on, beat me to death. Qin Guang, you dog, come on. I have tolerated you for a long time. Zhou Tian was furious. Come on, hit me. You practiced martial arts when you were young. In order for you to help the weak, how many messiahs did I design for you? In order to inspire your sense of responsibility, to make you plead for the people, to make you a hero to save the damsel in distress, to make you support justice, to gather a team to resist the tyranny of the dynasty. You mother asterisk cur, what do you know? Do you really think that you can pick up money on the road? That you can casually dig up a mountain of gold and recruit soldiers? That mountain of gold, I was the one who buried it. Do you really think that everyone had to follow you back then? I was the one who made everyone lose their way. They bumped into you and followed you to conquer the world. I just wanted you to have more comrades. I took care of you, afraid that you would be like that bastard Yu gang and have a rebellious heart, feeling that someone was interfering with you. I did not tell you, did not reveal anything, and spent a lot of effort to hide my existence. In war, when didn't I find opportunities for you to win a great battle and win over the people's hearts? In the end, you bastard, you are useless. I might as well kill you. At this moment, the Zhou Tian king roared in rage. After feeling startled for a moment, the great Jin emperor quickly cursed out, "All right, I was wondering why my life had been so smooth. I didn't feel like I'd been through too much suffering, and even when the ancient races targeted me, your elder would always emerge victorious. So it was all because of you, you bastard. No wonder I don't like to use my brain. It's all because of you. I'll beat you to death first." Rumble, this time, the two of them really started fighting. Two balls of light intertwined as they fought fiercely. The Zhou Tian king felt that the Zhou Tian king had let him down. The Zhou Tian king felt that if it wasn't for the Zhou Tian king secretly helping him, he would have experienced more hardships and become smarter. Anyway, he just had to fight. As for Suyu, he did not bat an eyelid. After recording a round, he laughed. Interesting, you guys fight, I can't be bothered with you. As for Da Xia of Goguryeo, when he saw that the Zhou Tian king was no match for him, he snorted, "I'm not smarter than old Qin? No wonder I always lose to old Qin. It's all because of you, you old thing. I'll beat you to death." Boom, he joined the battle and helped the Zhou Tian king fight the Zhou Tian king. So you couldn't be bothered. The Zhou Tian king's sudden outburst was probably because he had endured for too long. When he couldn't take it anymore, he exploded. Could it be that his comprehension of the Tao had deepened? The Tao fusion previously was because he couldn't take it anymore and exploded. Was the Zhou Tian king trying to better comprehend the Tao? Who cares? It was rare to see the Zhou Tian king go berserk. He was always like an old schemer, so it wasn't bad for him to be angry today. As for him starting the fire, what has it got to do with me? I didn't fight. The few of them were already balls of light, but they could still fight. Not bad, they seemed to be in a good state. Suyu was busy and didn't have time to watch. He recorded a little and said casually, "Zhou Tian king, I won't inherit that Tao. Although he jumped out the last time and wanted me to inherit it immediately. I won't accept it. The Zhou Tian king has been controlled by you in the dark for so many years. If you continue to control him for a few more years, you might be qualified to inherit it. It's better to fight." Ah. The Zhou Tian king roared crazily. Suyu ignored him and brought Old Wan and Lan Tian with him. The three of them smiled and flew out of the world. "Fight, fight," Wan Tianqing smiled and sent a voice transmission. "Why do you have to provoke him? The old man is hiding a lot of things. Look, he knows about the human emperor Tao, right? But he didn't tell me, probably because he thinks that I don't have the right to inherit it. Hee, I'm going to piss this old thing off. I have the right, but I don't want it. He treats it like a treasure and I treat it like grass. I'm going to piss him off." What a bad taste. Wan Tianqing was also speechless. This fellow, Suyu, probably made the Zhou Tian king quite angry this time. Suyu said again, he might still have a trick up his sleeve. Ignore him and wait for him to come out on his own. The old man finally revealed some of his cards this time. Let's go and study the Tao fusion first. After a few days, we'll go and see who will follow us. Lan Tian chuckled and sent a voice transmission, why don't we play a big game and evacuate everyone? I'll leave him a few tens of thousands of clones. Not human, Suyu bare one's teeth said, if Baijian sees that there are only a few tens of thousands of people left, he'll probably go crazy. If he sees that it's all you. Hee, I'm afraid he'll explode. Why bother? Speaking of which, this was really interesting, Suyu suddenly smiled and said, it's not bad to disgust him. How about this, leave him a palace. Lan Tian, transform into a few hundred beauties and play with him? Lan Tian glanced at Suyu. Wan Tianxing felt a headache coming on and wanted to escape from this place. This was too ruthless. Suyu said again, he might discover that Baijian might have also opened the gate of heaven. Even if he hasn't, I think he has a similar method. How about this, let's think of a way to hide and make preparations, and then get some handsome guys to seduce Marquis Yunshui and the others. Be human, Wan Tianxing quickly changed the topic and said, isn't the time too short? If you open the path so quickly, I'm worried that the path you open will have too many loopholes. It might even collapse. Suyu nodded. That's possible, but, let's give it a try and perfect it later. If I open the path like this in ancient times, the master of the law will probably see through the loopholes with a glance and break the great Tao with a slap. But now, isn't there no such person? Suyu chuckled and said, the old guys now are all left. Not many can see through it. Since Suyu dared to propose opening the path at this time, he'd weighed the pros and cons. Let's find someone first and figure out some theories about merging the great Daos. Suyu didn't care too much. If he really waited and opened the path himself, who knew how long it would take? Also, if I don't open the path, there's a big problem. What? King Wen's residence can't be moved. Suyu explained, if I can't move it, then the Mortal Master seal can't be used. Even if I don't want to be the Mortal Master, I have to take back the Mortal Master seal and turn it into a Death Spirit seal. Moreover, I control a large number of humans. Also, if I don't move it, why would Fat Ball follow me? I can only open the path. It doesn't matter if it's small or weak. First, I'll move King Wen's residence and put it at the fork. If I can't put it at the fork, I'll put it in my path and help me suppress the weak Great Tao. I can take Fat Ball and the others with me. Wan Tianxing sighed. You want to empty King Wen's residence? Do I? Suyu smiled. I'm not moving his residence, I'm just changing places. Without saying anything else, Suyu quickly led the two out of the realm, vanishing in the blink of an eye. He would find more people to help him research the theory of merging the Great Daos. Then he would start, at the same time. Soul-burying mountain. 100 Battles stopped and suddenly smiled. Wait, I need some time. Behind him, Marquis Yunshui said softly, Your Majesty means? Wait for him to make a decision. Will he leave or stay, or fight me? The 100 Battle King smiled. From what you've said, I can tell that Suyu doesn't want to team up with me. It doesn't matter if his defeat was real or fake. Since none of you listened to him, perhaps, he's already guessed something. On the side, Marquis Nanchi said in a low voice, Your Majesty, then, if we don't go back now, if he gives up, it doesn't matter. The 100 Battles King smiled. If that's the case, then we'll start again. With that, he sat down cross-legged and looked at the indistinct cave entrance. He smiled. It's been 6,000 years since we last met in the lower realms. I wonder if there has been much change. Marquis Yunshui nodded. There has been a lot of change, but it's still thriving. Right, Your Majesty said he wants to leave, then where can he go? To where? The 100 Battles King smiled. The Dead Soul's domain, the Endless Void, you can choose either. Then what if he doesn't leave? Doesn't leave? After a moment of thought, the 100 Battle King smiled. That won't happen. According to what you said, he's a smart person. Since he's unwilling to submit to me, the only option left is to fight me. The current him is no match for me. Then Your Majesty, have you thought about? Marquis Yunshui hesitated. The 100 Battles King waved his hand. No need. Now is not the time yet. With a strong enemy at our side, why let others laugh at us? 100 Battles King laughed heartily. What's more, it doesn't matter to me whether he's the human master or not. After saying this, he turned his head to look at Chaotic Mountain. After a while, he said, "Go down, keep a low profile, maintain the status quo. The Hell King bloodline and Wan have not started fighting yet, and we need some time to recover our strength." The others nodded. Marquis Nanchi wanted to continue speaking, but suddenly, a giant axe flew through the sky above Chaotic Mountain range. A figure flew through the sky, the giant axe chopping down a giant mountain. "Traitors of the Hell King bloodline, come out, your grandfather will kill you." Boom, the giant axe flew through the sky, flattening some giant mountains. The 100 Battles King looked over and smiled. The giant axe has come out. It seems that the chaos of the higher realms will begin with the giant axe. Marquis Nanchi frowned. The giant axe is rash. If he directly charges over, once he's surrounded by the Hell King bloodline, I'm afraid, one won't let the giant axe fall so easily. This is not the past. Now, Wan's greatest enemy is the Hell King bloodline. The 100 Battles King said and closed his eyes. Don't worry about it. The giant axe won't die so easily. The Hell King bloodline won't easily attack him and give Wan a chance. The others did not say anything else. Since His Majesty had said so, it must be reasonable. In the upper realm, Giant Axe was the first to launch an attack. An Empyrean that had no ties, no human burdens, no goal to protect, this sort of solitary powerhouse was what everyone feared the most. In the lower realm. So you took Wan Tianxing and Lan Tian to find the researchers. In this aspect, the Shenwen system was actually quite good at it. Because the Shenwen system had many Shenwen system, they were originally prepared for the Way of the Brush. The Way of the Brush was considered a relatively difficult way of the Great Path. The talents of the Shenwen system were not weak, and their understanding of the Great Path was not bad. However, there were not many strong people in the Shenwen system. The Dead Souls Domain. The Spirit Suppression Domain, the Hichu Kingdom, which was the area under the suppression of the Old Tortoise, used to be the territory of the Hichu Kingdom. Bai Feng and the others were here. Before Suyu went to the upper realm, he arranged for them to stay in the ancient city. Before Hong Meng went to the Tianyuan realm, he arranged for them to stay in the Dead Souls domain below. Bai Feng, Wu Lan, and the others were quite weak, and their vitality was not strong, so they were not worried about stirring up changes in the River of Dead Souls. With the protection of the Old Tortoise, they could also avoid being eroded by the aura of death. The Primordial Spirit Research Institute. It was unknown how many research institutes they had established. Every time, they moved quickly and changed their research projects quickly. In the Research Institute. Not only the Hichu, but there were also a few unfamiliar dead souls. These were all the students of Kingwen in the past. Some had only recovered recently, and some had recovered in the past, but they were wandering in other places and did not recover much of their memories. As the Hichu Kingdom and the others searched for them, they provided enough dead soul imprints to recover some of their memories. There were not many people, only 4. In the past, Kingwen's students weren't just this many. From looking at the divine runic battle skills on the ancient tombstones, almost all of those that practiced divine runic battle skills were Kingwen students. Although there weren't many, there were at least several hundred. But now, only 4 were found, and they were all quite strong. The weak might not have recovered, or they were not taken in at all. When Suyu and the others arrived, everyone was discussing something in the research institute. When Suyu entered the research room, everyone turned to look at him. Then, apart from he too, the others ignored them. He too came over, and Suyu also raised his hand. He didn't talk too much with him, but listened to the quarrel between the dead spirits and Bai Feng. Bai Feng, you're too young. You haven't even comprehended the Great Tao. Do you know what it means to merge the Great Tao? You're too childish. The Tao of space is all-encompassing, but it's not the only one. You want to use the Tao of space as the core and the foundation to encompass all Taos, but that won't work. Several undead spirits were scolding Bai Feng, a junior. Many Shenwen families could be regarded as the descendants of Kingwen. Bai Feng was their descendant for many generations. The few undead had recovered a lot of their memories. Although they were dead, they still didn't give Bai Feng any face. What does a child know? He hadn't even come into contact with the Great Tao, yet he dared to spout nonsense. As for Bai Feng, His face flushed red as he said angrily, "You guys are the rotten ones. Do you have to personally come into contact with the Myriad Daos to research?" "Yes, it's a bit of a utopian, but I've only mentioned some theoretical analysis. I've also sketched out many Shinwen theories. Theory is theory, practice is practice. In my opinion, the Tao of space contains a lot of things." "Is space related to speed?" "Of course. Space travel definitely involves speed. Space includes teleportation, compression, speed, cutting. All sorts of great Daos are related to the Tao of space. The place we live in is a type of space. The place where the great Tao appears is all within space. Including the river of time, it's also in a space. Whether it's the universe, space-time, living beings, dead spirits, which one of them isn't in space? Including the illusory willpower, the power of the great Tao, the power of the rules, which one of them isn't in space? Bai Feng's face turned red. "Do you guys think that the Tao of space can become the space and extend? If you guys have the ability, you can come up with a core base to extend the Myriad Daos. I'm only proposing a theory. Whether it can be implemented or not, we still need Suyu and Blue Sky, the people who converge on the Myriad Daos, to test it out." Outside the door, Suyu listened silently. His teacher was indeed not strong, and he had only just entered the Mountain Sea realm. The Mountain Sea sounded very far away now. But when Suyu heard Bai Feng's words, he suddenly felt that it made sense. In theory, the Tao of space was indeed all-encompassing. How about using the Tao of space as the core great Tao? With this as the base, the Myriad Daos could fuse together, and perhaps they could really form a closed loop. Just as Suyu was thinking, one of the dead spirits, who might be female, said with some disdain, "You're talking nonsense. The Tao of space is all-encompassing, but it doesn't mean that it can become the core of a closed loop. You want to use this Tao as the core and cook everything in one go, right? If it's that simple, then any expert who cultivates the Tao of space can fuse with the Myriad Daos. That's not realistic. The Tao of space is only one of the Myriad Daos. It can be used as one of the cores of secluded meditation, but it can't be the only core. The fusion of the Myriad Daos still needs to be tested bit by bit, connecting the great Daos one by one. You're taking a shortcut, and shortcuts won't work." The few of them were dissatisfied with Bai Feng. Bai Feng's philosophy was to focus on the Tao of space. All the Myriad Daos needed to be stewed in one pot. Stewed into chaos, did that make sense? It was possible to fool amateurs. No, it was also possible to fool those who weren't amateurs. For example, Suyu, he felt that it made sense. But at this moment, the female dead spirit was full of disdain. This was an irresponsible speculation and theory. She quickly said, "This thing is not a joke. If the fusion is wrong, the great Tao will collapse. If one Tao collapses, it could cause all the Myriad Daos to collapse. It's just like the 360 orifices. They can form a complete closed loop, but they have to be connected to the corresponding orifices. What about you? All you have to do is to link all 360 acupoints together. And you think that you can form a cultivation technique, a circulation technique just like that? That's impossible. You can try blindly connecting them. It'll be strange if your orifices don't explode. Young people always want to take shortcuts. After researching something inconspicuous, they think that they've grasped the great Tao. They don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." The two sides were quarreling seriously. Besides Suyu, he too transmitted his voice, "Sovereign Yu, they've been quarreling for a few days. From the beginning, they've been having differences in philosophy. What Bai Feng wants is simplification. The Myriad Daos need to be derived and fused slowly. It takes too much time and is too difficult. According to fellow Taoist Li Yun, Bai Feng is swallowing it in one gulp. His soul Tao is too crude. Weaving the Myriad Daos is equivalent to weaving a web of the Myriad Daos. There can't be a single mistake. He must weave the Myriad Daos one by one." Suyu listened silently. He knew Bai Feng's thoughts. Didn't Bai Feng know that it was better to weave the Myriad Daos bit by bit? He knew, however, Bai Feng also knew his student's situation. Suyu needed speed. It was too slow to weave the Myriad Daos bit by bit. Therefore, Bai Feng's idea was to lay a foundation first, and then slowly sort it out later. It was fine as long as he could fuse the myriad Daos together. How long would it take for the myriad Daos to weave and fuse them bit by bit? No one was sure about this, Suyu thought as he walked in. Get out! A dead spirit suddenly shouted. He too's face darkened. Bastard, this is His Majesty Sovereign Yu. Suyu waved his hand, and in the room, the dead spirits all looked at Suyu. Before, they had never seen Suyu. Suyu had only asked T2 to give some orders last time. The dead spirits looked at each other. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. However, Suyu didn't say much about this. He said directly, Seniors, I am teacher by Feng's student, Suyu. Let me ask first, if the myriad Dao slowly fuse together, in theory, how long will it take to form a closed circle? The dead spirits looked at each other. Seeing that Suyu didn't mention anything else and went straight to the point, they no longer hesitated. The female dead spirit quickly said, At present, in the Tao of Chaos, there is a large amount of great Tao power mixed in. As for how much, we haven't analyzed it yet. It's said that there are myriad Daos. No one is sure if there are really myriad Daos. According to the current discoveries, I'm afraid there are no less than 3,000 great Daos. The female dead spirit continued, There is no need to try to fuse the 3,000 great Daos one by one. There are some great Daos that are obviously not related, so there is no need to try. There is also a logic to the fusion of the great Daos. Back then, we split the way of the brush into 99 great Daos. In fact, it was also a kind of great Dao fusion. Can you understand what I'm saying? She was worried that Suyu wouldn't understand. However, Suyu nodded. I know that any cultivation method or great Dao has its own special rules. For example, the symmetry of apertures, or the uniqueness of connecting apertures. Then according to what Senior said, how long will it take to complete the fusion? 3 days for one great Dao to be fused. Counting the 3,000 great Daos, even if we don't sleep or rest, it will take at least 9,000 days, about 30 years. The female dead spirit smiled. And this is based on the fact that you can provide some great Dao power, all kinds of great Dao power. Moreover, I received a set of information about the composition ratio of some great Daos of chaos, the composition of the various great Daos. This information will be of great help to us. Otherwise, let alone 30 years, even 300 years or 3,000 years would be difficult. Those who can analyze the composition ratio of a large number of great Daos are experts, geniuses. She looked at Suyu and the others. Can you introduce this researcher who analyzed the composition ratio of the great Daos to us? We would like to communicate with him personally. At least 30 years, this was the time given by the dead spirits after Suyu and the others analyzed the Tao of Chaos. Suyu frowned slightly and said quickly, Too slow. Besides, the analysis of the Tao of Chaos was done by me, Lan Tian, and Wanfu Prefect together. We are all considered to be great Daos, so we can analyze some of the compositions. He looked at them. Seniors, I know that you all seek perfection in your research, but I'm running out of time. I'm going to open up the path of great Daos. I need to finish it as soon as possible, maybe, only half a month. The dead spirits were stunned. How long, half a month, what a joke, even Bai Feng was shocked. Don't joke around, even if it's a pot stew, it can't be done in half a month. It also requires the great Daos to not reject it, and it has to be tried one by one. Even if it doesn't take 30 years, it will take at least 3 to 5 years. Are you kidding me? Half a month, get lost, it was impossible. The undead spirits were also a little annoyed at this time. That's impossible. Half a month, all the great Daos fused? How is this possible? Even Teacher Wenwan can't do this. Suyu nodded. I know, I'm not completely clueless. Suyu explained, it's like this, I will go deep into the river of time, the power of the river of time and the power of chaos. One is the sorted great Daos, the other is the sorted great Daos. I will make some comparisons, match, and make a record. Generally speaking, the current idea is to compare the power of the river of time, that won't do. The female dead spirit shook her head. The great Daos can't be seen. Then let me ask you, have you mastered the great Daos? No. Suyu shook his head. I have a shallow understanding of more than 100 great Daos. As for mastering the great Daos, I'm too inexperienced, and I don't have that much energy and time to study them. Of course, I have sketched thousands of virtual great Daos, and I'm just doing some simple basic understanding. In fact, it was the pages of the record of civilization that stole some of the power. So you had a simple and shallow understanding of these great Daos, and he did not go deep into them. Even so, the dead spirits were still slightly shocked. The female dead spirit hesitated. You're the successor who mastered the way of the pen? Suyu nodded. Yes, I was the one who fused the way of the pen. No wonder. Then you're also a peerless genius. The way of the pen has been split into the power of 100 great Daos. The fact that you can inherit the way of the pen means that you have at least some understanding and comprehension of 100 great Daos. Only by sketching the Shinwen did you have the way of the pen. This time, the dead spirits did not treat Suyu as an amateur. To be able to fuse the way of the pen and sketch 100 Shinwen meant that Suyu had at least mastered the power of 100 great Daos. Very monstrous, the female dead spirit was no longer as aggressive as before. She said in a deep voice, half a month is too short. Why are you in such a hurry? Suyu explained, the current situation is ever-changing. In the upper realm, King Wen's great enemy, the Hell King's bloodline, has risen. Not to mention Wan's threat, in the lower realm, Million King is about to return. 100 Battle King might be different from our orthodoxy. He has occupied the way of the flesh, which might have something to do with the human ancestor. The war of the Myriad realms is getting more and more severe. It's no longer a simple war of unification, but a war of Tao. Yes, a war of Tao. At this moment, Suyu also said this word. Even though he did not hear King Wen's words, he still said the word war of Tao. Suyu said in a deep voice, although I did not inherit all the orthodoxies of the ancient human emperor and King Wen, the foundation of my orthodoxy came from them. Let's put it this way. The Hell King's bloodline might now represent the orthodoxy of the chaotic era, 100 Battle King might represent the orthodoxy of the primordial era, and I, most likely belong to the ancient orthodoxy. But I'm too weak. My sight is too weak. If I don't open the path now and wait 30 years, that's impossible. Perhaps I'll be destroyed by then. There were some things that he had not said before, but now he said them to the dead spirits. Actually, they were not familiar with each other, but precisely because they were King Wen's students, Suyu said all this. Suyu himself was not independent. He was indeed a successor of the ancient orthodoxy. Of course, King Zhou and the others were at the foot of the mountain, so they might not have seen through it. Or perhaps they hadn't seen through 100 Battle's essence. But Suyu had his own guesses. 100 Battle King did not represent the ancient orthodoxy, but rather the primordial orthodoxy's successor. Nowadays, it was no longer a simple distinction between the human race and the Wan race. Rather, it was a difference in the orthodoxy. The Hell King's rebellion and the Hell King's bloodline blocking the appearance of King Wen's successor were probably due to the difference in the forces they represented and the era they lived in. The Hell King might represent the chaotic era. This was something that Suyu had deduced from Marquis Tongtian's revelation of the portal. The struggle of the Tao. The dead spirit's expressions changed slightly. The female dead spirit looked surprised. The struggle of the Tao. This, little friend, you mean, the great Tao and orthodoxy of different eras are appearing, and the rule and rules of different eras are being restored? Suyu nodded. That's possible. My guess is just a guess. The chaotic era, the opening of the heavens, the primordial era, and the primordial era are beginning to converge. Next, the myriad worlds will be in chaos. As he spoke, Suyu continued in a low voice, the geniuses and experts of various eras may gather here. Even Wan Tianxing and Lan Tian paled at these words. What did he mean? Suyu didn't care about them. He continued, those who have disappeared, those who have gone missing, and those who have fallen. Experts from different eras might walk out from a certain place, walk out from the seal. In this era, perhaps we will converge. He did not know if his guess was correct. But the door of the sealed era had appeared, the human sovereign was returning, and King Wen and the others might also return. Everything could appear. Therefore, Suyu had to open the way as soon as possible. He couldn't wait any longer. Now, Perhaps only he could understand this point. Perhaps Baijan or the chaotic clan also understood. But whether or not one knew, he was not sure. Although the female dead spirit did not understand much, she generally understood what Suyu meant. Urgent, very urgent, however, no matter how urgent it was, the fusion of the Tao was not an easy task. She frowned, and the other 3 dead spirits beside her were also frowning. Difficult, too difficult. The time given by Suyu was too short. Suyu continued, next, I, Lan Tian, and Principal Wan Tianxing will cooperate with everyone. I know it's difficult, but I have an idea. Everyone, listen to me. Everyone looked at him, and Suyu said in a low voice, it's like this, the path of cultivation can be done step by step. Just like my opening, I can open one first, then the second. It's not like I have to open all 720 openings at once. I'm thinking about what Tao to use as the starting point. For example, the Tao of space that my teacher mentioned, I will first use the Tao of space as the starting point, and as I open the Tao, I will perfect it, one after another, and finally form a closed loop, completing the cultivation and opening of the entire Tao. As soon as this was said, even Bai Feng could not help but say, this is too dangerous, the margin of error is even lower than my suggestion of stewing in one pot. Suyu nodded, therefore, every time we open a Tao, we need to go through precise calculations. Once this Tao is opened, what will be the next? After that, the next Tao may need to consider the problem of the entire closed-loop Tao fusion. Once there is a mistake in one of them, we may need to abolish that Tao and start again. This is not considered trial and error. Suyu said calmly, I have made such preparations to save time for the experiment. It will start directly from me, and I will directly become the experimenter. All the risks would be borne by himself. Perhaps when he reached 2999 Tao, he suddenly realized that the second Tao was wrong, and that it should not be arranged like this. If he abolished the second Tao, perhaps the thousands of Tao after it would all be abolished, and he would need to start again. At that time, it would be a huge problem. At this moment, even the few dead spirits were shocked. If he did this, it would be extremely dangerous, and it would be very easy for something to happen. If he joined again, and discovered halfway through that the previous Tao construction was wrong, it would cause Suyu's Tao to be completely wrong, and he would need to start again. Your name is Suyu, right? At this moment, the female dead spirit said in a low voice, if you choose to do this, then you can skip many steps and proceed with the Tao fusion. You can even start directly. In 15 days, we can use one Tao as the starting point, and deduce the subsequent fusion of dozens or hundreds of Tao for you. However, we can't guarantee that it will be correct, nor can we guarantee it. Although we have some understanding of the Tao, it is too shallow. In addition, this starting Tao, which Tao you want to choose, you have to weigh it yourself. Any Tao as the starting point might be fine, but the starting Tao will bear greater pressure, and it requires a very strong comprehension of the Tao. Perhaps it will also be the core of your Tao, she spoke incessantly. Suyu's requirements were too high, and the time requirement was too urgent. She couldn't bear it. Give us another 30 years. No, we will strive to deduce a complete closed Tao ring for you in 20 years. Carrying out a trial and error can effectively avoid a lot of trouble, and it will not torment you. 20 years is not too long, and this is already beyond imagination. Suyu, what do you think? She could buy some time for Suyu, because he was an inheritor of the Tao of the Brush. Strictly speaking, Suyu could be considered a direct disciple of King Wen. If his Tao was abolished, it would be too torturous. Even if he didn't die, it would be a huge problem. Suyu smiled. How much longer do you think I can live? The dead spirits suddenly looked at him, and in the next moment, their expressions all changed. Suyu didn't have much time left. The aura of death was about to overwhelm the aura of life. The female dead spirit couldn't help but say, why don't you cultivate the Tao of the Brush first, strengthen it, and strive to step into the Master of the Law's realm within 20 years. That way, you can prolong your lifespan. Suyu shook his head. 20 years? That's too late. Even if I can completely master the Tao of the Brush within 20 years, I'm afraid it will all be too late in 20 years. The Tao of the Brush is strong, but in the moment when the various eras converge, the Tao of the Brush won't be enough to reverse anything. The dead spirits exchanged glances. This Suyu was very ambitious, or perhaps it was more accurate to say that he was ambitious and had high standards. He felt that even if he mastered the Tao of the brush, he wouldn't be able to participate in some major events. Opening the Tao, at this time, Bai Feng said, "Let's do as Suyu says. With one Tao as the foundation, we will do our best to deduce the later fusion Taos and rank them. We will strive to sort out hundreds or even thousands of Taos in 15 days. However, Suyu, you have to give us a reference point. What Tao should we start with?" He looked at Suyu and said seriously, "What Tao should we use as the foundation might not be important, but it might be very important. Think about it yourself." Suyu smiled. Teacher previously said to open the Tao of space. The Tao of space is actually the Tao of space. The four directions form the universe, and the universe is space. I thought about it. No matter what, let's use the universe as the foundation. He exhaled. The universe is the beginning and the end of the universe. Civilizations are interspersed among them, the Myriad Tao civilization, the Wan civilization. Since I forged the Tao of universal civilization, I actually prepared for it long ago. The four directions form the universe, which is the Tao of space, but also not the Tao of space. My name is the universe, so let's start with the universe. The moment he said this, everyone had strange looks in their eyes. So you didn't think too much about it. He directly made his decision, the beginning of the universe. At the side, Lan Tian was no longer laughing. With a serious expression, he said, "The universe is closed with 2 points. The Tao of space is fine, but what about the Tao of time? The universe is space, and the Tao of time, you and the heavenly saint previously said that time is the only thing. Could it be that you want to break this concept? Then what you said before will become a joke." He didn't have any objections to the Tao of space being the beginning. However, the Tao of time being the end, he felt that there was a huge problem. This might cause Suyu to be unable to close the myriad Taos in the end, unable to twist them into a rope. This would cause Suyu's Tao to be filled with flaws, and it might even completely collapse in the end. The Wan civilization and the myriad Tao civilization interspersed among them. This was a good idea, and there was no problem with it. Suyu smiled. Time is the only thing. I have always been certain of this. However, I want to create my own myriad Taos, to create my own heaven and earth. I belong to the creator of the heavens, so the heavens I created, the beginning of time, are also in my hands. When I say that is the beginning of heaven and earth, then it is the beginning of heaven and earth. I want the heaven and earth to return to primal chaos, then it will return to primal chaos. This is the Tao of time. Time is in my hands. Suyu's civilization journal floated in the air, and the words universal civilization appeared on the cover of the great Tao diagram. At this moment, Suyu was filled with fighting spirit. My Tao is like this, it is destined. The Lord of Dead Spirits opened the Tao of Dead Spirits, the human emperor opened the Tao of responsibility. No, I want to open the Tao of universal civilization. Mixing in some of my own will, some inclinations, such a Tao has too many limitations. For example, the great Tao of dead spirits is only suitable for dead spirits. This is not what I pursue. Even if I fail, I want to abandon some of my own thoughts and simply open a pure Tao of heaven and earth. The human emperor's Tao is the same, filled with limitations and responsibility. Being responsible for the human race, such a Tao is definitely not weak, but it carries too much. Therefore, I will try to be the main one, and not others. Universal civilization, from beginning to end. The next moment, the U character floated in the air. Space trembled. The U represented the top, bottom, and 4 directions. The 4 directions of heaven and earth were the Tao of space, but, not all of them. Suyu's U character was actually a combination of some great Taos. At this moment, Suyu said, the U represents heaven and earth. Heaven and earth have life and death, yin and yang, the 5 elements, qi, earth, qi floating as heaven, qi sinking as earth. These are all Taos that need to be integrated next. The foundation of building the U must be included, deduced, and integrated. 15 days is enough. Suyu smiled and said, I only look at the present, not the future. The future cannot be sought. If I really fail in the future, unable to close my great Tao, then let me become the failure of opening the sky. In the future, leave behind an article for me. The Yu Emperor opened the Tao, but his Tao collapsed. It seems like a good legend. Everyone was very solemn. Wan Tianxing took a deep breath. Listen to Suyu, with the Yu as the foundation. Next, let's do some simple experiments. In this half a month, Lan Tian, you and I will try out various great Daos. Also, seniors, you are all geniuses in research, so please do some calculations. The Tao of deduction is very troublesome, and we are not good at it. They nodded. An old male dead spirit spoke for the first time at this moment, his voice low and deep. It's best to use some virtual Tao to try it. But Suyu's Tao needs to be used to open a path, so it can't be easily tried. He thought for a moment and said, is there any other way to get some virtual Tao and do some simple integration? This way, it will be safer. Virtual Tao. Pseudo Tao. Qi Rong, Suyu's eyes flickered. Qi Rong was also an expert in great Daos. Hong Meng had already said that Qi Rong and Fat Ball had gone to get some pseudo Tao. Should he pull Qi Rong in as well? They could research together. At this moment, one more person meant one more force. Thinking of this, Suyu nodded. I will go find them immediately. Is there anything else you need? Yes. The old dead spirit said swiftly, we need Shenwen, a large amount of Shenwen. Shenwen is also in the embryonic form of the great Tao, so we need Shenwen to do some experiments. Also, we need various Tao powers. Suyu smiled. I have that. There are still thousands of pages buried in the great Tao. Although we can't absorb much power, it is enough for now. At the side, Bai Feng said solemnly, don't you have a book of time? Just take it out and use it. I suggest using it as a test subject. Even if it is stronger than your book of time, it is your Tao-proving weapon. As for the book of time, it is good to use it as a test subject. Book of time? The few dead spirits exchanged glances with one another, like they had heard of it before. So you wanted to speak, but Lan Tian smiled. Why so troublesome? I will go get the heaven hunting board. Also, don't forget that I am from the common people's path, so just use me as a test subject. He giggled. I know all the Daos. I know most of the Daos that one has. Even if I don't, I can learn them right away and swallow them. The heaven hunting board is also a Dao soldier of the common people's path. There is no need to waste the book of time. If the heaven hunting board is useless, then so be it. Anyways, it is just trash that Qingwen forged. The few of them looked towards Lan Tian. Do you know that our teacher forged it? His words were really asking for a beating. As for Suyu, he frowned. Your clone has exploded and you only have this one. If you cut the Sea of Will, I am afraid you will die. Lan Tian smiled. It is okay. I will make another trip to my common people's path to absorb the Tao power. Actually, I will recover really quickly. The ruler treats me like a country scholar, so I will return the favor. Merging with the Tao, merging with his Lan Tian was more convenient than anything else. If his clone exploded, his strength would definitely be affected. It might even be messed up and his Tao would be flawed. So what, this era was already crazy. Even if I go crazy, I still remember that I am Lan Tian, that is enough. In this place, I have fellow cultivator to help me open the Tao. Cultivator Su, if you want to open the Tao, you should open a strong Tao. That day, you helped me open the Tao, so naturally, I can help you open the Tao. Lan Tian was all smiles. There is no need to say more about this matter. I will go get the heaven hunting board. Lu Hong, that fellow should come out of seclusion. If I can learn the Tao in the morning, I can die without regrets. Cultivator, since you are clear about the Tao, then you should continue forward. Lan Tian's smile became brighter and brighter. If you die, you won't lose out. Don't people like us seek the Tao in our lives? To be able to see the Tao that we open, no matter if it is good or bad, it is a success. If you really fall, then it will be enough for people to remember, so you burst out laughing. Don't jinx it. This is called planning for the worst. Lan Tian smiled. If you fail, then at least you won't have to suffer in the future. Dying at the peak is a decent ending. At that moment, Suyu and Lan Tian smiled. At the side, Wan Tianxing also smiled. On the other side, Baifeng sighed in his heart. My student is really different from before. The next moment, Baifeng regained his composure and said, You guys, don't say such disheartening words. Suyu, go prepare the things we need. Now, immediately, we will start locking on to the base point and match the Dao. Try to lower the risk as much as possible. Suyu nodded. He didn't say much and quickly disappeared. He didn't even have time to ask what these people's names were. Of course, no one cared about it. Researchers didn't need to care about these things. It was fine as long as they could reach a consensus on the concept. And Lan Tian also quickly disappeared. He was going to find Lu Hong and take back the heaven hunting board. Wan Tianxing thought for a moment and looked at He Tuesday, Cultivator He too, I need some help. He too was puzzled. Wan Tianxing said in a low voice, Suyu is hard to say, so I will say it directly. He uses the Space Dao as his foundation, so it must include life and death. The Death Dao is also one of the Daos he needs to outline in the early stages. He might comprehend the Death Dao in the middle of opening the Dao, transforming life into death and stepping into the dead spirit realm. At that time, I hope you can provide some of Suyu's comprehension of transforming life into death. He too's expression changed slightly. Wan Tianxing nodded. Yes, I need you to recover all of your memories, including the comprehension of the moment of life and death. I also had such an experience, but it wasn't pure enough. This time, whether Suyu can successfully open the Dao or not, the transition between life and death is also an important part. He didn't say it, probably because he wants to prepare himself, but I hope you can give him some support. There was great terror in the moment of life and death. He too might not be willing to recall that moment, and Suyu didn't mention those feelings at all. But now, Wan Tianxing still mentioned it. He too was silent for a moment and nodded. Okay, then I will also prepare in the next few days. The moment of death that year. I saw the abyss. I don't really want to recall it, but I hope Emperor you can successfully open the Dao. He might be the first expert to directly transform a person into a dead spirit. Wan Tianxing bowed. Thank you, Cultivator. Wanfu Prefect, you're too polite. He too looked at him and sighed. Cultivator, a cultivator. When Suyu cultivated the Dao was not lonely. At least, there were people who were willing to sacrifice for him. The dead spirits looked at each other with complicated expressions. Perhaps what everyone wanted the most in a cultivator's life was a group of like-minded friends. The human realm. It was turbulent. In the past few days, the biggest news was that Suyu was going to evacuate to the dead soul's realm. The human emperor from 6,000 years ago might be returning after the last tide. Large groups of people began to gather in certain places. Xianxia province. An exhausted team was making their way towards Mount Starfall. There were cultivators who could walk and soar, as well as the elderly and children who had to walk with their families. A group of people descended from the sky. Xiaohuyo looked at the old people below who were dragging their families with them. He ignored some of the people who were in the air and landed in front of an old man. Old man. With a smile on his face, Xiaohuyo's plump body blocked the path of the family. With a smile on his face, he warmly said, Old man, are you all heading to Mount Starfall? The old man looked at him, then at the people beside him. His expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly bowed. This commoner greets the prefecture master. As he spoke, he was about to kneel. Xiaohuyu raised his hand and smiled. Dispense with the formalities, old man. We are all citizens of Xianxia province. Then, he asked, Old man, are you going to Mount Starfall? Yes. The old man did not dare to delay. Didn't I hear that Emperor Yu is going to the Dead Soul's realm? There is news from the prefecture master that those who want to go can go to Mount Starfall. Xiaohuyu frowned slightly. But, we advise ordinary people not to go. After all, the Dead Soul's realm is very dangerous. Moreover, if they leave their homes, Xianxia province, and the human realm, they might not be able to return for the rest of their lives, we know. The old man was not young. He had probably cultivated when he was young, but he had not reached soar. As he grew older, his qi and blood had been lost, and he could no longer maintain his peak condition. At this moment, he was slightly tired, but he still pulled himself together to face the newly appointed prefecture master. The old man smiled. We all know what the prefecture master has said. But I heard that Xianxia is leaving with Emperor Yu as well. What should we do if the lords leave? We've been following Xianxia for our entire lives. Now that Xianxia is gone, Xia province is without a master. Who knows how the new king of 100 battles will deal with us? We've been fighting alongside Xianxia for over 400 years. We don't want to leave this home either, but where should we go in the future? I'm worried that the new mortal lord, the new manor head, will target us because our Xia province is the birthplace of Emperor Yu. Xia Huyu was startled. He said softly, what the old man means is that when our Xianxia leaves, Xia province. Old man, even if we leave, we will make arrangements for everything. Nothing will happen. The old man was uneasy. It's not the same. We're all Xiajia's people. The prefecture master is high and mighty. I'm afraid he doesn't know the thoughts of his subordinates. Actually, we don't want to leave, but we have to leave. Xia of Goguryeo is gone. Prefecture master Long Wu is gone. I'm afraid prefecture master Huyu will also leave. Once Xianxia leaves, Xia province will no longer be Xia province. Xia Huyu was startled. No, I will make arrangements for Xia province. When the king of 100 battles comes, he will smoothly take over Xia province. The old man had a bitter expression. Maybe, but I'm not at ease. So, if we're tired, we'll continue to follow Xianxia and Emperor Yu. Even if the dead soul's domain is dangerous, it's better than staying here. We can't see the future clearly. It doesn't matter to us, but we still have our young and old at home. My son is still a member of the demon-subduing army. He sent a letter 2 days ago saying that he should leave with Xianxia. Once Xianxia leaves, many people in the demon-subduing army will also leave. Those who don't leave will probably not have a good life in the future. A new emperor brings his own courtiers. When the big shots leave, the small shots. If they run into trouble, they won't be able to answer even if they beg their father. If we leave with Xianxia, at least we know that Xianxia won't abandon us. As the old man spoke, he sighed a few times. He didn't want to leave, however, the world had changed. When Suyu inherited the throne, he was also a human of this era. Suyu was well known in Xia province and even in the human realm. His father was also a soldier, and Suyu himself had promoted many cultivation methods. Although he was young, they knew each other. He was from Xia province. He came from southern Yuan and had a good family background. Whether it was outside or not, Suyu only killed some of his enemies, such as those from Shan Shenwen's faction. Ever since Suyu took the throne, although he didn't do anything, he didn't change people's living habits. Life was getting better and better. Large amounts of resources were transported back to the human realm from all over the universe. Vitality liquefied qi, which was rarely seen in the past, was now everywhere and sold at the price of cabbages. Xia Huyu was slightly distracted. He said softly, so you mean that if we all leave, the human realm won't be at ease? How can we be at ease? The old man said bitterly, the person in charge is gone. We are just ordinary people. Won't we do whatever the people above us say? We have no confidence. What about the food and drinks? My son is a member of the demon-subduing army. Will the new human realm's ruler think that we are old officials from the previous dynasty and kill them all? We worked hard for Emperor Yu and Xianxia. Now, we are all old masters. He glanced at Xia Huyu carefully. I heard that the manor head treats people with tolerance. Will you be angry with me for saying this? Xia Huyu smiled. No, we're all people of the Xia family. How can we be angry with an old man? Then, he smiled and said, going to the dead soul's domain may not be a bad thing. Take care, old man. It's still early. There's no hurry. I have arranged for the military to escort you. There are people from the military along the way. If you have any problems, ask them for help. After saying that, Xia Huyu soared into the sky. There were quite a number of people in the sky who followed him. Xia Huyu didn't say anything. Instead, he flew in all directions. There were people everywhere, a large number of people were migrating. Indistinctly, he could hear some voices saying, "Go. If you don't, you will be punished." Xianxia is gone. Xia province is no longer Xia province. The new master is here. We are the old master's people. We are ordinary people. Will it be fine? What's wrong with ordinary people? In our Xia province, there is a soldier in every family for 3 generations. They are all loyal to the old master. As Xiaohuyu flew, there were many such groups. A large number of ordinary people were migrating. The more he looked, the more he saw. The more he looked, the more confused he became. Xiaohuyu's expression kept changing. After a long time, he turned his head and looked at Ji Hong. He said softly, "Chief Ji, do you think, if we leave, will these people be implicated?" "They won't." Ji Hong said quickly, "Baijian is the master. Even if he comes, he won't bother with ordinary people. Even if he wants to punish them, he won't target these ordinary people." Xiaohuyu's expression was strange. But, they have lost their backbone. They felt that no one would stand up for them, that no one would back them up. In Xia province, there are hundreds of millions of people who have followed me, Xianxia, for more than 400 years. It's impossible for all of them to leave. It's already good enough if they can leave 1/10 or 100th. His expression was strange. Then the remaining people will be in a state of panic. Without a pillar of support, will they be in chaos? He bare one's teeth said, "I, Xianxia, have taken root here generation after generation. And they, generation after generation, have fought for me, Xianxia, and swept through the heavens. Chief Ji, say, if we leave, what is this?" Ji Hong's expression changed. Xiaohuyu seemed to be laughing and crying at the same time. "I really didn't notice this." Second grandpa didn't think too much about it. He also didn't expect everyone to be so worried. It turns out that Xianxia and Xia province have long been one prefecture head. Ji Hong's expression changed. Xiaohuyu said bitterly, I want to stay. I want to tell everyone, don't worry. I, Xianxia, will not leave. I'll still accompany everyone. I want to tell the people of Xia province that Xiaojia's people have always been here. If Baijian wants to come, if he wants to cause trouble, look for me, Xiaojia. If he wants to be executed, kill my Xiaojia's people. Chief, I can't just abandon the hundreds of millions of people of Xia province. I can't do this. He became even more bitter. CK his grandpa. I was thinking that if I left with Suyu, I, Xiaojia, am also his hardcore supporter. I'm even his classmate and old friend. In the future, being a subordinate of him, that's not bad. But after thinking about it, I really can't leave. Xiaohuyu sighed. I know that if I, Xiaojia, go to Suyu, I will definitely be valued. This time, Suyu will definitely strengthen his own people. He knew that this time, Suyu would definitely not allow his followers to be weak. Any resources and benefits would definitely be given to them. Previously, in order to quickly strengthen his side, as long as they were not too unreliable, Suyu would prioritize the strong over his kin and friends. But this time it was different. At this moment, Xiaohuyu made up his mind. He no longer sighed or felt bitter. Looking at the migrating residents of Xia province, he smiled. Chief, these people are the true foundation that I, Xiaojia, will never fall. I, Xiaojia, am the descendant of a human king. My great-grandfather established Xia province to protect the common people, not for the sake of becoming stronger, but to protect these people. He smiled brightly. Very well, I'll stay. If Baijian wants to pick a fight, he can look for me. Even if he doesn't pick a fight, I will do everything within my power to make the people of Xia province live a better life. As he spoke, he smiled. There are others who want to leave. Chief, I want to contact some people. Let's stay together. Protect the human race, protect the various prefectures, and protect our foundation. The prefectures have been established for so many years. Although the human race has had internal strife, they are all on the same side. Even if their own flesh rots in the pot, they are still on the same side. Baijan and these people are humans from the last tide, or even earlier. They are different from us. Really different. At this moment, Xiaohuyu completely made up his mind. Not only could he not leave, but he also wanted to contact some people to not leave. They had to stay here, cleanse, then cleanse us too. This was to prevent Baijan from flying into a rage out of humiliation and taking his anger out on these ordinary people after everyone left. Ji Hong's expression changed. Prefecture Master. You are a direct descendant of Emperor Yu. To put it bluntly, Xianxia and the Zhu family are the true supporters of Emperor Yu. However, the more they support him, the harder it will be for them when they reach the new dynasty. It might be fine for the others to stay. If Baijan is a wise ruler, he won't bother with others. But Xianxia is different. Emperor Yu is actually a wise ruler, but you have also seen his attitude towards those who are not direct descendants. A new ruler brings a new court. These words are not without reason. In any era, no matter how wise a ruler or emperor is, they will not allow the people of the previous dynasty to gain power. Especially, when Emperor Yu is still here. If Suyu died, then it would be fine. The key was that he was still alive. If Xiaohuyu stayed, then there would be some meaning. If Baijan thought a little more, he might think that this was a spy left by Suyu to oppose him. Xiaojia was Suyu's most loyal supporter. There would not be a situation where he would betray Suyu, then it could only mean that he was a spy. Xiaohuyu smiled and said, I know, but it is also a good thing that Suyu is alive. Baijan doesn't want to completely fall out with him. At least he won't kill me. If he kills me, then he will become a mortal enemy. As for the rest, I can bear it. Xiaohuyu smiled and said, Director, what do you think? Ji Hong's heart was heavy. Once Emperor Yu is unable to fight back, it's me. No, it's us. Ji Hong said in a low voice, if Prefecture Master stays, we will all stay. If Xiaojia doesn't leave, how can we leave? Xiaohuyu frowned and said, my great-grandfather, my father, and my second grandfather will all leave. Only I will stay, it's the same. Ji Hong said in a low voice, if Xiaojia is still Prefecture Master, then I am Xiaojia's director. How can I leave my post without permission? If Xiaohuyu didn't leave, then he wouldn't leave either. At this moment, the generals behind him all shouted, we pledge our lives to follow him. As long as Xiaojia was still alive, no one would leave. They would stay and guard this land. Xiaohuyu looked at them deeply. After a long time, he laughed at himself and said, I never thought that I, Xiaohuyu, would be looked down upon by all of you and not treated like a prefecture master. Today, all of you actually showed your loyalty. How King hateful. Ji Hong laughed, and the others laughed as well. Since prefecture master stayed, then everyone would stay. Normally, when your father and the others were still alive, who would take you seriously, but now, they would definitely leave. It would be different if the eternal descendants did not leave. And Xiaohuyu might be the only person Xiaojia left to guard the human realm. From then on, this would be their master. From this day onwards, Xiaohuyu began to contact some people. The Zhu family. He contacted Zhu Guangshan, Zhu Tiandao's eldest son. The Qin family. He contacted Qin Hao, the second son of the Qin family. And the Great Tang matter, the Great Han matter, these were the experts of the great mansions who might leave with Suyu. Xiaohuyu hoped that at least one of them could stay, to leave behind a bloodline to guard this pure land. The future was unknown. Staying behind, not knowing the road ahead. But there was no turning back, we should stay. Otherwise, who would be the master of these people who had followed us for centuries? Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. More and more people began to gather. It was more than he had imagined. It was more than he had expected. And this was because there was a constant stream of people comforting them. Otherwise, there would be even more. The humans would gather at Starfall Mountain. Those who were willing to leave from the various mansions would be escorted by the military to Starfall Mountain. Here, they would be transported away in waves. Starfall Mountain. A large number of people gathered. The experts of the various mansions, the new masters, and the incumbent prefecture masters all arrived one after another. In the near future, Suyu would come here to take away those who were willing to follow him and leave with him. the entire Starfall Mountain was filled with people. Everyone was panicking and worried about the unknown future. At this moment, Suyu had also returned to the human realm. He returned to the human realm with an exhausted look on his face. It had been half a month. It was time for everyone to make a decision. When he returned to the human realm, he sensed the dense aura of the Starfall Mountain region. Suyu was slightly taken aback. So many people. From the aura alone, there were probably no less than 30 to 50 million people. Why were there so many? Although it was not much compared to the entire human realm, he was going to the undead realm, not to go sightseeing. It was said that ordinary people should try not to go there, and it was best not to follow him in the air. How could there be 30 to 50 million soar in the human realm? At this moment, Suyu frowned slightly, feeling that there were too many people. Of course, in the Tianyuan domain, there could be so many people. Let alone 30 to 50 million, even 10 times more could be accommodated. But what were these people thinking about leaving their homes? Suyu did not understand, he was speechless. At this moment, he looked at the Han King, who had come with him, and frowned slightly. How many people have gathered at Starfall Mountain? The Han King shook his head. He did not know. Beside him, Zhu Tiandao chuckled. About 50 million. That's too many. Suyu was speechless. Zhu Tiandao laughed. Everyone believes in Emperor Yu, so it is a little too many. Actually, we have been persuading them. Otherwise, there would only be more. If not for us constantly comforting them, not to mention 50 million, even 500 million would not be enough. Suyu did not say anything else. 50 million was comparable to the entire population of the upper realm. He did not say anything else. Soon, the group arrived at Starfall Mountain. The periphery of Starfall Mountain was filled with people from the military. For this evacuation, the military had probably set up tens of millions of people. Almost all the elite troops of the human realm had gathered. Greetings, Your Majesty Emperor Yu. When Suyu appeared, a tsunami of shouts came from below, shaking the heavens and earth. Suyu frowned slightly, looking a little distressed, but he concealed it. So many people, he actually did not want to bring so many people with him. Moreover, there were many elderly and children. What was the point of them joining in the fun? Although he wanted to go to the Tianyuan domain and integrate into the Dead Souls domain, it was hard to say for sure. Would these ordinary people be able to withstand it? Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Among the crowd, the residents of the 36 prefectures were arranged according to different directions, occupying the entire Starfall Mountain in a circle. Forget it, since they were here, he would just take them away. Suyu looked around. There were quite a lot of people here. Those who should have come were all here. Those who should not have left with him were also here. It was very strange. Could it be that these people had changed their minds? Suyu was still in a hurry and did not say much. He shouted, "Everyone, enter the door in an orderly manner. Don't panic. I will first put everyone into the weapon space, and I will let you out when we arrive." With that, the Journal of Civilization floated in the air. Page after page appeared, and doors appeared one after another. Thousands of pages were distributed in all directions. Suyu shouted, "Everyone, enter one by one. Don't crowd, there is space for everyone. This time everyone will follow me to migrate, and I will not mistreat you." He was speaking in some official language. At this moment, suddenly, someone shouted, "Your Majesty Emperor Yu." Suyu turned his head to look. It was the great Shang King. Suyu frowned slightly. What kind of trick was this? If you don't want to go, then forget it. He did not have a good impression of the great Shang King. Back then, he had some conflicts with the descendant of the Shang family, Shang Tianjiao. The great Zhou King did not care about Suyu's expression and said loudly, "Your Majesty, I want to ask Your Majesty something." "Can Your Majesty give me an answer?" Suyu said solemnly, "What do you want to ask?" "I want to ask Your Majesty, when can we return?" Suyu frowned, "The road ahead is unknown." "No." The great Shang King shouted loudly, "I do not want to hear such an answer. My subjects also do not want to hear such an answer. The 50 million people who left today, and the 10 billion humans who stayed behind in the human realm, do not want to hear such an answer. We want to know, will Emperor Yu return to the human realm? He shouted loudly, "We want to ask, what is your majesty thinking? Have you given up on the human race, or have you not given up? If you have not given up, and your majesty still wants to fight back, then no matter how difficult and dangerous the road ahead, we are willing to follow. Baijan is, after all, not a human from our tide. We do not know what he is thinking. We only know that Emperor Yu is from the human race, from Xianxia province. We were the ones who watched him rise step by step, and watched as your majesty became the ruler of the human race. Now, your majesty wants us to go to the dead soul's domain, and we are willing to follow. We only want your majesty to give us an answer. Will you return? Will you return to this homeland? No matter how beautiful the foreign land is, it is not our homeland. Fallen leaves return to their roots, and we hope to be buried in this land. We hope that our souls can return to our homeland, and not die in a foreign land." The great Xianx's voice was loud, and he shouted loudly, "I want to ask, your majesty, will you fight back or not? Even if we lie dormant for millions of years, as long as your majesty is willing to fight back, we are willing to follow. If your majesty does not want to fight back, then let us stay here, and live and die together with this human realm." Suyu's expression changed again, and he said in a low voice, "Baijan is also a human, no?" The great Xianxi shouted loudly, "Even if he is a human, he is not a human that we know of. He is the Baijan king, and he is a human from 6,000 years ago. Do you expect the human race from 6,000 years ago to fight for the lives of ordinary people? Do you expect them to guard the Eastern Rift Valley, and fight until there is only one soldier left? If there is a slight reversal in the battle situation, do you think that they will abandon the human race like they did 6,000 years ago, and lie dormant in a foreign land, waiting for an opportunity? Will they fight until there is only a drop of blood left for the human race?" The great Xianxi shouted angrily, "Your majesty, answer me, will they?" Suyu did not speak. The great Xianxi shouted, "Then if your majesty is not willing to fight back, and only wants to escape from the human realm, throw away the burden of the human realm, and go into battle lightly, then we will fulfill your majesty's wish. Today, when you choose a new ruler, you can serve 100 battles, but you will not be loyal. You are willing to fight 100 battles, but you will not recognize him as the ruler of the human realm. I am not talented, but if no one is willing to be the ruler of the human realm, then I will be the ruler for once." He recommended himself to be the ruler of the human realm. It was not to seize power, but to tell Suyu that if you do not want to fight back, we will not go with you. Suyu did not say anything, and he looked at the tens of millions of expectant eyes. He could see it. He could see their desire. They wanted to fight back. At this moment, the tens of millions of soldiers suddenly knelt together. A cultivator at the peak of the sun and moon realm stood up sore and shouted loudly, "Your Majesty Sovereign Yu, I am Wu Ji. If your Majesty is not willing to return, then we will stay in the human realm and continue to fight. Our human race conquered the Wan, and returned from 100 battles. Will we continue to fight? Will we choose to lie dormant? Or will we do something else? The hatred has not been resolved, and the Wan are not convinced. Once we leave after 100 battles, will the tragedy of the Wan attacking the human race happen again? More than 400 years ago, the Wan invaded, and our human race paid a bloody price to drive out the Wan. Today, we do not want history to repeat itself. Your Majesty, will we fight back? Will we come back?" Roars resounded throughout the world. "Will you come back? If you don't come back, we will not leave. This is our homeland, our homeland." Suyu looked around, and for a moment, he was at a loss. "Will I come back? I left the human realm to put down the burden. I thought that it was enough for me to take these people with me. I don't need to worry about food and clothing, and I don't need to worry about lacking cultivation resources. If you follow me, I won't let you suffer." But everyone was asking me, "Will I come back?" Suyu was silent for a while, and then he said softly, "I will not take you to the dead soul's domain directly, but to the Tianyuan domain. After the transformation, the Tianyuan domain is similar to the human realm, and it will not have to deal with dead spirits like the legends say. That is not our homeland either." The king of the Great Shang dynasty shouted, "If we wanted to, we could have taken our people and evacuated to other domains. But for more than 400 years, we did not do so, no matter how dangerous the human realm is. Because this is the place where I was born and raised. We are all fighting for this land, we are fighting for the human race on this land. Our ancestors have lived here for generations. This is our homeland, our roots. The king of the great Xiang dynasty said in a low voice, since ancient times, no race that abandoned this domain had a good ending. Wandering from place to place, losing our foundation, losing our roots, losing our hearts, losing the glory of our race, after a few years, will we change our race? Will we become the new Tianyuan race? This is not the outcome we want. Perhaps your majesty thinks that I am looking for trouble. Yes, I am looking for trouble. His hair and beard stood on end. I just want to ask, your majesty, are you going to abandon this homeland? At this moment, Suyu was somewhat speechless. He could slap this guy to death for finding trouble for himself, but he could not do it. His expression kept changing, and he did not say a word. At this moment, from afar, Xiaohuyu stood up sore and looked at Suyu with a complicated expression. I, Xiaohuyu of Dixia province, am willing to stay in Dixia province and strengthen the empire for my emperor. No matter how strong he is not my emperor. The human race 6,000 years ago can be a general, a marshal, a vanguard, a guest, but not a master. We are willing to stay in the human race and strengthen the empire of the human race. At this moment, dozens of experts stood up sore. They shouted loudly, we are willing to stay in the human race, even if it is dangerous, even if we will be punished. Suyu was silent. Beside him, Zhu Tiandao's expression kept changing. At the side, the king of Han also had a complicated expression. In the next moment, he shouted in a low voice, nonsense. King of the great Xiang dynasty, what do you want to do? Nothing. The king of the great Xiang dynasty said coldly, we only want an answer. Even if Emperor Yu lies to us and is willing to fight back, we are willing to wait for 1,000 years, 10,000 years. We just don't want to give up. Now that Baijian is back, are we going to hand over the human race that we risked our lives to protect to them? The king of the great Xiang dynasty roared angrily, 400 years ago, where were they? My comrades died on the battlefield. Where are they? Now, they are back. Are the human race 6,000 years ago the same as the human race now? They have no family, no friends, no brothers here. They are just passers-by. They are all alone. The 9th tide and the 10th tide are too far apart. The king of the great Xiang dynasty roared loudly, it is not like the previous 9 tides, where the inheritance and bloodline were continuous. The previous 9 tides had many experts, including ancient experts and the experts of the previous tide, all of them were there. The first 9 tide flows were a single entity. Their master and disciple were passed down from generation to generation, and their bloodline was continuous. Other than the death of their master, there is no difference. But are we the same? He was furious. We are not the same. Your Majesty, why are you deceiving yourself? We are not the same. There was no difference between them and a stranger from a foreign race. In Baijian's eyes, the human race is his subjects, and perhaps the other races as well. It is said that Baijian loves his subjects like his own children. The most adorable are the subjects who fought with him 6,000 years ago. Perhaps among those people, there are his teachers, his students, his brothers, his lovers, his comrades, his children. What does the current humankind have to him? Nothing at all. He roared angrily. Everyone reluctantly accepted that Suyu had become the master. Suyu's father was here. His teachers, his friends, his seniors, his classmates, his confidants, they were all here, they were all humans of this tide. Suyu and the human race could not be severed. Could he give up Dixia province? No. Could he abandon Ming constabulary? Of course not. Could he watch as Qin constabulary was destroyed? He still could not, therefore, he could become the master. Even if everyone did not accept him, even if everyone felt that he did not have a master, they could still accept it. Baijian. Those who had truly thought things through would not accept it. Who would accept a person who had no relatives, no friends, no family, no teachers, no comrades, and no comrades to protect the human race? It was impossible. What did the survival of the human race have to do with Baijian? Perhaps in Baijian's eyes, if 9 billion humans died, the remaining would be enough to reproduce. As long as not all of them died, the experts all turned to look at Suyu at this moment. Will we ever come back? Countless pairs of eyes looked at Suyu. Would we still go home? If the situation was unfavorable, we were willing to retreat. After all, no one could be invincible. But we wanted to go home. In the air. Suyu wanted to say, I'm not coming back. Is it good here? Leave it to Baijan. That's what I plan to do. I feel relaxed after leaving you all. I feel great without the shackles, but he seemed to have overlooked something. Would Baijan treat the human race well? Would he treat these people as his own kind? Would he be like the great Qin King and the others, overseeing the four sides of the East Fisher Mountain and fending off the enemies? Would he defend against the enemies and not let one take a step into the human race? Baijan seemed to trust the ancient giants more. He feigned defeat during the last tide flow. If the upper realm and the battlefield of heavens had been sealed a little later, without the king of Great Zhou and Xia Chen, would the human clan have been able to resist the invasion of the myriad races from the beginning? Had Baijan given up on them? Suyu seemed to have overlooked this question. If he could give up on the last tide, what about this one? Suyu was at a loss. How should I answer them? Even Xia Huyo, who he thought would definitely follow him, stood out at this moment and told him that he would not leave. He wanted to stay here and protect the human race. He wanted to live and die with the human race. He would not acknowledge Baijan. He saw the great Qin King, Qin Hao, that rash fellow. At this moment, he had a solemn expression. He would not leave either. He would protect this land and the human race. He saw Zhu Guangshan, who liked to laugh. He also said that he would not leave. He would stay here. He was worried that Baijan would not treat the human race sincerely. No one questioned Suyu's decision because they knew that Suyu could not let go. Suyu's expression flickered. He turned to look at Xiahou Yi and the others, at Zhu Tiandao, who had always supported him. At this moment, Zhu Tiandao was still smiling. He looked at Suyu. Seeing Suyu look over, he smiled and said, Your Majesty, we will fight back, won't we? Temporary gains and losses were nothing. If we lose our territory, we will take it back. Even if the hope is slim, we hope to have a spiritual pillar. Suyu looked around. In the crowd, there was an old man with some expectation. He seemed to be saying that as long as they were willing to fight back, it was okay to suffer hardships, even if they had to enter the dead soul's domain. Otherwise, even if they went there to enjoy life, they would not be at ease. Humans had a special fondness for their land, for their home. It was hard to leave their homeland. All of you want to fight back? Suyu murmured. Yes. At this moment, someone answered him. Xiahou Yi. At this moment, Xiahou Yi was no longer smiling. He nodded and said, We want to fight back. Emperor Yu, this is our home. Today, we can give it up, but we want to come back. If this generation can't do it, then the next generation. If the next generation can't do it, then the next generation. We are afraid that Emperor Yu doesn't have this intention. From now on, we will never have a chance to go home. Further away, Lu Wenyan's expression was also very complicated. We all want to come back. But we are also willing to go with you. We are going with you because we trust you. We want to come back because you are our spiritual pillar. When people leave their homeland, it is not like moving from the Ming Constabulary to Xia province, but from the human domain to another domain. If it was just moving in the human domain, it would be fine. But today, they were going to another domain. That place was no longer their homeland. It was not a piece of sky, nor was it a piece of land. Suyu closed his eyes and sank into deep thought. What about me? Have I thought about coming back? Just as he sank into deep thought, someone suddenly walked out from the crowd, took off his hat, and revealed his face. Su Long stepped out and looked at Suyu. He shouted, Have you never thought about coming back? Do you think of the human race as a burden? If so, leave by yourself. This is our home. Look back, that is Southern Yuan. A few years ago, I chose to join the army again, not to fight for Xianxia, but for my family, for my son. Suyu, the human race is not a burden. You can ignore it, you can run if you can't beat them, but you can't take everyone away and not bring them back. Tens of millions of people, they trust you, they follow you, they are willing to advance and retreat with you, but they are human. Su Long said angrily, let me ask you, have you ever thought about whether or not you want to come back? If you haven't thought about it, leave by yourself. Whoever is willing to go with you, then go. We want to stay. We don't want decades, centuries later, someone to ask me, do you know what the human race is? Do you know where the human domain is? Suyu looked at his father. He already knew that his father was here, and he thought that his father wanted to leave with him. But at this moment, his father stood up and told him, if you want to go, then go. At this moment, Suyu was somewhat at a loss. So, some of the things I think are different from everyone else. I think that I will lead you to a new era. Of course, it might not be in the human domain. I will give you the best resources, the most generous treatment, so that you can avoid fighting, so that you can retire in peace, but, are you not willing? Suyu said softly, fight back. If we fight back, we might have to participate in the war, and countless people will die. There are 50 million people here. If they follow me, Suyu, as long as I have something to eat, they won't starve. They can sit and watch the war in peace. No one will die, at least not too many people. The great Shang King said angrily, are we afraid of sacrifice? There are only a few people who resisted with me back then. If they were afraid of death, if they were willing to drag out an ignoble existence, they could have found a small realm to hide in, and they wouldn't have died. We are selfish, we are greedy for power, we love vanity, we fight openly and covertly, but we have never retreated. You took an inch of my territory, but I will definitely take it back. At this moment, Suyu was a little lost. After a long time, he sighed softly and said, I see. Everyone wants to fight back, right? That's right. Suyu smiled bitterly. I just think that Baijan is also a human, so he won't treat everyone too harshly. I'm not saying that I won't even take a look if the human race is destroyed. I just think that. Su Long scolded, that's just what you think. Baijan. Who the F***ck knows Baijan? I don't. I only know you. You are my son, the human leader that everyone chose. No matter how unreliable you are, your father is here, your teacher is here. Even if you have no conscience, you shouldn't abandon your father. But that Baijan, do you think he cares about all this? Su Long scolded, your father, am asking you in front of everyone today. If you leave, do you want to fight back? If you don't fight back, you can get lost. Suyu smiled bitterly, then suddenly smiled brightly. So, everyone actually thinks that I'm more reliable than Baijan, right? These words were not easy to answer. However, Zhu Tiandao quickly smiled. Of course. No matter what, you are still a human that we watched step by step. You are a human, a comrade. You put in a lot of effort in the Battle of Southern Yuan. You exposed yourself to save the great Qin King in the Starry Universe mansion. You killed one in the heavens, but I didn't see you kill the human race. You killed one in the Dao integration realm, but I didn't see you kill the human race. Suyu smiled. This is so King interesting. I thought that when I left, everyone would be cheering and jumping for joy. I finally sent away this god of plague, and ushered in Baijan who loved his people like his own children. But, you actually want me to fight back so much? Of course. Xiaoyi said loudly, this is our country, our territory, our world. How can we give it to outsiders? Emperor Yu might think that he didn't do anything, but, he's wrong. With Emperor Yu's appearance, our human race dominated the heavens, and we took revenge. The races that bullied us in the past were either destroyed or surrendered. Now, the three powerful races have to be obedient grandchildren. We may not be the strongest, but we are willing to enjoy this glory. Suyu took a deep breath and looked at all the powerful beings. After a while, he laughed loudly. You are so despicable. You don't want to live a good life, but you want to fight back and make rivers of blood flow? Then, without waiting for the others to reply, Suyu suddenly shouted, however, I like your despicability. Maybe I was wrong. That's right, I was thinking that losing this human realm is not a big deal. But you are right, I was the one who conquered this place. No, maybe you were the one who conquered it first, but now, it belongs to me. Xiu shouted loudly, I have a share of this country, and you have a share. You are right, why should I give it to others? But now, I can't fight 100 battles, and I don't want to be his grandson, so I will give up this country first. It's okay, when I am strong enough, we will come back. It's good that he gives up 100 battles, but if he doesn't, we will beat the shit out of him. Xiu shouted, all humans, listen up. When 100 battles comes, you will accept it first. If he dares to treat you badly, when I am strong enough, I will hammer him to death. Bear with it first, don't resist. If he treats you well, then ignore him. If he treats you badly, I will find a chance to kill him. Xiu roared loudly, shaking the world. He even deliberately aimed at a certain place, shouting loudly, I will bring everyone back to the human realm again. I will bear with him for a while, but I will not bear with him forever. If you really can't take it anymore, someone inform me. I will come back and make the decision for you. At most, we will fight to the death. At this moment, suddenly, a roar like a tsunami resounded through the human realm. Fight back! Fight back! The roar shook the sky. Xiu suddenly felt that the luck of the human race had increased greatly, and he was speechless. I feel wronged for 100 battles. How pitiful, he was rejected by everyone before he came. I did not slander you. Recently, in order to smooth the handover, I specially asked people to say that you are easy to talk to, that you love the people like your own children. As expected, the eyes of the people are sharp, everyone can see that you are not a good person. Xiu suddenly smiled brightly. Let's go. Let's strategically retreat, this place will be ours soon. At this moment, the morale was high, no longer as depressed as before. Go, let's go, we will come back in a few days. Xiu was willing to return the favor, since he was willing, he was a good person. Yes, everyone was just that emotional. I don't know Baijan, so who knows what he's like. At this moment, everyone's morale was high, Xiu's morale was also high. After a while, he transmitted helplessly, you bastards, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? If Baijan really treats you well, I guarantee that all of you will forget what you said before. I'm just bluffing people. Fortunately, I'm a reliable scholar. Everyone was in high spirits. Even Xia Huyu and the others were excited beyond belief. Xiu thought about it carefully. Screw you, Xiu knew very well what each and every one of them was thinking. Because the evacuation was inevitable, everyone's hearts were in turmoil. Those who left and those who didn't would all feel uneasy. Worried about the future, worried about whether they'd be retaliated against, worried about whether they'd be able to return after leaving. Today, the forced abdication, the conversation, was actually, mostly an act. Xiu glanced at the great Shang King. The great Shang King had a calm expression on his face. It was as if he wasn't the one who'd been so excited, as if nothing had happened. Seeing Xiu look over and stare at him for a while, the great Shang King felt a bit uncomfortable and transmitted, I'm just encouraging everyone. Emperor Yu, don't look at me. His words were 70% true and 30% false. It was true that he didn't want Baijan to be the ruler of the world. It was true that he wanted to return the favor, but, if he really couldn't, then forget it. He'd wait and see how Xiu was doing. To put it bluntly, Xiu really hadn't returned the favor until he died. Ahem, it hadn't been that many years. At that time, if Baijan really loved the people like his own children, then we could return. And if Xiu didn't die, that meant he'd become a master of the laws. If he could return the favor, then he'd return. If he couldn't, then a master of the laws would be enough to rule the world. Yes, everyone had calculated this clearly. Those words just now were mainly to appease the people. Otherwise, what if those who stayed felt that Xiu had abandoned them? Xiu had been busy recently and didn't have time to comfort people. Everyone helped to comfort them, but it wasn't enough. Today, Xiu had to say it himself. Let's retreat first, then come back. Wait for us, don't worry, the prefecture masters had guarded the mortal realm for more than 400 years, so they had a solid foundation. No matter how powerful one was after 100 battles, it would be difficult to win people's hearts without a few decades or even 100 years. Xiu glanced at him and didn't bother to say anything else. His impassioned speech earlier had caused everyone to think that the great Shang King was a hot-blooded man. Who would believe that? The king of Great Shang was very low profile. He was not like the king of Great Qin or the Daxia of Goguryeo. At the side, the great Han king remained calm and collected. So you couldn't be bothered to say anything more. Some things still depended on the timing. It didn't matter if he could really fight back. He felt that he and Baijian would have a battle sooner or later. If he really beat Baijian down, wouldn't the human boundary still belong to him? Therefore, what he said just now was no big deal. What hesitation, what conflict. There was a little bit of it, but there was also an element of playfulness in it. Everyone, go in. I will definitely bring everyone back to the mortal realm as soon as possible. Suyu roared. Everyone seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, no longer feeling sad. We will come back again. Everyone entered one after another. However, after waiting for a while, Suyu frowned slightly. He suddenly looked at Xia Huyu and the others. Suyu looked at Xia Huyu a few times. Xia Huyu's face was calm. Seeing Suyu look over, he flew forward and said in a low voice, I won't leave. I'm not lying to everyone, I really won't leave. Suyu was stunned. Then he frowned and said, what do you mean? Wasn't it just an act earlier? Xia Huyu bowed slightly and said, what I said is the truth. I want to stay, not to live and die with everyone, nor for anything else. I just want to do some responsibility for Xianxia. The billions of people in Daxia province trust me, Xianxia. I, Xianxia, can't evacuate all of them. My father can leave, my second grandfather can leave. They are strong and will become a thorn in the side, but I am just a weakling who has just stepped into the sun-moon realm. If I stay, Baijian won't kill me, and I can ensure that Daxia province will not be in turmoil. If Baijian forcibly takes me down, he will completely lose the support of the people. If he wants to win the support of the people, he still needs me to appease the people of Daxia province. Suyu frowned incessantly. After a long time, he said slowly, do you know that if you stay, your strength will not improve in a short period of time? Moreover, if I really fight back, if Baijian uses you to threaten me. Xia Huyu smiled and looked at Suyu. Suddenly, his smile was bright. If it really comes to that, let him kill me. He doesn't even have the guts to fight you. If he uses a weakling to threaten you, are you still afraid of him? Then he will be crippled. If I die, you will go and receive me. I will definitely revive in the river of dead souls. Because I want to live. Suyu, will you be afraid of Baijian who uses me to threaten you? His smile was bright. If Baijian is really a hero, he won't be so childish. If he is so childish, then he is really an idiot. What is there to be afraid of? What is there to be afraid of? Suyu was silent for a while. Suddenly, he smiled and looked at him. We have all grown up. For years, from the day he entered the Great Xia Civilization University until now, it was already the 4th year. 4 years ago, when he met Xia Huyu for the first time, he said that he was a cleaner, a small profiteer, and that Suyu was also a fellow with a belly full of evil tricks. 4 years later, everyone's strength and experience were different. However, everyone had really grown up. Xia Huyu knew what responsibility was and what it meant to bear. He wanted to stay and be responsible for the remaining people of Daxia province. If it was a few years ago, Xia Huyu wouldn't have done this. Xia Huyu smiled. There will always be times when I was young. These few years, I have fought in big and small battles. I have embarrassed myself, acted shamelessly, and even swindled people. In the end, no matter how I look at it, there is a different feeling in my heart. His smile was very bright, just like before. After all, I am Xiajia's man, the prefecture lord of Daxia province. Daxia province did not let me down, Xiajia. How can I let Xiajia down? Brother you, it's just a long separation. You and I, it's not like we won't meet again. Suyu looked at him and smiled. That's true. However, after this separation, I don't have enough strength, so I may not return. How long will it take? As soon as possible. Xia Huyu smiled. Understood. Within 3 years, you must return. If you don't return when the upper realm opens, then you are not Suyu. Don't worry, if I don't die in 3 years, this human realm will still have the surname Su. Suyu laughed and said, that's all insignificant. Alright, if you are willing to stay. I believe that you are flexible. At most, you can call Baijian grandpa a few times. I know you. Xiaohuyu's expression was ugly. He glanced at Suyu. I won't say that, Ba, you only know how to slander people, Suyu laughed again. Soon, he looked at the group of people, and then at the group of Eternal Realm experts. He suddenly smiled. So, the Eternal Realm experts are leaving, and most of the Eternal Realm experts are staying? At this moment, the Eternal Realm experts seemed to be saying goodbye to some palace masters. Some were fathers to their sons, and some were to their grandchildren. These people seemed to have chosen to leave. This was a little interesting. On the other side, Qin was instructing his younger brother about something. Hearing Suyu's words, he quickly flew over and said with a sigh, the Eternal Realm is considered a high-end combat force. Let's go, lest we become an eyesore. As for the Eternal Realm experts like my younger brother, he won't be too eye-catching. I'm just worried that Qin is too reckless. Emperor Yu, why don't you give him a military order and make him obedient? In the distance, Qin's expression was ugly. Who are you talking about? Are you very good? Suyu smiled. Qin wants to stay? If it's someone else, I'm also worried that he'll cause trouble. Qin sighed. No, I have to leave my Qin family. Emperor Yu also knows that my son Qin Feng is quite talented. I'd better take him with me. Otherwise, what if he's captured? Qin's talent is ordinary. I'll leave him. It's not a loss even if he dies. These words were really inhumane. In the distance, Qin looked resentful. Motherf *Ker, if not for the fact that he couldn't beat his own boss, he would have come up and beaten him to death. They were all bullying him. The second son of the Zhu family bullied him, the second son of the Xiaojia family bullied him, the first son of the Lu family bullied him, and now even his own boss was bullying him. Suyu chuckled and didn't say much. Instead, he looked at Su Long not far away and suddenly smiled. Su Long coughed for a while and glanced in other directions. He didn't look at Suyu. Suyu looked at his father and smiled. Who called my father here? No one said a word. Suyu smiled again. What? Are you worried that my father won't come and can't suppress me? Still no one said a word. Seeing this, Zhu Tiandao also coughed. There's no such thing. General Su came by himself, he came by himself? Suyu smiled. Didn't you guys notice that he came by himself? Come on. I don't need you guys to act me. When I'm acting, you guys might not be as good as me. Although he wanted to say that when he was acting, you guys weren't even born yet. But after thinking about it, forget it. They were all old guys. Even the youngest, Xiaohuyu, was a little older than him. Zhu Tiandao didn't continue this topic. Instead, he smiled and said, Emperor Yu, are we going to the Tianyuan realm? Changing the topic, Suyu smiled and looked at him for a while. Old Zhu, you look shifty-eyed. I feel that today's matter has something to do with you. Zhu Tiandao was speechless. How could you say that? Who's shifty-eyed? Have you forgotten how you called me grandpa? Bah, Suyu was actually in a good mood. He didn't look as heavy as he showed. Seeing everyone enter the book one after another, he didn't care about what happened just now. As he looked around, he said, don't use people's hearts. He was very indifferent. Of course it's good to boost morale, but be careful of the opposite effect. I may not be as old as you guys, but it's not that I don't know some things. I just don't want to do them. I know it's a good thing that you guys are doing this now, but the premise is that I can win. If I lose, I'll create some barriers for the human race. Suyu chuckled. All of you are my seniors. It's normal to be partial to me. But, don't treat me like a savior. I'm not omnipotent. Everyone should be clear about this. If you trust me too much, it might really lead to a great defeat. Just listen to me. There's no need to change your way of thinking. It's not a good thing to think that I'm omnipotent in the depths of your heart. The great Han King smiled. Emperor Yu wants us to obey in public but oppose in private? Suyu smiled. That's not what I mean. The great Han King knows it himself. Forget it. I'm even suspecting that the king of the state of Zhou sent you a message. Did he teach you that? The king of the state of Zhou is not dead? The great Han King was shocked. Suyu chuckled with a look of disdain. Come on. Who would believe it? Xiahou Yi and estate master Zhu's faces are blooming with smiles every day. Who would believe that they're really dead? They can only fool outsiders. I can't even be bothered to say anything. Zhu Tiandao and Xiahou Yi looked embarrassed. Really? We didn't laugh, really, when we laughed, it was a professional fake smile. At this moment, the atmosphere was very good. Everyone was actually quite relaxed. Although they lost the human realm, it wasn't too bad. Those who should be taken away were taken away, and those who should be evacuated were evacuated. They only left an empty shell of the human realm. Other than having more people, there was really nothing else. As for Suyu's crushing defeat in the upper realm, to be honest, everyone believed 10% of it. As for the other 90%, they didn't believe it at all, they just felt that they weren't strong enough and didn't want to be a target for others. As for leaving Xiahou Yi and the others behind, it wasn't that dangerous. Just as Xiahou Yi said, when Baijian used them to threaten Suyu, Baijian would truly be nothing to be afraid of. If he really died, he might be able to retrieve him. He might be able to find him in the world of dead souls. Seeing that the crowd still needed some time to enter the book, Suyu smiled. I'll go take a look elsewhere. You guys wait here. With that, he disappeared. He did not enter the former residence of King Wen but went to a hidden area below the southern Yuan city. Suyu burrowed underground and a phantom appeared. Soon, it turned into the appearance of Marquis Zhennan. At this moment, Marquis Zhennan had a nervous expression. However, Suyu didn't care much and said indifferently, do you know that Baijian is coming back? Yes. Suyu looked at him for a while and smiled. I'm too lazy to do anything to you. You're better than Yun Shui and the others. You self-destructed and didn't cause me any trouble. I only have one request. If Baijian does anything to harm humans, open the dead spirit channel and summon me back. I'll kill him. Marquis Zhennan was embarrassed. I won't, haha. Suyu smiled. Does Baijian really think of himself as a human? No, or does he really think of himself as a human of the 10th tide? Marquis Zhennan wanted to explain, but Suyu said indifferently, enough. I might know more than you do. Baijian might be a descendant of humanity. Is the king of fighters the same? Forget it, that's not important. Keep the death energy I gave you. Marquis Zhennan, think clearly about whether Baijian or the human race is more important. Marquis Zhennan took a deep breath. In my heart, the human race has always been more important. Perhaps as others say, we antiques have no attachments here and may not think of ourselves as humans. There are such people. And there are many of them. But I'm not. I support the King of 100 Battles because I think he has more hope than Emperor Yu. Yes, more hope. Perhaps Emperor Yu doesn't like it, but the King of 100 Battles now has the strength of a master of the laws. Moreover, he has hope of advancing further. Emperor Yu definitely isn't as strong as him right now. He looked at Suyu. We are still loyal to the human race, not to a human master. Suyu laughed. Whatever. I haven't had a chance to throw Wen Qi out. Then I'll leave it to you? Marquis Zhennan nodded. Sure. Suyu casually shook his hand, and a person was released. It was the scholar, Wen Qi. As soon as he came out, Wen Qi was a bit disheveled. When he saw Suyu and Marquis Zhennan, he hurriedly said, Ho Yi. He quickly ran to Marquis Zhennan's side and looked at Suyu, his eyes filled with vigilance and confusion. Suyu's aura seemed very weak. Suyu looked at him and smiled. All right, don't look at me like that. I'm only at the Sun Moon tier, do you think I'll eat you? Wen Qi, we're not familiar, but I know you're smart. Help the King of 100 Battles well. Screw others, but don't screw my people. Screw 100 Battles, too. Remember, don't make life difficult for me, okay? Wen Qi's expression was serious. I wouldn't dare. Human master must be joking. He wasn't familiar with Suyu, but he was suppressed by Suyu really quickly, so he was a bit confused about Suyu. Even now, he didn't know what had happened. Even if Suyu says he's the sun moon, I wouldn't dare to do anything. Suyu narrowed his eyes and smiled. Let's not talk nonsense. Jinan, Wenqi, you two are on your own. Everyone has their own master, and the next time you meet me, we might be true enemies. Also, help me pass a message to the King of 100 Battles. Marquis Jinan said solemnly, please speak, Emperor Yu. I have no intention of becoming enemies with him. In my eyes, he's not a bad person, but he's not a good person either. It's not that I'm weaker than him, so I'm saying soft words. There's no need. Suyu smiled. I don't want to become enemies with him, but when I return to the mortal realm, it's best if he hands over the mortal realm to me in its entirety. For now, help me guard it for a while. This is to repay a favor. He owes me a favor. Disregarding everything else, I saved Marquis Nanchi and the others. As for the ancient giant race, I didn't touch him. I've given him a favor, but whether he accepts it or not is his business. Marquis Jinan said solemnly, I'll remember it, and I'll pass it on. That's good. Suyu laughed, stepped into the air, and instantly disappeared. When he left, Marquis Jinan exhaled. When Qi transmitted, Ho Yi, recently, did something happen? Is the 100 Battle King coming back? Marquis Jinan nodded and glanced at Wen Qi. Just listen to me, don't act on your own. You have to discuss everything with me. Also, don't have any resentment, this one is not to be trifled with. Don't think that the 100 Battle King can do anything just because he's back. He said a few words and no longer spoke. He tunneled underground again, choosing to remain silent. When Qi saw this and did not speak, silently following. He had been with Marquis Jinan for many years and was very familiar with Ho Yi. It was clear that Ho Yi was filled with fear and respect for this human lord. When Qi did not understand, but he knew that if Marquis Jinan could not be provoked, he could not be provoked either. The evacuation continued. In one day, 50 million people entered the record of civilization. Suyu's record of civilization returned, becoming one, but it was much heavier. There were only a few people left by his side. Suyu looked at Xia Huyu and the others, revealing a smile. Everyone, you've worked hard. There's only one goal for you to stay behind in the human realm, don't let the human realm fall into chaos. As for the rest, do as you should. Don't deliberately go against others, just do your part. As for the rest, I and your elders will take care of it. Those who stayed behind today are all meritorious people. I will remember all of you. I won't say anything about being disheartened, but if I really die and can be taken away and become a dead spirit, I will think of a way to take you all. So, death may not be the end. The mountain is high and the road is long, everyone. I look forward to seeing you again soon. At this moment, Marquis Tong Tian opened the door. The opposite side was directly connected to the outside of the Tianyuan realm. Farewell, Emperor Yu. Everyone shouted in unison. Suyu stepped through the door, his laughter echoing. Don't send me off, I still have to come back later to move. You're sending me off too early. CKU, the emotions that were brewing just now were all destroyed by you. Everyone was speechless. No one knew whether Suyu's childishness was acting up, or if it was his nature, but his words were quite harsh. However, this Suyu seemed a little more humane. Only when they saw Suyu leave and the door close did everyone look at each other. Xiaohu chuckled. Everyone, it's up to us now. Let's not talk about anything else, but for the next 3 years, everyone must maintain the human realm as it is, and there will be no turmoil. Of course. Everyone nodded. At the same time, there were many people outside the Tianyuan realm. In the instant that Suyu was teleported out, thousands of Gui race members stood in the void in the distance. On the other side, thousands of iron-eating beasts looked over in unison. On the other side, thousands of spatial ancient beasts were standing. Beside the spatial beast emperor was a masked man, Huangjiu. On the other side, tens of thousands of 5 elements race members were divided into 5 square formations. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth gathered. They were all here. Suyu was surprised. He was not surprised by the choices of some people, but he was surprised by the choices of some fellows. He looked at the floating earth spirit and smiled. What do you think? The floating earth spirit smiled. Follow Emperor Yu. The hopes of the five elements race rest on him. I've gambled many times, and I've never lost. This time is no exception. Yu smiled and looked at the spatial beast emperor. What does the beast emperor think? The spatial beast emperor also smiled. The higher realms might not understand, but in the lower realms, we witnessed Emperor Yu's rise with our own eyes. The fortune of the world rests with Emperor Yu. A hero is not judged by a moment of success or failure. It doesn't matter how the people of the higher realms choose, but if the people of the lower realms don't choose, then they are stupid. Because the higher realms had never witnessed Suyu's legend. Hence, it didn't matter how the Marquis of Sky Splitting and the others chose. The old beast emperor smiled again. Now, only the fated kin hasn't come. But I believe that old thing, Wu Ming, knows what he's doing. On the other side, a head suddenly popped out from the Tianyuan realm's tunnel. It was the Fate Emperor. He looked around, and everyone looked at him. The Fate Emperor coughed lightly. Don't bring me along for no reason. Remember to keep it a secret, I'm a good person. The group was speechless. This guy had been here for a long time, this was really united, Yu smiled. He looked around and smiled. So, it seems that everyone is here now. Is there anyone who hasn't arrived? Probably everyone had arrived, everyone looked around and smiled. That seemed to be the case. Tianyue and Chongming were together, and the guardians in the distance had also arrived. Further away, there were many huge cities. Everyone is here. The Fate Emperor also smiled. No one in the lower realms was blind indeed. Everyone's eyes widened, and they didn't know what to choose. As they spoke, someone suddenly said, "Hey, is there one missing?" Where's Duo Bao? Did that idiot run away? He probably ran away. That guy is as timid as a mouse. No, he's a mouse, so it's normal for him to run away. It's good that he ran away. June and the others conversed, and it seemed that only Duo Bao ran away. If he ran away, so be it. No one paid much attention to him just now. Yu also smiled. Ran away, forget it then, Duo Bao was very timid. It was normal for him to run away. He couldn't be bothered with him. Just as he was about to bring people into the realm, suddenly, the void in the distance fluctuated, and a figure shuttled over. In the next moment, Duo Bao appeared in front of everyone. Seeing everyone looking at him, Duo Bao was stunned. Why are you looking at me? He didn't care and hurriedly smiled. Your Majesty, I went to find the Heaven Supervisor a few days ago. I received a very important message, so I rushed here without stopping. Why is everyone here? As he spoke, he said happily, it's like this. The Heaven Supervisor said that the providence of the human race didn't fall recently, but increased. Therefore, he concluded that the King of Great Zhou and the others might still be alive. Your Majesty, this is great news. It means that we still have hope to save them. Although the Heaven Supervisor is our enemy, his divination is still top-notch. After this great defeat, our providence didn't fall, but increased instead. This means that after extreme misfortune comes joy. Yu looked at him strangely and smiled. You went to find the Heaven Supervisor? Yes, I'm worried that everyone will be depressed. I'm on good terms with the Heaven Supervisor, so I asked, and the providence of the human race didn't fall. Yu smiled. So, you came back after seeing the providence? Were you preparing to run? No. Duo Bao said righteously, I didn't want to leave. I want to live and die with Emperor Yu's residence. Like hell I'll believe you, he was really as timid as a mouse. Maybe he went to ask the Heaven Supervisor if it was time to run. Yu smiled. Did he say anything else? He said, Duo Bao hurriedly said, he said that he became stronger again. Also, he said that after Baijian's accident, his providence fell. I'm afraid there are some problems. It wasn't caused by Baijian being sealed, but Baijian directly stripped a part of his providence power and left. Yu nodded and smiled. It's not surprising. Baijian was most likely stripped and separated from the providence of the human race, which caused the Heaven Supervisor's providence power to fall. After the ninth tide, he was repeatedly unlucky. Anything else? Yes. Duo Bao immediately nodded. The heaven supervisor also said that if Emperor Yu is strong, he will be strong. But the stronger he is, the stronger Emperor Yu will be. This may not be a good thing. This means that Emperor Yu is now somewhat involved with him, Suyu smiled. This guy's senses are quite accurate. The heaven supervisor represented the ancient times, and the current Suyu was somewhat like inheriting the afterglow of the ancient times. Baijian had actually escaped from it. When it came to factions, sometimes, it was just like that. Of course, the implications weren't too great. Suyu chuckled. Alright, I got it. It's not time to kill him yet. I won't kill him now, and Baijian probably won't either. Just wait. Baijian wouldn't kill the heaven supervisor, even if he knew what it represented. However, killing the heaven supervisor wouldn't be good for Baijian. On the contrary, it would only be bad. The upper realm might have a dozen more masters of the laws, or even more. How many celestial venerables did Baijian have under him? He walked the physical path, so whether the seal was broken or not was the same. Baijian probably still had to protect the heaven supervisor. The relationship between friend and foe was often this complicated. At this moment, whoever was weaker would protect the heaven supervisor. Only Juan didn't know. Otherwise, there was a high chance he would rush down to the lower realm and kill the heaven supervisor. As for Duo Bao, Suyu didn't say much. This guy was actually quite lucky. He could often escape at critical moments. Enter the realm. Without another word, Suyu led everyone into the realm. Tianyuan realm. It was still a mess. However, today, Suyu was going to transform this realm. He would also sink this realm into the land of dead souls. After sinking, he would dig a hole to open up thousands of Daos. Princess Ji. Suyu called out. Princess Ji, who had just returned, flew over. Suyu stepped through the air and looked at the entire Tianyuan realm. I'm going to sink this realm into the dead souls domain. Princess Ji, next, I need you to petrify this realm. It won't be easy. Princess Ji nodded slightly. Suyu shouted again, General Hong Meng. Hong Meng quickly arrived. Open the 36 cities' passageways and connect life and death. Help me. Yes. Hong Meng shouted. In the next moment, he roared, 36 holy cities, open the passageways. Rumble, the 36 huge ancient cities instantly opened the dead souls' passageways. Streams of death aura penetrated heaven and earth. The entire Tianyuan realm was instantly filled with death aura. There was a vague power of laws sweeping over from the outside world. Suyu didn't care too much. At this moment, he was silently sensing. A moment later, the heavenly gate opened, and a great Tao appeared in his eyes. It was the heavenly abyss great Tao. Suyu's eyes lit up. Fate Emperor, help me break the heavenly abyss great Tao. Break the connection between this great Tao and the dead soul's domain, Suyu pointed a finger, and a light shadow appeared in the void. The Fate Emperor didn't say much. A burst of great Tao power erupted, and the heavenly abyss great Tao and the heavenly abyss great Tao intertwined in the blink of an eye. Fat Ball, help me break the connection between the heavenly abyss great Tao and this realm. Hell. The phantom of the Fat Ball great Tao appeared and bit at the heavenly abyss great Tao. At this moment, the heavenly abyss great Tao shook violently, as if unwilling to break the connection, and Suyu roared, South King, Marquis Lanshan, cover with the power of the great Tao of death. The next moment, in the ancient city, several dead soul experts appeared and attacked one after another. They used the death aura to break the connection between the heavenly abyss great Tao and the river of time. Suyu continued to command, sinking a realm into the abyss. It was a little difficult, but it wasn't too difficult for him. As the experts attacked one after another, the entire heavenly abyss great Tao showed signs of breaking. At this moment, the entire Tianyuan realm trembled violently. Rumble, a loud noise resounded throughout heaven and earth. At this moment, traces of power seeped out from all the realms of the fiend gods and immortals. Soon, all the realms seemed to know something. Immortal realm. Tiangu's face was solemn as he said softly, what a good Suyu. Beside him, the Talisman King frowned and said, My lord, what are they doing in the Tianyuan realm? Doing something big. Tiangu sighed. Suyu. I'm afraid he's going to evacuate the Myriad realms. He's sinking the entire Tianyuan realm into the dead soul's domain. Such boldness, the realm was sinking. From now on, there would be no Tianyuan realm in the Myriad realms. But the Talisman King still didn't understand. Does this mean that Suyu has really been defeated and is going to flee? My lord, if we join forces with the fiend gods and immortals, can we stop him from fleeing? Tiangu glanced at him. Idiot. Cultivate in seclusion. Tiangu couldn't be bothered to say more. Stop him? Why stop him? Do you want to die? Do you believe Suyu said he was defeated? He's probably killed countless people in the upper realm. If he's really defeated, he won't be afraid of you if he dares to make a big move. If the three great clans dare to attack at this moment, they're all waiting for death. Suyu is about to flee. Does he still care about the opening of the upper realm? Be careful. He might even destroy the three great clans if he's ruthless. Rumble. A violent noise shook the entire lower realm. The huge Tianyuan realm continued to sink. In the Tianyuan realm, the heavenly abyss great path was struggling violently, as if it didn't want to be separated from this realm. Suyu was impatient and shouted, "Fat ball, stomp it." Boom, a huge boot stomped over. The heavenly abyss great path seemed to come to life, quickly dodging with a somewhat horrifying feeling. Suyu smiled. The heavenly abyss great path, that means its wielder might still be alive. The Emperor of the Heavenly Abyss of the past was most likely still alive. However, this was only a projection of the Great Path. How could it avoid King Wen's boot? It stomped several times in a row, and with a rumble, the Great Path crumbled from the stomp. Here, the fat ball was actually affected and suppressed, but the boot was unaffected. As the Great Path projection crumbled, the suppression against the foreign clans in the entire realm showed signs of dissipating. This was the rule. Now, the rule itself was beginning to crumble, and the suppression was naturally going to collapse as well. Boom, the sound rang out again, and the entire Tianyuan realm was filled with a deathly aura. Gradually, it began to sink, and a large amount of deathly aura permeated from the 36 passageways. Rumble, the loud noises came one after another, and the violent tremors caused the mountains and rivers in the realm to collapse. The deathly aura permeated from all directions. So you didn't care. It might not be a bad thing. The master of the great path of necromancy had drawn away all the deathly aura in the Myriad realms. The Tao of the Myriad realms was actually not very complete, lacking the Tao of death. It was a good thing that some deathly aura permeated over now. When he returned, he would dig a hole in the river of time, disperse it, and neutralize it. Perhaps the Tao here could be restored to before the master of the great path of necromancy opened the sky. It would be more complete. Of course, at this time, Suyu's heavenly gate opened, and he suddenly saw an incomparably huge great path of necromancy vaguely charging over. The great path of necromancy felt this realm sinking, and it actually wanted to assimilate this realm. Suyu roared, "Lu Hong, stop it. Devour the power of the great path of necromancy." Outside the realm, Lu Hong, who had been forced out of seclusion by Lan Tian, gritted his teeth and roared. A gust of deathly aura pervaded, and a great path appeared, rapidly extracting the power of the great path of necromancy, forcing the great path of necromancy to invade the great path of ink. Boom, the entire realm began to sink. Princess Ji, go to the 36 entrances of Fengfei, don't let the deathly aura permeate. Princess Ji also quickly flew out, and began to petrify the weak spots in other parts of the realm. As Princess Ji petrified, large amounts of deathly aura surged into the 36 entrances. In the void, the heavenly abyss great path suddenly collapsed completely, and the phantom was broken. Within the realm, all the suppressive force dissipated. Boom, at this moment, a sound that shocked the Myriad realm spread out. Many experts looked towards the heavenly abyss realm. In the divine realm closest to it, many experts came to spy on the willpower, but they quickly retreated. There was no other reason for this. Intense deathly aura soared into the sky, corroding the expert's willpower, causing it to sizzle, within the heavenly abyss realm. Suyu and the others clearly felt the realm sinking. As it fell, the sky darkened. The next moment, it seemed to sink into the ground. With a rumble, the earth quaked, as though it had come into contact with the dead soul's domain, and the entire realm was completely integrated into the dead soul's domain. A strong shock wave struck the dead soul's domain, and also the heavenly abyss realm. Dead Soul's domain, at the entrance of the starry mansion. Suddenly, a figure appeared. The martial emperor appeared and looked into the distance. In fact, not too far away, a huge circular realm, like a star, fell into the Dead Soul's domain, and into the spirit suppression domain. Damn it! The martial emperor suddenly cursed. Why did this lunatic plunge the heavenly abyss realm into the Dead Soul's domain? He was not the only one who sensed it. At this moment, in the land of Ultimate, the North King suddenly floated into the air, looked into the distance, and also saw the huge realm falling. His expression suddenly changed. This was a realm falling, so you did it? What was he doing? These are troublesome times. The North King sighed inwardly. This Dead Soul's domain might not be peaceful anymore. Even if it had not been peaceful before, now that Suyu had completely sunk the realm, it was clear that it would be even more troublesome, and beside him, the Marquis of Dragonblood's aura was strong, and with some eagerness, he suddenly said, in that case, we can take over this realm and directly connect the living and dead realms. What a big move, the Marquis of Dragonblood sighed, but he was even more excited. This was a good thing. If they could take over this realm, then from now on, would the living and dead realms be directly connected, at the same time. In the depths of the land of Ultimate, pillars of light shook, and faces appeared. Looking into the distance, they also saw a huge realm falling into the Dead Soul's domain. They were all very surprised and very shocked. A realm falling into the living realms, was this a good thing or a bad thing? And Suyu did not care what the others thought. When the huge shockwave came, Suyu was extremely excited. It was a success. Seal all 36 passages. With his roar, all the passages were sealed, and endless death chi filled the air. At this moment, the entire realm was somewhat similar to the half-dead soul's domain. And Suyu, at this time, was going to dig a hole. He had just fallen, and the great Tao of dead souls had not corroded, and he was going to dig a hole in the river of time, otherwise, if he was too late, it would be troublesome. Blue sky. With a roar, the weak blue sky came out in the next instant, followed by a large number of powerful light orbs. Suyu waved his hand, and Eternal Realm and Tao Integration Realm powerful beings all appeared. As for those below that, Suyu did not let them out. It was too dangerous, there was still a lot of death chi here. Moreover, under the Eternal Realm, comprehending the Great Tao was not very beneficial. Suyu said seriously, I'm going to dig a hole. Once I dig through, a large amount of nomological power will rush over. Everyone, I can only rely on you to sort out the Great Tao bit by bit. Whether this place is suitable for us to live in or not will depend on the results. Don't worry, Emperor Yu. Everyone shouted in unison, they were all a little excited. They were going to dig a hole. Meanwhile, Suyu quickly drilled out of the heavenly abyss domain. At this moment, the passageway to the living realm had not disappeared, nor was it sealed. As long as he found the heavenly abyss Tao, Suyu could dig along that path, and the direction would not be wrong. After all, before this, the heavenly abyss Tao was connected here. Suyu quickly tore open the river of time and space and drilled into it. He was going to learn from his seniors and start digging holes in the river of time. He wondered if the owner of this Tao was still alive. If he was alive, he would probably be so angry that he wanted to kill someone if he saw his own great Tao being dug out like this one day. In any case, I'm not the first to dig. With this thought in mind, Suyu instantly felt no guilt. I'm not the first, I'll just dig a bowl-sized hole. Yes, just this big. It was only the size of a bowl, Suyu thought to himself. If he dug too big, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to stabilize it. Look, the human emperor dug so big, and the impact was so strong that even heavenly venerables couldn't pass through. How dangerous was that? Entering the river of time, Suyu quickly flew forward. This time, Wan Tianxing and the others would be combing the great Tao below, so the matter of digging a hole could only be done by Suyu himself. Along the way, he mainly relied on the star seal. One had to say that the current Suyu relied more on the celestial seal than the Book of Time. If he hadn't obtained the celestial seal from Xianxia, it wouldn't have been easy for him to dig a hole in the river of time. Even the upper and lower realms would be difficult. Xingyu, at this moment, Suyu thought of Xingyu again. Maybe Xingyu didn't care about the star seal, or maybe she had completely forgotten about it. However, he still had to remember her. This dead spirit monarch, who had interacted with him since the beginning, was now very low-key and continued to live in his dead spirit castle. Xianxia was rarely seen going out. She was a true otaku. Being an otaku meant hundreds of thousands of years. As he thought about this, the star seal continued to exert its power, calming the waves of the river of time, allowing Suyu, whose great Tao had been cut off, to continue traveling. He didn't know how far he had traveled, but it was almost beyond the Tao of writing. Suyu sensed the aura of the heavenly abyss great Tao. Soon, a sizable tributary appeared in front of him. Suyu looked carefully and judged that this should be where the heavenly abyss great Tao was. It wasn't too strong, the entire tributary was about 1,000 meters across. Compared to the Tao of writing, it was much weaker. It wasn't even comparable to the great Tao of a desolate heavenly beast, and naturally not comparable to the great Tao of a martial emperor. The strength of the heavenly abyss emperor is only SOSO. Suyu roughly sensed it. He just had to dig a hole nearby, but he still had to lock onto the location, lest he dug in the wrong place. If he dug outside the realm, it would be for nothing, Suyu quickly stopped in front of the tributary, measured it, and landed at the location corresponding to the tributary. At this moment, the river was surging. This river water was filled with the power of the Myriad Tao. The power of the Myriad Tao would flow the corresponding great Tao energy into the tributaries, providing the tributaries with the power of rules. This was the mode of operation of the entire river of time. In normal circumstances, even an Empyrean would only focus on one path. If they rashly dived into the depths of the river of time, they would be killed by the power of the river of time. The power of the Myriad Tao contained too many things, including corrosion, attack, killing, and so on. No one would be able to withstand such an impact. I wonder how long the Star Universe seal can suppress it. Suyu wasn't sure either, because the previous few times, he had only dabbled in it. After suppressing it for a while, he would quickly retreat. Now, digging a hole was probably not going to be easy. The river of time wasn't that fragile. If it was that simple, the river of time would have been riddled with holes. Suppress. Suyu didn't think too much about it. He would give it a try first. With a loud shout, the Star Universe seal erupted with resplendent light. In an instant, the entire river of time seemed to pause for a moment. Suyu instantly dived into the bottom of the river, and the Star Universe seal turned into a defensive shield, blocking his surroundings. However, at this moment, the huge power of the river was still impacting Suyu, and Suyu couldn't stabilize himself. Once he was washed away, he would deviate from the Tianyuan realm. In his mind, the Book of Time rippled slightly. On the record of civilization, the Great Tao diagram overflowed with a faint glow. The human emperor's Great Tao diagram, the Time Master's Book of Time, the Star Universe seal, these treasures, at this moment, were exerting great power. Suyu continued to dive, and it was a little strenuous. The river water rushed past him, and Suyu felt the power of the Myriad Tao. All kinds of power gathered, and it was frighteningly powerful. He dived all the way, and after an unknown period of time, he seemed to have reached the bottom. Suyu looked down, and his eyes moved slightly. This was the first time he saw what was at the bottom of the river so clearly. Barrier. What was the barrier? Primal chaos. Suyu murmured. Yes, primal chaos. At the bottom of the river of time, there was primal chaos, the power of primal chaos, which was also the power of the Myriad Tao, mixed with the power of the Myriad Tao. So that's how it is. Using primal chaos as a wrapper, open your own Tao, stabilize the river of time, primal chaos on the outside, Myriad Tao on the inside. Amazing! Suyu exclaimed in his heart. The Great Tao barrier turned out to be a wrapper of primal chaos. This provided him with a lot of ideas to open up the Tao. Suyu punched out, but the bottom of the river did not move at all. Yes, there was no movement at all. There was not even a splash of water. It's not brute force, Suyu frowned, and soon, he understood something. Then, he laughed bitterly. F***ck. He somewhat understood, digging a hole was actually not forcefully digging, but to comb through the primal chaos and open up an opening in the primal chaos. This was equivalent to dissecting the Tao of primal chaos. Digging a hole, it turns out that I still have to comprehend the Great Tao and understand the Great Tao. The primal chaos was a chaotic net. At this moment, what Suyu needed to do was to comb through this chaotic net, and then pull out some of the key lines, letting the mesh spread out. Only then would he be able to dig a hole. And at this time, Suyu thought of the human emperor. The human emperor opened such a large opening. It was not brute force, but because the human emperor had a deep understanding of the great Tao, deeply dissecting the Tao of primal chaos, and then pulled out the entire primal chaos barrier, causing such a large opening to appear. Amazing! Suyu sighed once again. Opening up an opening was not easy. As far as Suyu knew, this tide, he, Lan Tian, and Wan Tianxing had hope of opening up an opening. The others should not have a chance, because their understanding of the myriad Tao was not deep, and their understanding of primal chaos was not deep. Can Baizhan and the others do it? It was hard to say. In any case, digging a hole wasn't a physical activity, but a mental one. Since when was digging a hole something that only cultured people could do? Suyu sighed again. When would a martial artist be able to stand up? If you don't work hard, you won't even be able to do a physical task like digging a hole. Dissecting primal chaos. Fortunately, these days, Lan Tian and I have studied a lot, maybe we can complete it. In the past half a month, he had been studying all this with several undead spirits, including Lan Tian and the others. In the past, so you might really not know where to start. That's good too, just treat it as a test before I open up the path. If I can't even analyze it, how can I talk about opening up the path? The Great Tao was a machine. If you can't even dismantle it, how can you build it? The Tao of primal chaos was a combination of myriad Tao. So you could only dismantle this first before he could build it. Otherwise, the success rate of him opening up the path was extremely low, so you squatted down, ignoring the impact of the river outside. The will of civilization and the star seal were both suspended in the air, suppressing this place. In the short term, it would not be a big problem. After a long time, it would be washed away. At worst, he could just come back again. What was there to be afraid of? Primal chaos barrier, I have to find a thread first, otherwise it will not be easy to dismantle. Suyu looked at the primal chaos barrier that was as solid as a wall and extremely smooth. He felt a headache. Which path should I start from? How do I draw out a thread first? This thing really had to be done carefully. This was not an adjective, but it really had to be done carefully. Let's start from the 5 elements first. In Suyu's hands, a flame rose, and the barrier also reflected a flame radiance. Suyu's flame became stronger and stronger. On the barrier, the Tao of fire also became stronger and stronger. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. He carefully sensed it and fell into deep thought. It would probably be very difficult to forcibly break it. Using the Tao to counter the Tao. Water and fire are incompatible. Wood feeds fire, use the wood Tao to stimulate the fire Tao, strengthen the fire Tao, use the water Tao to destroy the fire Tao, break the fire Tao thread. One thought after another arose in Suyu's mind. First, he drew out the fire Tao. Soon, his wood character Shenwen erupted. The wood Tao stimulated and strengthened the fire Tao. Gradually, the fire Tao on the barrier became clearer, and there were faint signs of protruding. Sure enough, it still depended on the great Tao comprehension. It was impossible to break the barrier by brute force. The water Tao appeared, it instantly formed, with a sizzling sound, the protruding fire Tao instantly annihilated the water Tao. No, I'm too weak. Suyu felt a headache. My Tao is too weak. If this goes on, I'll have to grind it out. Just grinding a Tao will take a lot of effort. When will I be able to grind out all these Taos? It seems like I still have to borrow strength. In the next moment, a page of water Tao appeared in the record of civilization. A virtual water Tao was connected to Suyu. Immediately after, in his mind, the Book of Time also poured the power of water Tao into his body. Suyu's water Tao instantly strengthened and once again poured on the fire Tao on the barrier. Chi, this time, the effect of the water Tao was much stronger. However, it would probably take a long time to break this fire Tao. Suyu didn't care about this. This was a test of his great Tao comprehension. This time, even if he couldn't dig a hole, it was still a test for him. Heaven opener, if I can't even dig a hole, then I won't be able to open the sky. This is a bit like a test. If I can't pass the test, it means that I don't even have the basic qualifications to open the sky. So you continued to grind the fire dough. In the surroundings, a large amount of water rushed over. The star seal erupted with a bright light. But gradually, it dimmed a little. The energy consumption was too great, at the same time. In the depths of the river of time, a phantom appeared again. It suddenly turned its head and looked into the distance. Star seal, with a murmur, the figure felt the star seal. It was in this river, perhaps somewhere in the future. The upper flow was the past, and the lower flow was the future. In the future, someone brought the star seal into the river of time and had been suppressing the river. What was it doing? The power of the star seal seemed to be consumed rapidly. Did Xianxia give the star seal to someone? With some doubts, the mysterious man slightly frowned. Then, why was he still standing there and not moving? Strange, recently, there were more and more strange things. Last time, there was a guy who strangely didn't accept its inheritance. Just as it was thinking, someone in front quickly broke through the air and shouted in exhaustion, "Your Majesty, they're attacking again. We can't stop them in front." The phantom trembled. It couldn't care about the rear anymore. Stop them. Your Majesty. In front, the figure hurriedly said, "Retreat." We can't retreat. The figure growled, "Retreat? If we retreat, I'm afraid we'll return to the infinite worlds. Nothing has changed in the infinite worlds. No one has broken the seal and become the master of the laws. The reinforcements haven't arrived. There's no way to retreat. If we retreat again, the human race will lose. Your Majesty. King Wen and the others might have returned. Impossible. The figure growled, if they had returned, they would have come to help long ago. Listen to my command, the entire army will press forward. The human race of the infinite worlds, what are they doing? The last sentence was barely audible. However, it really wanted to curse. Motherf asterisk cur, how many years has it been? Only a reliable powerhouse hasn't appeared, not a single useful one has appeared. Didn't I leave behind a lot of backup plans? If they were more reliable, they would have taken over the Wan region long ago. If they took over the Wan region and unified the world, it wouldn't be a problem to produce a few masters of the laws, right? Not to mention many. After so many years, when 8 or 10 masters of the laws appeared, I would at least have reinforcements. But in the end, the seal hadn't been broken. What did this mean? It meant that not a single master of the laws had appeared. Fuck you, the phantom was furious. There were so many pieces of trash. Was the human race going to end in his generation? What the hell? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. In the next moment, his voice boomed, "Everyone. Press forward. Don't retreat. There's no way back. There's no way back." Yes, Your Majesty. In the distance, the battle erupted. Great Tao of the laws crisscrossed the river. The river surged and surged. Behind them, the phantom suppressed the waves. The turbulence was so violent that it affected the rear. There was likely a great disaster behind them that would affect the future. In the distance, a cold voice echoed, "It seems the infinite worlds haven't produced a master of the laws. Human Emperor, your wishful thinking has failed. It won't be long before we return. Once we return to the infinite worlds, humanity will decline. Your Majesty Human Emperor, your path will come to an end." The grand voice reverberated through the river. There was a hint of coldness and ridicule in it. So what if it was blocked for millions of years? Without you humans, humanity is still trash. We'll return to the infinite worlds and break the seal. Perhaps the Wan will produce a large number of masters of the laws. They've already sensed that the destiny of the Wan isn't low. The phantom ignored him. Of course, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. Humanity, what the hell are they playing at? The more he thought about it, the sadder he felt. Over the course of countless years, were there no geniuses? This was too sad. As the phantom was lost in thought, his heart suddenly stirred. He turned his head again. It wasn't that someone had become a master of the laws, but rather, there seemed to be some movement in the area where the astral seal had stopped. Vaguely, there was something off. What movement? He was too far away, so he couldn't clearly sense it. Whatever. No matter what movement there was, no master of the laws had appeared. Is the will of the heavens really against humanity? Meanwhile, at the bottom of the river, grinding, Suyu continued to grind. After who knew how long, there was a cracking sound. The protruding fire path broke with a crack. Suyu's forehead was beaded with sweat. He was happy, but also helpless. What the hell, just a single path was enough to grind me to death. Digging a hole was too difficult. He had really underestimated digging a hole before. If this continued, how long would it take him to finish? I don't have to grind it all down. If I grind down some of the main Daos, maybe the river of time will wash away the hole. As he thought of this, Suyu's bare one's teeth said, if the 5 elements break the path of fire, the 4 elements will be unstable, and the 5 elements will be broken. It looks like I can break the 5 elements first. But at this moment, in the river of time, the power of the fire laws was suddenly stripped away from the Daos and transformed into water that attacked Suyu. In the blink of an eye, it sank into the fracture. Suyu's heart stirred. In that instant, the power of the fire laws vanished. Where did it go? Could it have flowed into the heavenly abyss realm? Right at this moment. Heavenly abyss realm. Everyone was on standby, waiting silently. After an unknown amount of time, a flame suddenly fell from the sky. The flame burned the heavens and destroyed the earth. It seemed to be the fire of annihilation. It burned without any scruples. Countless traces of death aura were burned away. Lan Tian's expression changed. It was too strong. The power of this flame burned without restraint. It was too powerful. Wan Tianqing's expression also changed. The next moment, he shouted angrily, "Fire elementalist of the 5 elements, step forward and absorb the flames." Those who cultivate the fire Tao, quickly absorb the power of the fire Tao. On the 5 elements race's side, several cultivators of the fire Tao quickly flew into the sky. The incomparably pure power of the fire Tao shocked them. Several eternal realms quickly absorbed the power of the fire Tao, but the flame still rose wildly. Wan Tianqing's expression changed slightly. No, the power absorbed by the fire Tao was too little. The next moment, he shook the pages of the book, and tens of thousands of fire elementalist powerhouses appeared. Some were strong, some were weak. This was left to him by Suyu. Suyu did not dare to bring everyone to the river of time. Fire elementalist, absorb the power of the fire Tao. Lan Tian, suppress the intensity of the flames. Everyone else, help me suppress the power. Wan Tianqing kept shouting. The next moment, his voice resounded in the book that could accommodate 50 million people. Are there any powerhouses of Shenwen who have comprehended the fire Tao? Warriors who can cultivate the fire Tao? If there is, step forward quickly. It was impossible to absorb all the power of the fire Tao with just a few eternal realms. Wan Tianqing's expression was solemn as he looked up at the sky. What was going on? Why did only the power of the fire Tao seep out? Under the serious imbalance of power, the flames burned the sky. If this continued, the entire Tianyuan realm would burn sooner or later. A large number of fire elementalists frantically absorbed the incomparably pure power of the fire Tao. It was like a reward from heaven and earth. The key was, there was too much. It was so much that it was terrifying. Everyone would explode. On the 5 elements race's side, the fire elemental patriarch was happy at first, but it soon turned into horror. He looked at the floating earth spirit absorbing and said in horror, "There's so much, we can't finish it." The happiest thing in life was to absorb countless power of rules of the corresponding attribute. The most painful thing in life was to absorb countless power of rules of the corresponding attribute. F***ck, there was no end to it. He was about to be burned to death. The floating earth spirit was also trembling. There was so much, a large amount of heavenly fire fell from the sky. What was Suyu doing? Don't just set fire, there was too much fire. Under the imbalance of power, the other experts had no way to enter and absorb the flames. As he was thinking, everyone was absorbing crazily. Suddenly, a large amount of heavenly water fell from the sky. Wan Tianqing's expression changed again. What the hell, wasn't he digging a hole? Why was the imbalance of power so serious? The power was pure, but the key was that there were not many people who could use it. Fortunately, there were many people from the Five Elements race. The next moment, he roared again, Lan Tian, disperse the power of water and fire. The water spirit race of the Five Elements race absorbed the power of water. All water elementalists, enter. In the sky, Lan Tian couldn't help but scold, you do it yourself. I'm alone. Do you think I'm a god? He wanted to curse, everything was Lan Tian's fault. Did Lan Tian eat and drink from you? The sky saint wasn't cute at all. Can't you see I'm busy? Wan Tianxing was also depressed. There was no other way. Only he and Lan Tian could disperse the power of the great Tao. The others were lacking. Thinking of this, Wan Tianxing suddenly roared, Marquis Fire Cloud, are you dead? What are you doing? Come and absorb it. He was usually polite to these seniors, but at this moment, he suddenly thought of someone from the fire element path. Where was he? In the distance, Marquis Fire Cloud turned into a phantom, his light ball flickering. He said helplessly, we don't have physical bodies. The power is too strong. Taoist Lan Tian, dissolve it a little and be a little gentler, F*CKU, Lan Tian cursed. Do you think I'm a filter? Although he cursed, he still quickly weakened the fire elemental power, acting as a human switch to control the strength of the power. Seeing this, Wan Tianxing's eyes lit up. Lan Tian, go to the sky and block the point where the power is seeping in. Block that hole and act as a switch to adjust the strength of the power. Lan Tian was really useful at this moment. Lan Tian couldn't hold it in anymore and said angrily, just say it if you want to kill me. What do you think I am? Cut the crap. Are you going or not? Wan Tianxing was also angry. Other than you, can anyone else do it? Don't be fooled by the number of people here. They are all incompetent. Don't you understand? Around them, the faces of the experts turned dark. These words were really heart-wrenching. We don't want to either, more importantly, we only cultivate one Tao. Who cultivates so many Taos? Lan Tian had no choice but to fly into the sky. With an angry roar, he transformed into a giant octopus and blocked the sky. Following that, he opened his mouth and spat out some fire elemental power. Then, he spat out water elemental power. Below, everyone's expression stiffened. Marquis Fire Cloud couldn't help but say, fellow Taoist, how about changing the method? He spat it out, it was a little disgusting. Pfft. The octopus farted and released a large amount of water elemental power. Everyone was disgusted, that bastard Lan Tian did it on purpose. Yes, he did it on purpose. Who asked everyone to let him be the switch? Suck it if you want. Wan Tianxing was also speechless, what a jerk, forget it, I won't suck it anyway. Don't mind it, everyone. It's pure power of laws, not Lan Tian's urine, it would have been fine if you didn't say it, but now that you said it, forget it, let's just continue. As he spoke. Boom, a wave of earth power seeped over. Wan Tianxing vaguely sensed it and shouted, Earth elementalists, get ready. Emperor Yu is releasing the power of laws bit by bit. Everyone, this is a rare opportunity. Such pure power of laws. If we miss this chance, there might not be a next time. The moment the opening was made, the power was very pure and seeped out bit by bit. After that, it would probably have to be mixed. At this moment, the Five Elements race could be considered to have picked up a great bargain. Suyu was releasing the power of the Five Elements from above, and Lan Tian was controlling the strength of the power of rules below. To them, this was a godsend opportunity, it was equivalent to receiving rewards from the heavens. The floating earth spirit was also absorbing crazily. It was a five elemental expert, so it could absorb the power of all five elements. Moreover, it was formed from the origin of the five elemental old ancestor. Strictly speaking, the floating earth spirit wasn't much different from Bean Bun and the others. It could barely be considered a great Tao spirit. At this moment, its aura skyrocketed. Large amounts of power of laws were absorbed by it. The floating earth spirit grinned. Bear One's teeth grinned. As expected, I knew there would be benefits if I followed Suyu. At this moment, a large number of five elementalists were advancing. For the weak, the instant influx of so much power of laws might cause their realm to waver, but this was indeed the best time to improve. The experts that cultivated the power of the five elements kept getting stronger. Marquis Fire Cloud was a heavenly king expert of the fire element. At this moment, his phantom solidified as large amounts of power of the fire element were absorbed by him. He, whose body had been shattered previously, used the power of the fire element to form a complete body of fire. The next moment, a weapon appeared in the Sea of Will. Immediately after, tens of thousands of people appeared. Marquis Fire Cloud roared, "Absorb! Absorb all of them! Pure power of the fire element laws." Those people began to absorb, but they were somewhat at a loss. "Where are we?" Xianxia swept a glance and frowned slightly. Marquis Fire Cloud was embarrassed as he shouted, "They are my people. I brought them down from the divine volcano. I didn't have time to release them. They are all very strong." As he spoke, he looked at a fiery woman and shouted, "Huiyu, hurry up and absorb, Tao integration." The fiery woman was at a loss, but she didn't care anymore. Absorb, where did so much power of the fire element come from? There was also the power of the water element. Yes, there was also the power of the earth element. These people were at a loss. However, this place was 100 times purer than the power of the divine volcano. It was indeed a good place for them to cultivate. Among these people, there were many eternal experts. One Marquis Steadfast had over 1,000 subordinates, and many of them were eternal experts. On Marquis Fire Cloud's side, there were even more eternal experts. In the distance, Marquis Steadfast and the others looked at each other. The next moment, Marquis Steadfast roared, "Chongming, where are our people? Quickly release them and absorb." Chongming hurriedly released Marquis Steadfast's subordinates. The valiant general didn't bat an eyelid. He released a weapon from his sea of consciousness and over 10,000 people. Those who cultivated the five elements, absorbed them all. That day, among the 6 ancient marquises of the upper realm, Umbra had no subordinates, and Yun Shui had left. So you did not care about Marquis Nan's people. His people were all with Marquis Nan. At this moment, Marquis Steadfast, Yingguo, and Marquis Fire Cloud had about 30,000 subordinates, while the eternal experts had more than 100. At this moment, the accumulation of many years was vividly displayed on the bodies of these veteran powerhouses. A large number of powerhouses began to absorb the power of the five elements. Especially on Marquis Fire Cloud's side, the power of the Huiyu kept rising. In the blink of an eye, there was a rumble, the power of the great Tao instantly became stronger, and an aura belonging to Tao integration rose in the blink of an eye. At this moment, General Yingguo sighed. What a pity, it was not a pity for others, but for Marquis Yunshui. If Yunshui was here, he would definitely have a chance of advancing to Heavenly King. Moreover, most of Marquis Yunshui's subordinates cultivated the water element. Perhaps many water element powerhouses would be born. Advancing to Tao integration was not a dream. General Yingguo felt that it was too much of a pity, but this was also Yunshui's own choice. As for Marquis Fire Cloud, he was grinning from ear to ear. Awesome, my subordinates have also reached Tao integration. He laughed heartily. Huiyu, work hard and continue absorbing. And Hualai, Huahua, you guys, absorb for me. Don't let the five elements tribe benefit. They can't reach Tao integration. Let's charge. He was extremely excited. Seeing him roar, Wan Tianxing said angrily, "Shut up. Huiyun, you should comprehend the fire element Tao. This is your only chance to advance to Heavenly Venerable. This old thing, why does he have so much nonsense? Quickly absorb and comprehend the power of the great Tao." Marquis Fire Cloud had advanced to Heavenly King last time. If he was lucky this time, without the interference of his physical body, he might be able to advance to Heavenly Venerable. The fire element would definitely allow him to advance to Heavenly Venerable. This kind of foundational Great Tao was very powerful, unlike the minor Great Tao of Great Zhou. Even if he cultivated it to its peak, he might not be able to become a Heavenly Venerable. Huiyu and the others were somewhat at a loss. However, seeing that Marquis Fire Cloud had obediently gone to comprehend the Great Tao, everyone felt a little strange. They did not say a word and silently absorbed the power. Why did they feel that their boss's position here was not high? Where was this, the lower realm? How could there be so much power of laws in the lower realm? How strange. One fire element expert after another grew stronger. In the void, the power of the metal Tao appeared once again. At this moment, many people were delighted. Wan Tiansheng was also overjoyed. Quick, warriors can also comprehend it. All weapons are of the metal Tao. The metal Tao is the Tao of attack. This Tao could be comprehended even if everyone did not cultivate it, which cultivator had not come into contact with the Tao of attack. Wan Tianxing revealed a look of joy. He did not expect the openings to be like this. If there was one opening every 5 miles, wouldn't they all be rich? We're rich. So you can open openings once every 3 days. Every time, everyone will be immersed in the power of laws, comprehending all kinds of pure great Tao of laws. With this pile, we can even become an empyrean. Wan Tianxing thought of this and found it somewhat strange. Since the human emperor could open more openings, why didn't he open more in the past? If he opened it once every 3 days, even if the humans might not become masters of the laws, there would at least be a large number of Tao integration cultivators, right? At this moment, so you did not know what Wan Tianxing was thinking. Otherwise, he would curse old Wan to death. To hell with you. Before the Tao of the 5 elements was finished, Su Yu's face was already pale. All around him, be it the record of civilization or the stellar universe seal, they were trembling violently. The pressure was too great. As he ground down some of the barriers, all kinds of power surged towards him from all directions. Su Yu also absorbed large amounts of power of laws. At this moment, he felt like he was about to explode. So hot. So cold. It hurts. Ah, I'm petrified. In any case, there was no one around. Su Yu roared and cursed incessantly. I won't open another opening next time. Once I open this opening, all kinds of great Taos will have to pass through it before they can seep out. It's like being cut into 1,000 pieces. Opening this opening once was enough to take his life. My opening is still considered weak, and it's still considered small. Back then, when the human emperor opened such a large opening and so many great Taos surged in, the human emperor must have been screaming in pain. Su Yu comforted himself. It's not embarrassing. I'm definitely not the only one. The human emperor must have also been screaming in pain in a place where no one could see. I opened such a small opening, and you opened such a large one. No matter how strong you are, you must have cried. This is a secret of us sky splitters. No one will leak it. Yes, definitely. Su Yu was on the verge of tears from being burned by the fire. In one moment, he was frozen into a popsicle. In the next moment, he was saved by the power of wood, causing him to moan incessantly. It was simply too satisfying. In the next moment, his internal organs were shattered by the power of metal. He wept bitterly. Anyway, no one saw it. What's the big deal? This must be everyone's secret. If the human emperor doesn't say it, if the master of the great Tao of necromancy doesn't say it, and if I don't say it, who else would know? The great Taos were broken by him one by one. Every time he broke one, it would give Su Yu a special feeling. For example, when he broke the power of the demonic Tao, Su Yu turned into a demon and laughed strangely. When he broke the immortal Tao, Su Yu looked like an immortal. Although he was crying bitterly, he still looked like an immortal. At this moment, Su Yu, in a real sense, came into contact with all kinds of great Taos, which made him feel a little more. Different great Taos brought different experiences. It was like role-playing. At this moment, Su Yu turned into a man with 1,000 faces. He was a little crazy and fanatical. Tianyuan realm. As Su Yu continued to grind away the power of various great Taos, the great Taos in the entire realm were no longer as pure as they were at the beginning. It was even more difficult to absorb. However, Su Yu's goal was not for everyone to absorb, but for them to sort out the power of the Myriad Tao. At this moment, Wan Tianqing's expression was much more solemn. Within the realm, people were constantly advancing. He did not care about these people, and immediately shouted loudly, "All Eternals, follow me to sort out the power of the great Tao, stabilize the great Tao, and do not let the large amount of rule power impact the realm." Everyone stopped absorbing and quickly soar. This was also Su Yu's previous request. They were here to stabilize the river water. When the river water poured down, their mission was to lock these great Taos into a ball, waiting for Su Yu to return, and then turn them into the Tao of time. 5 elements Tao, we will sort out and stabilize it. The floating Earth spirit shouted and accepted the mission for the 5 elements race. Space Tao, let us do it. The space race also quickly accepted the mission. I'll do the devouring Tao. One expert after another quickly divided the work according to their own great Tao attributes. As for Wan Tianxing and Lan Tian, they were in charge of the great Tao. The other great Tao that no one had sorted out needed them to sort out, so that the power of the great Tao would not turn into chaos and impact the entire realm. Once it turned into chaos, the realm would become like the chaotic mountain. It would not be a good thing for the cultivation of the cultivators of the myriad realms. In the air, the hole seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. Suyu had broken a large amount of the power of the great Tao, causing the river water to start to pour out. Lan Tian did not have time to sort it out, but he still forced himself to hold on. The heaven hunting list appeared, a page of the golden book floated in the air. Lan Tian was in charge of filtering it. Below, Wan Tianxing's expression was solemn. He was mainly assisting Lan Tian, sorting out some of the great Tao energy that could not be separated. Everyone was wandering in the great Tao. Everyone was silently comprehending, sorting out, and splitting it up. This was a process of chaos transforming into 10,000 Taos, and 10,000 Taos fusing into chaos. It was indeed a rare opportunity. When the human emperor opened his mouth, he did not even think of asking everyone to help sort it out. He alone was enough. Why did he need someone else to do it? The human emperor's opening of the Tao was also extremely secretive. Very few people knew about it, and those who did wouldn't care, much less allow cultivators beneath the master of the laws to help sort out the Tao. With the human emperor's massive opening, any cultivator below the master of the laws who tried to comb through the grand Tao would be swept to death. At this moment, Wan Tianxing looked around and roared, "South King, Marquis Lanshan, come quickly." The 2 experts were originally hiding at the side because the death chi was too dense. When he heard the call, he quickly arrived. King Nan said in a deep voice, "What's the matter?" "The 2 of you," Wan Tianxing quickly said, "in the great Tao of time, the death Tao has been extracted, so it's not perfect. Now, I hope that the 2 of you can provide some death spirit energy to weave a death spirit Tao and fuse it with the 10,000 Taos to perfect the great Tao energy in the realm." The 2 of them looked at each other solemnly. Weaving the path of necromancy, could this be done? Wan Tianxing said in a low voice, "The 2 of you can try. This is also a kind of enlightenment to transform everything you've learned into the grand Tao. Once you succeed, South King may become a celestial venerable, and Marquis Lanshan may step into the heavenly king realm. This is an opportunity. Even if it doesn't work this time, once Emperor Yu opens the Tao diagram, the 2 of you will definitely be able to ascend another level." He knew what Suyu was thinking, so he spared no effort to have everyone participate as much as possible. In fact, he and Blue Sky could do many things, but unless it was something others couldn't do, the 2 of them wouldn't do it. It wouldn't benefit them to do it, but if others did it, it might be a crucial moment of enlightenment. There's also the river diagram. You can try them all. Wan Tianxing quickly said, "Emperor Yu wants to turn the dead into life. When he comes out, first try to fuse with the Tao of this realm, then try to open his own Tao and face death. Once he succeeds, he might be able to resurrect the dead." Hearing this, the dead spirits' hearts trembled. Was Suyu preparing to resurrect the dead spirits? Marquis Lanshan didn't care so much, and he asked anxiously, "How do I weave the Tao?" Wan Tianxing was helpless. "How did you cultivate to Tao integration back then?" "I'm impressed." He had no choice but to quickly teach. "It's actually very simple according to what you think. What is the Tao of dead spirits in your mind? Then try to use the power of rules to transform it into the Tao, compare it with other Tao, and fuse it." Unfortunately, they hadn't opened the heavenly gate, so he couldn't explain it too clearly. Because the Tao was something that those who understood would understand, and those who didn't, no matter what you said, it would be very difficult for them to understand. And at this moment, a person floated in the air. Princess Ji suddenly threw something to Marquis Lanshan and said with a faint smile, "This is the virtual Tao of death. Try to comprehend it yourself, and maybe you'll gain something. After you've gained something, you can consider weaving the Tao of dead spirits." After saying that, Princess Chi smiled and said, "Has the Tao of petrification appeared? If it does, I'll absorb some power of petrification to perfect my pseudo-Tao." As she spoke, a power of petrification spread. Blue sky was suddenly petrified, blue sky was about to explode. Princess Qi soared up and grabbed towards the void, pulling away a large amount of power of petrification. Below, he too glanced at Princess Qi and frowned slightly. His ancestor, King Gong, specialized in the Tao of petrification. Now, another one had arrived. Not far away, the king of Great Qin and Daxia of Goguryeo were anxious. What should they do? Wan Tianxing was like a nanny and was also mentally tired. Seeing that the two of them were idle, he roared, "The two of you, do what you need to do. Comprehend the Tao of spear, saber, metal, offense, and destruction. The power of the Tao of the physical body has yet to appear, so don't bother." The two of them didn't say much and started working swiftly. Far away, the king of Great Zhou seemed like a bystander. Actually, not really. However, this person had gone to comprehend the great Tao of space, the great Tao of confinement, the great Tao of endurance, and the great Tao of offense. Wan Tianxing felt a headache watching this. He knew that the king of Great Zhou was proficient in various Taos, but this old man was too obvious. King of Great Zhou. Wan Tianxing hollered, "King of Great Zhou, please set up a restriction formation to prevent the power of the Tao from dissipating." The king of Great Zhou was a little helpless. "I'm comprehending the Tao. Do you think I have nothing to do? Forget it, I'll just continue with my work." At that moment, there was a boom and a saber qi shook the skies. Far away, Xiao Longwu wielded the essence-returning saber and slashed towards the void. It was as though a long saber had appeared in the void. Far away, the king of Han and the others froze. The next moment, the expressions of the king of Han and the others changed. This was not right. Xiao Longwu was at Tao integration. That shouldn't be the case. Which one of them wasn't older than him? Furthermore, how long had it been since Xiao Longwu attained eternal Tao? He had only attained Tao during the previous battle. How was it so fast? On the other side, Xiao Longwu's expression was cold as ice. He ignored everyone else and turned to look at Lu Wenyan and the others, especially Lu Wenyan. His expression was cold. "Lu Wenyan, I've already attained Tao integration. You're still at the 9th level of the Sun-Moon realm. What are you waiting for?" Lu Wenyan's face was pale. Xiao Longwu had attained Tao integration. He was probably the fastest person to attain Tao integration in recent years apart from lunatics like Wan Tianxing and Lan Tian. Xiao Longwu was extremely talented to begin with. After Suyu had helped him set foot on the Saber Tao, he had improved by leaps and bounds. Now, he had stepped into the Tao integration realm, while Lu Wenyan, who had been a little older than him back then, was still stuck in the 9th firmament of the Sun-Moon realm. In the distance, Wan Tianxing also glanced at Lu Wenyan and frowned slightly. "Your talent was the strongest back then, far surpassing that of Longwu and the others. Now, Longwu has attained Tao integration, and your student Suyu has become Emperor Yu. After so many years, what can't you let go of? Your teacher's death back then was not your responsibility." Lu Wenyan was extremely bitter. I've let my teacher down. The only person I've let down is my Lu family." He had let down Yubatian, therefore, he had not let down Yubatian. The real knot in his heart was the Lu family. Wan Tianxing frowned. Lu Wenyan was very talented. Back then, many people from the Shenwen faction were waiting for him and watching him. Now, he had enough resources and the power of the great Tao. Zhao Li and Zhao Tianbing were showing signs of attaining Tao eternity. Heavenly Forging King felt like he was about to step into Tao integration. Zhao Li and the others were much weaker than Lu Wenyan back then. Zhu Tiandao and Xiahou Yi had all attained Tao integration. Yun Chen and Nan Wujiang had also attained Tao integration. Even Hong Tan was working hard to catch up. He had also reached the 8 or 9 Sun-Moon stage and was on the verge of surpassing Lu Wenyan. In fact, he had already surpassed him. Why was Lu Wenyan still unable to step into eternity? Lu Wenyan smiled bitterly when he saw Wan Tianxing looking at him. Suddenly, a Shenwen appeared in front of him. "I want to walk the true path of civilization and step straight into Tao integration." Shenwen has entered Tao integration. However, I can't feel at ease. This Shenwen. I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to attain Tao. He wanted to be a true civilization master, what was a true civilization master, Shunwen was strong and could directly step into Dao integration. This was a true civilization master. There was no such thing as an eternal stage. In this regard, Wan Tianxing and Lan Tian were similar. As soon as they opened the path in Shunwen, they were comparable to true Dao integration or even heavenly king powerhouses. Lu Wenyan did not open the path, but he also wanted to use Shunwen to directly fuse the Dao and become a Dao integration stage powerhouse. And the Shunwen in front of him was very special. It was the word lock. It was a very rare Shunwen. Lu Wenyan looked at Wan Tianxing and said softly, "Lock my emotions and lock my Dao." Martial Uncle Wan, after so many years, my heart has been locked. I have let down my master and the entire Shunwen system. I have never given up and have always struggled for the sake of the Shunwen system. What I have let down is the thousands of lives of my Lu family. Wan Tianxing frowned. Lock, heart lock, Lu Wenyan had locked himself. No wonder he could not attain his Dao. Hong Tan and the others were almost there. Even Chen Yong was almost there. Lu Wenyan, this guy who directly stepped into the sun Moon 9th stage, was still at the Sun Moon 9th stage. Heart lock was difficult to open. Wan Tianxing could not do anything about this. Of course, Wan Tianxing knew one thing. Apart from Lu Wenyan's uncle, there was still someone alive in the Lu family. The baby from back then was the current Huang Jiu. Many people knew about this, but Lu Wenyan did not. Huang Jiu had previously said not to mention her in front of the Lu family. She was raised by Kong Kong. She was a human, but her heart was a spatial ancient beast. Huang Jiu was not wrong. The kindness of giving birth might not be comparable to the kindness of raising someone. Furthermore, she had no feelings for the Lu family. The only one she had feelings for was Kong Kong. So you did not mention this, nor did he speak of this matter. Wan Tianxing knew that if he mentioned it now, if Huang Jiu was willing to acknowledge his ancestors and was willing to forgive Lu Wenyan, he might be able to open his heart lock. However, Wan Tianxing Yuguang looked at Huang Jiu in the distance and sighed in his heart. He did not speak. If he could open Lu Wenyan's heart lock, he might be able to reach Dao integration. But, why bother? There was no need to force Huang Jiu if he did not want to acknowledge his ancestors. Back then, Lu Wenyan had indeed implicated the entire Lu family. In order to protect Yubatian's Shunwen, he would rather die than hand it over. Regarding this matter, he might have to find trouble with the king of Great Zhou. Not far away, the king of Great Zhou disappeared rapidly. He sensed malice. He felt that he was very innocent. Back then, it was not his intention to target Lu Wenyan's faction. Dazhou Prefecture did not do anything. Of course, Dazhou Prefecture also chose to watch from the sidelines. They could not be considered as good people. However, he did not get involved. You can't make trouble for me just because I did not get involved, it's an old matter. Don't stare at me. Wan Tianxing did not care about Lu Wenyan anymore. This matter was hard to say. Lu Wenyan could not reach Dao integration. This could not be helped. He looked at the various guardians. The veteran guardians. His eyes lit up. Frost and Snow guardians, think of a way to advance to Dao integration. There was hope for these veteran guards. They were all 9th stage Eternal Realm experts. Of the 36 guardians, 5 had chosen to retire. Some were still in seclusion in the ancient city, while others had gone to various realms to retire. Including Hong Meng, there were 31 veteran guardians, but only 10 of them were at the Dao integration stage. None of the others had reached the Dao integration stage. This time, it was also their chance. Wan Tianxing's control over the nomological power was more biased towards these people, so that these guardians had a chance to advance. As for the Great Han King and the Great Tang King, these human race powerhouses who were hopeful of advancing to Dao integration also received some bias. A large amount of nomological power poured into them. If they could not reach Dao integration this time, even if Suyu could not open up the path, he should be able to comprehend the Great Dao diagram, right? If they could not reach Dao integration after 3 chances, that meant their aptitude was a bit lacking. However, in this era, how many of those who could become high-level Eternal Realm cultivators were too stupid? If they succeeded, this time, a large number of Dao integration powerhouses would be born. However, top-level combat power was still scarce. Wan Tianxing looked at the heavenly monarchs again. The great Zhou king did not need to care about him, but Hong Meng, the old turtle who was almost the #1 person in the world. Wan Tianxing frowned slightly. Senior Hong Meng, what great Dao power do you need? Hong Meng saw that Wan Tianxing was looking for him and felt a bit helpless. He knew what Wan Tianxing was thinking. Becoming a heavenly venerate might be what Suyu wanted to see, but, the old turtle thought for a moment and said, I'm afraid it will be extremely difficult for me to become a heavenly venerate. However, it's not like there's no chance. My Dao companion looked at the primordial God mountain and opened up this path. If I look at the primordial God mountain again, I might be able to comprehend more and step into the heavenly venerate realm. I will have the foundation to grasp the power of the great Dao. Heavenly venerates were actually the masters of the laws. It was just that they could not control the great Dao now. Primordial God mountain? Wan Tianxing frowned and said, there is a human mountain in the upper realm. It is also the divine mountain of the chaotic mountain. It is incomparably powerful. Could it be this mountain? No. The old turtle explained, it's another one. Back then, my Dao companion also encountered it in the chaos. This mountain. I don't know where it is now. However, this mountain is different from the other divine mountains. It is like an old turtle coiling dragon. What did he mean? The old turtle could coil a dragon, just as Wan Tianxing was thinking. The heavenly annihilation laughed and said, it means that the old turtle has a pile of sh*t on his body. Do you understand? Understood, image, Wan Tianxing instantly understood. You can just say it directly. It is like a turtle, and there is a pile of sh*t on the turtle's shell, right? As for the old turtle, his face was pitch black at this moment. He looked at the heavenly annihilation, wishing that he could kill him. That is called the old turtle coiling dragon. Do you understand? What do you mean by the old turtle has a pile of sh*t on his body? F***CKU. The heavenly annihilation bare one's teeth grinned and shouted, where is the Dao of the big stick? Give me some of the power of the big stick. I feel like I am about to step into the third grade Dao integration stage. The old turtle said indifferently, so what if you are third grade? You have never won a fight before. Was it heart-wrenching? Who wouldn't? Hee hee. The heavenly annihilation's expression was ugly and he did not say anything. I have never won before. He thought of something and suddenly looked toward a sneaky guy in the corner. He suddenly shouted, many treasures, did I beat you last time? Who said I have never won? I have beaten many treasures cursed inwardly and smiled. Yes, 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 brother heavenly annihilation has beaten me before. The heavenly annihilation saw that he was so cowardly and instantly lost interest. There was no meaning in beating this coward, what a boring guy. As for Wan Tianxing, he ignored him and looked at the other heavenly kings, especially Fat Ball. Wan Tianxing frowned slightly. Senior Fat Ball, have you made any progress in opening the path? Fat Ball itself did not have heavenly venerable combat strength. It was only a heavenly king, but with the boots, it could fight heavenly venerables. If it had heavenly venerable combat strength, with the boots, it would be stronger than ordinary heavenly venerables, not to mention the master of the laws. But how could it improve? Fat Ball was currently running around. Others were combing through the paths, but it had nothing to do. It was very boring. Hearing this, it thought for a moment and said, I am proficient in the biting Dao, and I have opened the biting Dao. How to continue? I don't know either. What a headache. The heavenly kings did not seem to have any hope of becoming heavenly venerables. As such, their combat strength was still extremely lacking. As for him and Blue Sky, they actually had high hopes, but they needed some time. The old turtle wanted to observe the mountains, Fire Cloud could do it step by step, Princess Chi was absorbing the power of petrification, and Fat Ball didn't know how to open the path. As for the king of Great Zhou, as long as he could endure and completely connect the two paths, there might be a chance. With so many heavenly kings, could none of them become heavenly venerables? As he was thinking this, in the distance, an incomparably huge iron-eating beast roared. Its body grew larger and larger, instantly reaching the peak of power. Everyone was startled. They thought it was June, but upon closer inspection, it was actually September. At this moment, September's body was incomparably powerful. Of course, this was all illusory, but the incomparably powerful Great Tao. His physical body exploded. Before September, he was only a 4th grade Tao integration stage cultivator, but now, his aura suddenly reached 3rd grade, then 2nd grade, and even faintly advancing towards a heavenly king. Beside him, June's body seemed a little smaller. September's large eyes were naive. When he saw people looking at him, he smiled. I didn't comprehend much. It was all instilled into me by my second ancestor. This is the Tao he opened. He perished, but he left behind a remnant that directly gave me his Tao. He indeed hadn't comprehended much, but his Tao was different from others. September's Tao was given to September by the remnant at the last moment. At that time, February had also said that September would inherit his Tao. Perhaps his limit would be the master of the laws, but that was enough. Before, September had lacked the power of the laws. Now that he had enough power of the laws, this fellow was faintly on the verge of becoming a heavenly king. Everyone was speechless, cursing in their hearts. Spoiled brat, yes, a spoiled brat. Cursing was cursing, but their eyes were still red. There was nothing to be done. His ancestor was so powerful that before dying, he had passed on his great Tao inheritance. September didn't need to work hard at all. Perhaps after sleeping for 100,000 years, when he woke up, he would become the master of the laws, just as September, this spoiled brat, broke through. In the next moment, a powerful wave of 5 elements power surged. At this moment, if one opened the celestial gate, they would discover that the great Tao of the 5 elements had become one had a small Tao above it. The great Tao that had been separated from the 5 elements suddenly showed signs of being forcibly combined. So you had gone to the 5 elements tribe to take a look. Their great Tao had been forcibly torn apart by a powerhouse and torn into 5 small Taos. Naturally, they couldn't become Tao fusing. In this tribe, the floating earth spirit was the only hope. It was formed from the 5 elements' ancestors' essence. When it reached Tao fusing and combined the great Tao of the 5 elements once more, the entire 5 elements tribe would have hope of producing another Tao fusing expert. At this moment, the dozen or so eternal powerhouses of the 5 elements tribe were unimaginably excited. One by one, they looked at the floating earth spirit. At this moment, the floating earth spirit's aura was fluctuating, and the power of the great Tao was overflowing. However, it still couldn't complete the unification of the great Tao of the 5 elements. Even if they couldn't see the great Tao, they could feel that the 5 forces within its body were spreading apart, unable to fuse. When Lan Tian and Wan Tianxing saw this, they instantly understood. This was because they had been studying this recently. The power of the 5 elements did not form a closed loop. Although the floating earth spirit was not as powerful as Su Yu and the others, it had combined the 5 elements. Right now, the power of the 5 elements still existed on its own. Wan Tianxing saw this and immediately shouted, "The 5 elements closed loop is the simplest. The floating earth spirit, you should understand the principle of the mutual generation of the 5 elements. Metal begets water, water begets wood." The floating earth spirit was in a bit of pain as the power of the 5 elements stagnated. It nodded. "I know, but my power of the 5 elements still can't be combined. If this continues, I won't be able to reach Tao fusing." If it couldn't reach Tao fusing, it couldn't combine the great Tao of the 5 elements, and the living beings of its tribe still couldn't reach Tao fusing. The 5 elements tribe was considered a powerful tribe, but, after reaching Tao fusing, it was just a fart. The powerful tribe of the past didn't even have a single Tao fusing cultivator now. This was the saddest thing of all. The floating earth spirit was following Su Yu because he hoped that the 5 elements tribe could break this curse. He hoped that he could progress to the Tao integration stage. If he could progress to the Tao integration stage, the 5 patriarchs of the 5 elements tribe would have a chance to instantly progress to the Tao integration stage, because they had all reached the peak of eternal peak. However, this was also their limit. They couldn't advance any further. The other tribes still had powerful beings in the upper realm, but the 5 elements tribe didn't have a single one. The Iron Eater tribe had heavenly venerables and heavenly kings in the upper realm. The Fated tribe had the same. The Space Ancient tribe was a bit weaker, but they also had heavenly kings. As for the Gui tribe, they had encountered a crisis, so they only had a 2nd grade Tao fusing cultivator. However, the 5 elements tribe was known as a powerful tribe. Now that they had joined Suyu, they hadn't participated in a single battle because they weren't qualified. This was the saddest thing of all. The Five Elements tribe couldn't always rely on luck, only by being powerful could they have a place on Suyu's side. He wanted to reach Dao fusing, he continued to devour the power of the Five Elements, but he was still unable to combine them. He was much more powerful than the other Five Elements tribe members. The other Five Elements tribe members couldn't even use the power of the Five Elements. They could only absorb one type. He could absorb 5 types, but the power of the 5 elements that couldn't be combined was useless. Wan Tianxing also looked carefully. He frowned slightly and revealed a puzzled expression. The power of the 5 elements of the floating earth spirit was very balanced. However, it couldn't be combined. Why was that? He had also studied the combination of the 5 elements. Suyu and the others were also studying it. Logically speaking, the 5 elements should have reached a state of balance now. The 5 elements should be interlocking and combining into one. This wasn't right. He also tried to absorb the power of the 5 elements. In the blink of an eye, the power of the 5 elements combined into a new power. In the distance, the floating earth spirit and the others all looked over. When they saw him casually toss out a special power, the floating earth spirit, this powerful prodigy, suddenly broke down. Why? He was a little unwilling and a little crazy. Why, Wan Tianxing and the others could combine the 5 elements at will. Why can't we? Why can't our 5 elements race complete the combination of the 5 elements? Wan Tianxing shouted, "Don't be anxious. It might have something to do with the person who split the great Tao of the 5 elements back then. I haven't opened the heavenly gate, so I can't see clearly. When Emperor Yu returns, we might be able to see something." He indeed couldn't see anything. However, the floating earth spirit was absorbing too much power now. If it continued to absorb, it might explode. Why couldn't the floating earth spirit merge the 5 elements? Perhaps the problem still lay in the great Tao. As they spoke, there seemed to be a hole in the sky. The sky seemed to be about to break, and at this moment, they vaguely saw a person, a huge figure. That was Suyu. He was reflected from the river of time into the domain. His body was incomparably powerful. At this moment, Suyu didn't seem to know or feel anything. He was roaring crazily, "It hurts. F***ck. It hurts. Aha. Help. Don't come. Ah, father, help." The group of people had strange looks in their eyes. Was this Suyu? It couldn't be, right? That huge figure blotted out the sky and the sun, a little like a small hole. Suyu's body was obviously not big, but reflected here, almost the entire sky was Suyu. Suyu had always been arrogant and maintained the demeanor of a scholar. No matter what happened behind his back, in front of others, he was always calm, domineering, proud, and calm. In any case, he had all kinds of emotions. But he had never been so in pain that he wanted to call for his father. In an instant, everyone's expression changed. The next moment, Wan Tianxing waved his hand, and the sky darkened. Wan Tianxing transmitted his voice, "Everyone, don't mention it. If you mention it, if it's known, how will you be retaliated? Cough, cough, you know. Just hide it in your hearts." Suyu had always been gossiping about others. This time, it's not us who want to gossip about you. The sky actually leaked. Suyu himself did not sense that the sky had leaked, and he had been projected to the Tianyuan domain. At this moment, the thousands of people outside the domain all had strange expressions, but no one said a word, pretending not to know. This matter, everyone just watched, and it was over. Don't mention it. Just as Wan Tianxing said, whoever mentioned it would be unlucky. Over there, Sky Destroyer secretly poked a small hole in the sky, as if thinking that no one saw it, and quietly peeked. Seeing that no one seemed to care about it, Fat Ball wagged its tail, and the tip of its tail also poked a small hole in the sky, and secretly peeked into the small hole. Bean Bun sneezed, and a small hole sprayed out. The family of 3 gathered, and 6 eyes looked up at the sky. Therefore, a moment later, the barrier that Wan Tianxing had just set up was full of small holes, and Wan Tianxing was naturally also aware of this. He had a helpless look on his face. This group of fellows, they couldn't do anything, but they were number one in watching the fun. If Suyu knew about this matter, whoever mentioned it in front of him would be waiting to be beaten, 100%, he did not stop them. It was good that everyone knew the true side of Suyu. Suyu did not only know how to be domineering and arrogant, but the pain he suffered was often unknown to others. A person as resilient as Suyu was in extreme pain at this moment. Evidently, the matter of opening a hole was not so simple. Everyone was enjoying the convenience and benefits that Suyu brought, but perhaps no one thought about what Suyu was suffering in the river of time. Sure enough, as they watched, their eyes became less gossipy. At this moment, Suyu was crazily cursing and howling. He was in great pain, 10,000 thoughts attacking the heart. The eyes of Marquis Lan Shan and the others gradually changed from excitement to heartache. He was in great pain, everyone chatted enthusiastically and absorbed to their heart's content, but they seemed to have forgotten that Suyu was still opening a hole in the river of time. Everyone thought that it was just digging a hole, but now they knew that Suyu was suffering unimaginable pain. Ah. F***ck. I'm not playing anymore, I'm not doing this anymore. In the river of time, Suyu was indeed crazily cursing, so painful. The pain was one thing, but all kinds of great Tao powers flowed over, using him as a medium. Some great Tao powers were so itchy that it was really unbearable. Some corrosive powers corroded his flesh and instantly turned his flesh into white bones. On this side, Suyu could be considered as rough processing, the first processing. Compared to Blue Sky below, he was suffering much more pain. On Blue Sky's side, after passing through Suyu and the barrier of the river of time, his strength had actually weakened a lot. Although his understanding of the great Tao was strengthening, Suyu really could not bear it anymore. He roared and cursed crazily, he cried and howled, shouting for his father to save him, shouting that Baijan was his grandson, shouting that Hell King was a dog. After an unknown period of time, Suyu seemed to feel something and looked down. Vaguely, he seemed to be able to see the Tianyuan domain. Was it through? Suyu did not know. However, his expression changed slightly, and he instantly shut his mouth. It did not go through, right? The water of time, when flowing, did not seem to be that smooth. It should not go through? Suyu thought, if it did, no one can see me, right? With some doubts, suppressing the pain, Suyu suddenly roared, Blue Sky, are you there? Silence. Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it should not be through, Tianyuan domain. Suyu roared, causing Blue Sky to tremble slightly, but he held it in and did not make a sound. I did not hear it. At this moment, he could not respond. The entire Tianyuan domain was frighteningly quiet. Even if everyone was combing through the great Tao power, they also suffered some backlash, and all of them were silent. Hold it in, if Suyu were to find out and everyone was watching, he would be in trouble. From the heavenly kings to the sun and moon. At this moment, everyone pretended to be deaf and mute, not making a sound. In the river of time, Suyu roared. Seeing that no one responded, he felt that it was probably not through, and continued to grind away the great Tao power. As he grinded, he cursed, a bunch of bastards, not even a single hole has been opened. It can't be outside the domain, right? Tianmia wanted to shout, no, however, just as he was about to shout, numerous eyes swept over, scaring Tianmia into hurriedly shutting up. Yes, he could not shout. Wan Tianxing transmitted his voice, everyone, do what you have to do, don't make a sound. Okay, continue to comb through the great Tao power. Once the hole is broken, a large amount of great Tao power will rush over and turn into the power of chaos. We must comb through the great Tao power, we cannot let this domain turn into a chaotic region. The great Qin King also transmitted his voice, are we sure we should not inform him? What if he feels that he hit in the wrong direction and continues to fight in another place? Nonsense, it's about to be broken through, why would he change places now? Even if he changes places, he will open up this region and change again. That's fine. Everyone fell silent, and Suyu howled for a while again. After an unknown period of time, a rumbling sound could be heard. Suyu roared, Mother****, haven't we broken through yet? The Star Universe seal is about to explode. I can't hold on any longer. He really couldn't hold on any longer. Why hadn't he broken through yet? It was just a small hole. Was it so difficult? He had already broken hundreds of paths. Logically speaking, he should be able to break through some, right? At this moment, Lan Tian, who was below, sensed for a while, and had some understanding. After holding it in for a while, he couldn't hold it in anymore, and business was more important. He transmitted his voice to everyone. Later on, we will say that we heard him speak just now. Everyone had the same thought and nodded. At this moment, Lan Tian suddenly roared, "Is it Emperor Yu? Can you hear us? Can you hear us?" He let out a roar, and his voice faintly spread into the river of time. As Suyu was roaring, suddenly, he felt some fluctuations of the great Tao. In the next moment, he seemed to hear Lan Tian's voice, and he was immediately overjoyed. Had it broken through? After a while, Lan Tian's voice faintly sounded again, "Emperor Yu, just a little bit more, hold on a little longer, it's almost broken through. There might be a key great Tao power that hasn't been broken. Once it breaks, the entire hole will be opened." Suyu was instantly overjoyed. After the joy, he was slightly stunned. What did he mean? "I need to break the various great Tao to make a hole"? "I didn't say it, how did you know? How did you know that I need to break the great Tao to make a hole?" Strange, Suyu frowned. Could it be that Lan Tian faintly sensed it? That's right, there should be streams of great Tao power pouring out from below. In that case, it was normal for Lan Tian and the others to guess it. Suyu was slightly relieved. At this moment, he didn't have the mood to think too much. Was there still a key great Tao power that had been broken? Life and death, yin and yang, the 5 elements. I've broken these key great Tao. The great Tao of space has been broken. What other key great Tao power is there? In the next moment, Suyu seemed to be deep in thought. Maybe, there really was. Physical Tao, this was also a basic great Tao. Yes, the physical Tao had not been broken. Once it was broken, there would definitely be a large amount of physical law power gushing out. Maybe, this was a chance for everyone to recover their physical bodies. Suyu's eyes moved, and he quickly began to search for the physical Tao. Soon, as expected, a sturdy great Tao appeared in his heavenly gate. Obviously, this path might have blocked the entire hole. It couldn't be like the human emperor's heavenly estuary, which allowed the river water to flow out instantly. Breaking the physical Tao. Suyu constantly bombarded, his physical body shaking and grinding. He gritted his teeth and persevered. Just a little more, once it's opened, I can go out directly. Boom, the physical Tao was broken by Suyu. This was not the human race's physical Tao, nor was it Wan's. It was just a physical Tao mixed with the barrier. It broke at once, and endless physical power surged into Suyu's body. This time, Suyu gained a lot of benefits. His entire physical body was instantly strengthened. Boom, and at this moment, the entire long river formed a vortex force, and the hole opened, below. Lan Tian spat out a mouthful of blood and roared, "Quick, stabilize the Myriad Tao, the power of the long river is leaking, quickly stabilize it." One by one, the experts no longer cared about Suyu's gossip, and frantically began to stabilize the Myriad Tao's power. Vaguely, the Tianyuan realm seemed to be returning to chaos from the impact. At this moment, Suyu took a step forward, and the moment he stepped out, his snow-white robe fluttered like an immortal. His face was resolute and indifferent. "Stabilize the Myriad Tao, I will build the great Tao barrier, don't panic." At this moment, Suyu rushed out along the river, but he was incomparably confident, as if he had just dug a hole, and it was very easy, if not for everyone knowing what had happened before, they would probably really think that it was very easy. At this moment, a phrase appeared in everyone's mind, puffing oneself up at one's own cost. This was a scholar, he was clearly crying like a child, but at this moment, he was as competent as a father, and in the crowd, King Nan looked at Suyu with a pitiful expression. Poor child, Marquis Lan Shan's face was full of admiration and love. Emperor Yu was really pitiful, but it was really good. Look, no matter how much he suffered, he didn't say anything. On the other side, Yunxiao almost said, "You Bao, don't cry, your crying was too miserable, I heard it all, so pitiful." At first, Suyu didn't care and quickly stabilized the entire hole, but just as he was about to ask King Nan to provide some death energy, he looked back and was stunned. "Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Strange." Without much time to think, Suyu shouted, "King Nan, provide me some death energy." "What are you doing? The Myriad Tao is not balanced, you are blind, help me stabilize the Myriad Tao." King Nan didn't care at all, and quickly provided death energy, his eyes full of love. What a stubborn child, too pitiful. Suyu felt extremely awkward when he felt the gaze coming from behind him. F*ck, what's going on? He vaguely thought of something, and his heart trembled. It can't be, right? It didn't connect before. Suyu suppressed his thoughts. There was no time to think about it. At this moment, a large amount of river water surged out. It was not river water, but the power of countless laws. At this moment, the entire Tianyuan realm was transforming into chaos. Once it turned into chaos, this place would no longer be suitable for ordinary people to live in. Chaos might not be good. If it was good, it would not be able to split open the sky. The Hell King bloodline lived in the land of chaos. They most likely had to open up a place without chaos influence. Otherwise, they would definitely be affected. So you could not care about anything else. He quickly fused the various powers of the Great Tao. At the same time, he was also observing how these powers of the Great Tao naturally turned into the power of chaos. This was also a kind of cultivation. He also needed the power of chaos. It could be used to build a barrier in the river of time. But it could not all turn into chaos, or else it would be useless. This required extremely powerful control. And all of this would become Suyu's own comprehension of opening the Tao. This was the benefit of opening the Tao this time. As for how big or small the harvest of others was, Suyu didn't care. All the experts rose up in soar and quickly smoothed out the powers of the Great Tao. Tens of thousands of Daos were mixed together. They needed to slowly extract the Daos they were good at. The rest was mainly handled by Lan Tian and the others. Lan Tian and Wan Tianxing were very serious. They smoothed out the powers of the Great Tao while recording and observing the data. This would all be helpful for Suyu in the future. The water of time poured out in torrents. The entire river of time trembled slightly at this moment. Although it was only a small opening, it was at the bottom of the river. Under such circumstances, even a small opening set off a huge whirlpool in the river of time. The river of time was vaguely disrupted. Large amounts of water from the river of time swept towards this opening. The opening of the human emperor and the opening of the Great Tao of necromancy were actually already stabilized. No matter how turbulent the water was, it had already formed a stable stream. But this newly opened opening had not yet stabilized. It was constantly surging. Not only was it surging, but the opening was also vaguely showing signs of enlarging. At this moment, Suyu did not care too much. Because the opening he had opened was not big. However, when Suyu was constructing the barrier and perfecting the Great Tao at the same time, his expression suddenly changed. The power of the rule, why, was it getting stronger and stronger? The others couldn't see it, but when Suyu opened the gate of heaven, his expression changed. He saw a small opening, however, at this moment, this hole was showing signs of cracking, as if it was expanding. F*ck. Suyu shouted angrily. He was a little frightened. How did the wound get bigger? Blue Sky could sense it quite clearly. He could already feel a large amount of water rushing at him. At this moment, he was alarmed. Is this time barrier not stable? Then how did Human Emperor and the others open their mouths? How could this be? If this went on, once a large gap was formed, Suyu and the others would not be able to block it. If Suyu and the others couldn't stop the massive amount of river water, then this place would soon turn into chaos. Everything that he had prepared beforehand had turned into a shadow. It's over. Suyu's expression changed slightly. He opened the gate of heaven again and looked carefully. He frowned slightly. Not good, I seem to have disassembled the lines, causing the entire opening to be broken. A chain reaction has occurred. If this continues, this section of the river of time might collapse. That would be the end, not to mention the destruction of the domain. It might cause other chain reactions. How could this be? Suyu frowned. This wasn't right. Human Emperor and the others were fine after opening such a big hole. I only opened such a small hole. How could such a change happen? What the hell? At the same time, the all-out war broke out quickly and ended just as quickly. The opposite side didn't have the intention to fight to the death. Although an all-out war could suppress the human race, they would also suffer heavy losses. There was no need to do so. Soon, they could complete the entire time flow and kill from the future to the present. There was no need to fight to the death with these guys at this moment. Right at that moment, the figure looked behind him once again and furrowed his brows. What was the situation? Strange things happened one after another. There seemed to be something wrong with the entire river of time. It wasn't just him. At this moment, an expert suddenly said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, is the water of the river of time flowing backward?" Strange, the water of the river of time actually flowed in parallel. Of course, this place was considered upstream. Normally, it flowed downward. But not so fast. At this moment, it seemed to be flowing faster. As for them, they would also gradually speed up the pace of their return as the water flowed. The phantom looked behind and suddenly sank to the bottom of the water. He silently sensed the frequency of the flow. Gradually, his expression became strange. This was a familiar feeling. Was someone opening the gate of heaven? Opening the gate of heaven. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. This required control of the Tao. Under normal circumstances, opening the gate of heaven was prepared for opening the sky. But, damn it, there wasn't even a master of the laws in the myriad worlds. Even if there was, it was left by the older generation. But the older generation, even that stupid Emperor Wu, wanting to open the sky was a fool's dream. Apart from Emperor Wu, who else could open the sky? Impossible. But if not open the sky, what was the point of opening the gate? Was it for fun? As the time of his return drew closer, his senses became clearer and more curious. So many years had passed, and not much had changed. But recently, there had been quite a few changes. Gate of heaven, he murmured. He wasn't too sure. Could it be that one of the tributary great Daos had broken, causing the river to be in turmoil? A tributary great Daos breaking meant that a master of the laws had fallen, and their great Daos had been thoroughly destroyed. Apart from him, there shouldn't be anyone else, right? Could it be Emperor Wu was killed? He didn't think the possibility of opening the gate of heaven was high, but if Emperor Wu had been killed and his great Daos broken, it was still possible. Emperor Wu's intelligence wasn't very high, and he was sealed. Gathering several dozen quasi-kings to kill him shouldn't be a problem. Perhaps not even a few dozen, perhaps a dozen or so could kill him. After all, he was sealed. Or perhaps gathering a few peak quasi-kings with the strength of a master of the laws, or even fewer. 7 or 8 were enough to kill him. Emperor Wu was killed? My Starry Universe seal also appeared in the River of Time. Does it have anything to do with this? Could it be that someone killed Emperor Wu in order to suppress him? What he was thinking most was that Emperor Wu was dead. The death of a master of the laws would also cause such a commotion. As for opening the gate of heaven, without sufficient strength, even if you opened it, you might not be able to seal it. Under normal circumstances, the gate of heaven was prepared for the purpose of opening the great Daos and stealing power. However, it didn't seem like it was opening the heavens. At this moment, even the gate of heaven hesitated. Soon, he floated to the surface of the river. Your Majesty, the river is rippling. Could a master of the laws have fallen? The myriad realms don't produce masters of the laws. Could one of them be alive? Have Monarch Wen and the others returned? Or was it a primal chaos beast that entered the river of time and was killed? After a long while, the illusory figure said, "It's possible that Emperor Wu was killed." He didn't speculate about the gate of heaven. Even if there was one, there was no need to mention it. He didn't want news of the gate of heaven to spread. That wasn't necessarily a good thing. Knowing too much wasn't necessarily beneficial. If these people had such intentions, it would be a disaster. 9 out of 10, they would fail and even die from the backlash. Of course, he felt that Emperor Wu was more likely to die than the gate of heaven. Emperor Wu? That's the guy who was sealed away? He's still alive? I thought he died a long time ago. Was he killed by someone this time? What a pity. What's there to feel pity about? That fellow was so thick-headed. If we really return, he'll probably come looking for trouble with us. If he was killed, so be it. But, even a master of the laws was killed. Could it be an ancient beast? Someone who disgraces the masters of the laws actually died in this era. The group of peak existences discussed among themselves. They silently looked down on Emperor Wu. What a miserable death. In this era, you could actually be killed. Truly, your life was too pitiful. Following their conversation, the mysterious figure became silent as well. He thought to himself, if a martial emperor was killed, could it be that something unforeseen had happened? Although Emperor Wu wasn't on good terms with his group, he was still a human. His death wasn't necessarily a good thing for the human race. What a pity. He sighed inwardly. Perhaps his death had something to do with his starry universe seal. Could it be that the person Moonstar had chosen had killed Emperor Wu? Was that also a human race expert? A human race expert had killed Emperor Wu? Why bother? An inaudible sigh sounded. What a pity. It hadn't been easy for Emperor Wu to live until now. Who knew that he would be killed at this time? The Phantom felt a little conflicted. When many experts kept talking about one person, that person would definitely sense it. In particular, those people's powerful wills could shake the world. The response of their wills was imprinted in the river of spacetime. Starry Universe Mansion. At this moment, Emperor Wu's phantom suddenly appeared. His expression changed dramatically as he felt a great calamity looming over him. On a whim, he pinched his fingers and his expression changed again. It was as if countless people were cursing his death. Damn it, what was going on? Could it be related to the crash of the Tianyuan realm? Suyu wants to kill me. Emperor Wu murmured, his expression fluctuating. He had created such a great sense of crisis. Could it be that Suyu could really kill him? Impossible. However, the feeling from the great Tao imprint was so clear. It was as if countless people were saying, Emperor Wu is dead. Emperor Wu is hopeless. Emperor Wu is so pitiful. Such a powerful will imprint must have been born when the great Tao sensed danger. As for others talking about him, nonsense, he had been sealed for hundreds of thousands of years. Who would have nothing better to do and talk about him? Besides Suyu, who else could it be? Intimidating me? Intimidating me? Emperor Wu's face turned blue. Suyu. I'm not afraid of you. Humph, are you? Threatening me? Right, this guy had attacked him in the Great Tao last time. This time, it might be him again. Yes, that's right. Maybe he had dived into the river of spacetime and was near his Great Tao, constantly talking about him. This time, Emperor Wu knew. His powerful aura erupted. In an instant, it broke through heaven and earth. Emperor Wu was still an overlord, an existence at the Lord of the Law's realm. How could he admit defeat at this moment? Come at me. I'm not afraid of you. Kill me if you have the ability. An angry roar resounded through the world, heaven and earth shook. Want to kill me? No way. I ran amok in ancient times, dominating a region. Mount Hai defeated me, but can anyone kill me? I don't believe it. This roar pierced through heaven and earth, resounding in all directions. Even the people of the Tianyuan domain heard this angry roar. Everyone froze, shocked. Wan Tianqing and the others also changed their expressions, looking at Suyu. Emperor Wu? Wan Tianqing asked. Suyu nodded, frowning. This idiot, who did he fight with? In today's myriad worlds, no one can kill him, right? Unless he's sealed now, there's still hope of killing him if everyone joins forces, otherwise, it's very difficult to kill him, right? Such grievance, such grief, the word you seem to refer to only one person. Baijian? Suyu frowned, did Baijian come back early? Baijian went to deal with Emperor Wu. Look, he made him so aggrieved, he felt like he was about to explode. Forget it, dog bites dog, if you want to fight then fight, it's none of my business. He didn't care, it had nothing to do with him anyway. He didn't provoke Emperor Wu, and hadn't been to the Starry Mansion for some days. It was better if this guy fought with Baijian. At this moment, Suyu was more worried about the expanding cracks. He frowned, and after a long time, said in a low voice, I'll go up and repair the cracks first. How troublesome. It just broke, and I have to repair it again. If I don't repair it, I won't be able to maintain the existence of the cracks. He had to repair some of the lines that had just broken, or rather, repair them with a bend. Just leave a hole, there was no need to break it. So, F***ck, I shouldn't have broken it just now, but bend it? Yes, Suyu murmured, this is like a yarn, you can't break the end of the thread. If you stretch it, the mesh will become bigger. No wonder. A fall into the pit, a gain in your wit, so you suddenly learned a lesson, and immediately said, in the future, you can't make a hole randomly. I said, it's not right, it's really not right. At this point, Suyu frowned, when it breaks, you need to bear the power of the great way, it's a bit troublesome and painful. Xianxia, do you know that feeling? In the distance, Xianxia conveniently said, I know, it's too painful. After saying that, Xianxia was startled, is there something wrong with this? He looked up at Suyu, and at this moment, many people also looked at Xianxia, each with a strange look in their eyes. Instantly, they lowered their heads, minding their own business. Everyone was busy. We don't know anything, is Suyu suspicious, setting a trap for Xianxia, otherwise, why would he ask such a question out of nowhere? Xianxia's face stiffened, because he found that Suyu was also looking at him. F***ck. Xianxia cursed in his heart, why are you looking at me? I'm not the only one who saw it, why are you looking at me like that? Don't look anymore. As for Suyu, his expression kept changing, and then he smiled. His smile made Xianxia's hair stand on end. He was most afraid of these people smiling like this, for it was definitely not a good thing. Obviously, he felt that Suyu might really have found out. As for Suyu, his smile was bright. He wasn't angry or annoyed. As long as I'm not embarrassed, you guys are the ones who are embarrassed, just wait and see. Okay, I said something wasn't right, so, what I did just now might have been found out, really good, so, you guys were all watching. When did it start? Which line did it start from? Scolding people is fine, but I cried, did you guys see? I shouted for Dad to save me, did you guys see? I swept my gaze around, no matter how many people there were, I remembered them all. Very good, it's fashionable to settle scores after autumn. Suyu's smile was bright, and he didn't say anything. He stepped into the air. Everyone, continue to sort out the myriad Daos and comprehend the great Tao. Just now, physical strength surged in. Everyone, recover your bodies. Even if they aren't as strong as before, you still have to recover. I'll enter the river of space-time again to sort out the broken great Tao. Suyu narrowed his eyes and smiled. This time, I paid a huge price for opening this opening. Everyone, I'll test everyone's progress later. If your progress isn't as good as I want, I'm sorry, I'll think that you're being perfunctory and not doing your best. Everyone has to improve. At the very least, you have to improve by one level, from grade 3 to grade 2 to Heavenly Kings, and Heavenly Kings to Celestial Venerables. If you haven't reached that level, after I open the Tao, I'll spar with everyone one by one and let everyone understand that only experts who fight are experts. With a cold snort, he stepped into the air and entered the river of spacetime again. The scene was silent. The next moment, countless people sent voice transmissions to Xianxia. You idiot. Dumbass. You deserve to be beaten to death. Idiot, what are you talking about? Xianxia's expression changed. In the next moment, he snorted and sneered. I'm a grade 4 Tao integration, and I'm about to reach grade 3. I've completed my goal. Everyone, good luck. Who are you scolding? Just wait for your deaths. I'm weak, but I'm proud. It's not difficult for me to go from grade 4 to grade 3. You guys, especially the few Heavenly Kings who scolded me, haha, I'll spit on you. Just wait for Suyu to find trouble with you. Can you guys become Heavenly Kings and Celestial Venerables? No. Just wait for your beatings. Xianxia cackled strangely. In the next moment, he said excitedly, get to work. Where's my Tao of the stick? Get to work, everyone, don't just stand there. He was in a good mood. I'll let you guys scold me one by one. I'm not afraid, many people felt tired. Is this guy doing this on purpose? What a jerk. Of course, everyone was in a good mood. Wan Tianxing didn't say anything else. He shouted, continue to sort out the Tao. This time, everyone will be able to take a step forward. If we break through 100 Tao integration, we'll soon be able to catch up to the other major forces. This time, there was really a chance that they would fail at Tao integration. Not to mention, all 36 Guardians had a chance to advance to Tao integration. On the human side, the Great Han, the Great Tang, the Great Shang, and the Great Song were all advancing to Tao integration. There were also people under the command of several ancient marquises advancing to Tao integration. 100 Tao integration was not a dream. As he spoke, a joyful roar resounded throughout the realm. In the next moment, a huge fur ball blotted out the sky and laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, I want to eat Tiangu. Ha ha ha. Soybean Bun danced wildly in the air. At this moment, his aura skyrocketed. Rumble, the power of the Great Tao was rich. Bean Bun, whose Great Tao had been broken through by Suyu previously, was surging with aura. It had clearly reached the Heavenly King realm. It had been stuck at this realm for too many years. Everyone else had advanced one after another. Back then, Tiangu, the Great Zhou monarch, the Heaven Supervisor, and the Old Turtle had all reached the Heavenly King realm. Only it was still stuck at second class. Today, Bean Bun absorbed a large amount of nomological power and comprehended the Great Tao. It had finally broken through. As for Wan Tianxing and the others, they all smiled. This time, the first Heavenly King was born. There were actually many second-class experts. The Great Xia and the Great Qin monarch were both second-class experts. In addition, Ying Wu, Stalwart, and a few others had also reached second class. As for Heavenly Kings, it was hard to say. Ying Wu and Stalwart were originally third-class experts, but after observing the Great Tao diagram last time, they had reached second class. However, they had just reached second class. If they wanted to become Heavenly Kings, it was not as simple as absorbing some Great Tao power. Their comprehension of the Great Tao laws was not that deep yet. At this moment, the one with the highest chance of advancing to Heavenly King was actually September, and at this moment, suddenly, Suyu's voice came from the river of time. Floating Earth. In the distance, the floating Earth spirit, who was grieving alone, was slightly startled and looked up at the sky. Suyu was repairing the heaven estuary. At this moment, Suyu's figure was incomparably tall. His projection projected between heaven and earth like a god. Suyu hovered in the air. As he repaired, he said indifferently, "If you are not afraid of death, come up now and help me repair the 5 elements Tao here. If you can repair it successfully, your 5 elements Tao will have no problem fusing into one. If the repair fails, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to fuse with the Tao. Perhaps, there is no hope. Wait for the next opportunity." The floating earth spirit's expression changed. Below, the expressions of the 5 elements race's ancestors changed. The fire element ancestor roared, "Sovereign you, will it be dangerous for floating earth to go up?" "Yes." Suyu said calmly, "Repairing the 5 elements is more painful than what I just endured. Even I can't bear it." Floating earth, think about it yourself. Burning with fire, hacking with metal, attacking with water, transforming into wood. Perhaps you will be killed by the power of the 5 elements before you can repair it successfully. Everyone had seen Suyu's tragic state just now. Could the floating earth spirit compare to Suyu? Obviously not. His strength was inferior, his talent was inferior, and his comprehension of the Great Tao was inferior. If he went up, Suyu would cry. He might break down. At this moment, the 5 elements patriarch's expression changed. The water element patriarch was anxious. "Don't go up." The floating earth spirit's expression changed. In the next moment, he soared into the sky and gritted his teeth. "I want to go up. Patriarchs, our race, cannot decline like this. If I don't reach Tao integration, the 5 elements cannot fuse into one. Our race will never reach Tao integration again. In this era of great competition, if our race fails to reach Tao integration, we will only disappear in the river of time. Today, if floating earth fails to reach Tao integration, he will be buried in the river of time, and a new lord of 5 elements will be born. I want to repair the 5 elements Tao. How can a race without Tao integration be considered a strong race? How powerful was the 5 elements patriarch back then? And I will not remain this weak forever." He endured the immense pressure, the impact of the river water, the impact of chaos, and coughed up blood as he continued to fly toward the opening in the sky. If he didn't reach Tao integration, did he still have a chance? No. If he didn't reach Tao integration this time, there was a high chance that he wouldn't be able to reach Tao integration the next time Suyu opened the path. From then on, he would miss all opportunities. If he didn't grab this opportunity, then, he might as well die here, in the river of time. The floating earth spirit wriggled in, its body covered in blood. Blood of all colors. Meanwhile, Suyu stood in the river of time. He tapped a finger on the floating earth spirit's forehead. A small door appeared on the floating earth spirit's forehead, and Suyu's 5 Shinwen seals appeared. Within that small opening, 5 broken lines appeared. Suyu said calmly, "Brother floating earth, success or failure depends on this. I'll give you a chance and prepare everything for you. There are 5 great paths here. Follow my instructions and weave them into a winding path around the opening. After the weave is complete, let the 5 elements Tao absorb the power of the 5 elements, and there won't be any signs of the river collapsing. Then, you can reach Tao integration. It won't be difficult." The floating earth spirit asked solemnly, "What if I fail?" "You choose. Suyu, first, give up on Tao integration. Second, you can retire with the 5 elements tribe. I won't mistreat you since you fought with me. However, without Tao integration, your tribe can retire here in peace." The floating earth spirit was bitter. "Retire, what a joke, how could I retire in peace in this era?" He gritted his teeth. "Then I'll try. Unless I ask for help, otherwise, don't help me, even if I die here. I know you don't want me to die, but I want to try. Sovereign you, please allow me. If I still can't succeed, Sovereign you, please bury my 5 elements origin in the 5 elements realm again and wait for the next 5 elements lord to revive." Suyu nodded slightly. "Sure. No one will be satisfied if they don't fight with their backs to the wall. I understand you." This was not consolation, but true understanding. At the floating earth spirit's level, was he willing to live in eternity for the rest of his life? Of course not, especially now that the myriad realms were in chaos, and prodigies of all eras were emerging. Was he willing to be the 5 elements lord of this eternal realm? "Thank you." The floating earth spirit said no more and quickly began to repair the 5 elements Tao. As soon as he came into contact with it, there was a rumble, and a flame power burned. He wanted to endure it, but this flame power was different from the one he controlled. The one he controlled was docile, and this was a wild power of the great Tao. Previously, it was Suyu and Lan Tian who had filtered the power of the 5 elements twice, so it was not so crazy. But now, the floating earth spirit suddenly understood Suyu. He wanted to endure it, but he really couldn't. In the next instant, an extremely shrill howl rang out. "It hurts. Don't burn. Ah." The floating earth spirit roared crazily. It was too painful. The raging fire ignited the docile flames in his body. In fact, he was in more pain than Suyu. After all, Suyu did not have much of the power of the 5 elements in his body. At this moment, as the floating earth spirit touched the great Tao, he roared crazily and rolled about wildly. "Don't burn. Ah, save me. It hurts." The burning seemed to burn his soul, his will, and not just his physical body. In the next instant, a powerful sharp force came out, and the floating earth spirit's physical body collapsed. In an instant, a power of wood was born, helping him repair his physical body. As it repaired, it destroyed. "Ah. CKme. Save me." Woo woo woo, this scene was projected to the entire Tianyuan domain. The tiny hole created an incomparably huge projection. It was only at this moment that everyone was incomparably solemn. Was it that painful? Suyu had been combing through the myriad Tao for a long time, and the floating earth spirit had only touched it for a moment. It was just the 5 elements Tao. Was the floating earth spirit weak? No, he was a genius and the young master of the 5 elements race. If he was useless, how could the 5 elements race submit to him? But at this moment, the floating earth spirit was rolling about on the ground, crying crazily. This made the experts who had thought that they might be able to endure this pain feel solemn. Was it so difficult to tame the power of the great Tao in the river of time? And at this moment, suddenly, someone soared up. "Emperor Yu, I want to go up and connect to the saber Tao." Xiao Long Wu, who had just reached the Tao integration realm, had a calm expression as he said in a clear voice, "I want to go up and tame the broken saber Tao. I want to comprehend this wild saber Tao. I don't need Emperor Yu to tame it for me. I can't feel the power of the original saber Tao." Yes, the great Tao was tamed. No matter what Tao it was, as long as it was opened by someone, it was domesticated. Only in the chaos, only in the water of time, the power of the great Tao was wild and authentic, so you did not say anything. Xiao Longwu shouted again, I want to go up and comprehend the original Saber Tao. Please help me, Emperor Yu. Behind him, Xia of Goguryu's expression changed slightly. His grandson wanted to comprehend the original Saber Tao, and at this moment, a laugh was heard. Your Majesty, I also want to comprehend the original Tao. The great Han King. This ninth-stage Eternal Realm expert who had not yet advanced had a smile on his face. He wanted to go up and have a look, because he felt that it was fine if he could not catch up to Xia of Goguryu and the others. But now, he had been surpassed by Xia of Goguryu's grandson. This could not be allowed. The older generation also cared about their reputation. Your Majesty, I want to go too. Your Majesty, one expert after another spoke up. The next moment, Suyu smiled. Since you are not afraid of death, I will grant you your wish. I will let you experience the true primordial Tao. Boom, the sky split open, and a group of people quickly soar into the sky. Suyu opened the void sky gate one by one and pointed out the great Tao power they wanted to continue. 1 minute later. Ah. Mom, save me, ah, it hurts, sob, Your Majesty, let me go. I don't want to comprehend it anymore, the group of people cried and roared crazily. It hurt. It did not affect the body, but the soul, the will, and the willpower to destroy one's willpower. The primordial Tao was so powerful and cruel. As for Suyu, he was recording. As he recorded, he sighed with emotion. This is a precious video of a living being taming a wild great Tao for the first time. People of the future should remember this. The primordial Tao is tyrannical and cruel. It targets the willpower, the sea of will, and the soul. The physical pain can be endured, but the soul and the mind are difficult to control. He pointed with his finger, and Xianxia's body lit up. This is Xianxia of the exploding divine ape clan. Right now, he is taming the wild Tao of the staff. He has fallen, and he is in great pain. He is weeping and begging for mercy. However, we must remember him. He is the most powerful being of the Godcrack ape clan. He is taming the wild great Tao for the sake of all future living beings. This crying, begging, and calling for his mother is the great wisdom king of the human race, the descendant of the wisdom king. He is taming a wild great Tao. He is crying, and he is calling for his ancestor, the wisdom king, to save him. This is the Marquis Dingjun, an ancient marquis of the human race. He has lived for more than 100,000 years, and he is challenging the great spear Tao. There are many people challenging this Tao, including the great Qin king and his son, Qin Jin. Qin Jin is crying, and he is calling for his father, the great Qin king, to save him. Great Qin king, hold on, don't cry. Your son is begging you, but you have no one to beg. The Marquis Dingjun is calling for his daughter to save him. My God, his daughter is only at the sun-moon tier. At this moment, in the lower realm, Wan Tianxing and the others did not go up, and they all shuddered. Revenge came so quickly. We only saw it, but did not record it. Not only did you record it, but you also introduced it bit by bit. What are you doing? Can you be human? The great Zhou King did not go up either, but he looked around, and suddenly transmitted his voice. I feel that some people are acting. They are acting quite a lot. Once they are done, this matter will be over. If we do not go up, we might suffer revenge later. He felt that someone was definitely acting, definitely, because not all Daos were so cruel. The Great Wisdom King's Tao of Formations was not that cruel, but look at the Great Wisdom King, his screams were louder than anyone else's. Pa, the old Zhu clan had always been so shameless. Wan Tianxing did not know whether to laugh or cry, but he said, let's go up. His expression was much more solemn. So you created the best opportunity for us to comprehend the wild great Tao. This is the primordial Tao. He even helped everyone open the pseudo-heavenly door. This opportunity is actually very rare, it might be painful, but he is bearing all the pressure. There was a mountain on Suyu's shoulder, a mountain of water, he alone was bearing the backflow of the river water. At this moment, the stellar seal was about to explode from the pressure. the civilization was about to explode from the pressure of the river water, and thousands of shadows of Suyu were forging a layer of net. It blocked the river water from attacking the guy who was repairing the Great Tao. Suyu, on the other hand, was still recording with a smile. Sometimes, cultivation didn't need to be so painful. Why bother? It was fine as long as everyone was happy. However, everyone understood that Suyu was under great pressure. Once the star seal collapsed, the will of the civilization would collapse, and Suyu would inevitably suffer heavy injuries. Seeing that, King of Great Zhou nodded his head slightly and sighed. Suddenly, he sent a voice transmission with a smile, stubborn. This fellow keeps saying that I'm done and I'm quitting, but, in the end, he still props up this world. I believe that one day, he will become the human emperor. Even if he is not the second human emperor, he will be a revered human emperor. At this moment, he firmly believed that Suyu could become the human emperor. An emperor might not be the strongest in martial arts, however, an emperor had to have the bearing of an emperor. Since the creation of the world, there had only been one human emperor. Martial emperor was nonsense, and Suyu would become the second human emperor. This young lad was gradually growing up. While he was laughing and cursing, he still bore some responsibility. It was so funny, but no one could laugh. In the next moment, the great Zhou King charged into the sky, revealing a smile as he helped to continue the Tao. In the next moment, the great Zhou King screamed miserably, while Suyu had a look of disdain. He could not help but say, "This is the great Zhou King, an old schemer. He cultivates the Tao of endurance. Logically speaking, the more primitive this Tao is, the more endurance one has. Even if you kill his entire family, he won't make a sound." He screamed so painfully, "He is a liar, I suspect that he is cultivating the Tao of deception." F***ku, the great Zhou King's acting was over, and that caused Suyu to lose his sense of accomplishment instantly. He was furious. "Be more serious with your acting." Around them, some people screamed and stole glances at the great Zhou King. F***ku, you old liar. Since when did the Tao of endurance allow you to scream so miserably? Indeed, this liar was not a good person. The great Zhou King's expression turned slightly stiff. In the next moment, he continued to scream. As long as he did not admit it, no one could deny that he was faking it. At this moment, it was clearly an extremely dangerous and painful matter. However, this group of people was acting strangely. Some of them exchanged glances and revealed smiles in their eyes. Cultivating the Tao, cultivating the Tao, cultivating to be happy, fighting for supremacy, fighting for supremacy, fighting to one's heart's content. On the path of cultivation, loneliness was the most frightening thing. With such a group of like-minded people, at the very least, one would not be lonely on the path ahead. How great! Boom! Boom! A series of auras rose one after another. The floating earth spirit, who was the first to participate in the repair, suddenly felt that it was not as painful in such an atmosphere. With a violent roar, the power of the five elements fused into one. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from his body. He had reached the Tao integration stage. The five elements tribe thanks Emperor Yu. The floating earth spirit's loud voice spread in all directions as he laughed heartily. In the next moment, the auras of the five elements patriarchs suddenly fluctuated. All of them threw their heads back and roared into the sky, tears streaming down their faces. Our tribe has produced a Tao integration. This was not just a problem with the floating earth spirit. In the instant that the floating earth spirit reached Tao integration, the originally divergent five elements great Tao was suddenly forcefully fused together. The five elements patriarchs who had reached the peak of the eternal realm a long time ago all reached Tao integration stage. In the blink of an eye, the weakest five elements tribe suddenly had 6 Tao integration stage powerful beings. Ha ha ha. Maniacal laughter reverberated throughout heaven and earth. Today was a day of celebration for everyone. Today was a day of celebration for everyone's victory. At this moment, images suddenly appeared on the Mortal Master Seal that Suyu had left behind in King Wen's former residence. The Mortal Master Seal was no longer the Mortal Master Seal. At this moment, the realm images of the Space Ancient Tribe, Five Elements Tribe, Fated Tribe, and Iron Eater Tribe all appeared and flashed incessantly on the Mortal Master Seal. Boundless power of providence rose into the air. The Mortal Master Seal, which was originally a little difficult to suppress, instantly stabilized the entire King Wen's former residence. the aura of the mortal master seal fluctuated incessantly, and in the blink of an eye, golden patterns appeared on it. At this moment, perhaps, this should be called the Universe Emperor Seal. It was no longer limited to the human race. At this moment, somewhere in the boundless void. Suddenly, someone opened their eyes. The Heaven Supervisor. His aura instantly changed. In the blink of an eye, the power of providence increased explosively, and the Heaven Supervisor's aura became stronger at a visible rate. He frowned as he looked in the direction of the sunken heavenly abyss realm with a hint of shock and confusion in his eyes. What did Suyu do this time? A crushing defeat? What kind of joke was this? Suyu, this fellow, seemed to have won an unimaginable battle, an unbelievable victory. That idiot of treasures will never understand that these people can turn something rotten into something magical, the Heaven Supervisor murmured. He only felt that this was inconceivable. Suyu was creating another miracle. He clearly didn't do anything. All he did was evacuate with his people. Why did this happen? At this moment, the Heaven Supervisor suddenly felt that perhaps he really couldn't see through luck. Suyu. What a good Suyu. The Heaven Supervisor was speechless. He instantly closed his eyes and stopped thinking about it. Cultivation, no matter how painful it was, as long as someone accompanied you in pain, you would be happy. Everyone suffered together. If there was a dark history, everyone would leave a dark history behind. When everyone had a dark history, no one would mention it again. Instead, they would let the gossip dissipate in the river of history. Perhaps one day in the future, they would be able to see some records in some unofficial history book. Sometime in the future, Emperor Yu and some other experts would cry out for their parents to save them. Of course, future generations might not believe them. In the river of time, everyone howled and cried out in pain. This might be the first time a group of existences below the Master of the Laws had comprehended the primordial Tao in this river. This was the power of the great Tao that hadn't been tempered by the great Tao of time. The gaps and fractures were being repaired by them. The amount of water leaking out gradually decreased. Down below, Lan Tian was still adjusting the power of the great Tao. Probably only Lan Tian and some people who hadn't reached the eternal realm hadn't come up. Lan Tian needed to adjust the power of the great Tao to prevent any mistakes from happening and turning it into chaos. Of course, it didn't matter if he came up or not. Lan Tian's dark history couldn't even be written into a book. No one would care about this. And as these people repaired the great Tao, some experts who were close to breaking through began to advance. On the human side, the great Han King and the others were actually close to breaking through a long time ago, but they were still a little short. This was because they didn't understand the great Tao and lacked some direct contact. Today, Suyu provided them with an opportunity. The great Han King and the others all changed paths. The great Han King walked the Tao of strength, which was similar to the Tao of the physical body, but there were still differences. The Tao of strength wasn't the Tao of the physical body. At this moment, the massive Han King roared. This mighty being who had always been a powerful being in the human race had finally broken through his shackles and broken through the barriers. Boom! His aura soared explosively, and he officially stepped into the Tao integration stage. He wasn't the only one. On the other side, Heavenly Annihilation's companions, Frost and Snow, and the other guardians who hadn't advanced yet, didn't walk the Tao of the physical body. Instead, they all walked the Tao of war and fused different Taos. At this time, they all advanced. When Heavenly Extermination and the others advanced, these people were just a step away. These people were all veteran high-level eternal powerhouses. When they killed Spirit, almost all of them had stepped into the eternal ninth stage. These days, some of them even went to the upper realm to fight and comprehend the power of the great Tao. In the blink of an eye, several guardians had progressed to the Tao integration stage. On the Iron Eater race's side, Ba Yu roared. This sullen Iron Eater crown prince roared into the sky, "I've advanced." It was too aggrieving. He had been the crown prince for a long time. His father had passed away, and it was agreed in June that he would be the next to succeed the throne. In the end, before he could succeed the throne, he had become the Emperor Emeritus. That's right, his son September had progressed to the Tao integration stage. He had finally progressed to the Tao integration stage. It could be considered a type of physical body Tao, using the 72 steps of eating iron to forge the Tao, and not the 9 moons great Tao of devouring. August roared incessantly. At this moment, the Iron Eater tribe was also very interesting. 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, and 9 moons had all progressed to the Tao integration stage. Furthermore, there were also the giant bamboo and full moon. This tribe had produced a total of 8 Tao integration stage super mighty figures in the higher and lower realms, and all of them were quite powerful. The 5 Elements tribe had 6 Tao integration stage super mighty figures, while the Iron Eater tribe had 8 Tao integration stage super mighty figures. Of the previously powerful Fated tribe, not many people came this time. Only the Fate Emperor was here. The other eternal beings did not come. As for the Fate Emperor, his aura was vague and ethereal. At this moment, it was hard to tell whether he had progressed or not. However, Suyu's gaze swept over him, and his expression changed slightly. The Silent Fate Emperor had most likely progressed to the Heavenly King stage. As for the Gui tribe, the Yen Emperor had also progressed to the 3rd grade Tao integration stage. However, the Yen Emperor seemed to be in a bit of a decline. This was because in the Gui tribe, apart from him, some eternal beings were slightly more powerful, but they had not progressed to the Tao integration stage. All the other tribes were progressing, but the Gui tribe did not seem to have made much progress. However, the heaven-devouring tribe of the Gui tribe had succeeded in vindicating its Tao, and its aura was becoming stronger very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it had almost reached the 6th or 7th stage eternal being's power. However, this was not enough. The gap between them was too great. The Gui tribe seemed to be in dire straits. It could not even compare to the 5 Elements tribe. However, at this time, Suyu also saw the situation of the Gui tribe. In fact, Suyu was not very familiar with the Gui tribe. He was not even familiar with the heaven-devouring tribe, which followed him later on. However, Suyu was familiar with the sons of the Yen Emperor. This tribe was actually more or less the same. However, Suyu still recognized one of the Guqi at a glance. Back on Bright Light Island, it was the Yen Emperor who had gone to capture the Bright Light Bird. Suyu had said that the Bright Light Bird was delicious, and this Yen Emperor had gone to eat the Bright Light Bird. He had eaten it until his mouth was covered in grease. He had even wanted to rear the Bright Light Bird realm and turn it into his own food garden. This was also the first time that Suyu had interacted with the Gui tribe. Later, when Suyu went to the Gui tribe, it was he and the heaven-devouring tribe who had welcomed Suyu. At this moment, Suyu looked at the Guqi who was frantically devouring the power of the Great Tao but was unable to reach the Tao integration stage. He smiled and said, "Shou Wu, don't randomly devour the power of the Great Tao." Yes, his name was Shou Wu. It was a rather strange name. Emperor Yan's father actually had a very high status, at least in Wan's opinion. This was because his father was King Wu's mount. Emperor Yan was actually extremely ancient, but his aptitude seemed to be average. Previously, he had only reached the 4th grade of the Tao integration stage, or even lower. Only now did he reach the 3rd grade. This Shou Wu could be considered the grandson of the Gui tribe's patriarch, but he wasn't very strong. Shou Wu. Perhaps this name had something to do with King Wu. Guqi was anxiously devouring all kinds of power of the Great Tao. At this moment, when he heard Suyu call out to him, he looked up with some anxiety and depression. The 5-element race had produced 6 Tao integration experts, while his Gui tribe only had his father at the Tao integration stage. In the upper realm, the Gui tribe was also very weak. They only had 1 2nd grade Tao integration existence. He wanted to reach the Tao integration stage. But why couldn't he? Being accepted as a mount by King Wu meant that his grandfather was actually very strong. Otherwise, King Wu wouldn't even take a liking to him. Why did each generation get worse? The first generation was definitely the master of the laws. The second generation was at the 3rd grade of the Tao integration stage. The 3rd generation wasn't even at the Tao integration stage. This kind of degeneration was actually very serious. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be a big problem for a 1st-generation master of the laws to reach the Heavenly King level. It was also normal for a 2nd-generation master of the laws to become a Heavenly King. If they didn't become a Heavenly King, they wouldn't be unable to even reach the Tao integration stage. There were so many experts in the Wan, and in that era, King Wu was one of the 4 pole human kings. He had a high status and authority. If King Wu found a mount, Even if it was just a mount, his status might be even higher than that of some emperors. In truth, Suyu was also a bit puzzled. After all, whether it was the Iron Eater tribe or the other races, the direct descendants of the Master of the Laws couldn't be this weak. The Gui tribe. He observed them a bit more today. This tribe also seemed to walk the Tao of devouring. Heaven Devourer. From its name, one could see some of its ambitions. Heaven Devourer's talent wasn't weak. Back on the Tao verification list, it was also in existence ranked at the top. However, after observing for a while, Suyu carefully observed for a while more, suddenly, his mind wandered. This tribe might have been tricked by King Wu. King Wu might not have done it on purpose, but he really had been tricked by that brute. Logically speaking, a peerless expert who had opened the heaven gate and reached the four-pole human king level shouldn't have been tricked like this, but there was always a chance. Suyu carefully observed for a while. Opening the heaven gate, he looked up and down. After a while, he shouted, "I'm afraid the Gui tribe isn't a vicious beast." At this moment, whether it was Emperor Yan, Xiao Wu, or Heaven Devourer, all of them looked at Suyu. It wasn't just them. Everyone else also looked at Suyu. What the hell, the Gui tribe looked like a fiendish bird. How could it not be a vicious beast? On the other side, Sky Destroyer stopped crying and suddenly burst into laughter. Old Gui isn't a vicious beast? Could it be a violent beast? Suyu glared at him. Sky Destroyer was embarrassed and immediately stopped laughing. Suyu said in a clear voice, "The Yan clan is a vicious beast. Perhaps even they themselves think so. This is because the first-generation Yan emperor was a subordinate of King Wu. King Wu was skilled in battle, so he probably led the first-generation Yan emperor to conquer the Myriad worlds. After a long time, maybe even the first Emperor Yan was influenced and felt that he was a vicious existence, but I see that your great Daos don't have too much of a vicious aura." Suyu looked at the old turtle in the distance. "Senior Grand Mist, you are the oldest. Did you come into contact with the Gui tribe in the early days?" In the distance, the old turtle was slightly startled and sank into his memories. His existence was very ancient, an existence that existed after the opening of the heavens. Strictly speaking, he was probably born in the early primordial era. Gui tribe, the old turtle had too many memories in his life. At this moment, he vaguely recalled and said with uncertainty, "I came into contact with them a long time ago. Back then, the first Emperor Yan was extremely strong. I remember, vaguely remembering that it was King Wen's idea to find the first Emperor Yan as a mount." King Wen. King Wen seemed to have said that King Wu was impulsive and that the first Emperor Yan as a companion might change King Wu. Suyu said with a smile, "Then that's right. I see that the Gui tribe's great Tao is clear and bright, without any vicious and violent aura. It is clearly a clear great Tao, so how can it be so vicious? Devouring heaven and earth, devouring everything, devouring all things, this is not right." In my opinion, King Wen suggested King Wu to find the Gui tribe as a companion, not to give King Wu an extra fighter, but to let King Wu have a supervisor. The Gui tribe is clear-minded and has a fierce appearance, but they can make decisions on their own. They are clearly auspicious beasts, not vicious beasts. The Emperor Yan and the others were stunned. What a joke, with our appearance, we are auspicious beasts, *T. Our bloodline devours all things, fighting dragons and phoenixes, eating all over the world. You say we are auspicious beasts, what a joke. Suyu said with a smile, "That is the truth." The role of the first Emperor Yan was to warn King Wu. King Wen found the first Emperor Yan as a companion for King Wu so that King Wu could make more decisions, but I'm afraid the first Emperor Yan was led astray by King Wu. King Wu's charm was definitely there. After a long period of companionship, the first Emperor Yan not only failed to influence King Wu, but was instead influenced by King Wu. From a counselor and supervisor at the beginning, he became a vicious beast. As for the descendants of the first Yan Emperor, they were naturally affected by this as well. They felt that our race was a ferocious beast that devoured all other races. As soon as he said that, everyone was stunned. The first Emperor Yan was a counselor? What a joke, Suyu said with a smile. I am just guessing, but it is also an inference from observing the Tao. Everyone's Tao is not that vicious. Blindly being vicious may not help you improve. The Emperor Yan is one of the more senior Dao integration stage cultivators, but he is still unable to become a heavenly monarch, and he is barely a third-grade heavenly monarch. Why don't we change our way of thinking, not blindly being vicious and killing? Be more gentle when appropriate. The powerful members of the Gui tribe were all stunned. But, we have been vicious for countless years. We only know how to eat, swallow, swallow. What's wrong with that? The Emperor Yan was also surprised. Emperor Yu, how gentle. I don't understand, we eat dragons and phoenixes, everything. We are used to eating until blood and flesh splatters everywhere. You want us to be gentle? We don't know how to be, so you also felt a headache coming on. That's right. We are used to it, and it is a deep-rooted habit that is actually very difficult to change. The Tao does not necessarily have to follow the Tao of the predecessors. Does it have to conform to the Tao of the predecessors? Thinking of this, Suyu suddenly said, if you really can't do it, you should change paths. You are members of the Gui tribe, so it is naturally easy for you to integrate into the first Emperor Yan's Tao. When you first proved your Tao, it was probably just barely. In reality, you are not compatible with the first Emperor Yan's Tao. You have always thought of yourselves as the Tao of devouring, so walk the Tao of devouring. Suyu quickly said, now, there are a few paths to choose from. First, walk 9 Moon's Tao of devouring, but 9 Moon will most likely become the master of the laws. I will not allow you to compete with him for the Tao. Second, Senior Cooking Biscuit's Tao of devouring. The result will be the same. Both of their Tao of devouring are devouring, but of different types. However, Senior Cooking Biscuit is the spirit of the great Tao, so perhaps he can give birth to a master of the laws. Third, I will find another Tao of devouring for the Gui tribe to cultivate. Suyu said loudly, there are countless great Taos of the same type in the world, and there are many great Taos of the same Tao of devouring. Now that I have a better understanding of the great Tao, it should not be difficult to find another great Tao of devouring from the river of time. As for whether it has a master, I am not sure. However, I feel that if we do not change Taos, then even Emperor Yan and heavenly monarchs have no hope. This was the true son of a master of the laws, but in the end, even heavenly monarchs had no hope. It was cruel, but Suyu could judge that this was the most likely result. Emperor Yan looked at Suyu with a fierce expression. It wasn't fierce, but rather this was how it had always been. It struggled to say, Emperor Yu, are you saying that we took the wrong path? That my father's great Tao is not suitable for me? How is that possible? Suyu nodded. Your father is not truly cruel. This is King Wu's fault. He has too much influence on your father, ultimately leading to your father's deviation. Emperor Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Is this true? Emperor Yan didn't want to believe it, because my father is a cruel fellow. Back in the day, he followed King Wu and devoured the experts of the heavens. You say that my father is a good person? What a headache! But Suyu had opened the heavenly gate and observed the great Tao. Moreover, he had indeed been stuck at Tao integration for many years. Others had already become heavenly monarchs, but he was still trash Tao integration. Even now, he had relied on the accumulation of time to barely reach the 3rd tier. Was he really wrong? He looked at Heaven Devourer and the others. If he was wrong, then the entire Gui race might not produce a true peak expert in the future. Changing paths. This was actually very risky, because the changed path might not be suitable for the Gui race. But after thinking for a moment, he quickly said savagely, since Emperor Yu feels that I am not suitable for my father's Tao, then I am willing to change paths. I will change to a new Tao of devouring. As for 9 Moons and the others, forget it. It wasn't good for you to merge with someone else's Tao. If a dispute arose in the later stages, that would be even worse. Suyu smiled. Fine, but let's forget about it for now. Everyone, continue comprehending. Once I have finished opening and solidified the branch of the River of Time, I will take you to the River of Time to find a great Tao more suitable for you. It doesn't matter if you didn't seize this opportunity, there will be more opportunities in the future. Emperor Yan nodded, feeling a bit sad. I actually comprehended the wrong great Tao. I can't believe it. Fine, I believe in Emperor Yu. There's no other reason. Look, Bean Bun has already become a heavenly monarch because he also comprehended the wrong great Tao. And the old turtle seemed to be the same. These people, without an expert who had opened the heavenly gate to discuss the Tao for them, had actually gone on a fork in the road. It was only when Suyu appeared and set things right, helping them explain the essence of the great Tao, that these guys gradually improved and stepped into the heavenly monarch domain. On the Gui race's side, Suyu temporarily ignored them. And the others were also improving. Cooking Biscuit knew that he was indeed the great Tao of devouring, so he swallowed happily. The great Tao of devouring was good, he didn't need to use his brain too much, he just had to swallow it. Cooking Biscuit's brain was a little one-track minded, otherwise he wouldn't have kept swallowing those Eternals that day, making them self-destruct in his body. After a long time, an aura rose from Cooking Biscuit's body, devouring all things. Second grade Tao integration. Cooking Biscuit was overjoyed and continued to swallow crazily. As he swallowed, he was about to swallow 9 moons, and suddenly felt that 9 moons was more fragrant, after an unknown period of time. There was a loud rumble. Below, Blue Sky's voice came, shouting, "The Myriad Tao flow has been consolidated." Joy flashed in Suyu's eyes, and he shouted, "All right, everyone go down, this opening has been consolidated." This time everyone's gains were not small. However, Suyu also knew that he couldn't stay any longer. He looked up and felt a little pained. The record of civilization and the Star Universe seal had been polished to the point of being a little broken. If he stayed any longer, these 2 supreme treasures would be finished. The group of people descended rapidly, each of their auras improved, more wild than before. The Tao was still the original Tao. However, they had comprehended some of the primitive great Tao power. At this moment, the great Tao power of these people was not as gentle as before, it had a hint of volcanic eruption. There were more and more powerhouses. And this time, there were 2 new heavenly kings, Bean Bun and Life Emperor. At this point, there were more and more heavenly king powerhouses under Suyu. King of Great Zhou, Blue Sky, Wan Tianxing, Marquis Fire Cloud, Fat Ball, Bean Bun, Life Emperor, Princess Qi, Hong Meng. Suyu could step into this domain at any time. If he was included, there were a total of 10 heavenly king powerhouses. As for the top-level Tao integration, there were also many second-grade Tao integration named by Suyu. The King of Great Qin, Daxia of Goguryeo, Cooking Cake, General Valiant, Marquis Tranquil, and Great Light Lord had just barely caught up to second grade. In addition, there was Marquis Tong Tian, September, and June, who had just reached second grade. June had also improved very quickly, and she seemed to be just a little bit away from becoming a spatial beast emperor. If one counted them, there were 10 of them. Xinghong and Tianmia had reached third grade. In addition, Yan Emperor, Book Spirit, and Tea Tree were also third grade. There were many fourth grade ones. Yun Xiao and the other guardians who had advanced before, including many treasures, Tianyu, and Chong Ming, were all fourth grade. Moreover, Yun Xiao and the others were very close to third grade. Yun Xiao and Tianmia had advanced together, but they were only late stage. Yun Xiao spent most of her time in the lower realm and did not participate in many battles. Previously, she was slightly weaker than Tianmia, but now she was left behind. Xiao Longwu felt that he was close to fourth grade after advancing to Tao integration. Looking around, there were truly many talented people. As for the special existence like the floating earth spirit, it was very likely that it would be like September. Given some time, it might be able to reach the heavenly monarch stage very quickly. This was because the great Tao of the 5 elements was established by Patriarch 5 Elements, and the floating earth spirit was Patriarch 5 Elements' source. This fellow had just advanced, so it had not made much progress. As long as there was enough time, the floating earth spirit would definitely reach the heavenly monarch stage. At this moment, a radiant smile appeared on Suyu's face. On the human side, the King of Great Han, the King of Great Tang, the King of Great Shang, and the King of Great Song had all reached Tao integration. Apart from Chong Ming, no one under Marquis Tranquil's command had reached Tao integration. However, under Marquis Fire Cloud's command, one was Fire Moon, and the other was Fire Cloud. Both of them had reached Tao integration. Under General Valiant, a general by the name of Yingqiao had also reached Tao integration. As he descended from the river of time, Suyu's smile became even more radiant. This time, his strength did not decrease. Instead, it increased. A few had left, such as Dark Shadow, Yun Shui, and South Shan, who had never sided with them. they had lost Wen Qi. However, his side's strength was much stronger than before, so Yu looked at everyone and quickly said with a smile, "Let's stabilize the tributary of the River of Time first. Everyone, continue to comprehend the Tao and deepen your comprehension. After this harvest, everyone will rest for 3 days to digest what you have gained. I will bring everyone to the primal chaos. I will open up the great Tao, and everyone can observe it again. There will be a chance to improve further." Everyone was overjoyed. How exhilarating, the sorrow of the migration. Where did the sorrow come from? This time, it was simply a great benefit. What migration, being forced and helpless? It was completely self-directed by Suyu, and he had deliberately lost the infinite worlds. Otherwise, with the 10 heavenly kings working together, could they really take down Baijian? What a joke. Baijian was strong, and there was hope for him to deal with 3 to 5 heavenly venerables. But how many heavenly kings could a heavenly king deal with? Lan Tian and Wan Tianxing working together could still stop Yue Qin, but they were slightly inferior. With the 10 heavenly kings working together, Baijian would definitely not be defeated. At this moment, everyone bowed in unison and shouted, "Thank you, Sovereign Yu." Imparting the Tao could not be imparted easily, however, Suyu had no scruples and directly imparted the Tao. This was something that people from other times could not enjoy. Suyu smiled and said, "All right, everyone, let's stabilize the River of Time. This time, it was also an excellent enlightenment for me. I also want to thank everyone for opening up this opening with me." He said no more and quickly helped Lan Tian stabilize the Tianhaku. Suyu also began to build the barrier of the tributary of time, guiding the River of Time here so that everyone would not be unable to cultivate the Tao of the infinite worlds just because they were in the dead soul's realm. In a real sense, he had opened up a pure land in the dead soul's realm. Back then, in ancient times, King Wen and the others might have been able to do it too. However, there might have been some scruples. For example, this was the territory of the master of the dead soul's realm, and they were embarrassed to fight in someone else's territory, so they chose to open up an opening in the upper worlds. However, Suyu did not have such scruples. Who cares? If you have the ability, you ancient existences can come out. If you really come out, will King Wen and the others all come back? At that time, it will no longer be my business. Building the barrier was in fact difficult, but Suyu treated it as a test, an attempt before opening up the sky. If not for this opening of the Tianhaku, there would have been many problems when Suyu returned to open up the path. He could still make up for the problems now, but it would be difficult to make up for them when he returned to open up the path himself. Suyu was very serious in building the barrier. Lan Tian and the others were also very serious in helping to sort out the Tao. The more one comprehended the Tao, the clearer it became. At this moment, the chaotic power of the great Tao in the entire Tianyuan domain was gradually gathered. While Suyu was building the barrier, Wan Tianxing was also working. He called those who no longer needed help to level the entire Tianyuan domain and rationally distribute the 36 ancient cities to various places. 50 million people would be living in this realm from now on. Everything had to start over, food still needed to be eaten. Although the food that had been brought was enough to feed 50 million people for decades, it could not be eaten up. The fields that needed to be developed still needed to be developed. It would be best if everything was the same as before, so that everyone could get used to life here. Everyone began to get busy. The vast Tianyuan domain was full of people. Soon, Wan Tianxing released some Mountain Sea and Ling Yunjing cultivators to help build their homes. Then, he began to release the Soul realm. They expelled the aura of death and killed some scattered dead spirits. It was a scene of prosperity. Everyone was full of hope to rebuild their homes in this domain that was different from the human realm, although they firmly believed that they would return sooner or later. But here, it was also necessary to live better and live better. There was still a lot of power gushing out of the newly opened Tianhaku. At this moment, the entire domain was rich with the power of the great Tao. Wan Tianxing sprinkled a large amount of primal qi in the surroundings. They had plundered too many worlds and seized too many treasures. A large number of heavenly yuan fruit trees were planted in all directions. They used the power of the world to support these tens of millions of people. Even if they really fought back one day, this domain of the living that was rooted in the dead soul's domain was also a strategic and important place. As long As it was not destroyed, it would be an important junction between the two worlds. One building after another rose from the ground. Some buildings were even completely moved from the human realm. At this moment, they were released and stood in all directions. There were academies, libraries, treasure vaults, and ancient cities. Gradually, the dark Tianyuan domain began to light up. Wan Tianxing and the others together constructed a huge star, emitting dazzling light. There was the rotation of the sun and moon. The huge star was half bright and half dark. The residents of the 36 prefectures can live in the 36 ancient cities according to the previous large prefectures. The ancient houses in the ancient cities will no longer overflow with the aura of death. Seal the 36 dead spirit passages. Gradually, the people were released. In the past, everyone lived in the 36 prefectures. Now, there were 36 cities. If they didn't want to live together, they could choose according to the previous large prefectures. The 5 elements, Iron Eaters, Ancient AO, and space races have different customs and living environments. They can establish their own sacred grounds. Emperor Yu's matter will pay for all expenses. Wan Tianxing and the others quickly made arrangements. They tried to quickly settle the entire Tianyuan domain before Suyu finished building the barrier. This was the era of the strong. It was very convenient to do anything. Large amounts of resources could be transported through space or space rings. Buildings that didn't have them could be instantly built with giant stones. Under Wan Tianxing's request, the Earth Traveler race had tens of thousands of experts strengthen the entire domain's ground and build roads. With the 5 elements race around, many things were actually very easy. The 5 elements race was good at opening mountains and paving roads, diverting water to irrigate canals, and cultivating green plants. Large patches of flowers and trees instantly appeared in this domain. Seeds fell, and soon, trees grew. As for the Space Ancient race, they started to help build teleportation channels to connect the 36 ancient cities. At this moment, the Iron Eaters could only watch and let the 5 elements race help to plant more bamboo mountains. Suyu, who was building the barrier, watched as the dark Tianyuan domain gradually saw light. The previously gloomy Tianyuan domain suddenly had a sun. Then, trees grew, roads crisscrossed, and buildings rose. Ancient cities rose from the ground. There were smiles on his face. Smiles of satisfaction. Although this wasn't the human realm, it might be better than the human realm after the transformation. The king of Great Zhou drew the power of rules and made vital qi reign everywhere. The king of Great Qin and Daxia of Goguryeo led tens of millions of soldiers and stationed themselves in the 4 poles to defend against the invasion of the dead spirits. The king of Great Light led experts who were good at formations to build large formations everywhere. At this moment, everyone was very happy. As for Suyu, he gradually succeeded in outlining the barrier. It might not be very stable, but it was enough to support the existence of the Great Path of Time. However, at the end, it needed to be stopped. There was always an end to the Great Path. At the end of the Human Emperor path was a fracture. Large amounts of ownerless Tao of rules flowed out, but it wouldn't affect everyone. However, Suyu couldn't do this. He couldn't stop it without reason. At this moment, Suyu looked at Fat Ball, who was wagging its tail, seemed to realize something when it saw Suyu looking at it. It then looked at the broken path in the void and couldn't help but ask, "You? Are you going to move Master's home here?" Suyu smiled, his smile was extremely bright. "Yes, I want to move King Wen's house to the end of the Great Path as a boulder blocking the road. On one hand, it can block the leakage of the water of time from the Tianhaku. On the other hand, it can be moved away from the human realm. This is just a tributary, so the impact won't be too strong. That big log can come out at any time. The impact of the real river of time was too strong. Therefore, King Wen's former residence had always been unstable. However, if it was moved here, King Wen's former residence was still very powerful. It could stand in the real river of time and could be used as a dam here. This way, it would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Fat Ball was a little sad. "But, if we move, Master won't know the way." Suyu smiled. "Your master and the others can't come back now. When I find them, they will naturally know where home is. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will collapse sooner or later if left in the human realm." After moving King Wen's former residence, there really wouldn't be anything good left in the human realm. Fatball thought for a while and said bitterly after a long time, "All right. Then let's move here." But we still have to move back in the future. Of course. Suyu revealed a smile. It was good that Fatball agreed. This way, he could carry out the great move. Blue Sky, you're in charge of maintenance. I'll go to the human realm and move back to King Wen's former residence. Skypier Sir, you're in charge of teleportation. Suyu also couldn't be bothered to run. With Marquis Tongtian around, he could teleport anywhere now. Although they were separated by a barrier, Marquis Tongtian's teleportation ability was still very powerful. Especially now that this fellow had reached second-grade Dao integration, it was even easier for him to teleport. Marquis Tongtian didn't waste words. He had been very obedient recently. Because he was too talkative last time and said the wrong thing, he didn't dare to say anything recently. Whatever Suyu said was the law. If he said teleport, he would teleport. Human realm. Suyu returned again. This time, he couldn't be bothered to say anything to Marquis Jinan and the others. He went straight to Starfall Mountain and entered the Waterfall of Time. As for where King Wen's former residence was located on the Great Path of Time, Suyu wasn't too sure. He hadn't encountered it in the River of Time. Since he didn't encounter it upstream, it was very likely that it was built downstream. Of course, no matter where it was, it had little to do with Suyu. Here, there was an opening opened by King Wen. He could enter the Waterfall of Time if he wanted to. He didn't need to go through the River of Time. An opening. When Suyu thought of this, his heart skipped a beat. Yes, an opening. Here, yes, there seemed to be an opening here as well. Could it be that King Wen had also opened a celestial river in his former residence? Was the Waterfall of Time actually an opening? Without thinking too much about it, he walked into King Wen's former residence. The flowers were still blooming. The entire place was currently guarded by a giant wooden head. As for Suyu, he reached out and grabbed at the air. A large seal fell into his hand. At this moment, a different image appeared on the Mortal Lord's seal. With a single glance, Suyu could tell that it was much stronger than before. He vaguely sensed that it was almost on par with the Star Seal. In truth, the Star Seal was very strong because it represented humanity's peak. Even the seal used by the human emperor before he unified the heavens was extraordinary. But now, Suyu's seal actually seemed to be catching up to it. One had to know that in this era, there wasn't even a single master of the laws on Suyu's side. He couldn't compare to the human race of yesteryear. Is it infused with the power of Wan? The fortunes of the various races seemed to have fused with it as well. This was probably the difference between the Star Seal and Suyu's. Behind him, the little white dog was a bit reluctant. Seeing it look around longingly, Suyu couldn't help but say, "Fat ball, we're moving the house. You can look at it every day. We're just changing the location. If you want to miss something, you should miss the River of Time outside. Perhaps it'll be different from what we're going to have." Fat Ball had misunderstood. "I'm moving this house, this courtyard, and this mountain. I'm not just picking things up and leaving. The house is still here." "What are you looking at longingly?" "I'm speechless." Fat Ball stared blankly at Suyu. After a while, it nodded. "That makes sense. Yes, I'm just moving the house. Won't I still have to live in this house later on? Perhaps the River of Time outside will be different in the future." Thinking of this, Fat Ball sighed. "That's true. Then Tea Tree will have to change her bathtub. If I had known this would happen, I would have brought her back. I wonder if she'll get used to a new bathtub." Suyu laughed. While laughing, he suddenly froze for a moment. He looked at Fat Ball again and suddenly said, "Wait a minute, did I forget something?" Fat Ball looked at him in confusion. "What?" "Tea Tree has been bathing in the River of Time?" "That's right." Fat Ball replied matter-of-factly. Suyu was startled again. "I didn't think too much about it before. Tea Tree usually transformed into a cute little girl. Sometimes, she even liked to play with Blue Sky. So you couldn't be bothered to care. But now," he paused. The River of Time wasn't a bathtub. As early as the first time he saw Fat Ball, it said that Tea Tree bathed in the River of Time. At that time, Suyu was just amazed and didn't think much about it. But now that he was walking in the river of time, he understood that the water of Myriad Tao was not to be trifled with. It was fine to stay for a while, but it was troublesome to stay for a long time. The Myriad Tao turned into chaos. Tea tree seemed to have been planted in the river of time. Suyu frowned and suddenly said, "Tea tree was planted in the river of time, right?" "Yes." Fat Ball nodded and looked at Suyu strangely. "I told you. I said it the first time we met. I even let you drink tea tree's tea leaves." Suyu took a deep breath. "So, tea tree usually absorbs water from the river of time to grow?" "That's right." Suyu couldn't help but say, "Why didn't you say it earlier?" "I said it." Fat Ball felt wronged. "You're wronging a dog." "I said it, the first time I saw you. I already said that the tea tree was planted in the river of time by little mistress and master. She even bathed there, and she planted it there. Of course, she extracted the water of time to grow it. Isn't that obvious? Do I have to slowly introduce how tea tree grows? How strange." Suyu smiled bitterly. Forget it. King Wen and Master of Time like to do weird things. Bean Bun is the spirit of great Tao, Book Spirit is the Tao, Heaven Supervisor is the Tao. You and Big Blockhead are the normal ones. Tea tree was not normal. It was not abnormal. Suyu suddenly said, "Tea tree, is the Tao of primordial chaos?" "Ah?" Fat Ball looked at Suyu. Suyu smiled bitterly. "Was I too careless? Tea tree should be considered a primordial chaos ancient beast, or primordial chaos ancient tree. She transforms into a little girl all day, but I didn't pay much attention. Plus, Book Spirit has been preaching to her, so I didn't care too much about her. Tea tree should be cultivating primordial chaos Tao, right? I'll know after I go back and take a closer look. If that's the case, tea tree isn't a Tao of Myriad Taos. She's a primordial chaos Tao expert." Fat Ball blinked. "I think so, probably. What about primordial chaos Tao?" "It's also a Tao. It's different." Suyu smiled. "Primordial chaos Tao, forget it, we'll talk about it later. If primordial chaos Tao is achieved, tea tree won't be shackled even if she becomes a heavenly venerable." Suyu didn't say anything more. He walked out of the river of time in the backyard and went outside. This was his first time entering the river of time. He looked around and found it unfamiliar. As expected, he had never been here before. In the middle of the river, there was a house that was enveloped by a layer of light. Clearly, King Wen had set his house here. "Let's go!" Suyu shouted. The star seal suppressed the waves of the river. The will of civilization sank to the bottom of the river and rose up. Gradually, the huge house was lifted up by the will of civilization. It's quite heavy, however, this house is really sturdy, it didn't suffer any damage from the impact of the river. The little white dog looked at the surrounding river with nostalgia. The house was taken away, but the river was different. It sighed. Tea tree's bathhouse is gone. I don't know if she'll get used to a different bathhouse. It seemed that this was the only thing worthy of sighing. After all, everything else hadn't changed. Suyu chuckled and lifted the entire house. With a roar, he tore through the river and appeared in front of the waterfall of time in an instant. When he walked out of the waterfall of time with the house, the waterfall of time disappeared again. Suyu appeared in Starfall Mountain. He looked back and sighed. King Wen had opened an opening. It was here, the waterfall of time was Tianhaku. If he could open an opening, it meant that King Wen might have really opened a path alone. However, he didn't leave any traces. Where did King Wen open his own path? King Wen seems very strong. The brother of the Time Master is indeed capable. Fat Ball looked at Suyu strangely. How strange. Nonsense. Of course, Little Master isn't as strong as Master, Suyu chuckled. I originally thought that the Human Emperor's heaven-splitting technique would be stronger than King Wen's, but the Human Emperor's heaven-splitting technique only opened a small part of it. If King Wen completely opened it and could take it away at will, then who is stronger? Each of these ancient experts was more mysterious than the last. Every time he thought about it, he felt that they were unfathomable. With a sigh, Suyu lifted the house and shouted, "Teleport!" Marquis Tongtian quickly opened a huge door. So you stepped in and soon disappeared with King Wen's old residence in the human realm. Not long after Suyu left, the entire Starfall Mountain gradually became silent. And the waterfall of time that was left behind also quickly disappeared, leaving no trace. Boom, with a loud noise, a huge house blocked the end of the broken river. The water of time attacked the huge house, but it didn't move at all. It was terrifyingly strong. There wasn't even a need for someone to stand guard here. After all, a tributary was just a tributary. How could it compare to the real river of time? The urine-like river water had no way to attack the house. At this point, the simple version of the stolen river of time could be considered to have been completely constructed. Of course, it was a little strange. Because the tributary of the river of time was invisible. But the house was too big, and it could be seen from the outside. Therefore, the entire Tianyuan domain could see a huge house standing in the void at this moment. It was no longer as secretive as before. But there was nothing Suyu could do. The tributary of the river of time was too small to contain the house, unless he expanded the river of time to envelop King Wen's old residence. But in that case, the effort needed was incomparable to what he had now. I'll use it for now, I'll make do for now. At this step, the transformation of the entire Tianyuan domain was complete. The next thing to do was to seal the domain entrance of the Tianyuan domain, so that people from the outside couldn't enter and people inside couldn't leave. Unless Suyu opened it himself, completely separate the realms of life and death, and Suyu looked at Marquis Tongtian. Marquis Tongtian looked bewildered. Suyu smiled. The 8th floor of the Starry Mansion has no passageway, and you can't go to the 7th floor unless you open the door. So, you'll swallow the passageway? Then, you'll swallow the passageway of the Tianyuan domain as well. Unless you go through your door, you won't be able to enter or exit. Marquis Tongtian looked helpless. I'll swallow it? Then what happens if I die? If I die, will the passageway disappear? I don't know. Marquis Tongtian shook his head. Maybe it will disappear, or maybe it will reappear where it was. Then it's up to you. Suyu smiled. If you really die, I'll think of another way to open another entrance. If it really doesn't work, I'll go through this small hole and enter the river of time. The passageway between the realms of life and death would not disappear completely. Marquis Tongtian couldn't say anything more, and could only swallow the passageway. As for Suyu, he called Emperor Yan along. He wanted to take Emperor Yan and the others on a trip through the river of time to change to another passageway. Then, he would open the passageway. At this moment, it had been 20 days since he had descended to the lower domain. As for where to open the passageway, Suyu had yet to choose a place. He had to resolve these trivial matters as soon as possible and completely hide in the Tianyuan domain. After this, he didn't know how long he would have to hide. In the river of spacetime, Suyu walked around with Emperor Yan. He only had one goal, to seek the Tao. He could choose whichever Tao he felt was more suitable for him. It didn't matter if there were people around. Walking in the river, Suyu was somewhat curious. He asked, Emperor Yan, do you mind talking about your father? After all, he was a mount. What if he wasn't willing to talk? Emperor Yan didn't mind and directly said, Emperor Yu, there's no need to worry. My father was King Wu's mount. Everyone knows that. In that era, King Wu was the 3rd strongest person in the world. Although my father was the master of the laws, being the mount of the 3rd strongest was an honor, not a disgrace. 3rd strongest in the world, perhaps, seeing that he didn't mind, Suyu smiled. When King Wu left, did your father leave with him? No. Emperor Yan recalled and quickly said, King Wu left with King Wen. Not long after King Wen disappeared, King Wu chased after him. At that time, my father was still here. Later, the human sovereign convened a meeting of the Myriad clans and my father left. At this point, Emperor Yan quickly said, before my father left, he might have guessed something. At that time, he exhorted me to close my world after he left. My father has a mansion on the 8th floor. In the beginning, I also lived there, but before the meeting, my father asked me to leave. I don't know if the human emperor told him, or if my father guessed it himself. Before this, he felt that human emperor might have informed him, but now that Suyu said that his father was a strategist, it was hard to be sure. Suyu nodded slightly and thought for a moment. Did King Wu leave anything before he left? He actually wanted to ask if he knew about the heavenly gates. King Wen might have gone to the heavenly gates. If there was an era sealed there, it was very likely the heaven-splitting era. During the heaven-splitting era, the owner of the Great Tao of Time and the Great Tao of Death had to be mentioned. One was at the beginning of the heaven-splitting era, while the other was at the end of the heaven-splitting era. Of course, strictly speaking, the human ancestor and the Great Tao of Death's owner might have existed during the end of the heaven-splitting era. After that, there was the primordial era. But the human ancestor had appeared in the primordial era, so did he exist in the heaven-splitting era? Suyu was still very interested in these things. Even though Suyu was still weak, that didn't stop him from chasing after the tracks of the strong. Perhaps, the Time Master and the others had the same thought in the past. In any era, when one reached the peak, they would definitely want to find those legends and legends. Suyu was no exception. Account? Emperor Yan thought about it carefully and shook his head. Martial King is still one level away from me, so I'm not too sure what he would tell me. Even if he did, it would be something to tell my father. However, my father didn't leave anything behind. In the 1,000 years that King Wu disappeared, the sentence that my father said the most was there are thousands of great Daos, but only martial arts are the purest. Yu Su Yu of Yen Dao Yen of Time Yanju of Dao, Yen of the human of the Dao Wu of Yu of the human language. Yen Yu was the Yen. Of Yen 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 of Yen of Yen. Yu of Tian Yen of Yu Yan's Yen Yen. He Yen Yen Dao Yu Yu of Yu was. Yen Ti of Yen Yen Yang of Dao Yen. Yang Yu Yang for Yu to for Chi of Tian Time. What are you saying? How am I supposed to answer? Suyu was thoughtful. Maybe he really was cursing King Wu. King Wen himself knew that King Wen had left. He was well aware of this. He left to save his sister, this is what he should do. But with King Wu and King Ming here, plus the human emperor, I don't think anything will go wrong. And if King Wen leaves, with his personality, will he leave with great fanfare? Suyu raised his eyebrows. According to my understanding of King Wen, even if he leaves, he will leave quietly, leaving people confused and wondering if he is in seclusion. If King Wen doesn't appear, no one will dare to act rashly. Only King Wu is flamboyant. Once he leaves, everyone will know. Emperor Yan was startled. Suyu sighed. Wu is the stupidest is probably your father's true thoughts. King Wen's disappearance must have been exposed by King Wu. Then King Wu also left. With Wen and Wu gone, it would be strange if one didn't have other thoughts. Emperor Yan was embarrassed. This can't be? Suyu smiled. You have also experienced that era. Then let me ask you, does everyone know about King Wen's disappearance? This, Emperor Yan was lost in memory, and after a long time, he said, it seems, it was not clear at first. When did the news spread? He thought carefully and was stunned, a little embarrassed. It seems, after King Wu left. King Wu seemed to have lost his temper in the main hall, saying that human emperor was not good enough. That's what he meant, and then he disappeared. Not long after, the news of King Wen's disappearance spread. It is said that because King Wen disappeared, King Wu wanted human emperor to look for him, but human emperor ignored him. Then he went to look for him himself. Suyu smiled and shook his head. If I were human emperor, I would be furious. Really furious. Human emperor probably already knew that King Wen went behind the gate of heaven, but he couldn't leave. At that time, the plan to take in Wan hadn't been completed, and opening the sky hadn't been completed, so he definitely couldn't leave. If he left, that would be the real big deal. In the end, he still hid the news of King Wen's disappearance. King Wu was anxious, thinking that human emperor was not good enough. We brothers helped you conquer the world, but after you conquered the world, you changed your mind. Now that old one disappeared, you aren't anxious and won't look for him. Fine, if you don't look for him, I will. This search. Something went wrong. Suyu sympathized with human emperor. Human emperor is so pitiful. Emperor Yan was puzzled. Aren't King Wen and Sir King Wu even more miserable? Your train of thought, forget it, it's hopeless, give up treatment. Suyu was tired. He sympathized with human emperor again. With these guys around, you don't have to worry about not being unlucky. Sure enough, a useless teammate is sometimes very scary. I hope I won't be another 100 battles, Suyu silently said in his heart. From the legends, King Wu was really reckless. It wasn't that he wasn't talented enough, it wasn't that he didn't want to use his brain, it was that he had a few extremely intelligent people around him. Human Emperor, King Wen, Prison King, King Ming, according to the legends, they were all extremely intelligent people. With these people, everything was arranged for you. King Wu didn't need to use his brain, he just needed to fight, there was no need for him to think about it himself. As such, King Wu was probably too lazy to think too much about it. He only knew that King Wen was his brother, and if something happened to his brother and his sister, of course he would go and save them immediately. How loyal. It was just that he had screwed Human Emperor over. One man and one beast chatted as they walked. Suyu suddenly stopped and looked at a tributary road. He felt some devouring power and asked, "Is there anything special about this place?" "No." Emperor Yan shook his head. Suyu didn't care and continued to walk. After walking for a while, he continued to ask, but there was nothing. Because his great Tao hadn't been broken, unless it was a specially matched great Tao, he definitely wouldn't feel much. This Suyu didn't find it strange. After walking and stopping, they soon arrived at another tributary. This time, without Suyu asking, Emperor Yan suddenly moved slightly. "I feel this." He had already fused with a great Tao, and now he could feel his great Tao. Clearly, this great Tao was quite suitable for him. Suyu looked to the side and smiled. The feeling was not bad, it was a rather powerful great Tao of devouring. The great Tao was quite wide, about 2,000 meters wide. It was a bit weaker than the desolate heavenly beast's great Tao, but the difference wasn't big. Clearly, if this great Tao had a master, the master was quite powerful. However, even if it had a master now, it couldn't return. Suyu smiled, "This great Tao is not bad. You have already fused with the great Tao of the Yen race, and you can still feel it. This means that this great Tao is also very compatible with you." Emperor Yan was a bit sad, "So, I really fused with the great Tao wrong? Then, doesn't my father's great Tao have no one to inherit it?" Suyu smiled, "If your father didn't die, so what if he inherited it? There wouldn't be another master of the laws, unless you killed your father. However, if you aren't familiar with other people's great Tao of devouring, or if you're an enemy, you still have a chance to become a master of the laws if you kill them." With this thought, Emperor Yan nodded. Although it had never thought of becoming a master of the laws in its life, since Emperor Yu said so, it would believe it. Suyu glanced at the great Tao and suddenly smiled, "Emperor Yan, how about we play something interesting?" "What?" Suyu narrowed his eyes and smiled, "You have to sever your previous great Tao. If you sever it, it'll be a waste. Silently severing your great Tao isn't fun. How about this, I'll play something fun for all the realms to see." Emperor Yan didn't really understand, but it might understand a little. For a moment, it didn't know what to say. Myriad realms. On the All Heavens battlefield. After Suyu stayed in seclusion for a few days, the Myriad worlds once again regained their peace. This time, it was truly peaceful because the human race army that attacked the Myriad worlds had all retreated. Therefore, there was truly no war among the Myriad worlds. But at this moment, an angry roar resounded through the world. "Suyu, you've gone against the grain. My Gue clan and you are irreconcilable. You were defeated in the upper realms and are struggling at death's door. Do you still want to force my clan to serve you? You're retreating to the Dead Souls realm, so why should my clan follow you?" The roar resounded through the world, an incomparably large Gue with an incomparably powerful aura blotted out the sky. Among the Myriad realms, many realms were shaken. But at this moment, Suyu's figure appeared and he said coldly, "I said, even if I'm defeated, I'm not someone you can resist. The immortals and demons haven't said anything yet, but you dare rebel. You're courting death." Boom, a loud explosion rang out, and in the next moment, the great Tao collapsed, a giant hand blotted out the sky. "Suyu!" The Gue Emperor's desperate roar resounded through the sky, "Less than a tenth of the experts under you are still alive. Even if you kill me, so what? You'll die sooner or later. I'll wait for you." Boom, an explosion rang out, the great Tao collapsed, and a powerful power of laws spread out. After severing the connection with the Nightmare Realm's great Tao, the Nightmare Realm shook violently, and in the next moment, a blood cloud came over. At this moment, 60 counselor tokens appeared in Suyu's hand, summoning the blood cloud. Blood instantly dripped down. Suyu snorted and shouted, "The Gue clan disobeyed orders and plotted rebellion. They deserve death. Men, destroy the Gue clan." The experts of the Myriad realms were confused. With a loud explosion, the entire Nightmare Realm shook violently. As for Suyu, he walked on air. When he arrived at the Nightmare Realm, the blood cloud gathered again. With a flip of the counselor token in his hand, the entire Nightmare Realm was covered by the blood cloud. Suyu shouted, "Today, the Gue clan shall be destroyed. The Wan Realm shall take this as a warning. So what if I, Suyu, am defeated? Dealing with you is still a piece of cake. Before I completely disappear, all of you better obediently be my grandsons. From today onwards, the people of the Wan Realm are not allowed to leave. Those who disobey will be killed." The word kill shook the world. Mixed with a large amount of blood cloud, the power of laws overflowed, and the phenomenon of heaven and earth. The Gue clan seemed to have been completely destroyed. At this moment, the world shook. The immortal realm. Tiangu's expression changed. What the hell, why did the Gue clan suddenly die? He quickly probed and sensed the power of the great Tao. His expression changed again. The Gue emperor was really killed. What the hell? So the Gue clan was destroyed, the primordial giant realm. At this moment, the primordial giant king also had a solemn expression. He's crazy. He retreated in defeat, but at this moment, he is still the emperor of the Myriad realms. Anyone who disobeys him will die. The three clans didn't dare to provoke Suyu at this moment. Even though it was rumored that Suyu had lost in the upper realms and suffered heavy losses. The Gue clan was one of the strong clans that had supported Suyu earlier. In the end, because of a disagreement, they didn't want to leave with Suyu and were killed just like that. Their clan was exterminated. Beside the primordial giant king, a phantom appeared with a solemn expression. He's so crazy. Sure enough, being invincible only makes people arrogant. After one defeat, he completely lost his balance. This person, there's no need to provoke him now. Last time, when Suyu forced the primordial giant race to hand over 4 of their council tokens, they were still unhappy. Now, forget it. This guy was completely crazy. The Gue clan that supported him was killed just because they didn't want to leave with him, and at this moment, Suyu's somewhat crazy and arrogant voice once again resounded in the Myriad realms. Listen up, all of you. I'll be back sooner or later. Be careful and behave yourselves. I am going to the Dead Souls realm to become the emperor, but, the Dead Souls realm can also open your realm channel. Ha ha ha. Remember, from now on, the Dead Souls domain is mine. And in the Myriad realms, there is too much death energy in the realm. I will lock onto your position. I will lock onto your realm location and find your existence, just like how I destroyed the dragon, phoenix, ape, and Kuanpung realms, ha ha ha. You bunch of idiots will forever be the lowest existences. These words echoed in all directions. In an instant, it shook the Myriad realms. What? The 4 great realms were destroyed? How was that possible? Didn't they see Suyu attack the 4 great realms? No, what did Suyu say? He fought his way up from the Dead Souls realm. No wonder there was no movement, and at this moment, there was no movement from the 4 great realms. All of a sudden, everyone's expression changed. Celestial realm. Sky Ancient's expression also changed. Suyu fought his way in from the Dead Souls realm, and his target was death energy. His expression changed slightly. In the next moment, he growled, "Come, destroy all death energy in the celestial realm." Crazy, he had almost forgotten about this. Yes, Suyu had plunged the Tianyuan realm into the Dead Souls realm. Obviously, he wanted to dominate the Dead Souls realm. However, death energy could open a passage. He knew what Suyu meant. Are you going to destroy the death energy or not? If not, I will lock onto you at any time, open a passage, and kill my way into your realm. Obviously, Suyu wanted to destroy all the death energy in the Myriad realms, so that others could not step into the Dead Souls realm. But, you must destroy it. This madman could really lock onto the location of the realm according to the location of the death energy. and then bring a large number of dead spirits out from the dead soul's realm. Sure enough, at this moment, Suyu laughed crazily. Come, check the location of the death energy for me, lock onto all sides, and identify the corresponding realm of the death energy. Ha ha ha. I want to see who is hiding a large amount of death energy. He stretched out his hand, and the void split open, and a large number of dead spirits emerged. Among them, the South King's death energy shook heaven and earth. Needless to say, the next moment, the South King shouted coldly, "All soldiers, investigate the location of the death energy. Remember the aura, identify the realm, and do not disturb the order of the myriad realms." Beware of punishment, Suyu laughed and said, "Don't worry, I have 60 councilman badges, which is enough to suppress the punishment. Generals, search." Boom, streams of incomparably powerful death spirit aura rose. At this moment, one was completely shocked. Dead spirits, countless dead spirits, moreover, there were dozens of Dao integration auras. It was too terrifying. Hurry, use the heavenly Yuan Qi and vital energy to destroy the death energy. At this moment, in the realm after realm, countless experts shouted crazily. Hurry, collecting the death energy was not done by one or two people. In fact, many people had collected some death energy to open a dead spirit channel, although it might not be of much use. Back then, the ancient city was filled with death energy, so it was not difficult to collect it. The celestial race, divine race, and other large clans would often use the death energy to open a dead spirit channel and send people down to communicate with the dead spirit experts. The Talisman King had been there a few times and even found the Eastern Heavenly King. At this moment, everyone was extremely terrified. Destroy the death energy, this thing could not be left alive. Dead spirits were naturally extremely sensitive to the death energy. If they were targeted and could really kill their way out of the dead spirit's realm, they would not even know how they died. The immortal realm was being destroyed, the divine realm was being destroyed, and so was the devil realm. Even though the three great clans knew that this might be Suyu's scheme, that he would not allow people to hide the death energy, so what if they knew? Weren't they afraid? If the dead spirit channel was opened in one's realm, what would happen if an army of hundreds of millions of dead spirits charged in? Opening a small channel and colluding with the dead spirits was fine. But opening a large channel would cause the entire dead spirits realm to charge in. That would be a huge joke, in the sky above the nightmare realm. Suyu smiled. That was good. Some future troubles had been resolved. Destroying the Gue clan was actually for the sake of the Gue clan in the upper realm. The Gue clan was too weak in the upper realm. They only had a second-class Dao integration cultivator. If the Gue clan really left with him and news leaked, the upper realm would not dare to deal with the Iron Eaters and Space clans, and the Five Elements clan. Naturally, they would have to settle the score with the Gue clan. Destroying the Gue clan was not a pity at all. Would the upper realm be afraid of the Gue clan with just a second-class Dao integration cultivator? Killing one to warn 100 was obviously more worthwhile than killing the Gue clan. As for whether the act was real or not, was it important? Not at all. The nomological Dao had collapsed, and a phenomenon had appeared. This was a fact. The Gue clan had been destroyed, and not a single person was left. If some blood and flesh were spilled, there would be no one left in this realm. At this moment, would one have the nerve to deal with the Gue clan in the upper realm? While he was at it, he would also eliminate the death energy. This would prevent some people from thinking of ways to open the dead spirit's realm. Even if everyone hid a little now, they would not hide too much. Without the 36 ancient cities, it would be very difficult for these guys to collect death energy. It would be very difficult to collect enough death energy to support the opening of the passageway to the dead spirit's realm. There might still be some death energy left. However, if there was not enough death energy, even if they opened the passageway to accommodate some weak people, they could forget about the strong people. As for the weak people who entered the dead spirit's realm, they could only wait for death. From then on, it would be very difficult to open the dead spirit's realm. Of course, Marquis Jinan had a lot of them. However, Suyu felt that this guy would not use them. If he did, there were only two possibilities. One was to summon Suyu to kill Baijan, and the other was to summon Baijan to kill Suyu. If Baijan really dared to come to the dead spirit's realm, Suyu would teach him a lesson. At this moment, all the realms were destroying the death energy. This thing could be eliminated by the heavenly vital energy. As for the South King, he was collecting the death energy that overflowed from the soldiers, not leaving any for these guys. So you waited for a while. After a while, a group of Dao integration stage cultivators returned. The South King smiled. Unless they hid very deeply, almost all of them have been eliminated. In the 3 realms, the death energy is not very sensitive, so it is very likely that they have also eliminated the death energy. So you also smiled. These guys are also afraid that I will go crazy at this moment and really break through the realm and kill my way in with the dead spirits. They will also cry. Everyone, go back first. The South King did not say anything more. Soon, he left through the passageway that Suyu opened with the dead spirits. Suyu extracted the death energy and sealed the passageway. As for Suyu, he laughed arrogantly and said arrogantly, "A bunch of cowards. I thought you would dare to leave behind death energy and bet that I would not be able to open the dead spirit's realm. In the end, you are so quick to admit defeat? A bunch of trash. Ha ha ha." Accompanied by loud laughter, Suyu disappeared. Primordial Giant Realm. At this moment, the Primordial Giant King sighed. How arrogant. However, this arrogance may not be a good thing. He can't stay in the dead spirit's realm forever. Now that he is leaving, is it really good for him to be so arrogant? It was not like Suyu would not come up to the dead spirit's realm forever, unless he was really waiting for death in the dead spirit's realm. Beside him, the figure said softly, "That's good too." With this ruckus before he left, Wan would not dare to do anything. When His Majesty returns, there is no need to make a big fuss. It is good to keep a low profile. With Suyu's actions, who would dare to act rashly if the upper realm did not open? It was not like Suyu could not come out. Even if he sealed the dead spirit's realm and others could not enter, he would definitely leave a passageway for himself. It had to be said that Suyu was still a deterrent. When that time came, even the 3 major tribes would have to keep a low profile. No matter where Suyu was, as long as he was alive, the tribes would be wary of him. The Primordial Giant King nodded slightly and did not say anything else. He was just a little emotional. Suyu was really something, if not for his bad luck. If this guy had not brought people to the upper realm to fight, perhaps, he could have really made a name for himself in the lower realm. Give him a few more years, or even a decade, and he might be able to dominate a region. At this moment, the Primordial Giant King felt that it was fortunate that Suyu had lost. Otherwise, when His Majesty returned, Suyu might become a hindrance. This guy was not easy to deal with. He was extremely vengeful. Thinking of this, he suddenly said, "If His Majesty returns, Suyu will not be willing to give up the human realm. We must be careful of this guy's revenge." Him? The figure laughed. Revenge on His Majesty? That is courting death. Don't underestimate him. The Primordial Giant King frowned slightly and said in a muffled voice, "No matter what, even if he is defeated, he still controls the dead soul's realm. You saw it just now, a large number of undead spirits are serving him. Even if he is defeated and retreats, he is still the overlord of the dead soul's realm. The one who appeared before was one of the 4 heavenly kings, right? Although the environment of the dead soul's realm is terrible, it is a strategic location that can be attacked or defended. Don't underestimate Suyu." After all, the Primordial Giant King had witnessed many things, so he reminded him. This person was not to be trifled with. He was worried that one day, Suyu would suddenly come out of the dead soul's realm. That would be a huge problem. At this moment, Suyu did not care about that. In the River of Time, Suyu grabbed the dispirited Yen Emperor and chuckled. Was it fun? The Emperor Yen wanted to cry. It was too fun. It was so fun that it was scared to death. He almost thought that Suyu had really beaten him to death. Fortunately, he managed to keep his life. However, it still thanked him. "Thank you, Emperor Yu, for taking care of me." This act was a bit of a guarantee for the Gui tribe, especially the Gui tribe of the upper realms. Suyu smiled. "It's nothing. It's just a small matter. It's what I should do. I will try my best to break the sky of the upper realms before one knows that you are still alive." The Emperor Yen laughed. "I believe that Emperor Yu can do it." The feeling that Suyu gave it was that he was very powerful. With just a raise of his hand, he could turn the world upside down. Just now, he had casually killed a Tao integration realm cultivator as a sacrifice and summoned a powerful dead spirit, and one had instantly dissipated the death aura. If he did not kill the Emperor Yan and just threatened him directly, everyone might not be afraid. Suyu also smiled. Soon, he brought the Emperor Yan into the path that they had just been through. He waited outside, waiting for the Emperor Yan to fuse with this newly discovered Great Tao of Devouring. The Emperor Yan had been immersed in the Great Tao of Devouring for many years. Even though it had walked the wrong path, it could still reach the third-grade Tao integration realm. Suyu felt that if it continued like this, it might be able to open its own Great Tao of Devouring. The Great Tao of Devouring trembled slightly. Suyu waited for a long time before the Emperor Yan walked out of the Great Tao of Devouring. Its aura was not strong. And it was the third-grade Tao integration realm. However, Suyu's eyes lit up. The Emperor Yan's eyes also lit up. There was no change in its strength. However, it had just severed its Tao and was now fusing with a new Tao. In the end, it actually reached the third-grade Tao integration realm instantly. What did this mean? It meant that his previous comprehensions were really aimed at the Great Tao of Devouring. He had a deep understanding of the Great Tao of Devouring. This time, he had really walked the right path. At this moment, the Emperor Yan was completely convinced. Your Majesty, I really walked the wrong path. My clan's Tao is indeed not the Great Tao of Devouring. As it spoke, it did not know whether to laugh or cry. So my father is really not a powerhouse of the Great Tao of Devouring, but I am. It was extremely bitter. I was misled by my father, but I comprehended the Great Tao of Devouring a long time ago, and my father did not remind me. He was speechless. I don't know, but my father always knows, right? Why didn't he remind me later? Why didn't he care when I fused with my Tao? Suyu was also puzzled about this. When you fused with your Tao, was your father still around? Yes. The Emperor Yan said bitterly. I fused with my Tao and reached the 9th stage of the Eternal Realm before my father left. Eternal Realm is also the Tao integration stage. If my father knew I fused with his Tao, why didn't he warn me? I fused with the Great Tao of Devouring from the very beginning. No wonder it was so difficult for me to fuse with the Great Tao back then. It was only with my father's help that I succeeded. I even thought that my talent was really not up to par. I was ridiculed by a bunch of martial arts second generations. We're all descendants of the Master of the Laws. Others have fused with their Tao long ago, but I'm still fusing with my Tao. Others are already heavenly kings, but I'm still fusing with my Tao. How can I not be ridiculed? But now, his fusion with the Great Tao of Devouring was going very smoothly. If he had fused with it earlier, he might have become a heavenly king or even a heavenly venerable. After all, how many sons of the Master of the Laws were there? Suyu thought for a moment, then shook his head. I don't understand. Perhaps, your father wanted you to comprehend it on your own? That was a possibility. Some people were like this. They didn't speak clearly, but to put it nicely, they wanted you to comprehend it on your own. More importantly, sometimes it wasn't easy to walk out of a dead end. Emperor Yan didn't dwell on this. He quickly smiled. This time I know I was wrong. Then our Yan clan, forget it, let's walk the Great Tao of Devouring. I'll leave my father's Tao to himself. When we return, I'll urge everyone to switch paths. Your Majesty, give me some time. I think I can also become a heavenly king. There was still a second and third chance. He watched as Suyu opened the path and looked at the Tao diagram. Last time, he saw it, but it was all for nothing. This time, he was walking the true Great Tao of Devouring. Perhaps he would reap a considerable harvest. Suyu also smiled. There's a lot of hope. You're different from others. You were previously limited by the error of your Tao path, just like Beanbun's comprehension. Error. Beanbun gained enlightenment and instantly became a heavenly king. You also have a chance to become a heavenly king. In this way, there would be another heavenly king. In the higher realms, Suyu also had his own people. 3 Moon and Giant Bamboo. One was a heavenly king, and the other was a heavenly king. As for Wu Ming, he didn't know how his relationship with Marquis Tian Ming was, but he had a high chance of winning over the Space Beast Emperor's Tao companion, Marquis Sky Splitting. In this way, besides having fewer heavenly kings, Suyu wasn't weak at the heavenly king level and in other areas. Even if he wasn't as strong as Wan and the Primal Chaos clan, he probably wasn't weaker than Baijan's subordinates. On our side, we only lack a true top existence. Suyu murmured. Like Baijan, the Primal Chaos clan ancestor, and Wan's Corona heavenly venerable. If there were such an existence, then the difference in strength between the four sides wouldn't be too great. And this person depends on me. If I succeed in opening the path this time, I don't know if I will have heavenly venerable level battle power. Tianyuan realm. Suyu returned again. This time, he didn't run around. Instead, he chose to go into seclusion for 3 days to settle down and reflect on today's harvest, waiting for the next opening of the path. Where was the best place to open the path? At first, he might not be able to move his own path. Then, where to open it was very important. It had to be in the land of chaos, although others might not be able to see where his path was, but what if someone could see it? For example, who could guarantee that those guys couldn't see the gates of hell and the gates of heaven? The Primal Chaos clan had the gates of hell, and Baijan might have the gates of heaven. The sky is divided into 3 levels, the upper realm, the Myriad realms, and the Dead Souls domain. Outside these 3 levels is chaos. In the depths of the ultimate ruins is chaos. The chaotic mountain in the upper realm is chaos, and the endless void of the Myriad realms is chaos. In the depths of the ultimate ruins, Suyu murmured. In this way, he actually had no choice, he could only go to the depths of the ultimate ruins. There might be many powerful existences sealed there, but it was impossible for there to be sealed experts everywhere. Suyu first found a place with no one around. He wasn't afraid of these undead experts. The undead were still very limited. Then the location will be in the depths of the ultimate ruins. Suyu thought silently. For the time being, he decided on the location. As for the source of energy to open up the path, he didn't plan to open up any great Tao of time. If the power was too strong, his great Tao might not be able to withstand it. He could only rely on his own strength to provide it. Where is the source of power in the river of time? Suyu fell into deep thought. After a long time, he suddenly thought of something: primal chaos. Yes, the river of time, one side must be chaos. The other party converted the power of chaos to provide the circulation of the great Tao of time. In other words, the source of all power was actually chaos. I will open up the path in the chaos. In the later stages, I might be able to try to convert the power of chaos. The power of chaos was the most common source of power. The great Tao of death and the great Tao of the human emperor have actually not started to use the power of chaos to convert. This means that these two have not thoroughly researched the power of chaos. Compared to the master of the great Tao of time, they are still a little weaker. As for Suyu himself, he naturally couldn't do it, but he could treat it as a plan. In these 3 days, Suyu kept thinking. He constantly perfected some of his speculations, including some of the insights he had gained from opening up the path. But if I open up the path, I might have to take back the page. The other pages are fine, but should I take back the page of the great Tao of death? Suyu fell into deep thought. After a long time, he smiled. No, I will open another page of the great Tao of death. Let's put the Dragon Blood Marquis aside first. He might still be a useful pawn for me. He would not take back the Dragon Blood Marquis page for the time being. He would let this Son of Destiny give him a little surprise. Suyu felt that this guy seemed to have already stepped into the Heavenly King realm, and his speed was extremely fast. Perhaps he still needed to calm the chaos in the ultimate ruin. Bit by bit, he perfected all of his plans. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Everyone, come out of seclusion and follow me to the ultimate ruin. A low roar resounded throughout the Tianyuan realm. In the next instant, a group of experts flew out one after another. Dozens of Tao integration experts and hundreds of eternal experts. This time, both Tao integration and eternal experts would go. In this group, some were excited, some were worried, and some were excited. Those who were worried that Suyu would fail. That would be big trouble. Those who were excited were extremely confident that Suyu would succeed. For example, the Heavenly Annihilation. He was so excited that he did not even consider that Suyu would fail. A moment later, the auras of hundreds of experts blotted out the sky. The auras of nearly 10 heavenly kings swept across the dead spirits' realm. At this moment, even the dead spirits' galaxy and the ultimate ruin were incomparably quiet. There was no movement at all, so many experts. In the starry universe mansion, the projection of the martial emperor appeared on the 7th floor. He looked into the distance through the dead spirits' passageway with a grave expression. "They're here to kill me. Is this the crisis I felt before? So you really brought people to kill me?" Sure enough, what he had sensed before was right. At this moment, the martial emperor's expression was grave. So many experts, so many heavenly kings, so many top-tier Dao integration cultivators, and even hundreds of eternal experts. In order to kill me, Suyu is really willing to pay any price. So many powerful beings. This time, I'm probably going to die for sure. After all, he was still sealed. But even if I die, I, the martial emperor, am going to take a bite out of you. At this moment, the martial emperor's aura erupted forth like a war god. The projection of the martial emperor suddenly appeared outside the dead spirit's realm. The martial emperor's aura erupted forth as he roared with rage, "Come at me, Suyu. I'm not afraid of you, but I won't let you off even if I die today." His roar reverberated throughout the dead spirit's realm. "I'm not afraid of you. I'm going to slaughter everyone here today." Hundreds of people on Suyu's side all turned to look at Suyu. All of them were at a loss. What the hell? What is Suyu doing now? Wasn't he with everyone this entire time? How did he provoke the martial emperor to this extent? Meanwhile, Suyu furrowed his brows slightly and chuckled coldly. Is he trying to add drama to himself? What a boring guy. What a boring guy. Am I an idiot? I'm going to bring people to kill you, and I'm going to lose every single one of them. He's crazy. Ignore him, there's something wrong with his brain. It's not the first day, it's always been there. I thought he was sober before, but he hasn't. Suyu shook his head, feeling a little sympathetic. Poor guy. Even now, his brain was still in a mess. How pitiful. At this moment, the martial emperor was furious, waiting for the battle to begin. Even if I die in battle, I won't compromise, I won't admit defeat. However, gradually, the hundreds of auras crossed the dead spirits river and entered the Four Kings' domain, and from the Four Kings' domain, they crossed into the ultimate ruins. Gradually, the martial emperor's face turned green, purple, and red. Could it be that they're not targeting me? Did I overreact? But I really felt malice before. Could it be that Suyu is just feigning, and he's going to bring people to attack me later? At this moment, the martial emperor was at a loss. He had already put on a show, but Suyu didn't come, but he didn't even care about him. What was this? Suyu couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the martial emperor. At this moment, he was leading hundreds of experts towards the ultimate ruin. In the depths of the ultimate ruin. At this moment, human faces once again appeared on the black pillars of light in the sealed area. There was a solemn look on his face. Is the realm of the living going to wage war against us again? Recently, the sinkhole had not been peaceful. The North King retreated to the sinkhole. At first, it was rather peaceful. The North King didn't seem to want to provoke them. But before long, the Dragon Blood Marquis, who was under the North King, brought people to clash with them. In the past few years, they had controlled many powerful undead spirits in the final ruin. Very quickly, a battle broke out between them. The Dragon Blood Marquis was unbridled. Although he knew that they were powerful, he also knew that they could not break the seal. Over the past few days, they had been closing in and killing a large number of undead spirits. Not only that, but in recent days, there had also been experts awakening in the river of dead spirits. Instead of dealing with them, the Four Kings' territory had expelled them to the ultimate and even opened a passage for them to come here directly. The land of the sinkhole had been peaceful for countless years, but recently, there had been one great battle after another. A few days ago, the Tianyuan domain had fallen into this place. On this day, several dozen Dao integration stage powerful beings were heading toward this place under the leadership of several heavenly monarchs. They were all experts from the living world. No, there were also a large number of powerful beings from the world of dead spirits. With the addition of the dead spirit marquises, the number of Dao integration stage cultivators had already exceeded 100, a terrifying number. Are we going to fight? Someone murmured, and someone else sneered, even if we start a war, we will still be looking for Ming Do He and the others. We have been sealed. Killing us will only give birth to stronger experts. Furthermore, it was unknown whether it was a good or bad thing that the other party had broken the seal. At the same time, in the area where the North King's group was, at this moment, a large number of experts had gathered. A few of the Death Soul Lords under the North King's command had died, but recently, powerful Death Souls had been awakening in the River of Death Souls, and new people had joined them. Now, including the Dragon Blood Marquis, he had more than 10 Dao integration experts under him. At this moment, the North King's expression was solemn. Not far away, the Dragon Blood Marquis also frowned. There were still so many experts in the living domain? Dragon Blood. The North King looked at the Dragon Blood Marquis, who was not far away. How do you think we should deal with this? The Dragon Blood Marquis had been very active recently, and his strength had improved rapidly. Now, the North King was not too sure how strong this guy was. After all, they hadn't fought yet. Moreover, Blood Dragon was a general under his command, however, he had also sensed that something was amiss. Many of the Dao integration stage super mighty figures from the Dead Spirit Galaxy had been following the Dragon Blood Marquis into battle recently, and it felt like they were even more obedient to the Dragon Blood Marquis than to him. This was not a good thing. Of course, the North King did not say or do anything. Because they were facing internal and external troubles. There were powerhouses from the sealed land inside and powerhouses from the Four King region outside. It was not a good idea to provoke them. The Marquis's expression was grave. My lord, are they here to deal with us? That was a possibility. However, wasn't he overestimating them? There should be more than 10 Heavenly King stage powerhouses, right? A group of undead spirit masters quickly gathered. They were all very heavy. What to do? Run. He had already escaped to the sinkhole, so where else could he escape to? If they didn't run, were they just going to wait to be killed? The group of undead spirit masters gathered together, and one of them said angrily, if we can't, then we'll fight them to the death. Fight? How? The North King and the Dragon Blood Marquis couldn't be bothered. The Dragon Blood Marquis's eyes flashed. My lord, should we feign surrender? Feign surrender? The North King looked at him. The Dragon Blood Marquis chuckled. I think it's that human Suyu. Doesn't he want to subdue the dead spirit realm? Why don't we feign surrender and lure them to the sealed land? Let's see if they'll attack Dijilua and the others. Dijilua was very powerful. Moreover, there was also the Death Emperor. Even the Dragon Blood Marquis was extremely wary of that person. He might have truly reached the Master of the Law's level. Whether or not he had truly reached that level was hard to tell because he was sealed, but he had been extremely powerful many years ago. The North King did not speak because the several hundred auras were already approaching the sinkhole. The North King quickly said, let's go. We'll deviate from their path and not clash with them. Let's see if they're targeting us. If they deviated even a little and the other party still chased after them, they wouldn't have a good time today. The group of undead experts did not say much and quickly retreated with the North King. As for the Dragon Blood Marquis, he turned to look in Suyu's direction. He vaguely had a strange feeling. There seemed to be something attracting him there. On Suyu's side, the South Heavenly King sensed a large amount of undead aura moving. He said in a low voice, should we wipe them out along the way? The North King was no longer worth mentioning. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough, but that there were too many Heavenly Kings on Suyu's side. Dealing with the North King was no longer as stressful as before. Suyu's side was 10 times stronger than the North King's. Suyu glanced over, then at the retreating North King. He smiled. Forget it. We need time to chase after them. Today is not the time to waste. Then, he looked into the darkness. Let's take a look over there. I can vaguely sense the presence of some experts. It could be a sealed expert. Let's see how it goes, Suyu said as he walked. The South King is only one step away from becoming a heavenly venerate, and Marquis Lan Shan is also one step away from becoming a heavenly monarch. If we can kill a few more heavenly monarchs, perhaps both of you can successfully progress. Of course, there's no hurry. If I can revive everyone, the undead will turn into living beings in the instant of revival. Perhaps our power will increase. The South King did not say anything, but Marquis Lan Shan was very excited. Your Majesty, can we really be revived? It's hard to say. Suyu smiled. Although I really want to give you a definite answer, it's hard to say between life and death. I haven't experienced true death. Perhaps only after experiencing true death will I have a chance to revive all of you. Marquis Lan Shan was a little depressed and did not say anything. She was a little disappointed. She actually still wanted to be a living person. Meanwhile, Suyu ignored the Dragon Blood Marquis and the others. Things were actually quite interesting there. Many powerful beings had been revived in the river of undead spirits, but theoretically speaking, there should have been more than 20 Dao integration stage powerful beings. However, there were still so many of them, and the number of Dao integration stage powerful beings had not increased at all. The Dragon Blood Marquis had contributed a lot to this. Not bad, I'll just let this guy clean them up in secret. Soon, Suyu and the others passed through the territory of the North King and the others. There was a large number of undead spirits wandering here, but they were all trembling in fear. This was because there were also many undead spirit powerful beings on Suyu's side. They continued onward. Suyu opened the heavenly gate, and at this moment, he was greeted by a dozen or so massive pillars of light. Suyu's heart trembled, and those pillars of light seemed to have sensed something, even though they were sealed. At this moment, in the depths of the heavenly gate, a face suddenly appeared on a massive pillar of light that was pitch black to the extreme. It looked towards Suyu, just like when Suyu had probed the heavenly venerables in the Dao origin ground. At this moment, he saw a powerful being even more powerful than the heavenly venerables, a true master of the laws. Suyu's original direction had deviated from that direction, but at this moment, he directly changed direction and flew in that direction. As they approached, the South Heavenly King and the others also vaguely sensed something. Soon, a screen of light appeared. In the outer perimeter, chains sealed the world and sealed the 4 directions. Inside, a dozen or so black pillars of light stood. At this moment, a face appeared on one of the pillars of light. It was Dijilua, who had communicated with the North King. Dijilua looked at Nan Wang and recognized him. He laughed coldly and said, "Yuziki, you dog, you have a new master again?" The South King looked at him coldly. As for Suyu, he took a closer look and counted. There were a total of 15 pillars of light, and they were all very powerful. Dijilua wasn't too strong among them. No one who could be sealed here was weak. If they were weak, why bother sealing them? If they were small fries, they could just be killed. Why waste time? Among the 15 powerhouses, the weakest was probably at the Heavenly King level. Dijilua was one of the weakest. There were about 10 Heavenly Kings, and judging from the pillars of light, the other 5 pillars of light were slightly stronger. 4 of them gave Suyu the feeling that they had the battle prowess of an Empyrean. The last pillar. Suyu guessed that it was probably the strength of a true master of the laws. Back then, he really had sealed quite a few powerhouses. Suyu didn't get angry when he heard Dijilua's words. Instead, he smiled through the seal. "What's your name? Are you asking about Grandpa?" Dijilua sneered. Dijilua. "Kid, don't tell me you brought so many people here to kill us? Come on, break this seal first, then come in and kill me." Once the seal was broken, it would be their chance to unseal themselves. Dijilua? Suyu laughed. "Fine, I'll remember you. It looks like King Wu and the others choosing to seal you all back then wasn't the right decision. If it were me, I would have just killed you all until the strongest expert appeared. No matter how strong that expert was, could he be stronger than the Lord of the Dead Spirits? You really have nothing better to do, causing trouble for us juniors." Those who didn't listen back then should have just been killed. He didn't know what they were thinking, leaving so many powerhouses behind. There really were a lot. This exceeded his expectations. So you previously thought there might only be a few. Of course, that was still acceptable. It seemed there was only one master of the laws. Suyu laughed. The one in the deepest part, a loose tongue can cause trouble. Do you know that? Your subordinates are too disobedient. It's not a good thing to provoke a scholar who doesn't have a big heart. Dijilua wanted to retort. He wanted nothing more than for Suyu to fight his way in. However, it was at this moment that an incomparably handsome face suddenly appeared on the pillar of light in the deepest part of the world. It carried a hint of gentleness, the gentleness of a dead spirit. It was almost no different from a living person, unlike the South Sky King and the others, who still had a bit of yellow to them. This face didn't show any signs of yellow at all. Diji Lua. The face's lips moved, emitting a voice that wasn't too harsh. As for Diji Lua, he trembled and quickly shut his mouth. The man revealed a faint smile. He looked at Suyu from afar. Are you the current ruler of this generation, Suyu? Suyu laughed. You could say that. He asked curiously, can you fight the master of the laws? Are you curious? The face smiled, as if the two were chatting among friends. Suyu nodded. I'm a bit curious. Between you and King Wu, who's stronger? I can't be bothered with that lunatic from just now. Can you beat him? The face revealed a smile. King Wu should be a bit stronger. Even among the masters of the laws, there are differences in strength. As strong as the four extremities human kings are, below them are the war monarchs. In the past, King Wu's strength was about the same as the war monarchs. Of course, he might not be as strong now, because too much time has passed. In the past, King Wu was also a peak master of the laws. However, it had been hundreds of thousands of years since he had been sealed. While others were fighting and improving, he had always been sealed away. In truth, the gap between them had only grown wider and wider. In the past, perhaps King Wen had still used the Tao of the brush. But today, King Wen had long since abandoned the Tao of the brush. Back then, perhaps the human emperor had still used other Taos. Later on, he even split open the heavens. After so many years, Suyu felt like he had overlooked a few things. Yes, he couldn't use the old calendar to measure those experts. Perhaps some of the living masters of the laws now possessed the strength of the four extremities human kings. What's your name? Asked Suyu. The face revealed a smile again. My name is just a nickname. I used it when I was alive. After I die, everyone likes to call me the Death Monarch. Suyu laughed. The Death Monarch is quite famous. Where are you going? The Death Monarch swept his gaze over the group and smiled. Do you want to go deeper into the primal chaos? He didn't think Suyu would attack them. After all, they were still sealed. If Suyu broke the seal, it wouldn't do him any good. Suyu nodded and smiled. That's where I'm going. You're a bit smarter than King Wu. Who has the time to cause trouble for him? Right, are you lonely? If so, how about I call King Wu over to play with you? The Death Monarch laughed. You can call him over? Suyu chuckled. It's hard to say. But you might be the only master of the law's powerhouse he'll meet. Plus, they're all sealed. Isn't it good to appreciate each other? After making a joke, Suyu quickly smiled. 15 powerhouses. That's quite a force. If we can recruit other Dao integration cultivators, we might be able to fight 100 battles, maybe even surpass them. It seems I really am the weakest in this world. With that, Suyu added, you're strong and you've lived for a long time. Let me ask you something. Are you from the primeval age or the heaven-opening era? Suyu asked curiously, have you lived through the era when the Lord of Dead Spirits opened up the great Tao of Dead Spirits? Are you from the first batch of dead spirits here? The face remained expressionless and didn't reply. Suyu smiled. The oldest batch of dead spirits should be the ones born after the great Tao of Dead Spirits was opened. The great Tao of Dead Spirits was probably opened in the late heaven-opening era. So, if you're not from the late heaven-opening era, then you're from the primeval age, right? The history of the dead spirits was much shorter than that of the myriad worlds. These old fellows were so powerful that they might have recovered a lot of their memories. The South King wasn't young either, but he probably wasn't as old as this man. Suyu rarely asked about his past. Seeing that he didn't respond, Suyu smiled again. Fine, looks like you don't want to talk about it. That's fine. Let me ask you something else. Do you know about the primeval giant clan? This time, the Death Emperor replied, the giant race, right? He left out the primeval age because it didn't exist in his eyes. Suyu nodded. Yes, the giant clan. I know a little. The Death Emperor chuckled. The giant clan rose in the primeval age. At first, they weren't too powerful, but they grew stronger and stronger. They dominated for a period of time and were considered the top race of that era. Their numbers weren't too large. I heard that they're descendants of the human ancestor. Is that true? The Death Emperor was silent for a while before saying, maybe it's true. The giant clan is called the giant clan because they are too similar to the human clan. The difference is very small. The biggest difference is that the giant clan is huge. However, this might be due to the strength of their bodies. Have you seen the human ancestor? Nearby, hundreds of people, including Dijilua, were speechless. You're really chatting? Speechless, the Death Emperor thought for a while and said softly, I've seen him once from afar. However, he's a powerful expert, and I am just a bystander. Suyu was shocked. You've really seen him before. That means you're really quite ancient. Then, do you know how the heaven opening era ended? Was it done by the human ancestor? Or was it done by the Lord of Dead Spirits? These two should be from the same era. The Death Emperor chuckled. I said I'm just a bystander. How could the weak know these things? You've overestimated me. That's true. If they weren't weak, they wouldn't have been killed and turned into dead spirits. At the side, the South King and a group of dead spirits looked at Suyu. Was Suyu scolding them? Was it because they were weak that they died? Suyu coughed lightly and did not continue to ask. Instead, he said with a smile, you're probably the same as the martial emperors. Once the upper realm opens, the realm power disperses, and the rules fluctuate, you might be unsealed, right? More or less. Suyu said again, can I ask what your plans are? With a smile, Suyu said sincerely, will you submit to me and recognize me as your master, or will you fight with me for the control of the dead soul's realm after the seal is lifted? This time, before the Death Emperor could speak, Dijilua said angrily, ridiculous fellow. You're not worthy. When we lift the seal, it will be the time of your death. Suyu laughed and looked at Dijilua, then at the Death Emperor. This fellow is too reckless. Some people like reckless men, some don't. There's nothing they can do even if they don't like their own reckless men. Others hate them. What's more, his mouth stinks. Death Emperor, if you want to submit to me, find a chance to kill him and use his death mark as a proof of allegiance, I can consider accepting you. Silence. This was the first time the Death Emperor had come into contact with Suyu. It was also the first time he felt that Suyu was difficult to deal with and overbearing. Arrogant fellow, is it because we haven't lifted the seal yet? As he spoke, Suyu took a step forward and suddenly touched the chains. In an instant, a powerful force swept over, Suyu carefully sensed it, took a few steps back, and smiled. Interesting. This doesn't seem to be a seal set up by the Hell King. Instead, it looks like the seal set up by the Wind King. But it doesn't look like it. Wisdom King. The Death Emperor said softly, the imprisonment formation set by Wisdom King. Suyu nodded. I knew it. So it was set by Wisdom King. He asked again, right, above your heads is where the human realm is, right? It should be. The Death Emperor said softly, because we haven't opened it before. Do you mind trying? Suyu smiled. Forget it, if there's a chance, I'll try. Oh right, there will soon be powerhouses in the human realm, and they might not be weaker than you. If there's a chance, I'll lock them up and play with you? Suyu sighed. This is not a good era, all sorts of things have appeared in this era. You've been sealed for so many years, it seems like this era will also be unsealed. Martial emperors are also unsealed, and the descendants of the Hell King are also coming out. I'm really lucky to be able to rise in this era. Suyu laughed heartily. Alright, that's all for today. I'll come and see you when I have time. Maybe I don't need to unseal the upper realm, I'll find a chance to come and help you unseal. Dijilua sneered. You? Suyu smiled. The moment I unseal, I'll kill this fellow. I hope the Death Emperor doesn't mind. I don't hold grudges, I usually take revenge. I'll remember the name Dijilua, it's rare. After all, there was no way to kill him now. Everyone, I'll see you later. Suyu laughed. Soon, he left with a group of people, and the hundreds of powerhouses around him did not say anything. Of course, some people looked at Dijilua indifferently. He was dead meat. Dijilua was annoyed by their stares. When the group of people left, he sneered. A bunch of cowards. Death Emperor, why bother with this person? In the depths, the Death Emperor glanced at him and said softly, why? He can make hundreds of powerhouses submit, even Uziki is willing to submit. Why offend him before unsealing? As he spoke, he sighed, and the face disappeared. Why bother? If he could subdue so many powerhouses, how could he not have some ability? Before unsealing, there was no conflict between them. If Dijilua was really unsealing, he would be offending him. If he really unsealed. Are you sure you can fight him? You'd be making a strong enemy for yourself. Dijilua frowned slightly, then sneered inwardly. He didn't care too much. If he really unsealed, would he be afraid of him? Up ahead. King Nan frowned. I didn't expect the Death Emperor to still be alive. I thought he died a long time ago. Suyu smiled. It doesn't matter. But there are many powerhouses sealed. Apart from this guy, there are probably 4 more heavenly venerables. I didn't kill them back then because I was worried that killing them would give birth to a martial emperor, or even a 4 extremities human king. From the looks of it, there was a big difference in strength between the masters of the law. However, sealing them in the early stages wasn't a big problem. Suyu frowned. Why didn't they kill them in the later stages? He shook his head. It's fine if we didn't kill them back then, but the ancient imperial court lasted for tens of thousands of years. Why didn't they kill them? Even if a 4 extremities human king appeared, they could just be killed if they disobeyed. It's not like they couldn't be killed. If we keep killing, I don't believe we'll draw out the Lord of Dead Spirits. As he spoke, Suyu was slightly taken aback. It was hard to say, perhaps, this was what the human emperor and the others were worried about. Keep killing, and in the end, the death of all the powerhouses would give birth to an incomparably powerful existence. The Lord of Dead Spirits, shaking his head and no longer thinking about it, Suyu continued deeper. As he walked, Suyu could already vaguely sense the aura of primal chaos. Indeed, there was still an unopened primal chaos zone in the depths. The primal chaos seemed to be isolated by the ultimate ruin. On one side was a dense aura of death, and on the other was the power of primal chaos. This was very similar to the chaotic mountain. On one side was origin energy, and on the other was primal chaos energy. When Suyu and the others reached the deepest part, they saw 2 different worlds. There seemed to be a layer of separation. At this moment, everyone was very solemn. Wan Tianqing said in a deep voice, "Are we going to open it here? If we open it here, the experts of the Dead Spirits realm might be able to sense it and know about it. Will there be any trouble?" Suyu did not say anything and flew forward for a while. Very quickly, he extended his hand towards the primal chaos region. Suyu extended his palm and quickly felt the familiar power of chaos. Frowning, Suyu said in a deep voice, "There's no need for you to say anything more about the dangers of opening the path. I'm worried about something." Everyone looked at him. Suyu looked into the depths of the primal chaos. "I'm thinking, are there any primal chaos ancient beasts in this place?" The moment these words came out, those who had been to the upper realms frowned slightly. Ancient beasts lived in the primal chaos and almost never crossed the boundary. It was unknown if it was because they were restricted or because of something else. Even the powerful desolate heavenly beasts had to choose to transform the great Tao of primal chaos into the Tao of the fleshly body when they entered the myriad worlds. Perhaps it was rejection. The myriad worlds had the great Tao of time, the upper realms had the great Tao of human emperor, and the Dead Spirits realm had the great Tao of death. Perhaps, the primal chaos ancient beasts would be suppressed if they entered. Therefore, he had never seen a primal chaos ancient beast in the Dead Spirits realm. However, once a path was opened in the primal chaos, would it attract primal chaos ancient beasts? Primal chaos ancient beasts were not limited by their realms. If they lived for a long time, it was not impossible for them to become experts at the Master of the Law's realm. Wan Tianqing frowned. "It's really possible. I'm even thinking, will the primal chaos be connected? Can the land of primal chaos here connect to the endless void of the myriad realms? Can it connect to the depths of the chaotic mountain? If it's connected, then it's troublesome. Even if it's not here, there are many ancient beasts in the chaotic mountain. Suyu nodded slightly and quickly smiled. It doesn't matter too much. This is a place separated by realms. At most, we can return to the dead spirit's realm. The primal chaos ancient beasts usually won't come out. No one said anything. That was what he said. However, if Suyu wanted to open the way in the primal chaos, what would Suyu do if a powerful ancient beast really came? Suyu took a deep breath. At this point, there was no way out. If he didn't open the way, with his strength, how could he fight for hegemony? How could he compete with others? It was necessary to open up a path. Wanfu Prefect, you guys keep an eye on it. If there really are primal chaos ancient beasts, those below the Master of the Laws can deal with them. If the Master of the Laws comes, then retreat to the ruins of returning. Even if it was an Empyrean, they would still be killed. What he was afraid of was that it wasn't just the Empyrean that came. There was no time in the primal chaos. Who knew if there were any ancient beasts hiding in the dark? So you didn't delay any longer and stepped out of the ruins of returning. He walked out of the deathly aura and stepped into the primal chaos. Suyu continued forward. This place was too close to the ruins of returning, which was not a good thing. If he went deeper, it would prevent others from rashly barging in and interfering with his path. Behind him, just as Xianxia and the others were about to follow, Suyu turned around and said, "There's no need to follow, just observe from afar. If there are too many people, the aura of the Myriad Daos will be too dense, and it won't be good." However, Tian ignored him and directly followed. A faint aura of primal chaos was emitted from his body. As for Fat Ball, it swept its tail at the little girl next to it. Tree, you go too. Tree looked back, and Fat Ball transmitted, "You go. You're also part of the primal chaos tribe. If there really are primal chaos ancient beasts, you can chat with them. Maybe you can avoid fighting." Tree was at a loss. "Can I? Fine, if Fat Ball says so, I'll believe it." Tree also quickly chased after Suyu. Unlike the others, Tree felt rather carefree when he entered the primal chaos. He rolled around in the primal chaos and chased after Suyu. He giggled and seemed to be in a good mood. Suyu looked back, but said nothing. Tree walked the primal chaos Dao. No wonder he could swim in the river of time. After advancing for tens of thousands of meters, Xianxia looked back and saw that Tianxing and the others were looking at him silently. This far, it was about time. Any further, and they might not be able to see the process of the Dao opening. Beside him, Tian chuckled. "Then you open the path. Tree and I will guard you. We can easily dispose of ordinary primal chaos ancient beasts." Guard, when he opened the path, his Dao protectors were Suyu and Tianxing. Now that Suyu was going to open the path, he had to guard him no matter what. Tree played and rolled around in the back. He was in a good mood. Hearing Tian's words, he giggled. Tian, will there be primal chaos ancient beasts fighting?" Tian smiled. Who knows? It was possible. He pulled Tree and quickly disappeared. He appeared in front of Suyu, just in case. As for Suyu, he didn't say anything. At this time, there was no need to be pretentious. A book appeared. It was the Book of Civilization. Soon, another book appeared. It was the Book of Time. Following that, the Star Universe Seal and Human Master Seal appeared. They floated around Suyu. This time, they might be useful. The Book of Civilization opened, and the pages flipped quickly. In the River of Time, Suyu took out those pages of the Great Tao. He didn't nurture them for long, just a few months. There were 3,000 pages in total, some were strong, some were weak. The strong ones, like the Demon Tribe's page, had third-grade Tao integration power. The weak ones, like the Fire Dolphin's page, only had the power of Soar. Too weak, the imbalance of power was also a problem. However, Suyu had some plans. The Book of Time's Great Tao of Power was actually much more balanced than Suyu's Book of Civilization. This was the difference in time. Suyu had only accumulated it for a short period of time. Even if he stuffed it into the Great Tao to nurture it, it had only been nurtured for a few months. Taking out these was not enough. A large number of treasures, such as heavenly essence energy, sun-moon mystic yellow liquid, were all taken out by Suyu and placed aside. One after another, Shunwen jumped out from the sea of will and fused into the corresponding pages. At this moment, the Book of Civilization seemed especially sacred and mysterious. Suyu's essence, energy, and spirit began to erupt. He was about to brew to the peak, behind. Wan Tianxing and the other heavenly kings all had worried expressions. The king of Great Zhou also frowned and transmitted his voice. Actually, he is not completely prepared yet. The time is too short. Give him another few decades and he might be able to successfully split open the heavens. But now, it's too fast. Suyu was a monster, a peerless monster. However, it was really too short. His comprehension of the great Tao was not that deep. He had only just begun to nurture the myriad Tao. Under such circumstances, the risk of Suyu choosing to split open the heavens was unimaginably high. Wan Tianxing sighed and transmitted his voice. There's no other way. Time is tight. The war in the upper realms has erupted. In the lower realms, Baijian has returned. Even if he walks the Pen Dao, it will be very difficult for him to step into the heavenly venerable level in a short time. As for the human emperor Great Tao that you mentioned, that was established by the human emperor after all. If the human emperor returns, then what? The human emperor was not dead. This was the Tao opened by the human emperor, the core Tao. It was not like the Pen Dao, which could be abandoned. After the human emperor returns, will you give way or not? Let that Suyu cultivate what? If you don't, the human emperor opened half of the Tao and you took it away, it would be troublesome. Now that the master of the law had appeared, there was no time for Suyu to slowly cultivate. The king of Great Zhou was silent. If Suyu was not ambitious and the human emperor returned, even if he returned the Tao to the human emperor, Suyu could rely on the human emperor Great Tao to cultivate. It would not be a problem for him to become a powerhouse with the strength of the master of the law. One had to know that whether it was the Tao of the fleshly body or the great Tao of the dead, they could both give birth to existences with the strength of the master of the law. The human emperor Great Tao was no exception, but, would Suyu be willing? Suyu might not inherit the human emperor Great Tao because of this. If the human emperor died, perhaps Suyu would inherit it. The key was that the human emperor was not dead and was still alive. The king of Great Zhou took a deep breath and did not say anything else. Everyone looked at the distant Suyu. At this moment, the only thing they could do was pray that everything went smoothly. As for the brainless idiots like the heavenly annihilation who trusted Suyu, there was nothing they could do. In the distance, Suyu's aura gradually increased, becoming stronger and stronger. Suyu was clearly only at the sun-moon tier, but at this moment, he vaguely felt that even Tao integration might not be able to defeat him. At this time, no one opened the heavenly gates. Otherwise, they would be able to see that in front of Suyu, the power of thousands of great Taos faintly appeared on the civilization record. They were all virtual great Taos, not the great Taos of the river of time. The chaos began to tremble. The power of chaos was pushing out the power of great Taos. One by one, the pages began to move without wind. Freeze! With a light shout, 2 large seals fell into the void, suppressing the somewhat violent power of chaos. Splitting open the skies was about to officially begin. Everyone raised their heads in anticipation. All kinds of complicated expressions converged on them. Could they succeed? Opening the skies started with the space Tao. Space, the 4 directions of heaven and earth, had the meaning of space. At this moment, Suyu officially started opening the path. A Shenwen flew out, the Yu Shenwen. The Shenwen floated in the air, its aura powerful. With a boom, the Shenwen exploded. Yes, the Shenwen exploded. The entire chaos shook once more, establishing the foundation of the Tao. When this Shenwen exploded, a Tao appeared in the air. No, many Taos seemed to have gathered together, forming the space Tao. The Tao trembled, becoming unstable. Suyu frowned. Rootless duckweed. Opening the path in chaos, the Tao has no foundation, no support, no starting point. The Tao is connected to chaos, the chaos is illusory, he needed something to suppress it. Suyu had considered this before, but only when he truly opened the path could he realize where the problems were. No matter how much he imagined, it was just his imagination. When he truly opened the path, he encountered a problem at the very first step. Using the mountain as a base, using the seal to suppress, at this moment, Suyu raised his head and looked at the star seal and the mortal master seal. He needed a seal to suppress the beginning of the Tao. Which one was suitable? The star seal was slightly stronger than his mortal master seal, but the star seal wasn't his. It was best to use something of his own to suppress the starting point of the Tao. The star seal could be used as a suppressor for the end of the Tao in the future. Open! With a low roar, the human master seal floated up into the air, covering the sky and covering the sun. On the giant seal, the 36 prefectures appeared, the human realm appeared, and very quickly, the space and metal-eating races appeared. The giant seal landed, seemingly breaking through the void. In the blink of an eye, the seal turned into a foundation stone, standing in the air. As for Suyu, he was slightly hesitant. Using the mortal master seal as the foundation, laying the foundation was no joke. For any building, laying the foundation was extremely important. The mortal master seal was the foundation that Suyu gathered from the destiny of the human race and the various races. Once the destiny was unstable, or the races betrayed him, it would cause the Tao foundation to become unstable. Even if it could be made up for later, it would still cause great trouble and shake the great Tao. Suyu turned his head to look at the people behind him. A myriad of emotions seemed to be reflected in his heart. There was desire, anticipation, and worry. Suyu was silent for a moment. Then, his voice reverberated through the primal chaos. I will use Emperor Yu's seal as the foundation of the great path. I will open this path together with the various races and fellow Taoists. Suyu said in a clear voice, cultivating Tao, cultivating Tao. If I cultivate to the end and be deserted by everyone, then I deserve this calamity. With a long laugh, Suyu suddenly laughed wildly and said, the will of the people is the direction of the Tao. If the various races betray me, the human race betray me, or fellow Taoists betray me, then that is my fault. Today, I will open the foundation of all Taos. Boom, a thunderous boom rang out as the massive human Lord Seal transformed into a pedestal. The Tao of space had a support, and in the blink of an eye, it connected with the human Lord Seal. The beginning of Tao was here, there were pros and cons. However, how could the Tao of opening the heavens, especially for the current Suyu, take care of everything? It was enough that the pros outweighed the cons. As the pedestal settled, the power of primal chaos swept out in all directions, attacking the pedestal. It seemed to be rejecting it. Suyu's opening of the heavens seemed to have caused the primal chaos to retaliate. To open the heavens, one had to break the primal chaos, to occupy the primal chaos space. In the past, the master of the great Tao of time, the master of the great Tao of death, and the Tao of opening the heavens, had turned the primal chaos into a realm. This was also a battle of Taos. One's Tao occupied the Tao of the primal chaos. Rumble, the primal chaos had no time, no Taos, no heaven and earth. But at this moment, the void suddenly flickered with primal chaos lightning and rapidly gathered. It was just a pedestal. Suyu instantly frowned. F***K, there was even primal chaos lightning to open the path. Why didn't he see this scene in the Great Tao diagram? The human emperor was unreliable. The Great Tao diagram didn't record this scene? This was just the beginning. Suyu was speechless and extremely depressed. But at this time it was too late to think about this. He glanced at the primal chaos lightning in the sky. It seemed to be still brewing. Forget it, who cares? Can it strike me to death? It was just opening the path, so why was there a need to do this? The word universe Shenwen exploded, turning into a great Tao. A clear great Tao power appeared in the primal chaos like a silver river. At this moment, even outsiders could see it. The great Tao had just opened. It was like a red line in the blue sky. This was the first time the great Tao was opened. The great Tao power appeared in the primal chaos and everyone could see it. It opened and started to spread. Like a rainbow, it spread into the distance. There was no limit, no end. However, the power of primal chaos surged over. Loud rumbling sounds rang out, attacking Suyu's great Tao. It was like it wanted to destroy this great Tao, not allowing it to stand in the primal chaos. Solidify. With a loud shout, the great Tao spread once more, piercing through the primal chaos. Suyu shouted, and the second great Tao started to merge. The space Tao wasn't perfect. Space, all things, life and death, yin and yang, the 5 elements, one contained 10,000 Taos. At this moment, it was just an empty shell. The second Tao, the 5 elements Tao. The Earth Tao came first. The Earth Tao was the foundation of the 5 elements. Suyu shouted, "Those who cultivate the 5 elements Tao, watch more." He was going to merge the second great Tao. In the end, it was unknown who said this. The voice wasn't loud and was very weak, but many people heard it. If this fails and everyone is watching, won't it be awkward? At such a serious moment, there was actually someone who said this. For a moment, everyone's gaze was incomparably strange. They all looked towards the source of the voice. Which bastard dared to say this? Was it Sky Destroyer? The voice didn't sound like it. However, other than this idiot Sky Destroyer, who would say this at this moment, in the crowd, Sky Destroyer had a blank look on his face. He realized that everyone around him was looking at him. Luckily, everyone quickly shifted their gazes. Even so, he was incomparably angry and cursed silently. "What? Why are you all looking at me first? This definitely wasn't said by me." Which bastard said this? He also followed everyone's gaze. With this look, Sky Destroyer bare one's teeth was speechless. At this moment, everyone saw the person who spoke. Marquis Dingjun was sweating. "I just said it casually. Why are these people looking at me like that? I didn't mean anything else." "Stop looking," he said nervously, observing the Tao. "Everyone is observing the Tao." "I didn't mean it." I'll shut up immediately." Beside him, Marquis Tongtian curled his lips. "Those who don't watch their mouths will be unlucky sooner or later. Can't you see that I'm keeping a low profile now?" On the other side, Wan Tianqing frowned and shouted in a low voice, "All right, everyone is observing the Tao. This is a rare opportunity. No matter what the result is, the process of opening up the Tao is a process of the great Tao coming from nothing to the birth of the great Tao. Witnessing the birth of the great Tao, especially now, everyone could see it clearly. This was the greatest gift. All of them, what were they doing, at the same time? In the distance, Suyu Shenwen flew out. At the same time, it merged into a page of the records of civilization. The Earth character, Shenwen, suddenly appeared on that page. Suyu of the Earth element, Suyu. His aura wasn't too strong, but it had the power of the sun and moon. Suddenly, this page flew out. In an instant, the page elongated, turning into an Earth Great Tao. One end connected to the human master seal, and the other extended into the endless void. The Great Tao of space was much stronger than the Great Tao of Earth. 2 lines appeared in the void. And in the void, the primal chaos lightning still didn't descend. It continued to gather, and more primal chaos power gathered. The Tao was opening up. The primal chaos was still determining whether it was really opening up the Tao, or if it was purely the power of the great Tao passing through. This primal chaos also had Tao accumulation. Earth Tao appeared, from nothing to something. Everyone silently observed and comprehended. On that great Tao, there seemed to be millions of images. Earth Tao's secret technique, Earth Path Shenwen, Earth Path's innate skill. Everything related to Earth was extending. Earth gives birth to metal, gathering earth to form a mountain. With a mountain, there must be stone, and stone can give birth to metal. Suyu's voice resounded again. The great Tao of space must have the 5 elements. With the 5 elements as the foundation, earth gives birth to metal. Boom, another page flew out and instantly turned into a path. At this moment, I have only just opened the Tao of virtuality and have not reached the stage of fusion. I will first open the 5 elements, then fuse the 5 elements, and then fuse the 5 elements into the Tao of space. As he cleared the path, he explained the process of clearing the path to the crowd in case they didn't understand. Everyone remained silent. During the process of opening the path, not only did he allow everyone to observe, but he was also willing to share everything about the process. It had to be said that at this moment, Suyu's bearing was unparalleled. Opening the path was a very secretive matter. But now, Suyu had opened up for everyone to see. Perhaps no one could replicate this, but they all remembered everything. They all knew how to open the Tao, and in the future, those with great accomplishments could use this as a reference. This might be the first genius to leave behind the complete process of opening the heavens since the world was created. Suyu was not afraid of being seen by others. In the cultivation of the great Tao, it was impossible to completely imitate and borrow from others. If one had their own understanding and then looked at the process of the predecessors opening the Tao, perhaps they would have more understanding. There were no two paths in the world that were exactly the same. Even if someone else opened the same path as him, it would not be the same path. He continued to open the Tao of the 5 elements. The pages of the book flew out one by one, the Tao of the 5 elements quickly gathered. In the void, the power of 6 great Taos spread out. And the next step was to fuse the 5 elements, and then fuse the 5 elements into the Tao of space. However, when Suyu fused the Tao of earth and Tao of metal together and was gasping for breath, suddenly, soundlessly, a bolt of lightning struck him, mixed with the powerful power of primal chaos. There really was no warning at all. The primal chaos seemed to have sensed that this guy was really opening the path, opening the heavens, and not just passing by. With this, how could it still be polite? This was a battle of Tao. Suyu was invading the territory of the primal chaos. Rumble, in his ears, countless sounds of thunder rang out. The key was that this time, it wasn't the kind that would stop after a single strike. In the surroundings, endless power of primal chaos spread over, turning into lightning and crazily bombarding towards Suyu. What punishment, stopping for a while, that didn't exist. The primal chaos wanted to kill you, so why would it give you time to breathe? Suyu couldn't help but curse. I have just opened the path, just the beginning, it hasn't been perfected yet. Was there a need to? He was beaten by the power of primal chaos until his flesh was lacerated, and he was extremely helpless. What the hell, I am just opening the path, really, I am just opening the beginning. You should at least wait for me to perfect it before you mess with me. Bastard, I am going to occupy your territory. Suyu was angry, infuriating. I didn't think about this before, and there were a few more risks for no reason. He gritted his teeth, and soon, he chuckled. When a bolt of lightning struck, he suddenly exploded it with a punch, extracting the power of the 5 elements within to nourish his Tao of the 5 elements. Headache, it wasn't Suyu that was having a headache, but the people watching from afar. Xianxia didn't want to disturb Suyu opening the path, but at this moment, he had to remind him, don't compete with the power of primal chaos. Open your path first, it won't kill you in a short time. What was he doing? He was like a child, competing with the power of primal chaos. Suyu laughed mischievously. This is called going against the flow. He hacked me, I also hacked him, seizing the power of his 5 elements. Later when I need the power of the Tao, I will draw out whatever power he has, it just so happens to help me comprehend a little more. He extracted the power of the 5 elements. This wild power of the great Tao was much more violent than Suyu's own power of the great Tao. However, there wasn't much power, and when it fused into the great Tao of the 5 elements, it was instantly suppressed and devoured. The great Tao of the 5 elements spread a little longer. As for Suyu, his left hand hacked at the lightning, his right hand formed seals, and he continued to fuse the Tao. It's time to fight. I, Suyu, won't take a beating passively. If you hit me, I will extract your power. There was another loud rumble. At this moment, the Earth Tao and Metal Tao fused. The Tao of the 5 elements was considered a basic great Tao, and Suyu could easily fuse it. Earth and metal fused, and the 2 Taos became one. In an instant, the sharp chi and honest chi fused, and there was no sense of abruptness. It felt as though the 2 Taos were one to begin with. After the 2 Taos fused, Suyu started on the 3rd Tao, Water Tao. Metal gave birth to water. When the 3 Taos started to fuse, the power of lightning became increasingly ferocious. Not only that, the chaotic void trembled vaguely, and a strong repelling force seemed to be repelling Suyu, chasing him out. I'm not leaving. Suyu roared. I'm still going to open up a path here. The king of Great Zhou sighed and looked at Xianxia. The two of them exchanged glances and were helpless. This guy was like a child. Although it was true that Suyu wasn't old, at this moment, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was competing with chaos, however, it was still surprising that he would encounter chaos lightning right after opening a path. He hadn't even perfected his great Tao. Both of them were actually a little worried in their hearts. Even though Suyu seemed like he was joking, In reality, this was a sign of increased danger, and it might be even more dangerous than what they had expected. Wan Tianxing sent a voice transmission. I believe he will have no problems with the 5 elements and Yin Yang Great Daos. What I'm most worried about is the Tao of life and death. Especially the Tao of death, I'm worried that he won't be able to fuse it. Once he can't fuse it, he'll fail in the early stages. If his space Tao isn't perfected and he doesn't even have a good foundation, he'll fail. The King of Great Zhou nodded and sent a voice transmission. He will probably place the Tao of death at the final step of the space Tao fusion process. He knows that this Tao is difficult to fuse as well. Do you have any thoughts? Wan Tianxing was silent for a moment before looking at He Tu, who was not far away. He sent a voice transmission to He Tu. Fellow Daoist He Tu, when Suyu fuses the Tao of death later, it will be a clash of life and death. I hope that you can lend a hand. He Tu nodded slightly without saying anything. Actually, he was a little nervous as well. Did Suyu really understand the Tao of death? After all, he had not died before. Naturally, Suyu knew what he was doing as well. Right now, this was truly just the beginning. The Great Daos continued to fuse, and thunder was just the appetizer. The Daos of the 5 elements began to fuse into one rapidly. Far away, the 5 elements race spectators watched with widened eyes, afraid that they would miss a single detail. The floating earth spirit was the most serious. The fusion of the 5 elements was also his great Tao. Suyu was evolving from nothing to something before fusing them into one. Coincidentally, that was his Tao. Perhaps that was how his 5 elements great Tao was born from the start. The floating earth spirit scratched his ears and cheeks. He wanted nothing more than to head over and give it a try personally. However, he could not interfere with Suyu's opening of the path. In a moment of desperation, the floating earth spirit's body revealed the power of the 5 elements, and the 5 elements great Tao separated. Following Suyu's fusion technique, he split his own power of the great Tao and started fusing them again. Boom! There was a deafening explosion and everyone looked towards the floating earth spirit. The floating earth spirit was covered in flames from the explosion. When he saw Suyu looking over from afar, he looked embarrassed. I didn't do it on purpose. He really could not hold it in and wanted to test it himself. His hands were itching. Suyu, who was fusing the 5 elements, suddenly laughed. Come over and feel it up close. I'll allow you to fuse some of your will into the Tao of the 5 elements and feel it yourself. No. Wan Tianxing roared, nonsense. You're opening the path. What was he pretending to be magnanimous for? Wan Tianxing was mad with anger. You're opening the path now. How can you let others interfere, not to mention interference? If the floating earth spirit had ill intentions and suddenly destroyed the Tao of the 5 elements, then you would fail in opening the path. Are you gambling with your future? Suyu laughed heartily. It's fine. I also want to learn from the 5 elements race's Tao of the 5 elements. Cultivation is about exploring together. I'm not a god. I'm not good at everything or every great Tao. There are specializations. In terms of specialization, how can I compare to the 5 elements race who have cultivated the 5 elements for hundreds of thousands of years? Floating earth spirit, come over. Bring your ancestors with you. Suyu laughed heartily. Let's learn from each other. Fuse the Tao beside me. The floating earth spirit's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and sent a voice transmission to the ancestors. The next moment, he quickly flew towards the chaos void. Wan Tianxing had a helpless expression. Suyu, was this move good or bad? When the floating earth spirit and the others flew over, Suyu said quickly, help me block some of the power of lightning. Think of a way to extract the power of the 5 elements to perfect my Tao of the 5 elements. You guys should also comprehend the wonders of the 5 elements fusion. The few of them did not say much. Previously, when Suyu opened the path, they had also tried to repair and extract, so they were not inexperienced. Soon, the 6 experts began to block the power of lightning. There were not too many rules in this place. There was no saying that the more people, the stronger the lightning. It was the same, their wills also began to merge into Suyu's Tao of the 5 elements. They carefully sensed Suyu's great Tao of the 5 elements. At this moment, the 5 great Tao were fusing into one, showing signs of becoming one. The floating earth spirit felt it the most and his eyes were filled with joy. he also began to try fusing the 5 elements. At this moment, there were no signs of explosion. He sensed it and knew that Suyu was trying. It was also Suyu's first time, so he did not dare to move recklessly in case the great Tao exploded. Seeing this, the floating earth spirit immediately said, "Sovereign Yu, I'm proficient in the 5 elements. I'll try first. You teach me how to fuse it completely, and I'll show Sovereign Yu." Suyu could not help but laugh. It was not impossible. If the floating earth spirit could fuse the 5 elements completely, it meant that he could do it too. He did not say much and sent a wave of will into the floating earth spirit's mind. It was mutually beneficial. "I'll let you observe and I'll open the path. If you're willing to help me, I don't mind." The floating earth spirit received the message and quickly began to try. Boom, with a loud explosion, the power of water and fire clashed on his body. His great Tao was instantly injured, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Suyu was slightly shocked. He failed. The floating earth spirit was not too dejected. Its eyes were bright, and it quickly said, "Sovereign Yu, there's no problem with the fusion process. It's just that when the 5 elements are closed, the Tao of water and fire are too close to each other. We have to separate them." Suyu nodded slightly. These were all minor details. He would not even pay attention to such minor details. If his water and fire were too close to each other, he would not fail immediately. However, the great Tao would shake, and he would probably have to expend a lot of effort to suppress it. The floating earth spirit began to try again. After a moment, its aura changed. It was not that its cultivation level had increased, but the power of great Tao had changed. Suddenly, it punched out a power of the 5 elements, and the surrounding chaotic void suddenly turned into a cage, 5 elements cage. It works. The floating earth spirit's eyes became brighter. Its cultivation level was still the same, around 4th grade, close to 3rd grade Tao integration. However, after the power of the 5 elements was completely fused, it had a vague feeling that it could fight 2nd grade Tao integration. He had reached the heavens in a single bound. It had just reached the Tao integration realm 3 days ago. Suyu was deep in thought. Soon, he also quickly fused the 5 elements and avoided the intersection of water and fire. Boom, a colorful power of great Tao instantly appeared. The 5 great Tao had completely fused into one. Suyu's eyes lit up. Very successful, he had established the foundation, the 5 elements had just fused, and the space Tao approached. This was actively fusing the 5 elements. The 2 great Taos had just come into contact when illusory images suddenly appeared in the surroundings. It was like a chaotic world. Heaven and earth were split open, and the power of the 5 elements appeared. In a new world, the 5 elements began to be born. Suyu quickly suppressed it. In the surroundings, the power of chaos surged over, rejecting him from splitting open the sky in this place. Not aloud, Suyu ignored it. The great Tao of the 5 elements began to forcefully fuse. Rumble, thunder rumbled everywhere. In the distance, Tea Tree suddenly exclaimed, "An ancient beast is coming. There really is one. Should we fight it?" In that direction, Lan Tian instantly appeared. Looking into the distance, there really were ancient beasts appearing in the chaotic void. Lan Tian's expression changed slightly. This was probably the closest ancient beast that had sensed the commotion and rushed over immediately. The commotion was expanding. His expression turned cold. In the next instant, he roared, "Kill!" He had to kill them quickly while there were still few ancient beasts. Otherwise, if there were too many, it would be a big problem. Lan Tian pounced and roared, "Kill them quickly. Don't drag them out." Dragging them out was not allowed. If the battle dragged on for too long, it would be a big problem. It could attract even more ancient beasts. Tea Tree did not waste time and reverted to her original form. Countless roots spread out. She and Lan Tian both possessed the power of chaos. In this battle, they would not be rejected. Boom, the battle instantly erupted. Lan Tian also unleashed his full strength. In the blink of an eye, he punched the ground and blew up the ancient beast's head. This was a top-notch ancient beast with a 3rd grade Tao integration stage physical body. He was still killed on the spot at the first moment with the fastest speed. He quickly tossed the corpse into the bottomless void and roared, "Great Light Monarch, make some spell talismans. We might need reinforcements. Apart from Suyu and Fat Ball's talismans, almost all of the spell talismans from last time had self-detonated. Now, they had to make new ones. Great Light Monarch did not dare to delay after obtaining the corpse. He quickly roared, "Help me dissect the corpse." Send a few people to help. The group of people quickly got to work. Meanwhile, Lan Tian's expression shifted again. In the void, 3 gigantic ancient beasts suddenly appeared. They flew out from the depths of chaos with ferocious auras. There were indeed ancient beasts here. One of the ancient beasts had intelligence and could even use its will to convey its will. Back off. This is chaos, not the infinite worlds. The chaos belongs to us. Lan Tian could not be bothered to waste time. Several figures pounced forward and the heaven-hunting roll appeared, blotting out the sky. He could not allow these ancient beasts to gather together. Otherwise, who knew how many would come? Once there were too many, it would be very troublesome later on. Suyu's expression also shifted. There really were ancient beasts. The most troublesome situation had begun. At this moment, the 5 elements Great Tao and Space Great Tao merged. Suyu's aura was also changing. He also began to accelerate. The Tao of Yin and Yang was rapidly opened, the book page appeared. Seeing this, the floating earth spirit and the others quickly retreated to avoid interfering with Suyu's opening of Yin and Yang. The 2 Great Tao were opened almost at the same time by Suyu. Yin and Yang intersected, 1 light and 1 darkness. Fix Yin and Yang. Yin Qi floated down and Yang Qi floated up. At this moment, the place where Suyu opened the Tao turned into a void. The aura of chaos rushed over from the void, fighting with Suyu for control. Boom, the sound of the Great Tao colliding could be heard. The Great Tao intersected and power collided. Suyu took several steps back, blood flowing from his mouth. He frowned slightly. Opening the Tao with chaos seemed to be more difficult than expected. Open heaven and earth. With an angry roar, heaven and earth Shenwen appeared and instantly fused into the 2 pages. At this moment, 2 Tao appeared again. He's speeding up. The king of Great Zhou frowned. The pressure seems to be greater than expected. He opened so many Tao at the same time and there's almost no time for him to make mistakes or adjust. What should we do? It was impossible for there to be no mistakes. It would be strange if Suyu succeeded on his first try and did not need to adjust at all. Wan Tianxing did not say anything. He looked at Fat Ball and said quickly, "Fat Ball, you still have one of the talismans from the previous time, right?" "Yes." "Give it to me." Fat Ball blinked. "Are you going to kill ancient beasts?" "Yes." "I'll go." Fat Ball wagged its tail. "I'll go. I'm slightly stronger than you." Wan Tianxing could not help but laugh and nodded. "I'll have to trouble you, senior. Don't let ancient beasts enter the place where he is opening the Tao. Otherwise, we'll be in big trouble." "Understood." Fat Ball flew out instantly with a shoe in its mouth. It threw the boot through the air. Boom, the boot stomped out. A gigantic beast was stomped to death by it, at the same time as Suyu opened the Tao. The upper realms, the land of chaos. The gates of hell. Suddenly, the gates of hell shook. In the next moment, pairs of eyes appeared behind the gates. It seems something has happened. We are sealed in the gate. We are unable to leave. Let the ancient beasts of the chaotic mountain investigate. In the next moment, a wave of energy rippled out. Above the gates of hell, in the great hall, the ancestor that Yu Hao spoke of was talking about something. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly as he frowned and said, "What happened to the gates of hell?" A unique ripple was emitted from it. The ancestor cut off a section and frowned slightly. Chaos mutation? What mutation? He quickly scanned his surroundings, including the depths, but he did not sense any abnormalities. Where did the mutation come from? But at this moment, countless giant beasts suddenly roared in the chaotic mountain. Immediately after, dozens of ancient beasts, led by an Empyrean-level bird, crazily flew towards the deepest part of the primal chaos. Even the ancestor would not easily go to that place because it was easy to get lost. The primal chaos had no direction, no limit, no heaven and earth. It was too easy to get completely lost in the primal chaos and not be able to return. The ancestor frowned. At first, he did not pay much attention. But in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. Not good. Yu Hao and the others all looked at him. The ancestor's expression changed slightly. Damn it, the chaos beasts have left. Then our obstruction, the moment these words were spoken, the expressions of the few of them changed. And at this moment, a wild laugh rang out. The ancient beasts have left. One experts, take this opportunity to destroy the Hell King's lair. The chaos ancient beasts had also caused a lot of trouble for one. At this moment, a large group had suddenly run away. If this wasn't trouble, then what was? The ancestor's expression changed slightly. He quickly soared into the air and shouted, "How dare you? Yu Hao, kill this madman." As for him, he quickly flew towards the chaos forest. Stop the experts of one, the chaos beasts had suddenly run away. One might be tempted. This was a rare opportunity. As for where the chaos beasts had gone, who knew? At this moment. Burying Soul Mountain. Baijan suddenly turned around and frowned slightly. Did something happen? The chaos beasts suddenly flew towards the depths. Did something happen in the depths of the primal chaos? The depths of the primal chaos were mysterious to everyone. At this moment, a large number of chaos beasts had suddenly run away. What was going on? Was the great war of the upper worlds about to break out prematurely? Before, it was just a small skirmish. A giant axe wasn't enough to cause the two sides to start killing each other instantly. But now, one might not miss this opportunity. As expected, as Baijan was muttering to himself, a giant bamboo shot towards the depths of the chaotic mountain. March's voice shook the heavens and earth. The ancient beasts have broken through. Our chance has arrived. Kill them. Boom, in the void, a giant fist floated through the air and shattered the giant bamboo with one punch. March laughed loudly. Even the old fellow has appeared. It looks like the ancient beasts have really run away. Who are you? Who is the Hell King to you? If you are the descendant of the Hell King, you are dead. March's body was magnified 1,000,000 times, and he had a fierce aura. Your bloodline must die. My father died at the hands of the Hell King. If you are the son of the Hell King, even if you can fight the master of the laws, I will still kill you. Boom, March held the giant bamboo in his hand and madly attacked the other party. Soon, Tian Ming, Celestial Venerable Yu, and the others appeared. This time, the depths of the chaotic mountain were exceptionally smooth. Because the ancient beasts were gone, without the ancient beasts to stop them, the speed of these celestial venerables was unbelievably fast. As for the Hell King's patriarch, he also frowned slightly. This was really an unexpected surprise. Damn it, why did the ancient beasts run away? He was speechless. This completely shattered his previous impression of the ancient beasts. These ancient beasts rarely went into the depths of the chaotic mountain. Why did they suddenly run away today? There's a change in the depths of the chaotic mountain. What change? The patriarch didn't dare to think too much. At this moment, the most troublesome thing was that one might take the opportunity to attack. Yu Luo, Yu Hao, Yu Ming. In the next moment, several celestial venerable powerhouses flew over from afar and began to fight these powerful enemies. Even further away, Giant Axe held the giant axe in his hand and fled frantically. When Yu Hao left, he attacked again, forcing Yu Hao to stop. He gritted his teeth and once again attacked Marquis Giant Axe. This fellow had been looking for trouble recently. Giant Axe, we have no enmity, F*CK off. Marquis Giant Axe roared. March said that I owe that Suyu my life. Since that's the case, I'll kill you, the main culprit, to repay my debt. Lie down and let me kill you. I'll leave immediately. No, there's also that, your niece. Only the two of you were alive last time. I'll take revenge for them by killing the two of you. Suyu isn't dead anyway. Yu Hao, kill them for me. I won't rest until the two of you are dead. Yu Hao was infuriated. Then you should die. This Giant Axe couldn't be reasoned with, he couldn't communicate at all. Giant Axe only acknowledged one thing. He owed Suyu his life. Of course, there was no point in repaying his life. Hadn't Suyu suffered heavy losses before? He hadn't died. Among the group of people he had ambushed that day, only Yu Hao and Yu Shi had survived. Killing these two would be considered repaying his debt. If these two didn't die, he would owe a debt. Kill. Marquis Giant Axe's axe swept across the sky as he roared, "Grandson of Wan, fight. Fight with all your might." Without the ancient beast barrier, these grandson of Hell King might not be able to defeat you. Do you have to wait for the ancient beast to return before you fight? Isn't that stupid? Marquis Giant Axe roared again and again, "Bai Zhan, where the hell are you? Why did that bitch Yu Luo come back? Don't tell me you were suppressed again? CK your grandpa, don't tell me you fell for a honey trap again? Bai Zhan." Marquis Giant Axe roared, "That bitch Yu Luo is so ugly. She doesn't even have a butt. She's obviously not a good person. You fell for it again? Where's your brain? Pig brain?" He felt that Yu Luo was ugly, her waist was twisted, not afraid of breaking. Her butt wasn't big enough, that face of hers wasn't round enough either. How could Bai Zhan fall for her trick? He really couldn't understand, even further away. Yu Luo, who had been smiling and floating in the air to fight the others, suddenly stiffened. She turned and charged toward Marquis Giant Axe. Some things really couldn't be tolerated. When Marquis Giant Axe sensed the aura, he laughed wildly. "I've lured Yu Luo and Yu Hao here. Kill them. Grandson of Wan, work harder. I'll run first. Yu Luo, you ugly bitch, you can only seduce that Bai Zhan. You haven't seen much of the world. I've even seen a bunch of King Wu's wives. All of them have big butts and good fertility. You can't compare. Lord Wu's taste is excellent." As Marquis Giant Axe ran away, he didn't forget to praise King Wu's taste. As for Bai Zhan, he was strange. "We martial artists obviously can't marry such a delicate ugly wife. She has no taste." Bai Zhan's taste was not in line with martial artists' taste at all. A great war broke out in the upper realm. It was a mess, of course. At this time, Suyu did not know and had no way of knowing about the chaos in the upper realm. He only knew that he had to speed up and open up a path. Very troublesome, the number of ancient beasts seemed to be increasing. Ahead, Lan Tian, T-Tree, and Fatty Ball were quickly dealing with the ancient beasts. After killing the ancient beasts, they tossed the corpses to the Great Light Monarch and made talismans to prevent the Great Tao from excluding them in the Primal Chaos region. Even without the talisman, one could still enter the land of Primal Chaos. However, it would easily attract more ancient beasts. Stabilizing yin and yang, dividing heaven and earth. Suyu roared, "All of you watch. Those who don't participate in the battle, observe the Tao." Suyu roared, "Don't be disturbed. When you're strong, all disturbances will no longer be disturbances, understand?" He needed everyone to become stronger. He didn't want to fight the ancient beasts right away. There was no need for that for now. Everyone's hearts tightened as they began to observe the Tao. This was a rare opportunity. Split the heavens and split the earth, establish my universe. Rumble, the primal chaos was opened up, and a new world was born. The 5 elements surged, yin and yang were separated, and heaven and earth were first separated. Life and death, yin and yang, 3 talents and 4 symbols, 5 elements and 8 trigrams. The great Tao was crazily opened, and one great Tao after another appeared. However, Suyu still hadn't outlined the great Tao of life and death. Life and death were the hardest. One great Tao after another was woven and fused together by him. The great Tao also had its own rules. Rumble, thunder boomed everywhere, exploding the void. He wanted to destroy this new world. Star Universe stabilizes heaven and earth. A huge seal suppressed a new world. A ruthless glint flashed across Suyu's eyes. If it really doesn't work, I will break this astral seal and consolidate this world. At this moment, the new world was on the verge of collapse from the impact of the primal chaos. Steady, 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 suppress, suppress, Suyu roared again and again. Shenwen swords appeared one after another, merging into the record of civilization. Pages flew out, opening up the great Tao. They all had the effect of stabilizing and suppressing heaven and earth. At that moment, the experts in the sinkhole were dazzled by what they saw. So many great Taos, Suyu had actually mastered so many great Taos. What a terrifying fellow. How old was he? How did he do it? Of course, Suyu had no time to care about them. At this moment, the Great Tao was opened, but it did not fuse with the Space Tao. The Space Tao was incomplete, the newly emerged Great Taos were still in the individual ranks. As for Suyu, he quickly fused these Great Tao and wove these newly emerged Great Tao powers. While weaving, the voice of the Great Tao rang out, "Space path is incomplete, it is still lacking life and death. But let's not draw out life and death first, split the path and weave 3 Great Taos, Space path as the beginning, Myriad path civilization as the middle, and Time path as the end." Everyone's heart sank. Suyu's current incomplete space path wasn't because he wanted to split it up, but because Suyu didn't have the confidence. With Suyu's personality, if he had the confidence, he would have opened the Tao of life and death long ago. Boom, another loud sound rang out. This time, it wasn't from Suyu's side, but from Lan Tian and the others. At this moment, an incomparably huge beast traversed through the void towards them. That beast's aura was powerful. Its eyes swept over Suyu's side, revealing a trace of seriousness and surprise. The next moment, it actually spoke in the common language, its voice reverberating with the loud sound from before. "I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this. In this era, there is actually someone who can open the sky again." That beast was shaped like a ferocious tiger. But it had wings, similar to a flying tiger, but it had a total of 4 pairs of wings. Some of the races of the Myriad worlds might have been chaos beasts from the start, but after merging with the Myriad worlds, they underwent changes. For example, iron-eating, space, goo race, they might have all been chaos beasts from the start. If that desolate heavenly beast did not die back then and merged with the Myriad worlds, it might have created the desolate heavenly beast race. This beast might be the original form of the flying tiger. The beast spoke in the common language. Clearly, it had come into contact with the beings of the Myriad worlds. At this moment, it looked at Suyu with a trace of shock and surprise. "You haven't even grasped the great Tao of the Myriad worlds, yet you can directly open the sky. You are the weakest I have ever seen at opening the sky." From the sound of it, perhaps he had seen more than one. "You opened the sky to seek the Tao because of your ability. I know that there is a saying in the Myriad worlds, cutting off a person's future, enmity is as deep as the sea, and it will not rest until one party is dead." The huge ferocious tiger said, sighing. "But you are opening the sky in the primordial chaos, invading the territory of the ancient races of the primordial chaos. The sky is opening more and more, and our living space is getting smaller and smaller. If we do not stop it, you will open the sky, and he will open the sky. This primordial chaos will no longer have primordial chaos. We are also not willing to merge with the Myriad worlds and be shackled. We are free in the primordial chaos, why should we be restrained by others? The so-called Tao of opening the sky is shackled. If one layer is not enough, there will be another." Its tone was a little regretful. "This is a battle for the Tao. A battle for the Tao. We cannot let you succeed in opening the sky. Those who can open the sky in the Myriad worlds are unparalleled in talent, and we admire them. Even so, we cannot let you succeed." It did not start a fight right away, and was rather polite. First, it explained its grievances. This was a battle for the Tao, and Suyu was invading the territory of the primordial chaos beasts. This was not allowed. It admired Suyu's talent, but it still wanted to stop Suyu. In the distance, Suyu continued opening the path. He laughed brightly. "You are not wrong, and I don't think I am wrong either. In this era of great competition, I open my own Tao. The primordial chaos does not belong to you, nor does it belong to me. I was born in the primordial chaos. You do not dare to find the master of time, the master of dead spirits. I am weak, and that is the original sin. Similarly, you are weak, and that is also the original sin. The fault does not lie with us. In this era, the strong are respected. Makes sense." The ferocious tiger did not think that there was a problem. Indeed, the ancient races of the primordial chaos cared more about the difference in strength. "So, this time, we have to fight." Roar. A shocking roar resounded in all directions. The ferocious tiger flapped its wings, broke through the air, and charged at Suyu. At the same time, the white dog grew 1,000,000 times larger, turning into an existence the same size as the ferocious tiger. It also had bare one's teeth. Back off. The white dog bared its fangs and brandished its claws. The eight-winged tiger trembled. So it's the sun-devouring divine hound. Didn't you leave the primordial chaos with a human powerhouse? That powerhouse disappeared long ago, didn't he? Huh? The white dog was confused. What the hell? You've regressed. The tiger sighed. The sun-devouring divine hound of the past is now weaker than me. Back then, you swallowed the primordial chaos suns and became incomparably powerful. I didn't expect you'd become so weak. Or are you just a descendant of the sun-devouring divine hound? Yes, although this tiger was not a master of the laws, its aura was no weaker than some Empyreans, perhaps even stronger. It wasn't the slightest bit weaker than you. How? Finished chatting, it flapped its wings and tore through the void. The primordial chaos powerhouses have long since been sealed. We are only remnants of the primordial chaos. The era of primordial chaos is now a thing of the past, but we, the ancient primordial chaos clans, will not allow you to continue devouring the primordial chaos. This is our home, sun-devouring divine hound, if I didn't dare fight you back. Then, I will kill you now that you are helping the human who opened the heavens. It was just a few sentences, but it contained countless secrets. The primordial chaos powerhouses had long since been sealed. As he opened the path, Suyu listened attentively. This fellow really knew a lot. He quickly said, is it sealed behind the gates of hell? Does the primordial chaos want to return? Of course. The tiger's voice shook the heavens. Does this world belong to you? No, it belongs to us. Everything will return to primordial chaos. Human, your race is also a primordial chaos race. The Wan is a primordial chaos race. Isn't primordial chaos good? Isn't it enough to open the heavens? Why do you want to open the heavens again? Everything in the world originated from primordial chaos. Clearly, the human race was no exception. The myriad worlds had been opened. The upper realm and the dead soul's domain had been opened again. Now, they had to open it for another day. The primordial chaos ancient race would naturally not agree. In the void, the white dog quickly fought with the tiger. The tiger was indeed powerful. In the blink of an eye, its wings flapped, and its sharp claws tore through the air. The white dog could barely block it. With a pft, the tiger's claws tore through its flesh. Sun-devouring divine hound, you have completely degenerated. As expected, going to the myriad worlds is not a good thing. You have lost your wildness and your true self. Even your sun-devouring ability has degenerated, and you only know how to bite people. Pitiful. The tiger was indeed incomparably powerful. Its words did not stop it from continuously injuring the white dog. The white dog's Tao of biting was an offensive Tao. However, the tiger's Tao was the primordial chaos Tao. Simply put, the primordial chaos Tao was the gathering of myriad Taos. Its main focus was the innate strength of its physical body. Here, the white dog encountered its greatest setback. Its Tao was not targeted enough. It could not bite through the other party's Tao because the other party's Tao was in the primordial chaos. The primordial chaos was the Tao. Woof woof. Oh woo, the white dog looked up to the sky and howled. It was a little aggrieved. It controlled its boots and quickly kicked the tiger. The tiger was shocked. The boots of that human mighty figure in the past? It is a treasure, but unfortunately, there is only one. You can only use external objects to deal with me. What a pity. Sun-devouring divine hound, your reputation is ruined. Perhaps because no one usually talked to it, this tiger was very talkative at this moment. As for Suyu, he felt a little strange. He suddenly said, "You are very good at the common language." Who taught you? Very good? The tiger laughed wildly. I knew it. Very good. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will always be victorious. Sooner or later, the primordial chaos race will go to war with the myriad worlds and return to the primordial chaos. I have my own ideals. When I master the language of one, not only will I be able to speak the common language, but I will also be able to speak the human language. After saying that, it quickly spoke the human language. Hey, you brat, give up splitting open the sky as soon as possible. The Tao of splitting open the sky is treacherous and should be killed. F***CKU, this tiger really knows how to talk nonsense. Suyu was speechless as well. At this moment, seeing the little white dog being suppressed by its opponent even though it had used its boots, Suyu also felt very depressed. Little White was not good enough for the Chaos Great Tao. Sun-devouring Divine Hound, as expected, strictly speaking, Little White's Tao was also the devouring Great Tao. It was said that in order to modify Little White's Great Tao, King Wen specially went to the Iron Eaters to ask them how to modify the devouring Great Tao to suit his dog. In that case, Little White's Tao was modified later. At this moment, Suyu happened to open the devouring Great Tao. He also opened a Tao of devouring. Sun-devouring Divine Hound, Little White's current Great Tao was more suitable for biting people. The Time Master recorded the Tao of biting. Of course, this was mostly a joke. In essence, it was devouring the opponent's Great Tao power. In fact, this Tao was not bad. In fact, it was very strong. In the Myriad worlds, Little White had no problem fighting people of the same level. If the power of the Great Tao was equal, once Little White used its Tao of biting, no matter what Great Tao your opponent had, you might not be able to defeat it. However, in the Chaos Great Tao, it was somewhat restricted. The Tao of biting isn't strong enough. It's not that it isn't strong, but it can't trace the source. When it bites the opponent's Great Tao power, the opponent's Great Tao power is in the chaos. At this moment, Suyu saw that his Tao of devouring was devouring the power of chaos. The attacking power of chaos was devoured by the Great Tao of devouring. Suyu's eyes moved slightly. The next moment, he shouted, "Fat ball, Tao of biting doesn't necessarily only target Great Tao, and it doesn't necessarily only target one power of Tao. There are thousands of Great Taos, and Tao of biting can bite the power of thousands of Great Taos. Chaos is also a Tao. It devours the power of chaos in all directions and bites off the source of the power of chaos." Awoo. Little White didn't care anymore. It was so sullen and angry. It didn't feel so bad even when it beat you hell last time. At this moment, it was beaten black and blue by the giant tiger. In just a short while, with a bite, the surrounding chaos seemed to be bitten away. All the power of chaos was swallowed by Little White. Awoo. With another bite, the surrounding power of chaos instantly dissipated. The fierce tiger that tore through the air at an extremely fast speed suddenly slowed down. A vacuum of chaos appeared beside it. Suyu said coldly, "If the Tao of chaos was really that strong, it wouldn't have been invaded by the Myriad Taos. The Tao of chaos has too many flaws. The Myriad Taos are turbid and mixed together. It's not the more primitive the better. Some things really weren't the more primitive the better." Did the master of the Great Tao of Time know the power of chaos? 100%. Why did he want to split open the sky? The sorted-out Great Tao was actually much stronger than the Great Tao of chaos. It was just that ordinary people couldn't grasp too much of the power of Great Tao. The flaws of the Tao of chaos were actually exposed at this moment. Because there were no complete bindings, it was not a system. The power of chaos was the Great Tao of chaos. The power of chaos dissipated. Other than having a strong body, these guys were not strong in anything else. Little White devoured the surrounding power of chaos, and the speed of the giant tiger instantly dropped. Its explosive power was weaker. Fat Ball was also happy at this moment. "Big tiger, I'm going to bite you to death." Awoo. It was excited, and its huge mouth swallowed the surrounding power of chaos. Following that, it quickly broke through the air and bit the giant tiger, biting its wing. With a creak, sparks flew everywhere. The giant tiger roared and quickly retreated, escaping into the chaos. As for Little White, it was addicted and continued to devour. A large amount of power of chaos was swallowed by it. This kid, the tiger, continued to retreat. Little White continued to chase. As it chased, it swallowed. Seeing this, Suyu suddenly shouted, "Retreat!" Little White was stunned, but it still quickly retreated, returning to the void. It was a little puzzled. "What's wrong? I'm beating the other party into a retreat." Just as it retreated, the ferocious tiger suddenly emerged from the chaos it had just escaped into. Its huge head popped out, looking a little depressed. Its huge eyes looked towards Suyu. "Why did you let it leave?" Suyu couldn't be bothered with it, and shouted, "Fat Ball, digest the power of chaos." you've swallowed too much. Fat Ball was stunned. Too much, it didn't feel much, but after sensing it carefully, Fat Ball was stunned. At this moment, its little tail stopped wagging, and with some lingering fear, it said, "Why is my stomach full? I can eat a lot of things, I just ate, why don't I feel full?" Only then did it realize that it was a little full. This time, before Suyu could explain, the giant tiger said gloomily, "Stupid guy. You won't feel full even if you eat too much of the power of chaos, because the power of chaos is special. No matter how much you eat, you will still feel that you can eat. It's a pity that you didn't die from overeating." Fat Ball was puzzled. Why? You didn't get to the point, why don't you feel full? At this moment, the ancient beasts, Wan Tianxing and the rest were all speechless. Were they fighting or just chatting? As for the ferocious tiger, it was stunned for a moment, and stammered, "I just don't feel full." Back then, many ancient primordial clans randomly swallowed the power of chaos, and they didn't even know that they had exploded. As for the principal, how would I know? I'm just an 8-winged tiger that can speak. Seriously, I've never studied this before. At this moment, Suyu continued to open the way, saying as he opened, "Because all things originate from chaos. Strictly speaking, we all come from chaos, and we are one with chaos. Just like a drop of water falling into the ocean, it will quickly be fused, and it will not be easy to distinguish. This is the difference between the Myriad Tao and the primal chaos. The power of primal chaos is water, and the Myriad Tao is oil and vinegar. It looks like water, but it can be distinguished at a glance, and you can tell what it is with a single taste. What's the difference? Is it too salty, or too sweet? When you swallow the power of Myriad Tao, you will realize that it is too much. When you swallow the power of primal chaos, no matter how much you swallow, you will feel that I did not eat much, so smart." This was what the tiger said, with a hint of surprise. The human race is indeed powerful. "Hey, can you give me some of the oil and vinegar that you mentioned? This sun-devouring divine hound devours the power of chaos. I might not be able to kill you, but it will be very difficult for you to kill me. If you give me some oil, water, vinegar, and the like, I might not cause trouble for you anymore." In all directions, a group of people was stunned. What the hell, what was going on with this tiger? Suyu smiled. This tiger. Interesting, it must have read books. Yes, definitely, however, it might have only read books and not been to the myriad worlds. You've read books? Of course. The 8-winged tiger laughed loudly. I am a scholar tiger. Screw you, there was actually such a weirdo among the primal chaos beasts. What the hell, so you really did not have any oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar? Suyu shouted, who brought oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar? Give it some. In the distance, in the crowd, everyone looked at each other. In the next moment, everyone was at a loss. Who would bring this thing? Blue Sky, who was still fighting, suddenly threw out a storage ring and shouted, there's something inside. Everyone looked at Blue Sky strangely. Why did you bring this? As for Blue Sky, he was not moved at all. Why? Because I have incarnated into Myriad Tao and Wan. There will always be times when I have to cook. Is it strange to bring these? I was even a good woman before. What are you looking at? If you look again, I won't be polite. What are you looking at? It's prepared for Wan Hu. Everywhere was silent. In the crowd, the low-profile Silkworm Destruction King was stunned, and then his face turned red. F***CKU, the battle was one thing. At this moment, this tiger was the strongest. If it did not fight, everyone did not mind talking nonsense with it. As for that tiger, it did not care about this. Its huge paw took the small storage ring and praised, this is a storage ring, right? Compressed space, any living being can use it. Unfortunately, it is useless to me. We of the primal chaos race prefer to store everything in our stomach. This space is too weak, too small. Its wings flapped, and the storage ring shattered, revealing a small space. There was a pile of bottles and jars inside. It took out a jar and swallowed it. It did not care what it was, as long as it was not poisoned to death. It also did not sense any danger of harm. It swallowed it, and its huge mouth licked it slightly. It was not even enough to fill the gaps between its teeth, but it still tasted it. It said with some surprise, what is this taste? According to your human race, what should it be called? Suyu continued to open the way, and as he did so, he smiled and said, "That is sugar, sweet." Sugar? The tiger nodded. It is indeed different from the taste of water, but water. Primal chaos water also has a taste. Suyu condensed a ball of water and threw it at it. This is the water used by humans. It is different. The tiger swallowed it directly, and exclaimed, "It is different, bland and tasteless." You said that primal chaos path is water, and myriad Tao is oil, then what is oil? Which jar is it? The yellow jar. The tiger quickly found a few jars, and did not care anymore, and directly started eating. After eating for a while, it sighed, "It is different, human, you are very smart, scholars are indeed different. Indeed, primal chaos path is water, and myriad Tao is oil. Completely different. Drinking water might not feel it, but drinking oil will definitely feel it." Suyu was too lazy to care. If this tiger did not fight, it would be easy for them to negotiate. If it was a fight, Great Light Lord was quickly making talismans. Suyu already saw that Xianxia and the others had gotten the talismans and were preparing to move out. With so many experts, it was still possible to kill this tiger. As for the tiger, after tasting it for a while, its huge eyes suddenly revealed a somewhat treacherous smile. "Human, you want to kill me? It is impossible. The primal chaos is my home, I can come and go as I please. I am a scholar tiger, I know that you humans are full of tricks. I once read a military book written by an expert, 99 Void Escape Strategy, which introduced countless escape strategies. It looked at the ancient beasts that were still fighting, and revealed a treacherous smile. They are very stupid, but I am not. Human, your race has a saying, this place is opened by me, if you want to open this path, you must pay for the road. If you open the sky, there will be too many people, and I will not be able to defeat them. However, my primal chaos race will soon send more experts. If you pay for the road, I will retreat. You will have one less strong enemy. Otherwise, this sun-devouring divine hound may not be my match." Everyone was stunned again. What the hell, extortion, this? Since when did the primal chaos ancient beasts become like this? It was not that they had not seen the primal chaos ancient beasts in the upper realm, but they were not like this. Even if they were intelligent, once they encountered a war, they would not hesitate to fight to the death. Previously, it said that they were fighting for the Tao, but in the end, it was asking for money. Suyu laughed. "What do you want?" As the saying goes, teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. I want books, 10,000, no, 100,000 books. Suyu was stunned, everyone else was stunned too. The tiger's voice was loud like a bell, "Books. I want books, any book is fine, but they cannot be the same. Don't think that I am not intelligent, I can read and write, I want 100,000 books." It actually wanted books. This time, Suyu was really a little stunned, and he almost took a wrong turn on the road. The tiger was getting impatient. "Give me the books, and I will leave. I can already sense that a large number of ancient beasts are approaching, and there might even be some who are not weaker than me. Human, you must consider this carefully. Once they come, they will be more intelligent than the ancient beasts we are fighting now. At that time I will not be able to retreat anymore." Should he buy his way with books or not? Suyu and the others naturally had their own considerations. Buy books, who didn't bring some books? In an instant, Xianxia quickly said, "Sure, but not 100,000 books. We will not carry so many books with us." The tiger's eyes flashed with cunning. "Then how much can you give me?" 10,000. Deal. Hurry up, I have to leave, or the other ancient beasts will come. Xianxia quickly collected all kinds of books. After a while, he tossed a ring of holding to the huge tiger, which it swallowed. Then, after examining the contents of the ring, it said, "I'm still missing a few books. Forget it, I'm not a petty tiger. I'll take my leave." With that, it flew through the air at an extremely fast speed, its 8 wings flapping at an astonishing speed. Before leaving, it said, "Hey, the heaven-splitting human, on account of our deal, I will tell you a piece of news. Do not kill the ancient beasts of the primordial chaos recklessly. If you kill too many, you will not have a good ending. The ancient beasts of the primordial chaos are about to return to this world, and the gates of hell are about to open. If you kill any of us, beware of our revenge. With that, the tiger disappeared completely. Lan Tian and the others quickly killed the ancient beasts, and in the blink of an eye, they were all killed on the spot. At this moment, everyone looked at each other. What the hell, I'm really seeing a ghost. I actually encountered a prodigy tiger. No, perhaps it really was intelligent. Because the other party didn't want any resources or anything. It only wanted books. Books were the carrier of civilization. It could be said that for a beast of chaos that did not go to the infinite worlds, books were the best carrier to understand the civilizations of the infinite worlds. To the primordial chaos race, books were probably much more important than resources. 10,000 books, everyone carried some of the more important books with them. There might be all kinds of cultivation techniques, including records of civilizations and races. With these books, this tiger might be able to quickly understand the situation of the infinite worlds, and even pry into the civilizations of the infinite Daos. Suyu, who was opening the path, suddenly sighed. The infinite worlds, the primordial chaos. Indeed, even the ancient beasts know that books are the foundation of the infinite Daos. What an eye-opener, Suyu suddenly laughed. This 8-winged tiger has lived to this day, and has even seen others open the sky. Indeed, it is not luck. Intelligence, this tiger had gained intelligence a long time ago, however, its strength did not seem to be at the level imagined. It was not the master of the law. Suyu was a little puzzled. Why? Could it be that his aptitude was not good, and it said that the experts of the chaos ancient beasts were all sealed behind the gates of hell? As expected, the gates of hell had sealed an era that belonged to the chaos era. Could it be that it was created by the Lord of Time? The Lord of Time had ended the chaos era and sealed this era. There was no time to think too much. Everyone quickly felt the aura of ancient beasts. There were a lot of them. Wan Tianxing and the others flew out of the ultimate ruins. At this moment, these people were no longer rejected by the array talismans. At this moment, a loud eagle cry could be heard. In the next moment, an incomparably huge bird appeared. Suyu was slightly startled. Fat Ball was also surprised. Suyu, this seems to be the bird that March hit last time. Yes, they seem to have seen it in the chaotic mountain last time. When they escaped, March seemed to have hit this bird. Suyu was also shocked. It came from the chaotic mountain, the upper realms and the lower realms, no, the Dead Souls realm, the primal chaos region, were actually connected. As expected, in the depths of the ultimate ruins, in the depths of the endless void, in the depths of the chaotic mountain, these three places might be connected. Of course, walking in the depths of the primal chaos, one would encounter danger at any time. Under normal circumstances, even the master of the laws wouldn't dare to rashly walk through the three realms. Suyu's heart stirred, and in the next moment, he shouted, "Kill them, don't leave a single one alive, kill them quickly." This group of ancient beasts could not be left alive. Otherwise, if he colluded with the Hell King's bloodline, the news might leak out. Moreover, there were benefits to killing this group of ancient beasts. Without the ancient beast barrier of the chaotic mountain, one might start a war. This was a good thing. Suyu roared, "All of you, attack. Don't worry about the repulsive force. Fat Ball, 9 Moons, Cooking Cake, Emperor Yen, you guys are in charge of devouring the chaotic force. Empty the chaotic force around everyone and kill them." "Awoo." Fat Ball roared and quickly devoured. Cooking Cake and the others also quickly attacked and began to devour. Suyu reminded again, be careful not to explode, especially Cooking Cake. Bean Bun, look after Cooking Cake. No, forget it, Harry Ball, look after your mama, don't let her eat too much. Cooking Cake was at a loss. Why are you talking about me? As for Harry Ball, it quickly landed on Mother Ball's head. It was a little sad. Mama didn't seem too smart, even Fragrant Fragrance had been specially reminded about it. And Suyu's reminder was clearly right. Soon, the unrestrained Cooking Cake devoured too much chaotic force and was on the verge of exploding. It still didn't feel it and continued to devour. Harry Ball was so frightened that he hurriedly jumped to stop it. Only then did the Cooking Cake stop devouring. Kill. Wan Tianxing and the others also took advantage of this opportunity to press forward and attack with all their might. There were 30 to 40 ancient beasts. Among them, the giant bird was at the heavenly venerable level. and there were also a few at the Heavenly King level. However, on this side, Fat Ball, Blue Sky, and Wan Tianxin quickly joined forces to suppress the giant bird, while the other Dao integration cultivators all charged towards the ancient beasts. In an instant, heaven and earth shattered, and chaos split open. Meanwhile, behind them, Suyu continued to open his own Dao. Page after page appeared, and one great Dao after another blossomed. Then, he quickly fused them together. Meanwhile, the South Heavenly King and the other dead spirits had yet to participate in the battle. Instead, they stood guard at the edge of the ultimate void realm, in case any dead spirit powerful beings from the ultimate void realm launched a surprise attack. With their deterrence, the North King and the others would not dare to approach even if they ate a bear's heart or a leopard's heart. Rumble. The sound was so loud that even the dead spirit's realm could hear it. At this moment, everyone realized that Suyu and the others had actually gone to the edge of the primal chaos to kill chaotic ancient beasts. What the hell? At this moment, the martial emperor's expression also shifted. I'm inferior to even a chaotic ancient beast, killing chaotic ancient beasts but not me? Are you looking down on me? He was a little angry, but also a little sad. So you would rather lead people to kill chaotic ancient beasts than to kill me? What does this mean? In the sealed grounds. The Death Emperor's face appeared again. He tilted his head and looked behind him. He felt his heart palpitate. What is this Suyu, the Emperor of the human race, doing? Why did he suddenly attract so many chaotic ancient beasts? It's not like there are chaotic ancient beasts everywhere. Why did he come here? What a strange thing to do. Inside the ceiling pillar, Dijilua was gloating. It's best if he's killed. Chaotic ancient beasts usually don't appear, but he actually brought people to kill chaotic ancient beasts. Be careful not to break their nest. This Suyu must be bored out of his mind. I wonder what he's thinking by bringing so many people to kill chaotic ancient beasts. Accompanied by an incomparably shrill roar and a loud rumble, an incomparably huge bird appeared. Its figure covered the sky and the sun. It was so huge that the entire Dead Soul realm could vaguely see that huge bird. But at this moment, the giant bird's head was crushed by a boot. Some of the dead spirits were shocked. Those who were familiar still remembered this boot. Back then, the West Sky King was trampled to death by this boot, and now, an incomparably huge bird with boundless strength, seemingly even stronger than the West Sky King, was still trampled to death by this boot. This time even Dijilua could not mock him. Suddenly, there was a moment of slight regret. Provoking these people might not be a good thing. That giant bird felt extremely strong, but it was actually killed, at the same time. In the chaos, an 8-winged tiger retreated silently. It sighed with emotion. This sky-covering eagle was a little stupid. One look and he could tell that the other party was very strong. Wasn't he courting death by rushing in without waiting for the experts to gather? He should at least wait and see if there were other experts from the primal chaos ancient beasts coming together. Sky-covering eagle's strength might not be weaker than his, but he was still killed. As expected, ants can bite an elephant to death. The human race really did not bully him. Heaven Creator. The weakest Heaven Creator. But no matter how weak he is, there are still people protecting him. Once he succeeds, he won't be in existence to be trifled with. What's the point? The 8-winged tiger could not be bothered anymore. Looks like I won't be able to get any benefits. I'll retreat, wait until I finish reading these books and know myself and the enemy, then I'll decide how to make a decision. The Wan civilization is indeed more prosperous than the primal chaos ancient beasts. If we fall behind, we will be beaten. Blindly fighting is not the right way. I hope that our old friends can understand this principle. Otherwise, even if we kill our way out of the gates of hell, our era will come to an end. The 8-winged tiger was filled with emotions. In the chaotic era, the strong were respected, and duels were king. There was only one word, fight. However, in this era, one could not simply rely on fighting to win. The key is that we might not be able to defeat them. Which of the heaven creators that I have seen didn't dominate an era? How terrifying! The 8-winged tiger flew further and further away. As a bookworm, he understood the principle that a gentleman would not stand under a collapsing wall. Watching the battle was not a good choice. At this moment, Suyu, who was splitting open the sky, raised his eyebrows slightly. He heard Wan Tianqing's voice. It ran away. Suyu nodded slightly and did not say anything. He felt that the fellow was spying on him just now. After killing the eagle, he actually wanted to leave the eight-winged tiger alive. Unfortunately, this bookworm was really smart. Seeing that the situation was not good, it instantly ran away. I'm not afraid of you being strong, but I'm afraid of you having brains. Suyu had a feeling that he would meet this tiger again. Although he had killed the eagle, no powerful existences had arrived for the time being. Still, Suyu did not dare to be careless. Were there really no Lord-level ancient beasts in the primal chaos? That was hard to say, perhaps they had not arrived yet. Perhaps they were still sleeping, but he had to be prepared. Boom, the lightning was growing stronger, the power of primal chaos swept over from all directions, trying to break the new world that Suyu had opened up. As for Suyu, page after page flew out of the Journal of Civilizations. He continued to weave the Great Tao. The experts who had ended their battles also looked over, taking the opportunity to comprehend something. Opening a Tao from nothing was a very sacred thing. At this moment, Suyu was frowning slightly. The weaving of the Great Tao was becoming more and more difficult. Even though he had divided the entire Great Tao into 3 sections, the second section, Wan's Tao, was still somewhat difficult to fuse. This was especially true for the Taos of powerful races like immortals and demons. After fusing, it was too strong and clashed with the other weaker Great Taos. The power of the Great Taos was slightly out of balance. Once it lost balance, it would be a huge problem. The others had just finished killing the ancient beasts when suddenly, there was an explosion. A Great Tao in front of Suyu had exploded. As for Suyu himself, he vomited a mouthful of blood and took a few steps back. The other Great Taos in front of him shook violently. Your Majesty! The people from the kingdom of Great Zhou were shocked. In fact, they had long expected that Suyu would not make a single mistake. However, when Suyu really made a mistake, they were still anxious. What should they do? Suyu closed his eyes and did not speak. He quickly stabilized the other Great Taos. There was an error in the order. The Tao he had fused just now was wrong. It was not caused by the imbalance of power, but by the order error. The Tao he had fused just now did not fuse. This was not a problem, nor was it a big problem. The biggest problem was that the explosion of the Tao just now would cause the subsequent Great Taos to be unable to fuse, resulting in an error in the order. Of the 3,000 pages, Suyu had only fused about 1,000, 1/3 of them. This meant that the remaining 2/3 of the Great Taos might not be able to be fused. The land of ultimate ruin. The others had not figured it out yet. They thought that the explosion of Suyu's great path was the biggest problem. However, seeing that Suyu had stabilized his great path, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, someone's expression changed. The students of Qingwen, Bai Feng, he too, these people's expressions changed. This is troublesome, there was still a problem with the deduction. There was too little time. Now, Suyu had lost one of his great paths. It didn't matter if he lost 1 or 2 great paths. The key was, how were they going to continue? Everyone had considered this problem before. He had also made a backup plan, but no matter what, it was very difficult to solve these problems perfectly. Beside he too, the female undead spirit shouted, don't rashly try to fuse a path. If one is broken, the entire sequence will change. As she spoke, she directly rushed over and shouted, wait for us to reorganize. We've made some preparatory plans before. Give us 3 days, and we'll help you select the next power of the Great Path. The remaining Taos had to be filtered again to choose the most compatible Great Tao energy. Suyu looked at the Great Path in front of him and frowned slightly. 3 days, who knew what would appear in the chaos after 3 days? Moreover, he might not be able to maintain it for 3 days to stabilize this Great Tao. Forget it. Suyu replied indifferently and said, if it doesn't work, then I'll use the power of these 1,000 great paths to close it first. It'll be a little weaker than expected, but it's still acceptable. The difficulty of continuing it was actually very high. Suyu himself had also made some estimates. If the Tao was really broken and could not be reconnected, then he would use the current amount of power of the Great Path to fuse and close it. In this way, the Tao opened would be a little weaker. His heaven-splitting technique was not very strong to begin with. Now, he could only close 1/3 of the great path. Then, as the heaven-splitting technique, perhaps even it would be difficult for him to become a heavenly king. A top-level Tao integration, it was a little difficult to accept, but Heavenly King Suyu felt that it should not be a big problem. He hoped it would succeed, and at this moment, in front of him, Blue Sky rushed back and said with a smile, "Where did it break?" Suyu looked up and saw Blue Sky smiling brightly. At this moment, Blue Sky maintained the appearance of the Xiaoming that Suyu knew. Blue Sky's smile was just like before, a little unruly and a little sloppy. He said with a chuckle, "Tell me, where did it break? Don't waste time. Do you really have to wait for the chaos experts to attack?" King Wen's student also moved slightly at this moment. He looked at Suyu and said in a low voice, "I think, you can let him try." Suyu looked at Blue Sky. Blue Sky said with a smile, "I won't die. With my clone around, it's very difficult for me to die." "Since when did you become so wishy-washy?" He remembered how he burned his lifespan back then. He did not have many fellow Taoists, so he should cherish them. Suyu closed his eyes. In the distance, Wan Tianqing had a look of struggle in his eyes. He quickly shouted, "Don't waste time. Let Blue Sky try first. Tell him, where did it break?" Suyu opened his clear eyes. He looked at Blue Sky and said with a smile, "It broke in the path of invisibility." The path of invisibility was originally connected to the path of dark shadow, but the path of dark shadow was actually broken. Blue Sky laughed, "That's the mistake? Strange, we thought of the broken node before, but I didn't expect it to break here. These two paths are very similar, right?" He could not understand, but since he could not understand, he did not need to think too much. The next moment, dozens of clones appeared beside him. Each of Blue Sky had a smile on his face. Path of invisibility. If the path of dark shadow is broken, which path do you think is more suitable? Suyu was silent. He was not sure and could not make a judgment. Blue Sky said with a smile, "Forget it, I'll think about it myself." He judged for a moment. Very soon, a clone appeared, then another clone. One was the Tao of invisibility, and the other was the one he chose. Invisibility, a rather powerful Tao to hide my tracks. Let me try connecting to the Tao of invisibility. He quickly fused with the two clones. The two clones instantly burst with the radiance of the great Tao. The next moment, they suddenly exploded. Blue Sky quickly protected the path of invisibility clone. The other clone exploded, but he did not care. He continued, "It's still not right. If the path of invisibility and invisibility are both wrong, then there might be a problem with the path of invisibility itself. Otherwise, the compatibility should be very high." He was also a little confused. The female dead spirit who had rushed over also frowned. Soon, she said in a low voice, "Invisibility, although it's called invisibility, it might just be an illusion of light. Try the path of light, okay?" Blue Sky quickly tried, but the result was another explosion. It was still not right. Blue Sky immediately frowned. Next, he tried 5 or 6 more clones, but they still exploded. It was not right. This time, Blue Sky was anxious. Why was it not right? As for Suyu, he gradually calmed down. If it was not right, then this path of invisibility was indeed very difficult to find a matching path. What was the problem? If Blue Sky had not tried 7 or 8 times, and Suyu had tried and chosen by himself, the great Tao might have collapsed by now. And at this moment, in the distance, Being Bun suddenly said, "Invisibility, is invisibility a kind of illusion? Just like me, when I think of invisibility, everyone will think that I am invisibility. Is it a kind of willpower interference? Instead of the real body disappearing?" As soon as this was said, Suyu's eyes moved slightly. Sometimes, it was easy to get into a dead end. Being Bun might not be very smart, but it remembered what Suyu had said to it. Its great Tao of time was just a kind of willpower interference. Could this path of invisibility be the same? If that was the case, there would naturally be a mistake in trying to get closer to invisibility. Suyu and the others named this path of invisibility. Perhaps there was a mistake in the naming. Blue Sky's eyes also lit up. "Don't say, it really is possible. If there is willpower interference, then it means that our fusion is wrong, and our positioning is wrong. The next moment, he smiled and said, "Why don't we try the willpower interference of the Great Tao?" Without waiting for Suyu to reply, he had another clone fuse. This time, there was no explosion. Blue Sky's eyes lit up. "Let's try connecting the illusion path." Suyu waited for a while, then quickly began to connect. Sure enough, this time, the newly born Great Tao fused, and there was no rejection. However, it was still troublesome. The subsequent Taos might have to change the order. Seeing this, the female undead spirit said quickly, "Blue Sky, continue according to the previous order of the Great Tao, and after the illusion path, continue to fuse according to the original order. Let's see how to arrange the broken Great Tao in the middle." Blue Sky did not say much. They all knew about the order of Suyu's Great Tao, and they had also personally made it. At this moment, he quickly said, "Follow me. If there is a problem with my fusion, don't try again." Suyu nodded silently. Blue Sky quickly fused the clones according to his order. He was very fast, but he was only giving Suyu an example. It was not that he wanted to fuse all Daos. The subsequent process was very smooth. After the illusion path, 500 to 600 clones were fused in a row. With a loud bang, another clone exploded. This meant that there was another error in the fusion. Of course, this did not delay Suyu. Suyu had not opened that many yet. Blue Sky frowned. The other undead spirits, including Bai Feng, Wan Tianqing, and the King of Great Zhou, quickly arrived. "Your Majesty, continue with the Tao fusion," the King of Great Zhou shouted. The few of them quickly surrounded Blue Sky and came up with a new connection plan. Suyu said silently. Blue Sky had tried it once, and it should not be a big problem. As for the explosion in the middle, it might have been solved by the time he reached there. Blue Sky said that he wanted to help Suyu try once, but Suyu refused. At this moment, he could only let Blue Sky help him test it. Suyu was opening the path. At the side, a bunch of people discussed. Very quickly, Blue Sky started to try once more. This time, it exploded once more. Like before, the Tao repelled him. Blue Sky tried 7 to 8 times and failed all of them. From start to finish, he had blown up close to 20 clones. These clones were different from the ones that exploded in the past. In the past, when the clones died, the Tao could be shifted and there was no need to use Tao power. This time, each time the clones exploded, it was a Tao injury. This was because it needed to use Tao power. Blue Sky's common people's path was obviously injured, Tao injury, however, Blue Sky didn't care. Him opening the path was an accident. Suyu allowed him to do so. If not, he would have died long ago. Now, it was just a Tao injury. At least, he wouldn't die so easily. A bunch of experts discussed. Princess Ji also joined in. At this moment, no one rejected her. At this moment, everyone needed to work together. When Suyu opened the path, he didn't hide it from everyone. Ruins of the End. South Heaven King looked on silently. After a long while, he suddenly felt emotional. "Lanshan, do you think? Is it better for one person to cultivate the Tao or for everyone to cultivate it together?" "Cultivate it together?" Marquis Lanshan was confused. "Cultivation. Isn't it done by oneself?" South Heaven King looked towards Suyu and said softly, "Is that so? What about now? Do you think that he is still cultivating alone?" Marquis Lanshan looked over and didn't know what to say. Was this still considered Suyu opening the sky alone? Maybe not. Someone was a pioneer for him, a pioneer in the true sense of being a king, trying to integrate the Tao first. Others were also quickly discussing how to make Suyu's integration of the Tao more smoothly. If it was Suyu himself, he might have failed after a few tries. Cultivation, what was it to cultivate? At that moment, Marquis Lanshan felt that this topic was too deep. She didn't understand and couldn't help but ask. That year when King Wu and the others cultivated, they all relied on themselves. South King, which one do you think is better? South King shook her head, she didn't know. But, after a long time, South King smiled, "I don't know which one is better. But don't you feel that when he opens the path, it's like everyone is opening the path together, it's more, participation? A sense of participation." What South King actually wanted to say was that it was more of a sense of belonging. Look, our emperor even needs us to open a path together. He is indeed still a child. Marquis Lanshan also laughed. Yes, His Majesty is opening the path, I also feel that. I am opening the path. But we don't seem to be participating. I envy Blue Sky and the others, they can directly decide how His Majesty will open the path. At that moment, this feeling was very obvious. Seeing that she was a little envious, South King smiled and transmitted his voice. Do you want to participate? Of course. Marquis Lanshan nodded and looked at her. Does South King also know how to analyze the Tao? We are not cut out for this. South King didn't seem to have much understanding of the Tao. South King didn't say anything. After a moment of silence, he transmitted his voice. If you want to participate, there is still a chance. He has not opened the Tao of life and death. I am afraid that his understanding of the Tao of life and death is not deep, or he is not confident that he can complete the opening of the Tao of life and death, especially the Tao of death. This Tao may be the most difficult to open. Marquis Lanshan seemed to understand something. He transmitted his voice. South King means? How can we help him? South King hesitated for a moment, then transmitted his voice again. It is not difficult to go from life to death. The difficult part is how to go from death to life. The river diagram should reveal the process of transforming life to death. But, how can it be resurrected? Back then, King Wen wanted to resurrect someone, but he failed again and again. How can it be so easy to come back to life? If he did not mix life and death, it might not be so difficult. But since he wants to open different Tao, to open life and death, it is difficult. But if he does not open life and death, his Tao is not perfect. So you also did not want to open life and death, but if he did not open the Tao of life and death, how could his Tao be perfect? If he could not even establish the core point, he would inevitably fail to open the sky. Even if South King was not clear about this, he knew that Suyu was forced to make this choice. From death to life. Marquis Lanshan muttered. Marquis Lanshan muttered to himself. That's right, how can one face death and live on? This was indeed difficult. Wan Tianxing seemed to have tried it once, but Wan Tianxing also borrowed the power of the river of time, but Suyu did not. He did not even connect to the river of time. Does South King have a way? South King had lived for a long time, and she had been in contact with King Wen for a period of time in the Dead Souls realm, which was the period when King Wen wanted to revive the stars and moon. At that time, King Wen was also thinking about how to resurrect the dead souls. South King thought for a while, then transmitted his voice again. After all, he is not really dead, but just opening the Tao of death. Even if he opens the Tao of death, he will not be too powerful. You and I are both experts of the Tao of death. If he fails to open the Tao of death, he may not die, but I'm afraid he will completely fail to open the sky. Marquis Lanshan said anxiously, do you think there is a way? Why did South King say this? If Suyu failed to open the Tao, the chances of him dying weren't high. However, all of Suyu's accumulations would probably be wasted. There might not be another chance. Of course, if he really failed, perhaps Suyu could inherit the Tao of writing, peacefully become the second generation of the Tao of writing. Marquis Lanshan suddenly wanted to laugh. That's right, even if Suyu failed, he might not be completely crippled. There was no need to worry too much. But, she still hoped that Suyu would succeed. If he was crippled, Suyu might not have a second chance in this lifetime. There was not enough time, and opportunities might not always come. Then, Suyu's achievements would be limited. Perhaps becoming a master of the law was their dream, but it was clearly not the limit of Suyu's dreams. South King quickly transmitted his voice. If he really fails, you and I will extract the power of the Tao of Death's laws. Marquis Lanshan listened silently, waiting for South King's explanation. South King quickly said, I know a place that they call the intersection of life and death. It's at the end of the Tao of Death. That's the place where the Taos of life and death intersect. Find Lu Hong, and through his ink Tao, we'll extract the power of the great Tao of death spirits and guide the power of life and death from the place where the great Tao of life and death intersect over, merging it into his great Tao. Marquis Lanshan was surprised and transmitted his voice. Can we do that? Then why doesn't His Majesty do it? South King felt a headache coming on. Nonsense. What can he do? He's opening the Tao in the land of chaos, and the end of the Tao of death is in the dead soul's domain. This is a very conflicting matter. and he can't do both. Marquis Lanshan's brain wasn't that South King despised it, but sometimes it wasn't very bright. If Suyu could do both, would he need you to tell him? It was precisely because he couldn't that there was no other way. The Nan King continued, both of our great Tao of dead spirits are very strong. When the time comes, I'll bring you to the intersection of life and death. We'll work together and expend our energy to build a path to the great Tao of dead spirits in the air. It'll be the channel to drain the energy. We'll guide the power of the Tao of death into his Tao. Can it be done? Yes, but we need help. We need Lu Hong's help, and we need his ink Tao. South King looked around. Lu Hong seemed to have come this time, but this guy was frighteningly low-key. She had no idea where he was now. She looked around and saw Lu Hong hiding behind Xianxia. She had no idea what he was doing. South King didn't waste any time. He quickly stepped forward and grabbed Lu Hong behind Xianxia. Lu Hongyi was confused. What's wrong? At this moment, he was writing and calculating, and no one knew what he was doing. South King grabbed him by the neck, not giving him a chance to speak. Soon, he dragged him out, and Marquis Lanshan quickly followed. Lu Hongyi was confused. Seniors, what's wrong? I didn't provoke you too. Why did you bring me here for no reason? Strange, the South King was too lazy to talk nonsense. He quickly transmitted his voice, can you grasp your ink Tao? This, cut the crap. Let me ask you, if we use the ink Tao to connect the Tao of death and open a path, can we guide the life and death Tao into the chaos realm? Lu Hongyi was stunned. You two are spying on me? What? I'm calculating. Lu Hong hurriedly said, I'm calculating to see if there's any hope of success. But it seems that the chances are slim. The life and death Tao is still a distance away from my ink Tao. If we want to guide the life and death Tao, we must first suppress the will domains of the experts in the river. After that, we must open a path, and then inject the power into my ink Tao. Only then can we think of a way to guide the life and death Tao into the chaos realm. It would take a few steps. South King transmitted his voice, what if Lanshan and I make a move? You? Lu Hong pondered for a moment. Not enough. We still need one more expert. It's best if we get another expert with the life Tao. But if we do that, you will all be in danger. Let's put it this way. You are dead spirits, so you will be corroded by the life Tao. As for the living, they will be corroded by the death Tao. My ink Tao isn't a big problem because I'm a half-dead spirit. However, I need a top expert to do it, and a top expert can't turn into a half-dead spirit. Even if you two agree, you'll need an expert with the power of life. Life Tao? South King frowned. None of us cultivate the life Tao. She quickly said, can't we just not need an expert with the life Tao? No. Even if you are willing, but your death Tao is too heavy, and it will easily lead to the imbalance between life and death. This is not a problem that can be solved by risking your life. Lu Hong had mastered the ink Tao, so he understood this very well. After thinking for a while, he looked around and transmitted his voice, actually, it's not that there are no suitable candidates, but I don't know if they will do it. Who? If no one cultivates the life Tao, then we need a top expert with a strong life Tao. It's best if it's a human. As a fellow human, he won't deviate the life Tao. Lu Hong quickly said, if South King and Marquis Lanshan have no objections, then I suggest this. South King will be responsible for suppressing the wills of the experts in the Great Tao, Marquis Lanshan will be responsible for opening the passage, opening the death Tao, and guiding the death Tao. The other one will be responsible for guiding the life Tao, and his strength should be on par with Marquis Lanshan. South King impatiently asked, just say it, who is suitable? King of the Great Zhou. South King was slightly startled. Lu Hong explained, Wanfu Prefect and Lan Tian are not suitable, their lifespans are too short. To put it simply, the life Tao is like a tree, the longer it lives, the denser the life Tao. However, it can't be too old. For example, Marquis Dingjun and the others don't seem to have much life Tao left, including Princess Qi. But King of the Great Zhou is really old and young. What was this? South King and Marquis Lanshan were speechless. These words didn't sound right. Lu Hong explained again, it's true, King of the Great Zhou may be old, but his life Tao is extremely strong. I suspect that he has consumed some treasure, causing his life Tao to be extremely strong. That was true. South King thought for a moment and was about to say something when Marquis Lanshan said, could it be the longevity pill? I remember that king when killed a supreme immortal and refined 3 longevity pills, which he offered to the human emperor. After that, there was no news of him. This old fellow is His Majesty the human emperor's secretary. Could it be that the human emperor bestowed it to him? Lu Hong shrugged. I don't know about this. He only knew that King of the Great Zhou could definitely live, not any shorter than the Master of the Laws. Even if everyone died, he might not necessarily die. At this moment, Marquis Lanshan and South King glanced at each other with solemn expressions. King of the Great Zhou. It was really hard to say. King of the Great Zhou couldn't be considered a direct descendant of Suyu. This person was only responsible for passing the flame to the human emperor, but he was the most suitable. The others were either too weak or didn't have enough life Tao. Marquis Lanshan thought for a moment. Why don't we ask? If he's not willing, then forget it. Receiving the life Tao was also a preparation for Suyu's next step. Right now, Suyu's Tao fusion speed was extremely fast. With Blue Sky's help, some problems were eliminated. Right now, Suyu's Tao fusion speed was much faster than before. South King also said, we have to prepare in advance. Even if he succeeds, it's best to be prepared. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome if we can't make it in time. While he's still fusing, let's open up a path first. At the critical moment, we can receive the life Tao and transmit the life Tao. Marquis Lanshan nodded and looked at the distant King of the Great Zhou. Suddenly, he sent a voice transmission, that guy who embezzled my rations, come over here. In the distance, King of the Great Zhou was discussing the follow-up with the others. When he heard this, he was startled and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who embezzled your rations? This woman still held a grudge even in death, helpless, he could only fly over quickly. Marquis Lanshan was a little embarrassed but still said, are you afraid of death? Did you eat the longevity pill? Yes. King of the Great Zhou nodded and didn't deny it. He smiled. Marquis Lanshan also wants to eat one? But this thing can only be eaten by a living person. Moreover, 3 longevity pills have been used. Used all of them? Marquis Lanshan didn't care who used the remaining 2 pills. She said quickly, His Majesty is opening up a life and death Tao. I'm afraid there will be trouble. I've discussed with King Nan and the others. To receive the life Tao and death Tao, we need the assistance of a life Tao expert. Are you doing it? Forget it if you don't. King of the Great Zhou was slightly distracted and said after a while, you guys. If he succeeds, he won't need the assistance of the life Tao and death Tao. What if he fails? Although Marquis Lanshan felt that this was very demoralizing, she still continued, cut the crap. If you don't want to do it, forget it. We'll find someone else to try. King of the Great Zhou laughed and said in a low voice, have you guys thought it through? Actually, I've thought about this. Not only me, do you think others don't know this? Others aside, Wan Tianxing and Lan Tian should have thought about it. However, it's very difficult and very dangerous. It's fine for living beings, but for the dead spirits. If you guys die, you'll really die. If Emperor Yu fails, he'll just have his Tao severed. If the dead spirits fail, it'll be completely over. Moreover, this requires a top-notch powerhouse. In the entire Dead Souls domain, if we talk about suitable people. I'm afraid only the 2 of you are. King of the Great Zhou sighed, including Emperor Yu himself, he also knows this in his heart. However, he didn't say it, nor did he say it. Actually, we know what he's thinking. At most, he'll just fail. If he fails, he'll inherit the Tao of writing. He might not inherit the Tao of human emperor, but he's still willing to inherit the Tao of writing. Therefore, if he fails, he'll have a way out. If you guys fail to receive him, you might die completely. Marquis Lanshan was slightly stunned and said, His Majesty also knows? Of course. King of the Great Zhou laughed, don't tell me you guys think that Emperor Yu is so stupid? It's not like he hasn't been to the place where life and death intersect. You guys only know about it when he says it. How can he not know about this matter that both of you have considered? He just didn't mention this point. Marquis Lanshan glanced at Suyu. At this moment, Suyu had almost opened up 2,000 paths. Suyu originally had around 3,000 pages. If this continued, he would need to open up the Tao of life and death very soon. She asked, if we fail to receive him, we'll die. How can that be considered as a failure? If there's a problem midway, it's naturally a failure. King of the Great Zhou sighed, the Great Tao of Dead Souls isn't a weak path. To open up a sealed passageway, two powerhouses of the Tao of life and death must work together to maintain the balance of life and death, all the way to receive him. He looked at Lu Hong. You guys probably want to follow Lu Hong's Tao of ink, right? If that's the case, the safety is indeed higher. Lu Hong is the node, he'll stay in the ruins of End. Receiving him to Emperor Yu's side is indeed much simpler. Speaking up to here, King of the Great Zhou continued, however, there can't be any mistakes during this period. If King Nan chooses to suppress the will of the powerhouses in the Great Tao of Dead Souls, you'll definitely clash with some powerhouses. It'll be extremely dangerous. Marquis Lanshan frowned, I'm not afraid. Anyway, I've already died once. King Nan. King Nan, are you afraid? King Nan chuckled, don't forget that I'm the one who reminded you. Alright, Marquis Lanshan looked at King of the Great Zhou again, you talk a lot of nonsense. I'm just asking you if you're willing to do it. You're saying so much because you're afraid, right? Forget it, let's ask someone else. King of the Great Zhou smiled, Marquis Lanshan is still so impatient. I didn't say no. Besides, other than me, others might not be suitable. You agreed? Marquis Lanshan was surprised. King of the Great Zhou actually agreed. King of the Great Zhou smiled, I said that it's not that dangerous for me. However, I have a request. Whatever I say, you'll do it. Otherwise, I don't want to die with an idiot. Who was he talking about? Marquis Lanshan looked at Lu Hong, who was full of smiles and looked innocent. She looked at King of the Great Zhou again, who was incomparably cold and expressionless. She looked at King of the Great Zhou again, and her expression was much worse. Are you talking about me? You're talking about me, right? King of the Great Zhou smiled and sent a voice transmission. No, don't misunderstand. I'm talking about Lu Hong, right? He looked at Lu Hong, who nodded with a smile. I admit it, as long as everyone has a tacit understanding, King of the Great Zhou could not be bothered to say more. He glanced at Lan Tian and the rest and quickly sent a voice transmission. If you agree and listen to me, we will have hope of success. However, if you don't listen to me, you might die. I'll listen to you. Marquis Lanshan mumbled, don't worry. I know that you crafty fellows have a lot of ideas. Back then, when I acted with King Wu, I listened to you guys completely. When Lord Wu goes out to destroy the world, he has to take out the brocade pouch and make arrangements. I understand that. He just had to get used to it. Wasn't it just listening to orders? No problem. Back then, King Wu was so strong, but when he went out to fight, he would still look at the brocade pouch every day. If it wasn't given by King Wen, it was given by someone else. King Wu could not be bothered to think about it, it was too tiring. Life was bitter and short. Just enjoy it, why be so tiring? King of the Great Zhou did not know whether to laugh or cry. Well, it was smoother than expected. He did not say more and quickly sent a voice transmission, that's good. How about this, I'll go borrow the astral seal and we'll go to the place of life and death to prepare. You guys are right, it's better to be prepared than not. Borrow it, won't His Majesty know? Of course. King of the Great Zhou sighed, we have to tell him, otherwise, what if he gives up halfway? He is a very decisive person. He might feel that something is wrong and give up. If we don't communicate properly, it will be troublesome. After saying that, he laughed, it's fine. At this time, he will be carried up. We have to push him a little and put more pressure on him. We have to let him know that his failure is not his problem alone. Marquis Lanshan nodded slightly. King of the Great Zhou quickly rushed towards the land of chaos. After a while, Suyu's expression did not look too good. He continued to open more than 2,000 at this moment. He was not far from the last few hundred. At that time, he had to connect with life and death. You forced Lanshan and the rest? Suyu looked at King of the Great Zhou. King of the Great Zhou was helpless. No, they forced me to do this. Suyu snorted. Do you think I believe that? Lanshan and the rest might not have thought of this. Did you purposely lead them? Anyway, he suspected that King of the Great Zhou secretly instigated it. King of the Great Zhou felt wronged. Damn it, it wasn't me. Marquis Lanshan took the initiative to find me. How the F***ck can I reason with him? This is too unjust. Your Majesty, I'm innocent. King of the Great Zhou smiled bitterly. It really wasn't me. Forget it, just treat it as me. Your Majesty, you can borrow the astral seal or not. We have decided to give it a try. If we don't lend it, it will be even more dangerous. Suyu took a deep breath. I failed. I will settle down and not think about splitting open the skies. I'm fine, I just inherited the Pendao. Although the Pendao is rubbish, I still have hope. There's no need to die just to open a path. Do you understand? The Pendao was rubbish, but he could barely make do with it. It wasn't like Suyu had to succeed in opening the path. It could only be said that if he succeeded, he would become an Empyrean or even the master of the laws faster. King Wen didn't hear these words. Otherwise, who knew what he would be thinking right now? So, in Suyu's eyes, inheriting the Pendao was rubbish. King of the Great Zhou smiled. Your Majesty, it's different. At least, we hope you can succeed. Only if you succeed will we have hope of victory. Otherwise, even if the Pendao becomes the master of the laws, there might not be any advantage in the following changes. Paying now is to pay less in the future. If I fail to open the path now, I might pay an even greater price in the future. Suyu was silent for a moment and a large seal flew out. Go. Be careful. Finishing, Suyu said solemnly, if things can't be done, then retreat. Also, if I really fail, there's no hope for the Pendao, then I'll go and inherit the sovereign Dao. King of the Great Zhou's heart trembled slightly. Suyu said in a solemn voice, no big deal. But, you mustn't deliberately make me fail. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Remember, once something goes wrong and people might die, then give up. King of the Great Zhou sucked in a deep breath. Okay, I got it. Your Majesty, rest assured, I hope that you can become the second sovereign, and not the second human sovereign. Very soon, King of the Great Zhou brought the few people and left. At this moment, Suyu's emotions were complicated. Be it Blue Sky, King of the Great Zhou, King of the South, these people were all taking responsibility for him opening the sky. If he failed this time, he would really let down these people. I will succeed, definitely, even if I reverse life and death, I will succeed too. There was no moment when his conviction was stronger than right now. Pendao. I don't want it, trash. Human Sovereign Great Dao, Human Sovereign is back, go cultivate yourself. I can't be bothered to help you cultivate. If I want to cultivate, then I'll cultivate my own Dao. Suyu shouted in his heart. At this moment, large quantities of Great Dao were opened up and woven by him. The entire power of Great Dao became stronger and stronger, while Suyu's aura also rapidly became stronger at this moment. Vaguely, he already reached the level of Heavenly King, the Dao had not been fully opened yet. Successfully opening the path this time, at least one Empyrean could not escape. End of chapter 766. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.